This audiobook was created using Microsoft Azure TTS, specifically the Andrew voice. It's been produced and published with full permission from the author Spade. Welcome to That Time an American Was Reincarnated into Another World, a fantasy isekai web novel series that originally began as a gag, but quickly evolved into one of the most compelling isekai stories out there. It's written to be funny, full of grit and heart, and good old American chaos. If you're a historian, a fan of guns and warfare, you'll find this story quite interesting. That Time an American Was Reincarnated into Another World flips the usual isekai tropes on its head. Our protagonist, John, isn't your usual wide-eyed adventurer. He's an American. He's going to barge into this world and get his way. He's armed with attitude, firepower, and the kind of thinking that even has gods reconsidering their decisions. It's set in a high fantasy world filled with powerful magic systems, deep lore, and brutal combat. This story stands apart thanks to its action scenes, world building, and the authority system. There's a real sense of tension and weight in every battle. It's one of the most enjoyable series I've ever read. Whether it's introducing Earth technology into a fantasy world, raining down firepower on the Scourge, you're in for a treat. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy Chapter 1 of That Time an American Was Reincarnated into Another World.
Chapter 1. Killer Truck. John Cooper was playing his favorite game. Surrounded by his posters, football gear, and two small stands holding two different rings, his eyes reflected rapidly shifting scenes of wanton violence. Rockets flew and miniguns sprayed, painting the world within his screen red with blood. His father liked to call things like this good old-fashioned American violence. Not that it meant anything to John. It was just a game he liked. A few months later, he might swap to another. Ding ding. An alarm went off at some point during the day, pulling his attention away from the visceral gameplay. Oh, it's time. He rose from his seat with visible excitement and nervousness, gathering some gear and packing the car. Before long, he was on his way to his destination. It happened as he was out driving. John spotted a large semi-truck, a long boxy trailer hitched behind. As he rolled to a stop at a red light, he shifted into neutral. The light was taking too damn long, his thoughts drifting to other places. I've seen some of those European and Japanese trucks. Why are they so puny compared to ours? Although, considering Texas is damn near the size of Europe, I can see why. Bigger places beget bigger trucks. He hummed, satisfied with his sound logic, while watching the semi barrel toward the intersection. Something was wrong. It was going way too fast. Shit, is that thing gonna stop? He panicked, fumbling to slam his gear shift into drive. The truck barreled through 5 cars, twisted metal and shattered glass doing little to halt its momentum. Oh shit. It's not gonna stop. He cursed as he watched the truck turn toward him. The roar of its engine overwhelmed him. He couldn't evade. And then, it happened. Metal contorted and twisted as the truck warped into a robot, the scent of motor oil and gasoline engulfing John's senses while it roared. It's Isekai time, motherfucker. John watched as the semi-truck robot jumped high into the air and went into a diving elbow drop, as if it were some kind of pro wrestler. He sat there baffled. What the fuck? 100 tons of metal crushed him, and everything went dark. Chapter 2. First Job. Gah. I couldn't help but scream as I leapt from the floor, fully expecting a mangled block of flesh to be all that was left of my body. A quick self-assessment determined my body was perfectly fine despite my mind thinking otherwise. My breathing was rough as I looked around. The longer I looked, the more I found my new surroundings to be both soothing and unsettling. Rolling grassland sprawled as far as my eye could see. It was a bright sunny day with a cool calming breeze. But I still didn't know where I was. Combined with the shocking experience with the robot truck, I wasn't exactly in the right frame of mind. I slowly reassessed my condition, finding nothing new. I was just as healthy as ever. In fact, I felt better, as if I had been rejuvenated. Just as I was finally feeling calm, a burning heat seared the back of my hand. Ack. Damn. I clutched my wrist and saw a ring of 13 stars, still raw around the edges, tattooed into the back of my right hand. Huh? These stars, they're kind of like the Betsy Ross flag. I guess it's not the worst tattoo to get, but damn did that hurt. I rubbed the ring of stars. The previously piercing pain had faded to a dull throbbing. But this still doesn't help me. Where the hell am I? There was still nothing but grassland. I didn't know where I was or how the hell I got here. After a while, though, I just started walking. I eventually started following a small river winding its way through golden plains. For almost 2 hours, there was nothing but the sound of water, wind, and my own thoughts to accompany me, but as I crested a hill, I finally saw signs of civilization. City, town, village. I jumped when I saw the structures in the distance. Before me was not a concrete jungle nor the nicely ordered homes of my hometown suburb, but a scattering of houses around a central few buildings. There was also farmland, and I could see people moving about. But it was a village, which worried me. Where on earth did villages still exist? I guess if it's Ohio or something where all of 3.5 people live, that would make sense. But how did I get to Ohio? I mumbled while walking toward the village. But the closer I got, the stranger things got. The houses were not made of brick masonry, but uneven stones pasted together with clay or some other binder. The citizens were dressed in bright but rough clothes, almost medieval in appearance. The well next to the center buildings actually had people drawing water from it. Amish. With a strange smile, I walked into the limits of the village. Many townspeople stared at the outsider in their midst, curious and apprehensiveness warring in their painfully transparent gazes. I was like some kind of exotic animal that they were all wary of. And at least they weren't speaking Spanish or something. I could understand them fine despite their unfamiliar accents. Hey, you. I reached out and tapped a man's shoulder who was passing by with averted eyes and hurried steps. He did a little hop and turned around, caution written all over his face. I rolled my eyes, thinking he was just a condescending ass. Can you tell me where this is? Like what state and city? I must go. He had a strained smile as he dodged my question and walked away. Dude, seriously? I thought the Amish were nice. Whatever. I sighed before walking further in. And after catching enough attention, I was finally approached by a tall man with a full beard. He seemed like someone who carried authority, so I smiled in relief. Hello, sir. Greetings, traveler. What brings you to this humble village? I'm lost. I scratched my head. Can you tell me what state we're in? State. Yeah? Or city? I'm sorry, but the nearest city isn't for a few dozen miles. To the north, you'll find the city of Halesburg. Halesburg? Where am I in Europe? Never mind. Do you have a phone that I can use? I lost mine. Phone. He looked at me with a dumb face, and suddenly I was a bit more skeptical about my situation. I narrowed my eyes. Hey, what year is it? I believe the calendar year is 622, dear traveler. 622. Shit. I remembered the words of that insane robot truck. Did I seriously? Damn it. What the hell is this? Fucking. Hey, what the hell is this anyway? I suddenly brought up the back of my right hand and pushed it to the guy's face. He took a moment to notice the ring of stars on my hand, panicked by the sudden movement. Then, his eyes bulged. Oh, esteemed Magus. Forgive my rudeness. He dropped to his knees, bowed over at the waist, and the surrounding villagers hastened to do the same. The hell? What are you doing? I'm terribly sorry for not realizing sooner, great Magus. What the hell is a Magus? I'm sorry. He raised his head, seeing my irked face. I'm asking what the hell a Magus is. A Magus is one who has been blessed by the Holy Ghost. That crest is the sign of your blessing, and it grants you special power. Oh, what special power? I don't know, great Magus. You may be a knight, a warlock, or a summoner. I don't know enough to tell you more. Is that right? So I've been brought to a primitive magical fairyland. Fantastic. I sighed, taking stock of the situation again. I was seriously murdered by a robot semi-truck and dropped into this world. A place where I had no friends, no family, not so much as an acquaintance besides this man who was probably the village chief. I was all alone in a world that I hadn't the slightest clue about. The only thing that gave me any reassurance was this crest on my hand. If I figured out how to use it. The reality hit me, and for a long moment, I processed it all. After a stretched silence, I closed my eyes. Fuck it. It is what it is. Hey, village chief. Yes. The man rose to his feet cautiously. I spoke with a deadpan face. How do I get to the city? It was 3 days later that I realized I may have misspoken. When I had said city, I meant the nearest city. But apparently the village chief thought I meant the damn capital city at the center of whatever kingdom we were in. Well, at least travel was fast. Besides the crest, it was the village chief who introduced me to the first fantastical thing that confirmed this wasn't Earth. Our rides to the city were on giant birds with saddles on their backs. These things had a wingspan of at least 20 meters, and they were more than capable of flying with cargo. With only some essentials, the village chief and I each jumped on a bird and took off. And I must say, that was the second scariest thing that's happened to me besides the freak robot truck murder. To soar in the sky 3,000 feet above the ground was thrilling. Even after 3 days of travel, I didn't get bored of the sights of landscapes that we passed over. And then, we arrived at the city. And it was something else. I thought it was going to be a run-down stone forest with dull gray colors and primitive living conditions. But it seemed this magic shit was more prevalent than I thought. There was a single giant tower that stood in the center of the city, soaring hundreds of meters into the clouds, numerous pads and constructs on its sides filled with beasts and vehicles of all sorts. It was a magic tower no matter how I looked at it, a body of night blue stone pulsing with veins of energy and a capstone of radiant crystal. A sprawling palace complex of marble and gold, flanked by smaller but still impressive towers, covered another large portion of the city, its shining splendor illuminating even the furthest slums. That was probably where the kingdom's royalty resided. It was called the Kingdom of Dragon's Tongue, and according to the village chief, this was the best magic city and only kingdom in the world. Of course, living in a village constrained his worldview, so I wasn't sure how valid that statement was. Still, everything was new to me. I didn't really care. If anything, I was enraptured by the mystical sights and atmosphere of the city. We landed on the outskirts of the city where the wall was, touching down outside the gate where a river of people flowed through a massive gate. I let the chief talk for me, hanging back a little while he walked up to a pair of alert guards in a checkpoint building. "Good sirs, I come with a guest with no citizenship. He would like to apply. Temporary visas are 50 coin, and you must go to customs to apply for citizenship. Here." The chief paid the 50 coin, getting a thin card in return. He pressed it into my palm. "Keep it safe." We entered the city. I glanced at the man who led me. "I'll pay you back, once I get my hands on some money." "Oh, no worries at all, John." He waved, flustered. Honestly, the only reason I was letting him do anything for me was because I had nothing to my name and nowhere to go. I was in a desperate situation, so I could only leech off this man's kindness. But I wasn't going to let this go without reimbursement. His goodwill would be repaid someday. "So you said I should enter the Magisterium?" "Yes. There you'll be able to find a path in life, one that hinges on your crest. It's the most prestigious institution in the kingdom that accepts just about every magus, at least for the first year." I had been briefed on this Magisterium, essentially a magic college. It was a place that taught magic to all 3 types of magi. It taught the warlocks how to spellcast, the summoners how to summon, and the knights how to fight. But of course, it did all this for a reason, and that was to fight the existential threat of the world. They were the Scourge, a non-human race of humanoids and beasts that sought nothing but the destruction of humanity. Humanity had been at war with them for hundreds of years, but year after year, the battles only got worse, and the contenders only got stronger. The Kingdom of Dragon's Tongue, being the only kingdom throughout these lands, was the only one that fought the Scourge. It seemed that this kingdom was the last bastion of humanity, and any other kingdom was mere legend. So, with the ever-present threat on their doorstep, the Magisterium was the world's leader in churning out powerful magi for the cause. And it would be my first step forward in this crazy world. You won't be able to join immediately, though. There are about 5 months before the new year starts and entries are accepted. Huh? So what do I do for 5 months? Well, the chief looked around as we walked through the city. There were a lot of shops, and bills didn't pay themselves. I sighed. I guess I better find a job. Don't worry, there's always work to find in this place. I'll stay with you for a few days until you find one, and then I'll need to head back to my village. Thank you, Chief. Hey, kid. My head spun to the right at the sudden shout, my eyes landing on a man who seemed to run one of the shops. He was leaned on a doorframe, a wooden toothpick hanging out of the corner of his mouth. You looking for work? Depends. I crossed my arms and flicked my head, prompting him to lay out the offer. I'm a delivery man, and I need more runners. Pay by commission and easy hours. I'll even give you a starting bonus, since you seem to be new here. Huh. What do you think, Chief? I glanced at the chief, who was rubbing his beard. Then, he shrugged. It's up to you, John. It's either that or working in a bakery or a store as a counter clerk. I guess I'll take this then. All right, guy. I accept. I walked over, and as shaking hands seemed to be the symbol it was on Earth, I shook the stranger's hand. He smiled. The name's Plex. John. Come inside, John. I'll show you what we do here. All right. I nodded, but before leaving, I turned back to the chief. I don't think you need to wait for me, Chief. I may as well stick around for a day or so. It's been a long trip, and the capital is fun to visit. John, if you need anything, find me at the Moonlight Inn. Right. Thanks, Chief. You've helped me more than you know. It was nothing, John. Now go on. You know where to find me. He waved me off, so I went with Plex into the shop. Thus began my first job in this new world. Chapter 3, Drug Runner. Plex walked me into what seemed like a small warehouse. It seemed like a pretty normal warehouse. Racks, boxes, a little clearing with a bulletin board, and a table with some correspondence sprawled over it. It didn't paint a suspicious picture, but that didn't stop the odd feeling from traveling up my spine. My intuition was something I trusted. It wasn't the ultimate tool of prophecy, but it had kept me out of bad situations and away from psycho girls in the past, so I learned to run with it. Plex spoke while motioning around him. This job is rather simple. We receive delivery orders on that board right there. You can choose the jobs you take. Grab the package from the client, give it to the recipient, collect the designated payment, and run it back to the client. And we obviously earn a portion of that money. Yeah, those words definitely didn't reassure the suspicion cramming itself down my throat right now. Was this drug running? Well, only if the products were drugs. Running would be a better descriptor, and would probably also be what I would be doing if it weren't for my empty wallet. Any questions? What if the customer doesn't want to pay? I asked that question wholly aware of what the answer would be. Plex's face twisted into what could be called a smile, if not for the completely wrong emotion behind his eyes. Well, those customers only need a bit of persuasion, that's all. They all cough it up at the end of the day. I won't toss you into the wild to fend for yourself, though. You'll shadow me on the first few, just to get an idea. Fuck it, why not? Might as well try something new. Haha, that's the spirit. But first. He looked me up and down. Let's get you a new set of clothes. I don't know where you came from, but those clothes aren't very normal. I chuckled and glanced down again. I had been wearing a t-shirt and sweats when I died, clothing that definitely didn't exist here. And although the colors were only white and gray, their sterile uniformity still stood out. I definitely wouldn't be so great at running whatever in clothes so unique, so I accepted Plex's offer and went to a nearby shop. It seemed like suit-like attire was common in this world. At least, in the cities of this world. Standard dress was pants, long sleeves, a vest, and some hard leather shoes. Thankfully, this world's fashion industry was developed, so I wasn't uncomfortable wearing anything. And I looked decent, slick, even. I definitely blended with the rest of the populace now. The only thing I wasn't so accustomed to was the pair of gloves that Plex insisted I wore. They were fingerless leather gloves apparently meant to cover my crest. I understood that my crest might not necessarily be something to show off easily, so I agreed and mentally took note to wear them every day from now on. Besides that, I kept my old clothes with me. They were the only memento of Earth that I had now. And after our shopping trip, Plex went and pulled a job off the wall for us. The most challenging thing for you will be learning the layout of the city. You have to know where to go if you want to deliver things. And these jobs need to be completed in a timely manner. We don't like to keep our clients waiting, especially if it's a rush order. All right, so how should I go about learning? Simple. Through experience. Don't worry, you'll pick everything up over time, so long as you stick with the job. Well, I only have 5 months before I plan to enter the magisterium. So until then, I'll do my best. Sketchy or not, I had seen what the various jobs on the wall paid, and it seemed like good money. I could earn hundreds of coin per job, and I could complete quite a number in a single day. Of course, if things really did get dangerous, then I planned to leave. I wasn't going to get caught up in some underground war after getting on the bad side of a mob boss. And I had a feeling such a thing was very possible. All right, go ahead and grab the package. We'll start our first job now. Plex handed me the job paper, and I looked at the package identifier on it. In another part of the warehouse was a series of shelves, each one with various boxes and containers. Some were medium-sized, and others were small enough to be held in a hand. I found the box I needed, a medium-sized wooden crate that needed both arms to carry. After I grabbed it, we both left the warehouse and made our way down the streets. As we walked, I observed my surroundings. Most of the buildings were at least 3 stories tall. The streets were wide, the alleys narrow and dark, and as it was getting to be evening, light posts started glowing with radiance. For a while the walk was dull. Just another boring street, some residential, others commercial with restaurants or bakeries. It was nothing I hadn't seen before. But then, Plex led me into a large plaza, and the whole place lit up. Fairy dust here. 2 ivory horns for 300 coin. Handcrafted silver blades made by the Golden Warlock. 10-hour smoked yak meat. Get it fast. It was a plaza full of booths and shops with open walls, with over 1,000 people either hawking their wares or haggling down prices. Floating lights lit up the surroundings as if they were alive, and I could see all the exotic items that were being traded. From grand sets of armor to small animals for pets, it seemed like you could find anything you wanted here. Welcome to the Golden Trading Post. Hundreds of merchants fight to come here and sell their wares, and thousands of people drop many millions of coin here on the weekly. Only when the sun falls does this place come alive. But of course, the only people who come here are chumps who spend their money on overpriced garbage. Plex snickered, and then he brought me to a shop. It seemed just as busy as all the others, selling all kinds of savory food that made my mouth water. But we didn't come here for food. Instead, upon entering, the shopkeep saw Plex and beamed with a wide smile. Plex, I haven't seen you in a while. I thought you had quit the business. Huh, like that'll ever happen. I was just looking for an apprentice to help me, and I found John here. He pat my shoulder, and the shopkeep looked me over. Back on Earth, I played college sports and was in the prime of my life. At 22 years old, I was over 6 feet tall and proudly chiseled with large muscles. Even Plex was only barely taller than me. In fact, everyone in this world seemed to have a much taller average height, so I didn't stand out much in that arena. But I was still built like a wall, and the shopkeep nodded with approval. He looked strong. And he's a magus, huh? He looked me over, his words confusing me since I had my crest covered by my gloves. How did he know I was a magus? Plex only nodded. That he is, but not a certified one. He'll be joining the Magisterium this upcoming year. I see. Well, John, so long as you're not stupid and know when to respect the right people, you'll keep your head. Don't make yourself an enemy, and you'll remain immune. And who knows, maybe someone will take a liking to you, and you'll get to make a connection. Magi always need friends, and not just in high places. He slapped my shoulder with a toothy grin before waving the two of us to the back of the shop. Head on in. And the next time you come through, just give my name. I'm Chef Black. Thank you, Chef. I gave the guy a smile and nod, and weaving through the store, we came upon a hidden door that led into a dark tunnel. If I still had any doubt in my mind, I didn't anymore. Walking through the dry, dark tunnel made of paved stone, we came upon another door. Plex knocked once, and a hatch opened, revealing a pair of eyes. Gavin. Oh, it's Plex. Who's the new guy? The pair of eyes widened before looking at me. A new recruit. I'm teaching him the ropes. Fun. He hummed before closing the hatch and opening the door. Gavin, a heavy-set man who was taller than even Plex, welcomed us in. Have a safe trip. Always. Plex smiled as he led me in. I couldn't help a wry smile. Music, lights, hot women, and men with a ring on each finger. The festive yet moody atmosphere, along with the thick scent of heavy alcohol, told me all I needed to know about this place. Where there's light, there's darkness. Welcome to the black market, where there's no rules except the ones you make. Plex laughed and brought me along. As I walked, I saw 3 things. First, a fight that broke out between 2 men with broadswords. In only 3 seconds, the fight was decided as one man had his right arm taken off. Second, a store full of caged beasts that were as massive as they were ferocious. Apparently, they could be bought as slave beasts or pets. And third, a brothel with nude women at the doorway and heavy smoke that wafted out, creating a flowing fog at their feet. As the freest market in the city, there's nothing you can't find here. They have everything from slaves to the hardest drugs. They also have the best and most powerful gear a magus can buy. You'll do good to remember that in the future. The kingdom allows all this? I was quite shocked by it all. Sure, I knew that these places existed, but on Earth, it all existed online, or behind closed doors that nobody knew existed. But here, it was basically out in the open. I could see the night sky above. We seemed to be within an area that was enclosed by the backs of buildings around it. Plex laughed. Allow it? Sure, on paper they abhor this kind of stuff. But there's 2 reasons that nobody touches the black market. 1, because every powerful magus has a hand in this dark place. And 2, his voice fell, because the last person to try and destroy this place was murdered in his sleep. You don't fuck with the black market. Yeah, I sighed. This new job of mine was turning out to be interesting. We're here. After walking through many alleyways, we finally approached our destination. Since the box you're carrying is a light package, it was dropped at our delivery center. These jobs are easier since you just need to take them straight to the recipient instead of grabbing the package from the client. Still, We'll need to collect the money, and those who receive light packages that aren't worth much tend to enjoy giving us a hard time. Let's see if this one is one of those people. Plex smiled before knocking on the door to a dark building. Who is it? The door opened, revealing a really skinny girl who looked malnourished. Smoke also bellowed out of the doorway, giving off an incredibly strong odor that made me frown. We have a delivery. For Mr. Hallie. Oh. Hey, Hallie. The moonshine is here. Finally. The girl yelled, prompting another man to come to the door. I spotted a long pipe in his mouth for smoking, and whatever plant he put into it glowed a silvery white when it was burned. It resembled the radiance of the moon, causing me to narrow my eyes at the box in my hands. I'm a drug runner now. Go ahead and put the box inside. The man waved, but I didn't move anywhere. Plex smiled. I'll need to see the money, if you don't mind. HM? I'll get it. Just put the box inside. Plex was silent, simply standing there with a small smile on his face. It caused the man's face to fall. He snarled and drew a knife, but Plex was right there with him, a short sword appearing in his hand. Let's not make this difficult, friend. Otherwise, I'll take more than just your money. Tisk. Ass-licking piece of. The man's voice faded as he headed inside. When he came back, he threw a sack at Plex's face. When he caught it, I finally handed off the box. Pleasure doing business. Just get the fuck off my doorstep. Slam. I recoiled a bit at the door in my face. Plex chuckled as we walked away. Most of the lightweights are like that. But so long as you don't give them any room, they'll back off. And if they really want to fight, you just have to make sure you win. Then you can take a little bonus along with the payment. I have 2 questions. Ask away. Plex counted money as I asked. First, what are lightweights and light packages? What you just delivered was a large batch of moonshine, which is a common drug the guy was smoking. Light packages are packages that contain common or low-value goods, and lightweights are the people who deal in those goods. On the contrary, it's the heavyweights you want to be careful with. Dealing with those people is just as rewarding as it is risky. Valuable cargo, high payment, but those people are similarly dangerous. I'll take you on a heavyweight tomorrow. Okay. I got the concept, and at the same time was now looking forward to tomorrow. Now second, if that guy insisted on fighting, why would you only take a little bonus instead of everything he's good for? Haha, quite the ruthless question. And I get it, but there's a special reason we don't ruin these little ruts. Plex nodded as he finished counting the money, stuffing the sack into his coat. It's wise to never take more than you're worth. Not only does it ruin our reputation, but it can invite trouble. It's a principle of mercy that I've always employed, and it's led to more business and fewer enemies. Besides, I don't care about whatever small stash of money that deadbeat was hiding. As delivery men, we're above that. This trade of ours is a special one, so act like it. He smacked my chest, causing me to smirk. After that, we delivered the money to a drug dealer who let us take our fee directly. He didn't even bother to check. It would have been easy to sneak away with a few extra coin, but as Plex said, we're above that. And what was a few extra bucks, when we could continue to receive this man's business? It seemed like common knowledge, but Plex told me that I'd be surprised by the amount of idiots who ruin everything for a bit of extra cash. Clink. I jumped when Plex tossed a sack of coin at my chest. Your payment for the job. This is the entire fee. I looked inside. The fee was close to 200 coin, and all of it was in the sack. It's fine. Consider it a starting bonus. I was silent as I glanced at the man. He was being good to me. He got me clothes, a job that could pay well, and was giving me this bonus. But as I had discovered, anybody doing this kind of business wasn't someone to easily trust. You couldn't trust even the strangers walking past you. Maybe they were out to steal the sack of coin in your pocket. So after I sobered myself, washing out all the thoughts of how fantastical all these experiences were, I brought forward my skepticism. Plex noticed as I stopped walking, turning around and looking at me with a raised brow. Something wrong. You take the coin. I tossed the sack back at him. I don't need to be in your debt. Put that toward the bill for my clothes. Oh? Haha. He started laughing, taking a few seconds to calm down. Getting skeptical, are we? I will admit, you shouldn't trust anybody in the black market. But unfortunately, you're already in my debt, and 200 coin isn't going to change that much. At least have enough to get a room and feed yourself. He threw the sack back at me. And hey, he continued before I could. You don't have to trust me, John. You're a magus, right? Figure out what power you have, and then you can keep yourself safe from any schemes I might be planning. Your own ability is what determines everything else. And besides, I couldn't care less about 200 coin. Now come on, I want to get one more job done before the day ends. Seeing him walk off, I sighed. And I followed, deciding that I would work on whatever my magic was when I got the chance. Chapter 4. Fireballs. After another job, I learned that I would be working in the night as a delivery man. The black market operated at all hours of the day, but only at night did the true doors of darkness open. Basically, we delivery men weren't supposed to operate during the day. The daytime was when we received orders, and when night came, we fulfilled them. So my sleep schedule needed to be flipped, which wasn't too difficult of a change. When the second job of my first night was completed, I went to a hotel that Plex recommended me. I paid for 3 days, which cost 30 coin, and fell asleep as soon as I hit the crappy bed. Since I finished the second job only an hour before the sun came up, I didn't wake up until well beyond noon. I didn't have a clock, but jobs couldn't start until sunset, which was in another few hours. So in my room, I decided to take a quick look at my crest. After the tattoo was formed on my hand, I hadn't felt anything from it since. 13 stars sitting on my hand and looking pretty. No amount of feeling or meditation activated it. There wasn't some mystical energy that I could feel and control. There was nothing. Right now, it really was just a tattoo. That magisterium probably knows how to activate it. But that's 5 months away. I'll just need to keep trying and see if anything happens. There's no way this is here for nothing. I refused to believe that I was unable to use my crest, so in that case, I just needed time to experiment. The hotel I stayed at had a restaurant, so after getting food to eat, I headed back out to the warehouse. When I arrived, the sun was beginning to set. And inside the warehouse, I found not only Plex, but another man. Ah, John. You're early. Yeah, this is Libidus. He's one of our few co-workers. Hello. Libidus waved, and I nodded to him. When I approached, Plex smacked my shoulder. Good news. I just got an order from a heavyweight, one of our premium clients. It'll be our first run of the day. After that, I'll come with you on a few more lightweights, see if you can't handle things on your own. I'm fine with delivering, but my biggest issue is still directions. I don't know where anything is. I voiced my most obvious concern. I couldn't learn the layout of the black market or the city in only 2 days. Plex smiled. That's actually why I called Libidus here. He has a map detailing all the information you need to know. Here. The man walked over to a table. I looked over his shoulder as he unfurled a map. It turns out the black market was bigger than I thought. There were actually 2 of such markets that spanned several blocks. And those 2 markets had very specific entry and exit points. The food shop Plex took me through is one such entry point, and in that market, there were only 4 entrances. Libidus explained. There are 2 markets. The one you went to last night is the Founder's Black Market. That market is separated into 4 districts, each owned by 4 heavyweight mafias. We have a contract with 2 of those mafias that let us handle some of their sensitive cargo. Plex nudged me smugly before Libidus continued. All our deliveries are marked with the district, the block, the street, and the building number. Most buildings in the market are given a number. Oh, and a little advice, don't mess around with the unmarked buildings unless you want to get your head taken off. The only reason you go near them is if you have a delivery to one. Those buildings are almost always owned by the mafias. And if they aren't, then they're owned by someone you really don't want to fuck with, because those guys can fuck with the mafias. Anyway, Libidus rolled his eyes at Plex. Just know what district you're in, keep an eye on the block numbers and streets, and you can find your way. Things are pretty orderly in the black market, contrary to popular belief. Yeah, you don't let savages handle expensive things. Plex chuckled, and after he packed the map, he stuffed it in my arms. Keep it with you, and use it when needed, but do me a favor and don't make yourself look like a tourist. It attracts unwanted attention. And speaking of, you'll need this. Plex reached into his coat and grabbed a sheath. It contained a large knife, one that was worn with usage. A simple knife, but good enough so long as you don't get on the bad side of a magus. Just know that nobody wants to get cut, so as long as you don't push a fight, it probably won't happen, and you can get your way. At the end of the day, all you need is payment. Now, Plex looked up toward the roof, seeing a small window that showed the darkening sky. We should get going. I like to please our clients with prompt service. He waved me along, leaving Libidus to grab a few packages and do his own work. We made our way to the golden trading post that was already beginning to surge with activity. And when we made it to the restaurant that Chef Black operated, he tossed me a large kebab that held several chunks of savory meat. Thanks, Chef. Haha, just watch your back in there. The large man smiled, and we passed through. Our destination was deep inside the black market, specifically one of the four corners that was home to the core of our heavyweight client, the Tavera family. They were identified by their saber crest. Most of the members carried an actual saber with special engravings, making them easy to pick out. At first, their territory was crowded with people and business. It seemed nice, like an eternally festive atmosphere of civilized debauchery. But as we got deeper, all that faded rather quickly. Instead, we encountered luxurious buildings and more members who roamed the streets with tasks of their own. Many of the buildings had their interiors completely sealed, but Plex told me that they were home to some of the best products one could buy. Apparently, they also manufactured special drugs, but nobody knew where. Along the way, we ended up being stopped a few times, but Plex's identity got us through every time. It seemed delivery men really were special. And soon, we arrived at the home of the Tavera family. A large manor with armored guards out front, including rows of tall torches that illuminated a red pathway to the front door. We walked up, and I stopped with Plex outside the front door. Soon enough, the door opened, and we were greeted by a surprisingly beautiful woman. She smiled at Plex, speaking with a soothing voice. Plex, we appreciate your timely arrival. Haha, of course, Parif. Who is your guest? Parif looked at me curiously. I kept my cool as best I could and simply smiled. Plex talked for me. This is my apprentice, John. I'm teaching him, so I hope his presence won't be much of a bother. No, it's not. Come in. She opened the door and ushered us in. I looked around as my feet hit the stone floor. The entire place was lit up with bright yellow floating lights, casting a warm glow on the gold and red interior. Golden pillars had pictures of warriors and battles depicted on them, and the red floor looked like marble that had been dyed red. 2 staircases went from the center of the room and sloped upward, leading into other halls. Parif led us up one of the stairs and through a hall, coming upon a set of mahogany double doors. After knocking twice, she waited about 4 seconds before opening. What was revealed was a study and a single man who sat behind a massive desk. He lifted his head from the book in front of him, smiling at Plex and giving me a curious glance. Plex, and a guest? Yes, Patriarch Tavera. This is my apprentice. Oh, thinking of retiring soon. The man spoke with a sultry voice, and I observed him as Plex smiled as if embarrassed. The man had a very clean mustache that he occasionally twisted the end of. His hair was slicked back, and his suit was kept prim and proper. Patriarch Tavera turned his gaze from Plex to me. What's your name, boy? John, sir. And you're a magus. Like previously, he managed to guess my little secret without even seeing the crest on my hand. I nodded. Yes, but I have yet to figure out how to use my power. I plan on enrolling in the Magisterium when they open. Oh, I see. I wish you luck. Let me see your crest. Okay. Slipping off my glove, the Patriarch saw the 13 stars on the back of my hand. He sighed. A summoner? HM? In that case, a difficult road lies in front of you. A summoner? I couldn't help but question confusedly. The Patriarch nodded his head toward my hand. Your crest. Those crests with pointed symbols on them, like stars, triangles, anything with edges, are the indicators of a summoner. You're no doubt a summoner. Unfortunately, summoners also have the most difficult time within the Magisterium. They are very often outclassed by the warlocks and knights. The man raised his right hand, revealing a crest of abstract lines, as if it had been slashed by a blade many times. These line crests are the indicators of a knight, which I am. We specialize in bodily enhancement, like speed, strength, endurance, regeneration, and more. My Tavera family is a family of knights, and we often come into conflict with the other mafias because of that. And while we're on the topic of other families, I should brief you on your delivery order. The Patriarch suddenly opened a drawer of his desk, retrieving a small wooden box. He eyed Plex. This box contains a message for our fiery friends at the Clockwork Institution. The Warlock Mafia? He placed the box on the edge of the desk. Take it to them at this arranged meeting spot, and report back here when all is said and done. Understood. We'll be back before morning comes. Good. And take this deposit too. Plex grabbed the box, a small slip of paper, and a bag of coin. With that, he stowed them and bowed. As we turned to leave, he spoke once more. Oh, and John. I turned, seeing the Patriarch's small smile. Come back, and I'll put in a word with the Polaris family. Thank you, Patriarch. Although both good and bad feelings rose up within me, I simply nodded and thanked him. After that, Plex and I left the manor of the Tavera family, taking to the streets. Plex sighed as we walked, causing me to voice my concerns. When he said come back, it means this may not be a smooth delivery. He scratched his head. The Clockwork Institution is at odds with the Tavera family. So whatever this message is, if they don't take it well, they may decide to kill us. Of course, we won't sit back and die so easily, and the Patriarch isn't one to screw me over. That's why there's a meeting spot in neutral territory. Still, I don't know if I can fight a bunch of wizards. I mumbled. Warlocks were all spellcasters. If this went south, I expected fireballs to come my way, and I don't know how prepared I was to face that. Plex smacked my back. Hey, don't worry so much. Remember, warlocks take a few seconds to prepare their spells. If these guys really are going to try anything, we have a window to run away. Just don't remain in an open area with them while at a distance. That just makes you a target. Right. I sighed as we continued to take turns down various streets. And finally, we arrived at an unmarked warehouse. It looked incredibly worn down, with foliage hanging across rusted metal walls and broken down infrastructure. We slipped through a destroyed door that was hanging on its hinges, entering what looked like the ruins of a small factory. There were some large machines that hadn't seen the light of day in years and storage shelves scattered throughout the place. Only in the center was there an open clearing. It was there that we met our wizard friends. 3 of them, all draped in robes, not bothering to hide the symbol of what I assumed was the Clockwork Institution on their chests. Their symbol was that of gears and interconnected circuits, looking like a complex machine. And each of our contacts were carrying themselves with confidence, not likely to be mere goons of the institution. Plex greeted them with friendliness, as was standard in this line of business. Hello, my friends from the Dash. Where's the message? He was interrupted by the warlock in the middle, the one who seemed to be the leader with slightly more luxurious robes than the other 2. Plex continued to smile while retrieving the wooden box. He handed it off to the one on the right, who opened it before handing it to the leader. The leader looked into the box for a long while, his expression not changing in any way. Instead, he slowly brought out what was inside. A finger, with a ring around its severed base. It had long dried, and the sight caused my face to scrunch. Do you know what this is? Sorry, sirs, but we're just the messengers. The details and context of the product delivered are not our concern. They should be. The leader muttered, his tone falling and his words causing me to go on guard. Even Plex lost a bit of his friendliness as he asked. Sirs, the head of the Tavera family would like a response. Ah, geez. Plex sighed, turning to me with a wry smile. Sorry, kid. Maybe I should have left you. Let's do our best, okay? Okay. My heart sunk as I cautiously responded. And before I was able to react, I saw Plex's leg swing out, his foot crashing into my chest with insane force. My body was suspended in the air. As I felt the air rush out of my lungs, I could see a flash of light from the direction of the warlocks. Fireballs, just as I had worried about. They crashed in the place where I was. With Plex's kick, I was safe, my body landing in the midst of storage shelves. Plex also disappeared. Adrenaline shot through my body as I heard the explosion. Not long after, I heard Plex's voice echo amongst the ruined factory. Get going, kid. And don't stop for anything. Ack. I grunted while struggling to breathe. Still, knowing how dangerous things had turned, I crawled to my feet and headed deeper into the ruins. Get them. Their corpses will be our response to the piece of shit at Tavera. I heard the leader's voice reverberate, and not long after, I saw a light flash through the shelf I was behind. I threw my body, barely avoiding the explosion that toppled the shelf and sent debris flying behind me. We got this one, sir. Fine. I'll get the other slippery bastard. Shit. I heard those words while scrambling in another direction, cursing inwardly at my luck. It seemed I would need to run away from 2 wizards. My lungs were still desperately heaving for air as I ran between all the shelves and machines that served as obstacles. I took my time, and only occasionally did a fireball come hurtling in my direction. Every time it happened, I was forced to jump out of the way, and a few times I was still hit by debris, my body becoming a bit battered. It only served to wake me up, though. With the help of adrenaline, I felt myself become hyper-aware, every sound and color being used to indicate where the 2 wizards were. However, I was only able to tell where one of them was, and that's because he was the one launching the fireballs. The second one, though. Walking amidst the storage shelves, there was a long period of silence. I kept my steps as quiet as possible, my breathing light despite how tired I already was. But then, I turned a corner, and I saw a figure. My heart jumped, Another surge of adrenaline overcoming me as I saw the robed man wave his hand. Colors bloomed as white lines were drawn in the air before him. His fingers traced the air, creating circuits that traveled between gears which manifested in cyclical formations. It looked like the symbol of the Clockwork Institution. Gears, circuits, symbols, all of them coming together in what I only assumed was a spell. And it only took a few seconds before I saw the air distort. In the corner of my eye as well, I could see another flash of light, the sign of another fireball. My avenues were cut off. One in front, one behind. Those few seconds felt so long, but right as the spell of the warlock in front of me flashed, my shirt was suddenly yanked, my body being pulled to the side. I watched as I was pulled through the brittle metal wall of the warehouse, fragments scraping my clothes and skin. Then, I was stopped on the street. I heard Plex's voice. "Start running. That one's an air specialist. Use the buildings to your advantage." Okay. There were many things I wanted to say, and several questions I wanted to ask. But right now, there was no time to lose. Turning in another direction, I took off into some dark alleyways. At the same time, I could hear explosions not far from me, but ones that sounded different from the fireballs. They were also more rapid. It was the leader, no doubt. Plex couldn't be having an easy time if even he was hurried. Thankfully, it seemed he was also a competent magus, so he had some power. Not so fortunate for me, though. Sure, I was a magus, but I had no idea how to use my power. I could only run. The two wizards on my tail gave chase. It seemed like they were fast too, because even with my recovering speed, I couldn't seem to shake them off. I took turn after turn, and no matter where I went, my surroundings were nothing but dark buildings and creepy alleyways. The people were scarce too, and when I came running, they often shrunk to the side, especially when they saw my pursuers. No open areas, no distance. I repeated these things in my mind. I couldn't let these guys have enough time to launch a fireball my way, so I needed to constantly be twisting and turning. At the same time, I retrieved the knife Plex gave me. My stamina was draining, and I couldn't keep running forever, especially since these guys seemed like they were in better shape than me. They were gaining, so my mind rapidly started forming ideas. Chapter 5. First Star. It was the so-called air specialist who was trying to catch me up close. On the contrary, the fireball one kept his distance intentionally. I could only assume that the air specialist had the ability to fight up close. Still, I was running out of energy, so I needed to do something. And I got an idea. I turned a corner, just as I always did. But then I stopped. I turned and looked back to where I knew the air specialist would come. In fact, I even charged back around, my knife in hand and my desperation ready to kill someone. As if before it was only playing around, my adrenaline surged more than it ever has. It was like a drug, making my senses unbearably acute, and forcing my muscles to use every ounce of power they had. But it seemed like the air specialist was cautious. Instead of turning the corner hastily, he came at an angle, arriving with distance between us. Still, I charged. Turning and running away because things didn't go exactly as predicted would only give him the opening he wanted. And my desperation wasn't going to go unsatisfied. My large strides carried my arm to where it needed to go. I threw myself at that robed man with wild abandon. Everything seemed to be in slow motion, and he raised his palm in retaliation. He pushed it toward my chest, but disregarding whatever he was going to do, I pushed forward, and my knife met its target. I stabbed forward, but instead of the knife slicing through the robe, it was actually stopped. However, my surging force behind it couldn't be so easily negated. Although the blade didn't slice through, I could distinctly feel the knife push its fabric-enveloped edge into the man's body. I could feel flesh split, and I could hear the man yell in pain. Fabric might block a slash, but its flexibility still allowed deformation. I was basically stabbing him with a dulled blade, and it had its effects. However, his palm that was slammed against my torso didn't seem to be for nothing. Right after I stabbed, I could feel an odd force surge from his hand with a momentary flash. I could feel the gust of air brush against my body, making my clothes flutter. But that was light. Instead, the force was invisible as it surged through my body. An invisible energy. It felt both weirdly invasive and incredibly painful as it disrupted my insides. It was like a punch to the liver. It made me weak, my stomach contracting and forcing me to vomit. My legs buckled for but a moment as I was thrown to the floor. But as I pulled away, I could see a vague phantom appear beside the air specialist. And then, a knife appeared in his neck. Blood sprayed into the air as his body collapsed, his hands clutching his neck. That phantom moved toward me, grabbing my arm and forcing me up despite every cell in my body protesting. Don't stop. Not unless you want to burn alive. Plex's voice shook my head before he shoved me into another alleyway. After that, I could hear more explosions along with the enraged shouts of the leader. Riding the high of my adrenaline, I ignored the pain and ran even without breathing. But now, I really was at my limit. I didn't even have 10 seconds to recover, and minutes of that had pushed my body to its short-term limits. So I found the nearest doorway and threw my body against it. Thankfully, luck was on my side as it was thrown open. I stumbled into a dark room decorated with sparse furniture covered in dust. Abandoned, probably, or just really in need of a cleaning. Either way, nobody seemed to be home, so I ran into the back, entering another door to enter a similarly dark and smaller room. It seemed to be a bedroom, fit with a closet and everything. It was the closet I disappeared into. After that, I could hear hurried footsteps scamper across the wooden floor of the living room. It was the Fireball Warlock, and his breath was hurried as he slowly walked through. He was quiet, as was I. I tried as best I could, but I needed to breathe, so my breath wasn't exactly quiet. But I was still inside the closet, all the sounds I was making muffled. And I knew that guy wasn't one to get close. He had kept his distance the entire time. He probably didn't have a nasty trick like the air specialist. So I was given some time. Time to revel in the agony of my bodily pain. My stomach hurt the most, like all my guts were bruised. And they probably were. That invisible energy wave was a nasty attack. I could taste the iron of blood on my tongue. However, I had noticed something else inside me. More specifically, I noticed a change inside my mind. It was like I had gained a new awareness of something. Something supernatural. Within a dark space inside my head, I could see one bright star and 12 faded stars. A single star of the 13 stars was now present, and as if it were the gateway, I could make out other objects within. The patriarch of the Tavera family said I was a summoner. Well, the powers of a summoner were obvious. They summoned things to do battle for them. And my summons. Tap. I could hear the footsteps of the Fireball man make their way into the room I was in. As my breathing was hurried, he probably knew where I was. Sure enough, his steps stopped, and everything was silent. But then, through the gap underneath the door I was behind, I could see a flash. I raised my arms. Boom. A burst of fire crashed into the door, shattering the wood and blowing it down. There was dust and smoke that rose up as the Fireball man approached the doorway. He looked inside, his face sure of himself. But then, click. I stood, facing him directly. And my arm was raised, my hand that held the flintlock pistol pointed straight for his face. I smiled through the agony of my body, even as blood spilled from my lips and tongues of fire burned my clothes. I don't think I've ever been so excited as I looked across the barrel of this primitive weapon. Tally-ho, bitch. Bang. The patriarch of the Tavera family looked down at me with a punchable smile. Thankfully, they had a healer. It was an older gentleman who was a warlock and trained in the ways of healing, whatever that meant. All I knew was that I felt a lot better after he drugged me with some tasty red pills that melted in my mouth. They were kind of like candies. Plex, on the other hand, was perfectly fine. Figures, since his ability was apparently turning invisible. No wonder he was so good in this line of business. If he were by himself, he could just escape any confrontation. You did good, kid. To think you'd awaken your power right as you were cornered. You know, I think you're just right for this line of business. Isn't that right, Patriarch? Indeed. The ability to grow in the face of adversity is the greatest trait one can have. Hiki, your wisdom is spot on. What do you think, John? The payout for this job is big, and there will be more in the future. How about you come officially work with me? I was silent as I weakly raised my middle finger. It didn't seem like this insult translated to this world, though, as Plex tilted his head. What's that? Something you can shove up your ass. Bahaha. The patriarch suddenly roared in laughter, smacking Plex's back. Plex, you've got a good one here. Take him to the Polaris family after he recovers. He's made it through this trial by fire, so I plan to make true on my promise. Sure thing, Patriarch. Plex nodded as the patriarch walked out. The two of us were left alone, me in the medical bed of the Tavera mansion. Plex narrowed his eyes at me. You get 20% of the pay. Deal. 10%, since you easily agreed. What? I jumped, and we argued until I was too tired to negotiate anything better than 17%. After that, I was finally allowed to rest, succumbing to incredible mental exhaustion. I was pretty sure the encounter only lasted an hour or so. After a night's rest at the Tavera mansion, I left the black market and headed back to my small hotel room. Of course, that wasn't without my cut of the pay from the heavyweight job. Just under 20% of the pay gave me about 3,400 coin. It was an enormous amount considering the other small jobs only gave a few hundred coin at most. Of course, this pay was earned at the risk of my life, but if I were Plex with his experience and abilities, I too would be having a heyday with these jobs. Earning huge amounts of money would be child's play. However, after my discovery in the face of death, I was thinking that I really might be able to carve out a spot for myself in this business. While on my bed, still recovering from my internal wounds, I lifted my hand and gazed at my crest. Then, I closed my eyes. In the dark space of my mind, I could see one star lighting the space. Around it were 12 other stars, all of them faded, obviously not yet unlocked. I concentrated on the first lit one, and my vision zoomed into the star. It was like the star was a portal to another dimension, one that contained an assortment of weapons and gear. One of them was the flintlock I had used last night. A primitive weapon, but still devastating against fleshy targets with its large lead bullet. It was only capable of one shot before it had to be reloaded, and thankfully, I only needed one shot to kill that fireball warlock. Otherwise, I may as well have kissed my life goodbye. The point was, though, that I had just found out the use of my crest. I was indeed a summoner, but instead of summoning monsters or creatures to fight for me, I summoned guns. I couldn't think of a more American power than this. Conjuring the power of beautiful steel firearms to deliver hell upon my enemies, or just to keep myself from getting robbed in the black market. Either way. In the first star, I could see primitive weapons like the flintlock, tomahawk, some knives, etc. And there were 12 more stars ahead, all of them faded, my mind unable to look into their dimensions. But I could guess what would lie ahead. Better weapons, better gear. With each star I would no doubt unlock better weaponry, though I didn't know just how good it would get. As for summoning those weapons, it wasn't as simple as pulling the weapon out of the dimension. In some way, the weapons were still mystical since the flintlock I pulled out was no longer with me. It had disappeared at some point not long after I used it. And now when I looked into the star with a bit of a clearer head than before, I could tell that there was a price on these weapons. A price that was paid with the invisible energy inside me. I was certain that the invisible wave of energy I was hit with last night had triggered something within me since now. I was also aware of a mystical energy inside my body. It was a simple ball of energy, located at the center of the 13 stars. It was small, lacking density like a faint fog. It was also red in color. This red ball of energy was faintly connected to the star. I knew that I could stream its energy into it, and with it, summon one of the weapons. Unfortunately, my energy wasn't great, and the prices for these weapons seemed significant. Honestly, I wasn't sure how I had summoned the flintlock pistol, but I knew that there were many things that I didn't know about this magical system, so I decided to wait until I could learn more. Until then. Knock knock. Suddenly, I could hear taps on my door. They were gentle, but given the recent events, I still cautiously opened the door with my hand on the knife sheath. And the person I saw was familiar. Chief. Haha, it's good to see you, John. The chief smiled. I was very fond of this man from a rural village. Out of the kindness of his heart, he brought me to this city and set me up. Without him, I don't know what I would have done when I first came here. However, I had thought he left, which was why I was surprised he was here. Also, he shouldn't know where I was living as I had rented a room in a hotelplex recommended. The chief was all smiles as we clasped hands, but then he checked out my body. Along my face and my exposed arms were several large cuts and bruises that were healing. Goodness, John, what happened? Who hurt you? Nobody important, Chief. The situation was handled rather well if I do say so myself. If you say so. The chief looked worried, but with my confidence, he didn't press the matter. I tilted my head at him. Didn't you leave? It's been a few days. You should be heading back to the village. I was going to, but I wanted to check on you before I left. Make sure you were settling nicely. And since I didn't find you at my hotel, I searched around and found your name here. Sorry if I was intrusive. No, it's fine. I'm actually glad I got to see you one more time. Here, come in and let me give you something. I waved him in and walked over to a nearby table, pulling out my large sack of coin. As I sifted through, I asked a question. Hey, Chief, how much coin does the normal man make in a month? A month? Well, the men at the town make around 1,000 a month with farming, but for those in the city, maybe 5,000? I couldn't be sure. Oh. I was surprised. To think I got around a month's pay from a single night of work, and that was just a fraction of the entire payout. Being a delivery man paid shockingly well. Not long after, I pulled out a small stack of coin. Here, some money as a thank you for taking care of me. I pushed 1,000 coin toward the chief, and he seemed flustered by the money. 1,000 coin? John, where did you get so much in a few short days? It was an advance for my new job. Take it, for your help. I won't take no for an answer. I slid the coin to him with seriousness that didn't let him deny. It only ended when he reluctantly took the money, giving me a heavy sigh. John, you're a good kid. Just know you can come by my village at any time. Humor Village. You'll always have a home there. Thanks, Chief. Just make sure you get back safely. Chapter 6, Solo. I had many questions about my new power of summoning. I wanted to know what that energy was, how I could increase it, how to unlock more stars, and how to properly summon weapons. Thankfully, it seemed like the time to learn these things wasn't far off. Although the patriarch of the Tavera family had promised me, I had no idea who the Polaris family was or what they could give me. It was only when I arrived at the warehouse that Plex explained. Oh yeah, they're a summoner mafia, but not headquartered in the Founders Market. They're located in the second black market called the Black Spider Market. In that place, there are only two mafias that dominate, and one of them is the Polaris family. Plex rubbed his chin while looking across the job board, plucking a few papers. The Polaris family, while primarily filled with summoners, also has divisions of warlocks and knights. They're a powerful family even greater than the Tavera family in regards to the sheer power of their members. The Tavera family has more influence, though, and handles more money. This difference between them has led to them being allies. What's the difference between the Founders Market and the Black Spider Market? I guess it's the difference between the elites and the commoners. Plex walked over, laying out a few jobs on the table. The Black Spider Market, while handling less monetary volume, also handles the most valuable items. Information, high-class mercenaries, and some of the most exotic items you've ever seen. They're the top dogs of the black market within this kingdom, and you, my friend, have scored an opportunity to meet with them. Specifically, a powerful summoner who's going to give you some advice. This opportunity is a huge one, so huge that I'm shocked you actually got it. Oh, that sounds useful. I brightened at his words. I was just thinking how I needed more information about my power. Now, I was going to meet an expert in the field. Truly a godsend opportunity. And all it took was almost dying in a fiery hell. Plex shook his head. You're lucky, John. I know I roped you into this dangerous job considering you're new to the city and all, but there are many who would kill to be in your position. Of course, there have been many who've died in your position as well. I think the Patriarch knew that, so he's giving you a bit of support. What you gain in your meeting today will likely determine how you fare over the next several months. Because, well, you're kind of locked into this now. It's do or die. Wait, the meeting's today? His ominous words blew right over my head as I selectively asked that question. He nodded. It is. But first. He picked out two of the jobs he had in front of him, shoving them in my face. Go make a couple deliveries. Once you get back, we'll leave. Consider yourself initiated, kid. Now you get to deal with a bunch of addicts and unsavory underground dealers. I sighed while taking the papers. From the first day, I had pretty much accepted what I'd gotten into. Of course, if Plex wasn't the way he was, then I would have left quickly. But Plex seemed a good man, someone who had saved my life a few times already. So long as I wasn't a dumbass, it seemed he would lead me to succeed. I didn't mind working in this shady business, especially considering it paid so well. Plus, it had already taught me a lot about this world, and it would continue to teach me more as I got better. I was jumping into the deep end of what this new life had to offer. But hey, I'd rather do this than be a baker at a bread shop or sitting at the draught desk of some random store. With those convictions, I made my way out of the warehouse, embarking on my first solo jobs. My two deliveries were rather easy. The hardest part was navigation. I had to admit, it was embarrassing looking like a tourist with a map. So much of my time was spent wondering if I was going in the right general direction, only taking out my map a few times. But finally getting to the locations, I was able to pick up the items to be delivered from the dealers. After that, I took them to the recipients. Thankfully, the first one didn't show me any hostility. He seemed busy and gave me the money straight, so I simply took it back to the dealer. It was the second recipient, though, that gave me a hard time. But that's when my acting skills, what little I had, came into play. I mimicked Plex as best I could, keeping a confident and uncaring attitude, as if I wasn't afraid of a fight. Of course, I was, but they didn't need to know that. That combined with a friendly demand and a small brandish of my obviously used knife, and the guy's attitude flipped as he brought me the money. And after taking that to the last dealer, my jobs were done. It took almost 3 hours for just 2 jobs, which honestly wasn't that bad. The 2 jobs combined paid me 400 coin, which while nothing compared to the heavyweight delivery, was still really good pay. After all, monthly salaries on the low end were around 2,000 coin. I was already a fifth of the way there with 3 hours of work. Of course, things were more expensive in the city. I was still living in a hotel, had only one pair of normal clothing, and walked around with nothing to my name. Once I actually started buying things, I'm sure the expenses would add up. After all, everything was always more expensive in the cities. I'm sure normal monthly salaries here ranged around 5,000 coin, like what the chief told me. In that case, I had a lot more work to do. But first, I was going to learn about my power from a proper summoner. I was excited as I walked down the streets of the Founders Market. All the sights of risque women and colorful gambling dens were still exciting to me, even though I knew I would get used to it eventually. However, it was when I was approaching the exit that I heard my name. John. My head turned, finding Libidus and another man waving toward me. They were behind a bar with a few drinks in front of them. I walked over. Hey, Libidus. John. I heard you took a hard hit during the heavyweight run yesterday. It also looks like you healed nicely. Yeah, thankfully. Whatever the doctor at the mansion gave me was good stuff. Although I'm sore, I don't have any problems working. Good. He nodded. Then, the man next to him smiled. Hey, he really does look like a tourist. Well, right now, I know the black market better than the actual city. So forgive me. What's your name? With a smile, I put my hand out toward the stranger. He looked at me silently for a second before grabbing an unopened glass and slapping it into my hand. Tovex. I heard you're Plex's new protege. Not necessarily by choice, but yes. Since when does anyone here have a choice? He chuckled before taking a swig. Libidus chimed in. You may not have asked for any of this, but it's not a bad line of business. The danger is the worst part. Everything else is easy. I'd actually say you're lucky. You being completely new to the city, a foreigner through and through, is what landed you this job. Why would that get me this job? Because you can never be too sure about someone. The mafias and the clans of the kingdom go to extreme lengths to plant spies and saboteurs in all industries. It's damn near impossible to find someone who has no biases toward any one banner. Neutrality in this place doesn't exist. Except for our business. Libidus sighed, but his words made me confused. You're saying that Plex has no biases? Not even toward the Tavera family who's his client. No, actually. Plex doesn't limit himself. He'll work for enemies if they hand over the money. People like the patriarch of the Tavera family are just those he's friends with. But when it comes to business, there are no loyalties in his eyes. And that's exactly what makes him so famous. That and his abilities. The man has never failed a job. No assassins nor the royal guard can stop him. And I'm supposed to be his protege? I suddenly had great doubts as to my position in all this. It seemed like Plex was a renowned man not just in his field of business, but in the entire kingdom. How was I supposed to be that man's apprentice? More than that, how could he possibly declare me so when I haven't shown any ability to handle what he does? Libidus sighed. Well, don't be shocked, but you're not actually the first. Plex has brought in and tutored around a dozen different kids just like you. Most of them died when he dragged them into the lion's den like he did with you. Luckily, you survived. And what about the others who also survived like me? Well, he scratched his cheek. One died during a direct conflict with the Clockwork Institution, and the other got greedy for a delivery and was hunted. That second one ended up becoming a delivery that Plex took, his head being dropped off in a box at the warehouse. And the intended recipient was the kid's mother. So basically, all of them have died. Ouch. I rubbed my temples with a long breath. Tovex suddenly slapped my shoulder. Hey, all you have to do is not do what they did. Don't die, and don't get greedy. Those are basically the only tenets of us delivery men. Those who follow those rules get the money, the fun, and the connections. Those who don't end up with their heads in boxes. So just be smart about things, yeah? I'll do my best. I smirked while twisting off the cap of my bottle, taking a swig. And it was surprisingly good alcohol. I nodded at it before waving to the two. All right, I've got a place to be. The Polaris family, right? Hey, take all you can get from there. If you get lucky, you'll be doing business with them too. Remember, connections are everything. I thought that was common knowledge? I asked with a smile while walking away, leaving the black market. After passing through and grabbing a kebab from Chef Black's restaurant, I made my way back to the warehouse. There, Plex was sprawled out on a chair, snoring while asleep. Seriously? It's not even midnight yet. I walked over, kicking his leg. Hey. We've got places to be. And I was only gone for a few hours. He yawned and spent a few seconds waking up. Then he sniffed, and his eyes turned toward my bottle. I narrowed my eyes, suddenly knocking it all back and downing what was left. Damn you. Hey, this is good stuff. Speaking of, I ran into Libidus and Tovex, and they told me about all your prior apprentices. Oh. He sobered up a bit, leaning back into the seat. It's true. A lot of youngins have gotten killed attempting to survive in this line of work. Why does that scare you? It doesn't make me happy. To think that if I hadn't discovered how to use my power, I would have died from a fireball. Sure, you saved me once, but you still put me into that position. So I can't say that my trust in your integrity hasn't warped significantly. But, well, I suppose I have my own assurances now. Got one taste of power and decided that you're invincible. I happen to have an apprentice like that. He's dead now. As if that fact were something to be proud of, Plex only smirked at me. And I could understand. I barely knew anything about these crests or the magic of this world. I was hardly a newborn baby in the field, and I was already confident in myself. That would be a bad thing, but only if I were anything but a summoner. Guns happen to be a great equalizer. Unless Plex had some strong magical armor underneath his clothes, or if his magic was as strong as steel, a single bullet from even a flintlock could kill him, let alone the weapons in my other stars. I mean, I killed that fire warlock with a single bullet, and he had far more experience than I did. Guns were great, but that was difficult to explain to Plex, so I didn't press the issue, just shaking my head at him. All I want from you is to not be thrown into certain death. I can be an apprentice or whatever the hell you've roped me into being. I want the money and experience. But don't go thinking you can throw my life away like all the other apprentices you've apparently had. Do that, and I might just take you out with me. Is that a threat? Plex stood from his seat, standing in front of me with a casual gaze of grizzled hostility. But I only tensed up, meeting him head on. Yeah, that was a threat. So if you leave me to die in a clusterfuck of wizards and fireballs, you better make sure I'm dead by the end of it. Otherwise, I'm coming after you with some cold steel in my hand. After a moment of tense silence, Plex smiled and chuckled. Haha, you're a feisty one. Don't worry, John. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't be taking you to a place that'll make you stronger. So how about we quit the pissing contest and go take a trip? He smacked my shoulder and started walking out of the warehouse. Relaxing my body, I sighed and left with him, taking to the city streets. Chapter 7. Maxwell. The Founders Market was located in the outer regions of the city. This meant that its area wasn't high class despite being wealthy. The Black Spider Market, on the other hand, I didn't think it was in the heart of the city, even more that it would be clearly marked for the public to see. Besides the monolithic Magic Tower and the Royal Palace, there were several other skyscrapers around them, though they weren't as tall. I roughly counted 8 other skyscrapers that could compare in height, and one of those was the Black Spider Hotel. Many might see it and think it a mere luxurious hotel, a place for other diplomats or politicians to stay temporarily. But apparently it was a front for a much deeper reality. Plex led me into the hotel, and it was there that we met the receptionist. He was a man of average height and build, not looking special in any way besides his prim appearance and demeanor. But of course, no assumptions could be made about anybody associated with this place. Plex, it's good to see you again. Making another delivery? Not quite, Keymaster. I'm actually here for my protege, John, right here. He pat my shoulder, prompting the Keymaster to nod toward me. John, is it? I wish you luck during your session with the Polaris family. He smiled toward me as Plex put 2 coins on the table. Taking them, the Keymaster waved his hand. An owl was momentarily summoned on his shoulder. That big-eyed bird looked at me before looking down at the coins. Its eyes flashed, and then the Keymaster placed the coins back on the table. Plex took one, and I took the other. The owl disappeared as I took the coin. Welcome to the Black Spider Hotel. You have been granted entry. Here are the keys. He brought out 2 keys from seemingly nowhere, handing them to us. I felt its weighty significance and copper-like texture that was refined with masterful craftsmanship, giving it intricate yet sleek designs. After that, Plex said his goodbyes, as did I. We left for what seemed like an elevator. In fact, the entire first floor of the hotel was filled with elevators. At least a dozen of them filled the walls, and we quickly chose one before stepping inside. Go ahead and insert your key. Plex said that as he did so. I could see 10 keyholes on one of the walls, so I picked one at random and stuck my key inside. Turn to the right. Click. I listened to him and heard a noise. After that, a screen flashed above the keyholes. It showed 2 buttons. One had the number 3 on it, and the other was blank. Remember this for the future. Plex spoke while pulling out his coin, looking at its surface. Every day, the floor to access the black spider market is different. The correct floor is indicated by your coin, so if you're going for the market, enter the number on the coin. On the other hand, if you're here for the hotel, click the button with the number 3 on it. Okay. I pulled out my coin like he did and saw a number on it. Then I tapped the blank button, causing a dial of numbers to appear around it. I typed in 82 foot. Ding. With my input, the elevator made another noise as it began to move. Good. Just remember, only one person needs the coin, but both people need the key. That means you always go to the key master first. Hence his name. All right. Oh, and don't mess with the guy either. He may not look it, but he's the emissary for the entire black spider market. Let's just say, if you happen to see him outside of that reception desk, something somewhere is seriously fucked up. Right. I just let out a sharp sigh. Seriously, you couldn't judge anyone by appearance here. It wasn't long before the elevator brought us to our destination. When it opened, I could see a luxurious hallway with a red carpet, chandeliers along the ceiling, and large paintings of what seemed like notable figures, both men and women. There were 2 people standing guard at the end of the hallway, both standing to the side of a set of double doors. They were wearing full-plate armor seemingly made of silver, their faces covered by intimidating but intricately designed helmets. We walked up to them, Plex taking out his coin while doing so. I also did, and upon seeing both, they pushed open the doors for us. And then, we were allowed into the black spider market. Oh, I forgot this was today. What a coincidence. Plex let out a happy chuckle as we descended a small set of stairs, walking into a huge plaza. It was full of floating lights and colorful sprites that looked like fairies. There were men and women dancing within this plaza to the melodic beat of an orchestra playing within an open building. Their music, both upbeat yet complex in its musical design, had everyone laughing, smiling, and clacking the heels of their shoes to its rhythm. The atmosphere was intoxicating. I felt like jumping right in, joining all those strangers with passion and freeing enthusiasm. I could also smell the high-class alcohol, rich in flavor yet carrying an aroma of powerful ethanol. Plus, everyone was dressed so nicely, like it was some kind of public ball. They were also wearing masquerade masks that covered the top half of their faces, all of them designed with flamboyant feathers or designs. I felt out of place in that way. Even though I was in a suit, it seemed casual compared to the luxurious dresses and tuxedos of everyone else. I also didn't have a mask. This is Vatsy's Gala. It happens at the end of every 3rd month, put on and paid for by one of the richest men in the damn world, Harold Vatsy. I'm surprised the Polaris family is having you come to them today. That or Patriarch Tavera is fucking with us. Seriously. He has a sense of humor, so it wouldn't be the first time. Let's just head over. Maybe whoever is supposed to meet you isn't drunk yet. Plex lead me through the plaza. We passed through wide open streets, most of which were filled with people who were passing through to other buildings nearby. Most buildings here were the highest class. Their entries were exotic, carrying flashing designs not unlike neon lights and statues or art. I saw some food establishments, but the majority of buildings were occupied by some sort of craftsman. There was even a library, which turned out to be one of the biggest buildings within the market. The only building bigger than that was the auction house. Plex explained to me that there was no safer place to be than within the auction house during the monthly auctions. And Vatsy's Gala was the party that came after the tri-monthly auction, which was the one that sold the most powerful and exotic items. The gala served as a major resting point, almost like a holiday, allowing everyone to get some much-needed entertainment. Of course, only those who could actually enter the black spider market could participate. So the final day of every quarter year was full of chaos, money, and fun. It wasn't uncommon for hundreds of millions of coin to be passed around in that 24-hour period. After all, the things that were sold during the auction were nothing but the best. A small selection of exotic, world-shattering, or insanely luxurious items that caught the eyes of the elites. Of course, there were also numerous sets of things like gear or mass amounts of items that, while not incredibly rare or unique, were still valuable and hard to find. Many illegal items could be attained this way, and nothing lowly like the drugs passed through the founder's market. It was a place I definitely wanted to know about, as apparently our delivery service was also responsible for moving some things for that auction. It was kind of amazing, the privileges afforded to us mere delivery men. The Black Spider Market wasn't huge, nothing compared to the Founders Market. After all, it was located in the city center behind the Black Spider Hotel. Besides the library and auction house, there were only a few dozen other buildings, along with the massive plaza currently hosting the gala. So it didn't take long to walk to the headquarters of the Polaris family. It was called the Polaris Gate, the entrance that led into the family's estate. And at first glance, the place seemed like a compact college campus. But it was almost entirely empty. Lights were on, but there wasn't a soul in sight besides the guards at the gate. This was obviously due to the party. I was sure everyone was partaking in their night of unhinged entertainment. We approached the guards. State your business. We hail from the Tavera family on business. I am Plex, and this is John. Ah, I understand. Please follow me. One of the guards seemed to be expecting us as he led the way into the estate. He walked us along beautifully paved roads and magical lights. With nobody around, the atmosphere was full of mysticism and serenity. Eventually, we entered a large building. Within its halls were pairs of large double doors, each of them adorned with unique designs that seemed to represent the demeanor of their owners. The one we stopped at was a pair of doors that seemed luxuriantly decorated, yet weathered by time. It was a deep navy blue with inlaid gems that glistened like stars, but it clearly hadn't been taken care of for a while. Knock, knock. The guard knocked. Esteemed Summoner Anderson, John has arrived. Just send him in already. There was an exasperated shout from within the room, yet muffled by the doors. The guard turned to me. The esteemed sir is named Maxwell Alberain, and he has quite the temperament. To be sure to muster your patience, because he has no qualms with kicking you from the estate if he gets angry. He is still one of our most esteemed teachers, however, so take full advantage of this opportunity. Right. Thanks. I gave the guard a nod as he pushed open the door. Plex smacked my shoulder as he turned. Have fun. I hummed while going inside, scanning the room as I did so. At first glance, it seemed like a magical lab. My nose was hit with the thick aroma of what I could only describe as herbal must. But at the same time, there was a fresh hint of alcohol. All around the room were desks, bookshelves, and various pieces of lab equipment like glass flasks, exotic plants, and animal parts stored in containers. The most eye-catching thing in the room, though, floated below the ceiling in the center of the room. It was a huge blue crystal dodecahedron that slowly rotated while shining soft light on the lab. Just the sight of that magical geometric figure spurred something within me. Other than that, the second thing I focused on was the man who slumped down in a chair, a large bottle in his hands that was still completely filled. It was still capped as he held it in his hands. His visage was gray, and he seemed to be brooding over something. Unlike everyone else, he didn't seem to be enjoying this holiday evening. He had a short beard and brushed back hair that was unkempt. He also wore navy blue robes above a nice suit. At the same time, his eyes were deep as they reflected the side of the unopened bottle. For a while, I stood by the door, unsure of what to do. It didn't seem like this man was in any mood to teach me anything. He just continued to stare at the bottle. Perhaps 5 minutes passed like that. Eventually, he closed his eyes and placed the bottle in a drawer of his desk. After slouching back once more while pinching the bridge of his nose, he muttered, "What do you know?" Absolutely nothing. I didn't sugarcoat things as I answered directly. It seemed to catch him off guard, since he glanced at me with slight incredulity. His eyes looked me over with criticism. You come straight off the farm or something? No. Then straighten your damn back. Oh. Realizing that I was slouched a bit from waiting around for so long, my abdomen tightened and my torso straightened. But even then, he didn't take his scrutinizing eyes off of me. He stared at me for several moments before opening his mouth. What's your name? John Cooper. I gave my name, but I was also confused as to why he didn't already know it. Then again, neither of us had more than one day's notice about this. Where do you come from? I hesitated. After all, I didn't exactly know about any places of significance beyond this city, and I wasn't about to speak about something as outlandish as coming from another world. So I gave the name of the only place I knew the name of. A place called Humor Village. So you did come straight off the farm? Well, yes and no. I remained vague as he pried further. How old are you? 22 years old. You were sent to me at the request of Patriarch Tavera. What is your affiliation with him? I'm a delivery man, and I helped him with a single job. It almost cost me my life, but since I came back, he said I would get some tutelage. I see. He let out a small sigh before scratching his head. You're a summoner? Have you gone through an activation ceremony? What's that? You really do know nothing. An activation ceremony is the first step all with crests take to properly initiate their powers. Some say that it's a process of enlightenment or a way to wake up your soul, but really, it's nothing more than infusing your crest with power in order to make your mind aware of it. Oh, no, I haven't been through the ceremony. Figures. But I have become aware of my crest. I've even used its power. His eyes sparked with the slightest hint of interest. Tell me the details. Basically, I was hit with a wave of invisible energy by a warlock, and afterward, I could see the 13 stars of my crest within my mind. I was even able to summon something, but it disappeared not long after I used it. Energy. You mean mana? You're telling me that being hit with a low-level mana wave actually activated your authority? I suppose. Through inference, I could tell that the wave of invisible energy I was hit with was called a mana wave. I asked about what I didn't understand, though. What's authority? An authority is what we call the levels of power one can achieve through crests. To be able to summon something means you have activated your first authority, and to think it happened by being hit with a mana wave. I see. What about mana? What is it? The invisible energy ever present throughout the world that allows one to call upon nature's elements. However, only warlocks can utilize mana. Summoners use what's called isekai, the extra-dimensional power of the mind. Knights use vigor, the profound power of the body. Oh, it seemed the 3 different types of magi also had 3 different types of energy. In that case, they were very clearly divided by more than just their powers. So basically, I had awakened my first authority, or my first star, allowing me to summon items from another dimension using isekai. That was where my knowledge stopped. It seemed Maxwell had also summarized the shallow depths of my knowledge, as he went quiet once more. And I suppose I wished he stayed that way. The next words to come out of his mouth were nothing but irritating. You're ignorant. I guess. An idiot who knows nothing. Not even common knowledge seems to have a place within that thick skull of yours. It's like you spent your life intentionally being a dumbass, taking 0 impressions from anybody who has ever spoken of magi within your presence. My gaze turned deadpan as he continued to insult me for something that wasn't my fault. While I understood his words from the standpoint of a native, I was still ticked off. Just as I was about to retort, though, he stood from his seat, disappearing amidst a few of his bookshelves. After listening to the shuffling of paper and a few dropped books, he came back with 6 books with papers sticking out of them. There are 2 things you must learn as a summoner. First is what we call accumulation. I won't teach you any of that right now since you don't need it yet. So I will teach you the second thing. Since you are someone with absolutely no impression of summoning in the slightest, having come from some backwater village and having yet to even get your citizenship, I will teach you this. Thud. He dropped the books on his desk. Now, while I was still irked by all his prior insults, I was beginning to understand that he would at least give me some valuable knowledge. Accumulation is standard. There is very little deviation from the normal formula, and the magisterium holds a legal monopoly on the distribution of the technique. But summoner calls, like warlock magic and knight martial arts, are diverse and plentiful. The Polaris family has their own sets of martial arts, magic, and calls. However, what I will be teaching you deviates from the standard. Picking up the topmost book of the pile, Maxwell flipped it open, his eyes scanning across the pages with a look of melancholy. Summoning is looked down upon, scorned as weak, the calls likened to nothing but a cane for the frail. And there have been some who have proven the world wrong, but they have been outshined by the multitude of warlocks and knights who have so frequently attained vast power. And summoners are not innocent, failing to better themselves like the warlocks and knights, failing to rise through adversity like they have, failing to innovate as they did over millennia. Which is why I have devoted my life to this work. A call to join the League of Disaster Magic and Apex Martial Arts. A call that makes bond limits obsolete. A call to bring down even the most powerful beings. It is the call of the fallen angel. Chapter 8. Call. Maxwell spoke of his ambition and his life's work with great emotion. I could tell that he was deeply attached to this technique. Or, I should say call. Like a warlock's magic spell or knight's martial art, summoners had calls. The call of the fallen angel was something Maxwell himself had created. It wasn't a call that had been tested by time or used by anyone else. It also made me skeptical. I didn't know anything about calls, nor Maxwell who had created this. With my naivety, I couldn't verify its quality. Then again, within the Polaris family, he was an esteemed sir. I could at least understand that he wasn't blowing smoke up my ass and knew a thing or two as a summoner himself. In that case, I could trust his expertise. Especially since I knew nothing as it was. I was in dire need of something that would allow me to use my power. This also meant that, perhaps, he wasn't solely insulting me when he said I was ignorant, stupid, and a dumbass. Maybe that was necessary for me to be successful with this call, being a blank slate with no biases. Not that it made me less irritated. You have no use for common knowledge, not yet anyway. Since you have come to me as an empty vessel, I will fill you with the foundational knowledge of this call. You will learn things as necessary for you to use this call the way it was created. All right, but how good is this call anyway? I'd at least like to know how it compares to something standard, like a call from the Magisterium. Standard? Please. He scoffed as if I degraded his name. I was a summoner with 11 authorities, just shy of the pinnacle of this world. And I was a revolutionary in my field. If not for... No, you don't need to know about that. Just know that this call is something that will carry you to the top, so long as you have the talent and dedication. It is not something that anything of the Magisterium could possibly compare with. Then why aren't you, and this call, much more famous than you are? As I said, you don't need to know about that. Should you rise to a respectable level, perhaps you will come to find out yourself. And by then, the knowledge wouldn't affect your development. Now, take this book and begin reading. I will speak as you follow through with the text. He handed the book to me with care, prompting me to take it with a bit of curiosity. I couldn't lose anything by learning this, so I may as well get everything I could from Maxwell's tutelage, especially if he was offering it for free. Oh, before we begin. Suddenly, Maxwell eyed me with a weird glint in his eye. It was shrewd, causing me to narrow my own. I will accept 3,000 coin a week for teaching services. Deal. Actually, after further consideration, I'm thinking 5,000 will suffice. What? Dropping all pretenses, I entered a heated negotiation with Maxwell. Only when we settled on 3,800 coin per week did I finally let out a relieved sigh. In all honesty, 3,800 coin a week was a massive amount of money for me. I had barely started working, and each job might only give a couple hundred coin. On top of food, housing, and all the money I would need to buy myself other necessities, I might not be able to pay it. At least, that was in the short term. If I were frugal for a while and managed to get past the next month or so, then I would be fine. Still, it seemed like I wouldn't be getting a new pair of clothes anytime soon. Thankfully, Maxwell was at least accommodating with everything else. It didn't seem like he had much of a schedule, so we agreed to meet in the mornings after the founders' market went dark and I was done with work. With that, he began his first lesson. Summoning wasn't as straightforward as warlock magic or night martial arts. Summoning involved contacting spirits from another dimension that summoners access through their minds. And yes, it seemed like even the weapons and gear I could summon, like guns and tomahawks, were spirits. How that worked, I wasn't sure. But Maxwell made sure that I thought of even inanimate objects as living beings with their own intelligence. I just went with it. After all, that was probably the least weird part about this whole thing. With that, he moved on to other more detailed teachings. First, he taught me that there were two types of summoning: communing and marriage. Communing was where one called upon the spirits for a temporary amount of time. This was what I did with the flintlock pistol. With Maxwell's Call of the Fallen Angel, though, I could create a communion with a spirit, and in real time, power it with my psyche. So long as the communion was active, I could wield the spirit, and it would return to the dimension when the communion was cut. This method of active communion was apparently unique to his call, though he didn't tell me what the standard method was. Then there was marriage. And not unlike what it was commonly known as, marriage involved creating a life's bond with a spirit. A marriage, he said, was to be treated as if I were to be married to a woman. The commitment would be lifelong, and not only that, but the spirit's life would be tied to mine. Should I die, the spirit would die with me. This made it far deeper than a standard communion, and was apparently where the specialty of the Call of the Fallen Angel lay. With this system of marriage, I could create bonds with, technically, as many spirits as I wanted. This special bond also afforded both the summoner and the spirit the ability to share their powers in more dynamic ways. In this way, the spirits wouldn't merely be tools to be used, but an ally to cooperate with. However, the cost to marry a spirit was high, and not something to be treated lightly. To marry a spirit was to permanently remove it from the other dimension, attaching it to your mind and soul. If, while in battle, the spirit were killed, it would do great damage to your soul, no different from gouging out a chunk of it. Thus, marriage involved risk for both the summoner and the spirit. It was only to be done if the summoner truly had a deep bond with the spirit and could reasonably accept and guard against the risks. This meant that the number of marriages should be few. These concepts were easy to understand. However, The process to carry out these processes wasn't so. To properly commune with a spirit required a complex process called charming. This was basically spell casting but for summoners. But charming just any spirit wasn't wise. For one, not all spirits were neutral or benevolent. Some were malicious, and communing with a malicious spirit could end badly should it revolt against you when you needed it to cooperate. So to sift through all the spirits of the dimension, Maxwell taught perhaps the most important and foundational piece of knowledge all summoners should know. It was called projection, something that was universal among all sorcerers. Of course, Maxwell's call had a unique way of projecting into the dimension of your authority. First, there was unassisted projection, which involved a superficial scan of the dimension with your mind. This could reveal details about some unelusive spirits. On the other hand, there was catalyst projection, whereby the summoner turned a married spirit into a catalyst to allow a deep search into the dimension. This afforded them far greater abilities and details, allowing them to glimpse into the nature of the spirits they discovered. It was at this point that Maxwell stopped feeding me information. With the basics down, I understood that the first step I needed to take was projecting into the dimension of my first authority or my first star. That way, I could properly and systematically discover spirits, charm them, and then commune with them. Of course, learning those things would come later. With the massive influx of information and the fact that I had yet to pay anything for this teaching, Maxwell sent me away. Agreeing to come back the next morning and bring a 500 coin deposit, I left the Black Spider Market. I was in a small daze as I left through the Polaris Gate. Everything that I had learned, while merely conceptual and superficial, opened up a whole new world. Getting hit by fireballs was one way to make me realize that this was truly a magical world. But actually learning about this magic and taking the first steps toward utilizing it was another thing entirely. Besides, just lecturing me on all that conceptual information had taken hours. While informative, Maxwell seemed to enjoy going on tangents. This naturally extended the duration of his lecture, and by now, the sun had already risen. Walking into the major plaza of the market, I could see the aftermath of the tri-monthly holiday. A few bodies were strewn across some tables, including two draped across the roof of a nearby building. Some maids and butlers were attending to these unconscious partygoers, hauling them off into the Black Spider Hotel. That was also where I was headed. Making my way to the front desk, I met the keymaster who was sitting back and reading a book. "Hello, keymaster." "Ah, John. How was your time with the Polaris family?" "It went well enough, I'd say. My only issue now is how I'm going to pay the extortive fees Maxwell wants for his teaching. I mean, I've been in this city for all of a week and I'm still living in a hotel. I barely have a change of clothes too." "I see. Maxwell can be shrewd, but his knowledge is worth any cost you may incur. I may be able to assist you, however. Your coin, please." "Oh, here." Digging in my pocket, I retrieved the coin I was given upon entry. I also handed back the key. Taking both, the key master's owl appeared on his shoulder once more. It looked at me, then the coin. After the coin glowed, the man flicked it with his thumb, prompting me to catch it. He also tucked the key into his coat, retrieving another. Unlike the previous copper one, this one was silver. "Your coin and key have been updated. Your new room has been allocated on the 12th floor. Since a little bird has told me that you plan on entering the Magisterium, I have reserved the room for the time until then. I hope that eases some of your financial burden while you settle." "Really? You're giving me a room for free?" "Naturally. Otherwise it wouldn't help you much, now would it?" He smiled at me, making me scratch my head with a bit of embarrassment. "Right. Thank you, Keymaster. I can only hope to pay this back in the future. It's of no consequence. Please, enjoy your stay at the Black Spider Hotel." He gave a charming bow, which I returned in kind. After that, I left to my former hotel room. It was there that I grabbed what little items I had, canceled my reservation, and took everything back to the Black Spider Hotel. In the elevator, I made my way to the 12th floor. It let me out in a hallway, which I walked down to eventually find a room marked with the number 22. My key was engraved with the same number, so I inserted it into the lock, turning it and hearing a click. The door swung open, revealing a room that was far more luxurious and spacious compared to the other hotel. It was like comparing a by-the-hour motel and a 5-star room. This new room of mine was equipped with a full kitchen, a large bedroom with a window that overlooked the city, a full bathroom, and a comfortable living room. It had everything I could ask for plus some, and all of it was free. I was quite shocked that the key master would give me something like this, let alone help me in any way. It wasn't like my living fees were that expensive, so I could have dealt with it. Still, this new home would give me great peace of mind. One less thing to worry about and a source of great comfort. For some time, I stared out the window of my room, seeing the sunrise gradually overtake twilight. It was shockingly beautiful as the rays of light filtered between buildings, reflecting off glass and the intricate construction of places like the Royal Palace. Combined with the successive events of the day, I was left in a daze. This really was a different life. And now, I was finally beginning to find my place in this foreign world. Although it was a bit jarring at first, I was able to acclimate to sleeping during the day. And when the sun began to fall, I emerged from my room. With a new bill to pay, I couldn't slack with my work. Heading to the warehouse, I met Plex and recounted what happened. He seemed happy for me, and since I told him that I needed jobs, he didn't bother me much. Heading to the job board, I plucked a few papers and read their contents. This delivery service of ours was both simple and difficult. It involved not just ferrying valuable items, but surviving any encounters with unsavory individuals. I had quickly learned that, even with our principles of mercy, I couldn't give any room to those who may want to cheat me. It was with this mindset that I tackled my jobs. From delivering illegal contraband to ferrying messages, the jobs I took were varied. None of the items we moved were normal. All of it could get you arrested should it be found outside the black market. Thankfully, I didn't have too difficult of a time. While some clients got aggressive, it was nothing I couldn't quell with a brandish of the knife. The most I had to do was land a square punch on a guy's mouth when he spit in my face after asking for payment. Another thing I kept track of was the time it took to complete a job. Some jobs required me to deliver items that were already stored in the warehouse, saving me a trip. But others required me to go between two clients to grab a package, deliver it, collect payment, and return to the source. With my knowledge of the market's layout, I wasn't the most efficient. But despite that and conflicts with clients, I was able to complete a job at an average time of an hour and a half. That meant I could complete 6 jobs if I worked nonstop for 9 hours. With some downtime in between, 6 jobs would make a 10-hour workday. Then there was the average pay. Some jobs were generous and had commission fees of around 400 coin. Those were usually a bit riskier, since you were either hauling obvious cargo or a small but valuable item. It would invite trouble from others besides the clients. Then there was the standard. The majority of jobs paid between 150 and 250 coin. After a full workday of 6 jobs, I came out with about 1,200 coin. That was an average of 200 coin per job. Doing some simple math, that equated to 120 coin an hour. And my weekly bill of 3,800 coin divided by 120 came out to about 32 hours of work just to pay for my education. In all honesty, 32 hours of work wasn't bad. I could have my bill paid off in just a few days. Anything after that would go toward buying myself things like food and clothes. With that knowledge, I decided that 5 jobs per day, 6 days a week, was reasonable. 6,000 coin a week. That's pretty nice. What is? Libitus questioned from beside me. After a hard day's work, I ran into him at the bar we previously met at. That bar was apparently the spot for the delivery men of Plex's company to hang out. I explained to him all the numbers I had run in regards to my income and weekly bill, and for the most part, my plan seemed sound. But then, I suddenly remembered something that might make everything much more difficult. Crap. I forgot about taxes. Hey, how bad are the taxes here? I swear if I lose any more than a quarter of my paycheck, I'm gonna burn this city to the ground. Well, the taxes are about a quarter. At most a third depending on how much you make. But yet again, that's one of the perks of working in the black market. The ability to entirely disregard taxes. No shit? Hee hee. I chuckled. In the long list of things I hated, taxes were definitely up there. To think I could just blatantly disregard them. I was beginning to love this job more and more. Oh, one more thing. I remembered something else. I still have to get my citizenship. You wouldn't happen to know anything or anyone that could help me with that, would you? As a matter of fact, I do. Libitus took a sip of his liquor. The black market has everything, John. There's a guy here that handles that stuff. He pays off a customs agent, and all the applications he puts forward get accepted quickly. It basically bypasses all the bullshit you would have to deal with on the official route. Of course, you'll have to pay a high price, but it's worth it considering the money you're beginning to make. Right. So where can I find this guy? On Hellard Road. The place doesn't have a name, but it's known by its building number 333. Go there and ask for help getting a citizenship. That's simple. Yup. The guy gets a lot of business, so it's become a proper business. I see. Thanks. I'll have to do that tomorrow. Right now, I need to get to class. With that valuable piece of information, I bid Libidus goodbye, heading to the Black Spider Market. Chapter 9. Spirit. My second day of learning involved the more complex details of the call. Specifically, I needed to learn how to project into the dimension and search for spirits properly, even though I could already see plenty as I was. Turns out, these dimensions went deep. What I could see was only what existed on the surface. Within each dimension, there were both weak and powerful spirits. It was the powerful ones that lurked in the dark, waiting to be discovered. Naturally, I wanted to commune with or even marry the most powerful ones. Taking several hours to do so, Maxwell taught me what was basically a spell. By weaving Psyche in a certain pattern, I could form a drone and dive deep into the dimension. This would allow me to project. But weaving my Psyche at all was difficult. Just calling on that invisible power in my mind was enough to frustrate me. It was like moving a new limb. It didn't listen to my commands, let alone move into a complex formation. Luckily, Maxwell had an exercise for that, one that stressed the manipulation of my power. Of course, the exercise also made me tired. It drained my mental energy, making me feel like I had worked for a full 24 hours after merely 2. It was a good thing that these classes were at the end of my day. When it was over and I left with mental exhaustion, I headed to my fancy room in the Black Spider Hotel and knocked out. Contrary to the exhaustion, though, my night of sleep was rejuvenating. When I woke up, my mind felt amazingly clear and energetic. Even moving around my Psyche was easier, showing clear progress. And so, I went on with my day, my mood high and my steps light. Taking several jobs from the warehouse at the start of twilight, I headed into the Founders Market and made my way around. My deliveries consisted of 2 small boxes of hard drugs, a bag of jewels, a glass vial of a liquid I didn't ask about, and some lingerie for a nearby brothel. That last one was fun since I got a few kisses from the ladies there. Which was good, since my mood had been ruined earlier when someone tried to rob me of the jewels. I was able to fend them off with my knife and no small amount of blows, but I took about as much as I dished. My body was bruised and beaten, leaving me to finish my jobs in irritating pain. Well, nothing a hot lady from the brothel couldn't fix. After leaving the erotic place, I made one last stop. Hellard Road, building number 333. This is it. Finding the unnamed building I was looking for, I pushed open the carved wooden door. It led into a small entry room with a front desk, behind which was a mature yet sharp woman. She eyed me curiously as I walked up. Hi, I heard that this place could help me with getting a citizenship. It can. Our standard fee is 1,500 coin. You must pay up front, and there are no refunds. Ouch. I sighed in resignation, taking out 1,500 coin. Although I had the money, I would have to work a bit of overtime to make up for it and still make Maxwell's bill. Over time, I had discovered the different denominations for coin. Coin was a blanket term, like dollars. And there were different types of coin. This world used silver and gold as its currency, only the 2 metals didn't seem to have quite the rarity as on Earth. Silver coins were less valuable, and there were 2 types, the standard silver coin and the silver bullion. The silver coin was worth 1 coin, and the silver bullion was worth 10 coin. Then, the gold coin was worth 100 coin while the gold bullion was worth 1,000 coin. I often got paid in gold coin and silver bullion, and only has Plex ever given me gold bullion, so I only had a few on me. I paid the clerk 1 such gold bullion and 5 gold coins, making for 1,500 coin. She took them indifferently and handed me an application. Fill out all these fields, and we will take care of the rest. The application will be submitted today and will be verified in 5 days. That is when you can come back and receive your official citizenship. Thank you. Just out of curiosity, how long does it usually take? On average, 7 months. Oh. She smirked while I sighed in amazement. Seems bureaucracy was a sloth in all worlds. Taking the application, I went and quickly filled everything out. It only asked for basic information, like my full name and date of birth. I didn't have to input anything like physical descriptions or the name of my parents. I did have to put down 2 important things, though. Upon handing back my application, the clerk stamped my fingerprint and used a device to record my crest. Apparently, it was highly illegal to hide someone's status as a magus, so if you had a crest, it absolutely had to be recorded. I didn't mind. Anyway, it wasn't like someone could use that against me, and soon enough I would be entering the magisterium. It couldn't be hidden. With those things, I was finally done. It took no more than 5 minutes, and I would have my citizenship within the week. The black market sure was nice. Sending the application marked the end of my workday, after which I headed to the Black Spider Market and had another lesson with Maxwell. I continued exercising my psyche while trying to weave it into the projection spell I was given. At the same time, since I was a total newbie, I was taught general knowledge about knights and warlocks. Apparently, although they were all considered magi, each of the branches had completely different systems of magic. Warlocks were the spitting image of wizards. They had different spells that they could launch from their body, making them very versatile both in terms of combat and utility. This was also why they were considered the best of the three branches. Knights were, as their name implied. They were a magical branch of bodily martial warriors. Through cultivating what they called vigor, a knight could become stronger, faster, gain endless stamina, and pull off martial arts that resembled the powers of mythic gods. They were the second best. And then, at the bottom of the barrel lied the summoners. Considered the worst of all magi, they used psyche to call upon other dimensional spirits to fight for them. They couldn't make themselves stronger, and they couldn't cast any amazing spells. Their powers were entirely reliant on the spirits they summoned. That wasn't to say that summoners weren't strong. It was just that they had hard times fighting warlocks or knights at an equal level across all levels. They just seemed to be a step below everyone else. Maxwell knew that I would be entering the magisterium, and so he told me to prepare to face that kind of discrimination. But at the same time, he apparently abhorred the thought of allowing me to appear weak. He said that he would prepare me in the time I had before entering so as to not disgrace the summoner name, and more importantly, his call of the fallen angel. It was why he worked me to the bone, having me exercise my ability to manipulate psyche and stuff my brain full of information. At least I was getting my money's worth. After the first week of being in this new city, my schedule seemed to settle into place. My work became regular as I took several jobs a day. Occasionally, I even got my hands on some of the higher-paying jobs. These weren't heavyweights, but since I was a newbie, these middleweight jobs most often got handed to the veterans. But work was constant, and knowing I had bills to pay, the others were generous. Once or twice a week, I would get a job that paid a few thousand coin, giving me plenty of surplus and allowing me to spend a bit more. With the unceasing flow of cold hard cash, I got myself all the necessities I didn't have. Multiple pairs of clothing, a few accessories like pocket watches and hats, all the various items I needed to keep myself clean every day. All my needs were satisfied within a few weeks of working. I even paid back my small debt to Plex, making sure we were even. All my earnings that went above my weekly bills would become either savings or go toward buying me some luxuries. Other than that, after a few weeks, I was finally able to learn projection from Maxwell. On top of that, Plex began to receive jobs for the upcoming monthly auction. After about 3 weeks of exercising my control over psyche and trying to weave it, I was finally able to perform the projection spell. I was with Maxwell during the accomplishment. Use the newly formed drone to scout the dimension. Once you discover a spirit, it can't be forgotten or lost, so use your energy as efficiently as possible to seek out as many spirits as you can. I was silent as he spoke, focusing on the visions in my mind. As soon as the spell had been woven, I could feel as if my eyes were planted in that drone of psyche. I could control it, and I used it to fly through the dimension of my first star. I discovered some spirits immediately. Some were identical to my flintlock, and others were items like rapiers. But most importantly, I found ammo. Tons of ammo. Lead bullets and black powder packets littered the entire dimension. These would allow me to reload whatever flintlock guns I used. But perhaps even more than that, I was able to expose certain details about the spirits I saw. I could clearly see just how much psyche was required to establish a connection to them. Most were well within my limits. But there were some that were expensive. They were the powerful ones that Maxwell talked about, which got me curious. Along with projection, Maxwell had taught me all about communion that was required to utilize the spirits. So with my drone as the medium, I reached out to one of them. It was a flintlock pistol, but instead of a standard one, this one had a much larger and thicker barrel along with engravings on the wood body. It was unique, and when I made the handshake and initiated communion, I figured out why. The communion seemed to trigger an influx of memories from another time. In my mind, I could see a large man dressed in an old militia uniform. He rode on a horse and carried a rapier. On his hip was the flintlock pistol I saw. I quickly understood what time period these scenes came from. The Revolutionary War. A time when America fought for its independence from Britain. A time when firearm technology was in its infancy, yet becoming more important than ever. I saw as this loosely uniformed man rode alongside some soldiers of the Continental Army, all of them defending a village from invading redcoats. The two sides quickly entered a heated battle, the man on the horse swinging his rapier while making his way around the village. It was only after a while that his horse took a shot to the chest, unable to maintain itself and falling to the ground. The man jumped off and resumed battle on the ground. When on the ground, he resorted to using his unique pistol. When he fired, the pistol exploded with roaring flames. The heavy bullet was backed by an abnormally large amount of gunpowder, so much so that he actually managed to kill two men with a single shot after the bullet blasted through their bodies. And his skill with reloading was impeccable, even under pressure. He could pour powder and slam down another round while running before quickly lining back up another shot. The battle at the village lasted 4 hours, but this was not a heroic tale of victory. Instead, the Continental Army fought until they fell to the tactics of the British Army. The man with the unique pistol was one of the last to fall. In the end, he had taken 34 people with him, his pistol, aim, and reloading skill carrying him until the end. With that, the memory stopped. In the real world, I could feel a large and heavy object appear in my hands. I saw the pistol in its full glory, with even a few dried bloodstains in the wood. It was heavy, cold, and loaded, and with its appearance, I could instinctively understand how to use it. My arms and hands aimed the pistol just as the man in the memories had. I could feel my body reflexively wield it. I had inherited his skills, the skills infused into the spirit of the gun. Amazing. What is that? Maxwell asked as he observed the pistol in my hand. As I had learned, summoners could conjure spirits from 2 different categories, hot and cold. Hot summons were living spirits like exotic monsters and animals. These were conventionally living beings, and they had intelligence that increased with every level. And cold summons were conventional weapons, like swords, spears, and shields. These were inanimate beings. My category was of the second type, and quite unfortunately, cold summons were regarded as the worst type of summons. So not only was I a lowly summoner, but I had cold summons. Thankfully, I knew that these cold weapons were anything but lowly or lacking in power. I gave Maxwell a vague explanation. This is a gun. It fires deadly projectiles, like arrows. I see. This is not a weapon that I recognize, though it looks similar to siege cannons. It's almost exactly like that, except dialed down. Anyway, I've successfully communed with this spirit. Yes, congratulations. Maxwell gave his praise while scrutinizing the pistol. It seems like a decently powerful spirit for your level. One thing though, I was able to see the memories of this spirit. Is that normal? Memories. Maxwell rubbed his chin. Spirits, regardless of animation, do indeed have what we can consider minds. It has been documented, though rarely, that some cold summons carry with them remnant spirits, most often of warriors from another time or world. This gives special cold summoners some ability as they can inherit the skills of the previous warrior. Really? Then why are they still considered the weakest? Because you are inheriting the skill of a warrior, yet not his physique, endurance, strength, or power. You are a glass sword, sharp yet brittle. So even if you inherit the skill of the greatest warrior from another world, you couldn't hold a candle to even mid-level knights since you lack what truly comprises a powerful warrior, which is the powerful body. I guess that makes sense. I could understand what he was saying, though it didn't make me feel good. This meant that, while I could attain powerful guns, they may not be able to carry me far. But Maxwell only smirked. Don't let it get to your head now. That logic only applies to normal summoners. With my call of the fallen angel, you will be capable of so much more, disposing of preconceived limiters. You're lucky I even told you about normal summoners. Because if you let the biases of normality taint your mind and teachings, then you won't be able to use my call to its fullest extent. So forget about it. Oh, all right. His words picked my spirits back up. It seemed there was still more in store regarding this call. So I disregarded what he said earlier. It wasn't much longer afterward that we ended the session. I left for my room with both slight exhaustion and a sense of accomplishment. Now, I could properly project and commune with spirits, but perhaps unfortunately, the time to use them was nigh. It was the next day that Plex called in the few members of his company. This was also when I discovered that there were more than 3 of us. There were 5 of us. Myself, Plex, Libidus, and 2 others. One was Tovex, who I had briefly met alongside Libidus at a bar. The other was a woman who I knew nothing about. You know Tovex, and this is Rayla. Libidus named the woman I didn't recognize. After observing her, I could faintly sense a significant amount of power lurking within her body. I knew immediately that she was a magus, though I didn't know what type. All I knew was that I would get my ass handed to me if I fought her. The introductions were short as I greeted the two of them. Afterward, Plex began a meeting. Not that it seemed important. Everyone was casual. The monthly auction is here, so I have jobs as always. We'll be moving things mainly from the Tavera family and the Polaris branch in the Founders Market. But we also have a special order, which is the reason I've called you all here. Plex smiled while taking out a paper and showing us its front. It had a large symbol on it, that of a skull with blood vessels hanging from its bottom and eye sockets that had changed drooping from them like tears. The Trenches have requested our help. Chapter 10, Trenches. Who are they? I didn't recognize the name Trenches, though they seemed to be a mafia of the Founders Market. Plex smoothly answered my question. There are 4 dominating powers of the Founders Market: the Tavera family, the Clockwork Association, a branch of the Polaris family, and the Trenches. The Trenches, though, unlike the others, hold a small amount of territory and basically no organized influence. They're a gang, nothing more than a bunch of bloodlusting freaks who rule a portion of the market through fear and sheer power. Normally they stay in the dark, making their money mainly through the production of hard drugs. But occasionally they'll step out into the light, as they are now. Plex waved the paper. This job from them is rather sudden, which means they're doing something significant. We can expect to see some good stuff at the auction, but first, we need to move whatever cargo they have for us. Naturally, this involves plenty of danger, more so than usual. Simply stepping into their territory is sketchy, so 4 of us are going. Who? I'd like to go. I'm curious too. A few spoke their opinions, yet Plex seemed to already know his decision. I'll be taking John, Rayla, and Libidus. Tovex, you stay back on the outskirts of the territory. We may need your support when making our way out. All right. When do we start? Right now. Plex wasted no time, gathering whatever he needed. The auction is in 2 days, but I want to move whatever bomb the Trenches want us to handle as soon as possible. That means we leave in 10. With that, the 4 of us prepared to leave. It wasn't much later that we were on the street. For a while things were normal, nothing I hadn't seen several times before. But then, we stepped across what seemed to be the point of entry. Everything suddenly got dark as we left the rest of the market behind. What lay in front of us were ragged stone roads and beat-up buildings. They seemed to be more like shacks as the bristling stench of drugs and chemicals entered my nose. These run-down shacks were ever surrounded and inhabited by nothing but thugs. Not a single person I saw seemed to have any semblance of rationality hiding behind those eyes. It got really bad when I saw an orgy in the streets. If the people were at least good-looking, I could bear it, but the sight of those humans who had their bodies degraded by drugs was unbearable. I put my hand on Libidus' shoulder and closed my eyes, bearing through the stench and letting him lead the way. Oh Lord, cleanse my tainted eyeballs of the horrid sight. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Couldn't even get to the whorehouse first. Rayla agreed with me as we continued deeper into the territory. Thankfully, it really was small as we quickly came upon the headquarters. It was there that we were greeted by guards, all of them carrying various creative weapons such as clubs with teeth sticking out of the wood or jagged cleavers. Still, I could tell that all of them were strong despite the rough appearances. Well, if it isn't Plex. I had a feeling you wouldn't waste time. A voice sounded at our arrival, one that was masculine yet carried a hint of shrill madness. A man who was leaning on a tilted and shattered pillar stood. My eyes were immediately pulled toward him, but not because of his appearance. Instead, it was like I could see him in my mind. His body carried with it bristling power, radiating an aura of unhinged psychosis. My hair stood on end as my chest constricted in fear. My breathing turned light as adrenaline ran through my system. This guy was dangerous. It felt like he could jump on me and tear me apart whenever he wanted. It only got worse when he looked at me. It was like his hands were reaching out with his gaze, his sharp fingers sinking between my ribs and tearing my chest open. The pain that came with it was enough to blur my vision. I didn't realize my body was frozen until Plex stepped in front of me. And with line of sight broken, I finally regained myself. My hand waved, calling upon the flintlock and raising it toward that madman while my breath turned laborious. I heard Plex's voice. Don't scare the kid, please. He's new. Haha. At least he didn't piss himself. Usually when people have their chest ripped apart, they tend to forget to keep themselves together. Haha. A feeling of weakness came over me while he laughed. At the same time, I saw Rayla move in front of me, pulling my face with her hand. You're bleeding. Just focus on me for a second. She raised a cloth to my face, wiping the blood that had started dripping from my nose. Looking into her eyes was a good way to divert my mind from the vivid illusions of that pain. Dare I say it was rather intimate as I felt her hands ensure that I was okay. Still, I felt a bad migraine come on when all things subsided. Not even her pretty face could distract me from that. Usually people wait until the final hour to come retrieve my packages. But you scurried right over here, didn't you? Hell, sometimes they don't even show up. Business is business, Apocryon. I don't discriminate between clients. I guess that's what makes you so amazing then. That and how prompt you are in responding to my requests. I only had to wait an hour. Here. Looking up, I saw the madman toss a box. Plex caught it, but before he could stash it, Apocryon smiled. Open it. I don't intrude on the privacy of my clients. What's inside is of no business to me. Well, I'm making it your business. Open it. With the man insisting, Plex could only comply. Popping the lock, he gradually opened the container. The four of us looked inside, and we saw a neat pile of black pills. If not for their uniform shape, I would have mistaken them for small pebbles. Those are neat little things called overkill pills. Eat one, and your body will become a torrent of power that amplifies your output by several-fold. Warlocks are uninhibited from casting all the spells they can. Knights are spurred by seemingly infinite strength, and even summoners are able to call upon countless spirits. Of course, the aftermath is just as violent as the bestowal. The survival rate is currently 0. Apocryon chuckled lowly in excitement. It was Libidus who commented first. The army is going to buy the shit out of these. Right? I'm going to be rich. It will multiply the combat ability of our front lines. Just imagine thousands of soldiers taking these pills and massacring the enemy. He laughed maniacally with ambitious words. Plex closed the box at the same time. Then, Rayla lifted my slouching body, whispering to me softly, "Get ready to go, kid. You know it's going to be rough on the way out." Shit. I cursed while spurring my body. My head throbbed, but right now, that was probably the least of my worries. As if reading my mind, Apocryon retrieved a bag from his waist. He smiled at us while throwing it. When Plex caught it, we could all hear the familiar clangs of metal coin. Your pay, Sir Delivery Man. 120,000 coin, plus 30,000 for hazard pay. Holy hell. I couldn't help but blurt out. 150,000 coin. That was a massive amount of money. How long would it take me to save that kind of coin? Even then, Plex merely gave a courteous smile. We appreciate the generosity. We will deliver this to the auction house as soon as possible. I admire the confidence in your ability to make it out of here at all. Well, that is why I called you. Apocryon left with those words. And when he disappeared, I raised my gun. My communion with this spirit gave me the skills of that soldier from the Revolutionary War. So when I saw a man jump at us from atop a building, my arm reflexively moved. Bang! It fired, leaving behind a plume of smoke. And the body fell limply to the floor, a hole through its throat. For a few moments, everything was silent, until Rayla spoke. That was kind of hot. What was that? That was how we negotiate with criminals in my homeland. Fuck. My head hurts. Let's get the hell out of here. Amen, brother. Libidus laughed while reaching under his coat, retrieving a metal whip with segmented blades on it. Rayla also took out what looked like a small staff. On its end was an arch that cradled a floating heart that pulsed as if alive. Around it, fancy lines appeared. Plex disappeared while smiling. I got the money. See you all at the warehouse. Asshole. I yelled while reloading. It only took several seconds as I easily retrieved a bullet and powder from the dimension, slamming everything down in the barrel. At that moment, several other of those psychos came running at us from all directions. Libidus lashed out with the metal whip. Rayla cast some spells that spit out sharp blades of air, and I took aim. Looks like we're earning our money today. Ugh. Oh yeah, that's tasty. Having fun yet? Libidus snickered while hoisting my arm over his shoulders. He bore the weight of my body as we walked through the Founders Market. One of my eyes was closed, a thick liquid streaming over it. I smelled smoke and my tongue tasted iron. I don't think I've ever been drenched in my own blood like this before. Am I really not gonna die? Don't worry. Rayla's healing is good enough to keep you alive. Trust in my experience. I see. You have my sympathies. I laughed as we arrived at a building. Kicking open the door, Libidus dragged me into a bright area. It looked like a hospital with sterile white tiles and beds. I looked through my one eye as a nurse came striding over. Before she could even speak, Libidus flicked a gold bullion at her. We both need treatment. A few stab wounds and some blunt trauma. We also have another coming, a woman with red hair. Understood, sir. Right this way. She quickly led us to a couple nearby beds. Libidus lifted me into it before he set himself down on another. Help him first. Don't worry, sir. We can help you both. The nurse reassured Libidus, though she did hurry over to my side and pull open my clothes. My body was riddled with lacerations and a few stab wounds, along with huge, nasty bruises on my limbs. The fight out of the trenches was not an easy one. Without Rayla and her healing, I would have died. I killed no small amount of people, but not every shot was precise. Despite the large caliber, those freaks didn't immediately go down unless you hit a vital spot. And smoothbore flintlocks didn't make marksmanship easy. If I didn't have the inherited skills from that man, there was no way I would be here now. After seeing my wounds, the woman reached into one of her pockets and retrieved a red pill. She plopped it into my mouth, the pill instantly dissolving. There wasn't even anything to swallow. Instead, a hot energy spread through my blood vessels. It gave me energy and dampened the pain, even stopping the bleeding of my wounds. At that time, another doctor came over and took a look at me. The man in a white coat laid out a case of tools on a nearby tray. Before he got to work, though, he asked, "Is it safe to put you to sleep, or shall I operate while you are lucid?" I didn't respond, looking over to Libidus. He nodded. "Go ahead and sleep. We're fine." "All right, then I'll get to work." With that confirmation, the doctor fed me another pill. This one dissolved like the last one, and just like that, I turned drowsy before passing out. When I woke up, my body was racked with a dull pain. When my eyes focused, I turned my head. I could see Libidus on the bed beside me, his back propped up and reading a book. Turning the other way, I saw a red-haired girl asleep on another bed. It was Rayla. I had only known her for a few hours, but my impression of her was good. She was pretty, and unlike the orange hair that was usually associated with redheads on Earth, her hair was actually a blood red. In this world, some people had deep-colored hair like that. While she wasn't jaw-droppingly gorgeous, she was still pretty. She was also mature, perhaps a bit older than me. And as I had discovered, she could be a bit flirty. It was fun. Her wounds were a bit lighter than yours. But with her healing powers, she'll recover just fine. Yours were still the worst of us. It's good that your body is resilient. Libidus commented. Taking my gaze off the sleeping Rayla, I closed my eyes. Yeah, not like it hurt any less. Still, I don't think I've ever pushed myself like that before. I didn't even know I could go that far. You learn things about your limits during battles like those. They're valuable experiences, so long as you survive them. Oh, also. I looked at Libidus while he smiled. You're cut. 25. Like. Yeah, none of us expected him to pay that much, but hey, we earned it. Just don't spend it all in one place. Right? I was a bit dazed. I just earned 25,000 coin. That was more than everything I had earned up until this point. Oh, we also have more deliveries to do over the next couple days. The auctions are always the time for big business. You can expect this kind of stuff every month, especially when the major auctions come around. Of course, this was a special case. Singular payouts aren't quite as big and not nearly as dangerous. But you can expect to make tens of thousands over a mere 3-day period during normal auctions. I like this job. Yeah, it's pretty good. Libidus chuckled and agreed. And not long after, Rayla roused from her sleep. I could see a few lines of stitches on her lithe body, but they had already healed much better than mine. She turned, her eyes focusing on me. Hey, sweet cheeks. How's your ass? Oh God, this is not becoming a thing, is it? You bet your tight ass it is. She giggled as I rolled my eyes. One of the several slices on my body happened to be on my butt cheek, which she had to heal so I could keep running. It was embarrassing. Even Libidus laughed. She snickered a bit as I diverted my gaze. Don't worry, hon. I've healed worse. Besides, you've got nothing to be embarrassed about. You're quite well endowed. Thanks. So are you. Ho-ho, cheeky boy. Her eyes curved as we smiled at each other. A few minutes later, a doctor came over and checked us all out. Once he gave us a painkiller pill and cleared us, we all grabbed our stuff and left. Our first stop was the warehouse. It was there that we saw Plex. But he wasn't in perfect shape. His clothes were bloodied as he slumped in a chair. The only reason we knew he was alive was because he was drinking a bottle of wine. Oh, you all finally made it. Are you okay? I've been worse. Most of my wounds are internal, so I can only rest to heal. Oh, here are your cuts. Saying that, he took out 3 bags and threw them to us. I caught mine and opened it, seeing 25 gold bullion coins. They were worth 25,000 coin. A stupid grin surfaced on my face. It felt nice, being somewhat rich. And the jingle of gold made my wounds hurt less. Rayla, Plex called while taking a swig of wine. Take John to the Polaris Bank tomorrow and have him open an account. Do it under the company name. He can't be walking around with that coin all the time. All right. For now, I just need to head home. Walk with me. She waved me over while walking out. I glanced at Plex, who seemed to be getting drunk, before striding out with her. We stepped onto the cold streets. Since we always worked at night, seeing nobody out was normal. Though, the sun was beginning to creep up, signaling dawn. Where are you staying? She asked, prompting me to point to the center of the city. The Black Spider Hotel. You have a room there? Yeah, the key master is letting me stay there until I get into the magisterium in a few months. I see. I have an apartment that's in that general direction, though I can't say it's as luxurious. I only had a hotel before, so I understand. I'll walk you home. Why, thank you. Don't you go getting any funny ideas, though. She pat my cheek with a coy smile, making me chuckle as we walked. You can kick my ass, so I don't have any plans to. And if I couldn't, what would you do to me? How might you ravage me with those funny little thoughts? Hey now, I'm an upright gentleman. No matter how fantastically impure my thoughts are, I wouldn't go ravaging a woman unless she wanted it. Huh. Well, at least you're honest about how horny you are. She smacked my butt as we arrived at the apartment. All right, I'll meet you tomorrow at around 6. Since you're already there, just find me at the entrance to the Polaris Bank. Afterward, you'll probably be working with me when we get these jobs for auction deliveries. Plex requires us to work them in pairs for safety. Okay. Good night then, John. You did well today. She ruffled my hair with a surprisingly caring and soft voice. I waved as she disappeared into the apartment. Then, I made my way to my room at the hotel. Chapter 11. Bank. After eating a meal in the morning, I found Rayla at the Polaris Bank. The process to open an account was easy, but the reason more people didn't have one was due to the fact that you needed to open an account under the name of a verified business. Those in the black market evaded taxes in just about every way. Since most currency was tangible and because nobody in the black market wanted to pay taxes, it was difficult for the kingdom to enforce it. But this also meant that banks which didn't enforce tax laws were rare, since they were an institution that could be easily and formally attacked by the kingdom. There was a slew of issues that these banks had to deal with, and as a result, they only accepted clients who were verified by a company that worked in the black market. Of course, the Polaris Bank was even more strict. Not just any black market company could do business with them. But Plex had enough of a reputation to get just about anything apparently, so his company and employees could register with this prestigious institution. The Polaris Bank was nothing to joke about. According to Rayla, it handled enough money to rival the entire kingdom in sheer monetary throughput. That was because the richest people in the black market let their finances be handled by this bank. Naturally, this made Polaris an even heavier behemoth than I initially thought. The place wasn't overly luxurious, but it still looked like a palace when I walked into it. Marble floors inlaid with gold, huge hallways adorned with paintings or statues, and the most courteous clerks I've ever interacted with. Rayla carried with her the proven identity of the company. Plex's delivery service was formally known as Divine Distribution. It even had a crest, which was one of the things required to prove the identity. After that, it wasn't long after that I was able to open an account, and I was a bit surprised by their system of profit. Basically, I had to pay a certain amount of money to buy a certain sized account. For the lowest tier, they would store 500 gold bullion for me, which was 500,000 coin. And it would cost 0.5% of the total storage, 2.5 gold bullion, every month in order to keep the account open. It was yet another bill on top of Maxwell's, but nothing I couldn't handle. Considering my pay, I was still profiting amazingly. Plus, that wasn't considering the perks of being a client of the Polaris Bank. After opening an account, I immediately deposited all the spare coin I had on me. With last night's profit of 25,000 coin along with almost a month worth of working, 33,228 coin has been deposited into your account. That's what the clerk told me, and the number had me giddy for a bit. Rayla giggled from beside me as the clerk left to finalize things, causing me to be curious. Hey, how much do you have stored? Do you really want to hear that number? I do. Close to 30 million coin. Huh. I gawked. That was 30,000 gold bullion. I asked with anticipation. Does this job really make you that much? God, no. For a while I was in the military, which made me quite a bit more after I hit the high ranks. And when I left, I was referred by a friend to work at the Clockwork Association. I made even more there before eventually settling in Plex's company. So while I still make decent money, it's nothing amazing. Well, I slowly nodded as my mind drifted. How old was Rayla? She looked young, no older than 30, but her words told me that she had many years of experience. And considering that this world was full of magic, it wasn't crazy to think that lifespans were longer. Kind of like the mythical elves that could retain their youthful appearances even at old ages. I suddenly wanted to ask how old she was, but that wasn't very tactful. So what are you? 60? Instead, I guessed, earning a snide smirk. You're going to do great with girls when you enter the magisterium. I happen to be a blunt person, especially when I know that you're probably more like half that age. Something like that. At the very least, I'm not that much older than you. I'm 22. Really? This time she looked at me with surprise. I scratched my roughly shaven chin that betrayed my age. I often got told that I looked older than I was. So when I smiled at Rayla, she scoffed and smacked my chest. You kids these days. Hey now, you're not that much older, right? Shut up. I make more money than you. Oh no, my fragile ego. We laughed a bit until the clerk came back. Here you go, John Cooper. The money has been stored and your card has been prepared. Here. The clerk handed me a card. When I felt it, I realized how unique it was. The border of the card was made of gold metal, and its body was like a window that revealed a flowing black film. On this film, I could see the symbol of the Polaris Bank. The clerk explained how to use it. All your money is stored within this bank, but through this card, you can retrieve any amount of your money at any given time and in any denomination. So if you desired, you could pull out 33 gold bullion, 330 gold coin, 3,300 silver bullion, or 33,000 silver coin. It all comes from that card right there. Simply tap the symbol and designate how much you wish to retrieve. Oh, doing as he said, I tapped the golden symbol with my finger. Then, for sliders appeared. I designated a single gold bullion, and with a confirmation, the black film fluctuated. You can simply dump out the coin or reach in and pull it out. Oh, I smiled as I reached into the black film, feeling the coin and pulling out the bullion. Cool. As your company is a platinum level client, you have been granted a gold level account and card. This means that not only can you retrieve your coin, but you can also deposit your coin simply by inserting it into the card at any time. And should you deposit more money and reach the next level, you would be granted a platinum level card that comes with even more functionality. Right. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure. If you require anything else, just let me know. The clerk left as I continued to play with the card. It was amazing how I could simply throw the coin in and out of the card. It was literally a portal for my money. Magic is amazing. Rayla smiled as my playful attitude. All right, be sure you put all your payments straight into that card when you get them. You don't need to get robbed and lose everything. Also, it only works with your specific crest, so don't worry should other people get a hold of it. Oh, even cooler. With that, the two of us left the bank. Our next stop was the warehouse. There, we only found Plex, who looked much better than yesterday, yet still beat up. He smiled at us. Hey, you too. Have fun at the bank? This card is cool. Yes, it is. And you'll be using it plenty today. Your jobs are on the table. All of them need to be done by morning. Walking over, Rayla and I saw 8 sheets on the table. All of them required us to head to a location, grab an item in our payment, and deliver the item to the auction house. For these jobs, our clients were located all across the city. Some were close, some came from the Founders Market, and others were farther away. I could already tell it was going to be a long night. We should get started. Rayla sighed while scooping up the papers. Our warehouse was located just outside the city center, putting us right in between the Black Spider and Founders Markets. Making a quick decision, the two of us decided to handle 3 of the jobs that came from the Founders Market. Of course, they were also the most dangerous. Anything going to the auction was a valuable item, and these items were most vulnerable while in transit. So us delivery men, while neutral and immune in the black market, were often targeted by those who didn't care. Being neutral and immune simply meant that, should we kill those from, let's say, the Clockwork Association after a deal gone wrong, we wouldn't be systematically hunted. Conflicts were always considered personal and wouldn't escalate. But again, there were those who simply didn't care. We ran into a few of such people after we had picked up our 3rd item. While crossing through an alleyway, Rayla and I were suddenly surrounded by 4 men. 2 carried swords while the other 2 seemed to be warlocks. I smiled and sighed while looking at the leader. Hello, gentlemen. How can we help you? Drop those packages. Oh, sure thing. Here's the first one. Bang. An explosion rang out as I fired my flintlock. The man in front of me froze for a few seconds before falling to his knees, a large hole now in his chest. I turned to the others with a smile. Who wants the second one? They were silent for a moment before running off, disappearing from our sights. Rayla chuckled as we continued walking. How bold of you. After escaping from the trenches yesterday, I've become severely desensitized. Besides, killing one and scaring 3 off is better than making them think they have a chance and having to kill all 4. Still, I'd rather not have to at all. Yeah, I understand. But that's just how the black market is. Don't feel guilty. She pat my back, and we continued on our way. Fortunately, everything after that was uneventful. Perhaps we got lucky, but we delivered everything to the auction house without a hitch. I also got paid another 14,000 coin even after dividing the profits with Rayla, putting my total savings at nearly 48,000 coin. With that, another day ended. The following day was yet again filled with package deliveries. Rayla and I only exchanged a few hostilities with some unsavory individuals. And while the fights generally ended quickly, both of us did end up exchanging blows. That hurt like hell. I had plenty of wounds that were still in the process of healing, and getting punched or kicked only ended with my stitches getting broken. After killing several and scaring off the rest, we finished our deliveries, headed to the hospital, and got fixed up. Not even those difficulties could put a damper on our mood, though. I didn't know what it was, but Rayla and I continued to have fun with each other. The jokes were smooth, the topics kept flowing, the banter was witty. We just clicked. The two of us seemed like best friends even though we had only known each other for a couple days. Of course, there was still plenty we didn't know about each other. It was hard keeping myself from alluding to Earth, and although Rayla had told me something about her former occupations, she never spoke about it in more detail. And I could tell that she had something to hide. I noticed the few times that we got on the topic of relationships. She often poked at how I had no girlfriend, so I would poke back, as I naturally didn't see a boyfriend or husband with her. She played it off, but I could tell how her mood went down. That only happened once, and I tactfully never touched the topic again. Not that she stopped telling me to go get a girl. While we walked, she would often scout some hot ladies, mention how big their boobs were, and tell me to talk to them. I would always refuse, of course, but it was still funny. So another day passed, and finally, it was time for the auction. The Black Spider market was always flooded during the day of the auction. Thousands of people would flood in from all over the city, even from beyond the city, to be here for the auction. After all, while it wasn't the biggest auction in the kingdom, it was definitely the most valuable. But this month's auction was in a weird spot. The auction following the big quarterly auction was always smaller since the most expensive items were just sold off. That would usually mean that there were little people. But there weren't. In fact, Rayla told me that the number of people was rather high. There was only one reason for that, and the man himself had messed with me while in the trenches. As the dress code was strict, I ended up spending close to 3,000 coin on a nice suit. Rayla had helped me pick it out just before coming to the auction house. It was a simple black suit with gold-threaded embroidery and designs. My white shirt was covered with a black vest, and Rayla had me buy a large trench coat. Apparently, that was the style here. All the clothes were supposedly enchanted in some way, allowing them to fit to the user. They were also built with attack-resistant fabric. The trench coat could eat an entire spell and keep me safe. Though, these features were still limited. As things got more expensive, people stopped tracking prices by coin and more so by gold bullion. So while I could buy a coat and clothes that were defensively amazing and had awesome features like self-cooling and cleaning, that would cost a few dozen gold bullion. That was for another time. I felt rather amazing as I walked with Rayla into the auction house. We eventually found Plex and the rest of the company before heading to a suite. It was a suite bought by the Tavera family. There, I once again met the patriarch. Goodness, John. How many people have you killed in the last month? You feel very different from the newbie you were when Plex first found you. The 24 new scars on my body would agree with you. I smiled as we shook hands. The older man in front of me stroked his whitening beard after separating. Say, how did things go at the Polaris family? I haven't heard anything. Amazing, actually. Maxwell is an interesting teacher, but what he teaches is good stuff. His call had saved my life a few times now. Wait, Maxwell? Alberain. Yeah, that's who I was taken to. The patriarch frowned before turning and looking at Plex. Plex shrugged while munching on some snacks that a maid had brought around, causing the patriarch to shake his head. I see. Well, if it's Maxwell, you can't go wrong. Get as much out of that man as you possibly can. He's getting as much out of me too. I mean, nearly 4,000 coin a week just for lessons. Heh, it's really far more valuable than that. But I will agree that he's a shrewd man. Who are you calling shrewd? We suddenly heard a voice, turning to see a tall man draped in navy blue robes. It was Maxwell, and his presence shocked several people, including the patriarch. Maxwell? I didn't expect to see you here. I had no plans to stop by, but my delinquent student has been missing classes. The summoner approached with a sharp eye, looking me over before huffing. Getting into fights? It pays for your classes, so yeah. I'm sorry I've missed recently, but work has been literally kicking my ass. Now I know that I'll be busy during the auctions. I figured. Well, battles will help with your communions anyway. In fact, maybe you should get into more. You? Maxwell suddenly pointed to Plex, who hummed in confusion. Send this kid to whatever jobs you have in the trenches. What? That place is a good training ground. As lawless as it is complex. Wahaha. Plex started laughing as my face fell. No way in hell am I going back to that hellhole. Especially not with the shitty weapons I have now. Yes, you'll need to be stronger, attain better summons. So here. Maxwell reached into his pocket and took out a large crystal and a small book. I took both as he explained. Follow the formations in the book and use that white crystal to cultivate your crest to the next authority. I thought you couldn't do that without the magisterium. They'll overlook it if it's just 1 or 2 levels. It might even help you since you're a bit too old to be entering as an authority 1. Oh, I'll omit this week's pay, so don't come back until you get your second authority. Remember, the faster you advance, the higher the chances of your survival. In Plex, if I find that he isn't in the trenches, I'll be paying you a visit. Do not inhibit my teachings. Hiki. Yes, sir. Plex chuckled evilly as Maxwell turned to leave. Rayla pat my back in sympathy. It was nice knowing you, John. Shut up. I should take you with me. No thanks. I've paid my dues. And hey, the jobs for the trenches at least pay well. Contrary to what people believe, those gremlins are rich. She laughed as I contemplated how difficult the coming days were going to be. Not long afterward, the auction began. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to officially announce the beginning of the 4th monthly auction. Chapter 12. Sold. Everyone clapped as the auction started. This was as much of a social convention as it was a time of business. This meant that drinks and food were plentiful among the stands. As the Tavera family was paying for everything in the suite, I didn't keep myself from grabbing anything that looked good. And as I found out, many of the candies were divine while the alcohol was rich. I was one of the few who took a seat by the window. The rest were socializing, including Rayla, who apparently had some friends within the Tavera family. So I was by myself for a while as the introductory items were being shown off. I could hear everything clearly through the glass, the noise being amplified by magic. A colossal goat horn, enough to make a full set of armor or construct the chassis of a carriage. Starting price, 25 gold bullion. I saw a truly massive horn appear on stage. It was at least 10 feet tall and 40 feet long. It really could be used to build the chassis of a vehicle. I wondered what kind of monstrosity the colossal goat was to have such huge horns. A container of 85 bone burrowing beetles for any of your alchemical needs. Starting price, 45 gold bullion. That box was worth the entirety of my savings at just the starting price. An air mask, constructed from the treated leather of a fire lamb and infused with a grade 4 white crystal. This device can not only filter all the air you breathe, but even boost your stamina. Starting price, 30 gold bullion. That was an interesting one that I might have considering trying to get if I could afford it. But unfortunately, it sold at about 75 gold bullion. The newest prototype of Sant's line of transmission devices, the Aerial 8. The details of this device have been purposefully omitted by request of the seller. Starting price, 70 gold bullion. The prices only continued to go up as each item went by. The average price quickly climbed past 100 gold bullion, and every single one was bought casually. Millions of coin being thrown around just like that. And these were just the introductory items. Eventually, the time for introductions were over. More expensive items starting at a minimum of 500 gold bullion started rolling out. From entire sets of armor to crazy intricate weapons, these were high-quality items that could be wielded by those with up to 7 authorities. But nobody seemed to care much. Nobody within my suite paid much mind to those things. And I suppose everyone at this auction was waiting for just one thing. I continued to sit around, eating all the shockingly delicious food that was being handed out. That was, until the doors swung open again. Maxwell? The sharp summoner came strolling back unannounced. He walked straight up to me. In his hands were two items, air mask and aerial. These were two of the introductory items. I slowly grabbed them as he explained. The trenches are filled with toxic fumes and drugged air. You'll want the mask to keep you healthy. And use the aerial to contact people. Also, they said something about San personally wanting to do some stuff with you in the aerial. If you had let me finish, I would have told you what. Suddenly, another man came striding into the room. He was scrawny, like a scientist, and on his face was a pair of glasses that flashed with displays. They looked like futuristic holographic glasses. He walked over to me, grabbing the aerial, which I had surmised was a magic phone. He spoke with haste, as if his mind were filled with a million thoughts. San, pleased to meet you. This is a prototype model, okay? Prototype. That means it's not perfect and still needs to be adjusted to suit you until I can create a standardized model. Now I can't spill all the details, but this thing can basically connect to your mind, to some extent at least. This new feature is limited for now until I work out the kinks, but nonetheless, still extremely useful. Also, this thing can work independently, regardless of if there are repeater nodes around you. I believe the maximum pulse transmission is 40 miles in all directions, and standard transmission is 10 miles in all directions. Trust me, far more capable than whatever else those dogs at Hero Aerial Works are cooking up. The man, San, went on a spiel about all the different things that this device could do. In short, it was a phone. This world had phones apparently, although the ones cheap enough for the common man were limited in function. Still, they provided revolutionary communication abilities. And this man, San, was the owner of San Industries. He created these phones, and this was his prototype model. Apparently, he decided to sell one in order to test it out in the field. And Maxwell bought it. As I started to zone out from all his droning on, the man suddenly grabbed my wrist. All right, this thing goes on your wrist right under your crest, which it binds to, like all the other models. Snap. Touching the device to my wrist, it automatically unfurled and snapped around the joint, becoming a metal wristband that sat flush against my skin. It wasn't uncomfortable, surprisingly. Now, you can only send information from your mind to the device. The device can't send things to your mind, at least not yet. It is built for it, though. So, in order to read things, you still have to manually activate the device and read them with your two eyeballs, yes? But you can now write messages and send them with your mind. You just have to speak them in that empty head of yours, and they'll appear on the screen. Now, I'll also be monitoring this device and its functionality to collect operating data so I can perfect it. This is what you have signed up for by buying it. But I didn't. Of course, I won't see nor will I care about the messages you send or receive. I know you elites care about secrecy and all that schnazzle. So just use it as normal and pretend that I'm not connected to the thing. I only need data. Data, okay. Why yes. Good. He nodded before standing and walking away. Oh, one more thing. He stopped and turned back around. You're a summoner? Yes, you are. So, you use Psycha, which is the more elusive of the three. If things go well, I might be able to activate the function so you can also receive data in your mind, since summoners are like that. Only if it goes well. Now, I will be in contact. And please, use the aerial as much as you can. I need data. With that, San finally walked out, leaving me in a small daze. Everyone was staring at me, prompting me to hide my wrist and mask behind my body. Mine. Haha. I can't believe that was San. He's filthy rich too. Patriarch Tavera laughed before going back to his business. Maxwell then walked up to me, showing his wrist which also had one of these devices on it. Touch. Tap. He touched the device to mine, and a screen appeared above my wrist. Add Maxwell Alborain as a contact? Yes. I confirmed in my mind, and sure enough, he was added to my contact list. I could send and receive messages from him. We could even exchange pictures and videos. Real-time calls were also possible. It was a full-fledged telephone. Well, pay me back by hurrying up and getting your next authority. With those words, he left once again. Perhaps all those payments every week was worth it. As I admired the aerial and mask, Rayla came up to me with a smile. Extending her wrist, she tapped my aerial, exchanging contact info. I naturally have one too. So does everyone else in the company. Get their contact info when you can. Sure. Thanks. We smiled at each other. After that, there were no more surprises as the auction continued on. There were dozens of items that got introduced and sold off after the course of several hours. Many of them sold for beyond 1,000 gold bullion. The total monetary exchange in just 5 hours was at least 80 million coin. It was a baffling number, but none of it could compare to what was to come. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the final item of the auction. This is what you all have been waiting for. It was after several hundred more people had flooded into the auction house. The auctioneer had a broad smile on his face as a small cart was rolled out. On top of it was a single box, one that I recognized. The notorious Apocryon has spread the news far and wide. He has concocted a revolutionary item he calls the Overkill Pills. These pills are capable of increasing a person's combat power by several times, even on the verge of death. The duration of this increase depends on the user and how long their body can survive the rampaging power. However, despite the amazing effects, taking one of these pills almost certainly ensures your demise. They should only be taken in the direst of circumstances. Apocryon has dictated one condition for the selling of this product. Not only is he selling a small batch of pills here today, but he is selling an exclusivity contract. The contract will last 2 years, and for that duration, only the buyer can receive these pills to do whatever they wish with them. Holy shit. The auction house was uproarious at the news. Even Patriarch Tavera couldn't help but curse. An exclusivity contract was huge, because not only would the buyer become the sole owner of any and all pills that were produced, but they could sell them as they wished. It was a monopoly of the product. This was much bigger than simply selling a batch of pills in an auction house. Truly a madman. I can't imagine how much money he's going to make tonight. Plex was laughing with a drink in his hand. As for me, I was just enjoying the show. I was happy enough with my new magic phone. There are more details that Apocryon will personally discuss with the buyer, but that will come later. Ladies and gentlemen, I officially opened the bidding starting at 20,000 gold bullion. 20 million coin. I was baffled at the starting price. Even more so at the subsequent shouts. There were only 3 big names that sounded out. 50,000, 80,000, 120,000, 200,000. The price quickly rose beyond anything I could comprehend. And from beside me, Plex pointed at 3 other suites that stood suspended above the stands. I'm telling you right now, the only 3 bidders for this stuff are the Polaris family, the church, and the fucking dragon military. A black market behemoth, a religious order, and the damn kingdom itself are fighting for this stuff with money we could never touch in our lives. With a single fucking pill, Apocryon got the big names to move. Haha. Plex started laughing, half because of the absurdity, half because of how drunk he was. I leaned over toward Rayla. I know the kingdom and Polaris family are big, but the church? Yes, the church is a behemoth on equal grounds. That's because they invented the crystal purification system. And that is the most important technique ever created in the history of mankind. Rayla looked down at the bidding ground with a neutral face. The scourge is a threat that grows by the year. Monstrosities raid our borders every day, armies of mutant humanoids that seek to kill us all. And they all carry crystals, the incarnation of their power. However, their power is tainted, poisonous. Consume that power, and you would turn into a monstrosity yourself. But the church created a way to purify the crystal, turning it into a magic engine that pulls in and stores a universal power called Magicka. This Magicka can turn into any of the 3 energies that knights, warlocks, and summoners can use to advance their authorities. The crystals can also be used to create enchanted items, like your new mask. She pointed at the air mask on my lap. Since the crystal is an engine that constantly pulls in energy, simply tapping into that flow can power objects. It revolutionized the world as we know it. And the church has sole control over that method? Well, they have sole control over the best method. Others have been created, but they don't have the results that the church does. So naturally, the church is a behemoth that sits at the top of the world. Wow. And now they're all fighting for this. 1 million. Another call sounded out. By this point, the entire auction house was silent. Only, after the price reached a whopping 1 billion coin, nothing else was heard. The auctioneer, who hadn't spoken in several minutes, suddenly raised his hand. 1 million gold bullion. Going once. Going twice. Sold. The hammer slammed down, yet unlike all the other times, no name was announced. In fact, it all seemed suspicious. They'll probably negotiate in private. There's no way you can simply buy something this important. Plus, they're not going to dump more than that into a single man, let alone a madman like Apocryon. Plex scoffed while taking another swig of what I could only assume was pure ethanol by the smell. And with that, the auction officially ended. We stood with Patriarch Tavera, everybody funneling out of the room. It was surprising that I actually came out of this with 2 new toys, but regardless of that, I had witnessed something rather amazing here. And to think that I had been a part of the delivery team that transported this billion-coin item, even if everything that happened was just for show. Chapter 13, Gala. Ding. Ugh. Son of a bitch. Bang. My flintlock fired into a man's abdomen, one who just hit me with a metal pole. He slumped over after I kicked him away, proceeding to walk my way out. Over my face was the air mask. As Maxwell had said, it was crucial for staying healthy while in the trenches. Sure, you could go in for a day and come out fine, but over several days? The mask was a lifesaver, especially since the smell of drugs and odor was unbearable. Even more, the air that I breathed was so fresh and revitalizing that it gave me more stamina. I could run and fight for much longer, which was similarly a lifesaver. Ring. Suddenly, I felt my aerial phone go off on my wrist. I looked at it and saw Rayla's name. I answered, her voice echoing in my mind. Hey, sweet cheeks. How's the job? Fucking fantastic. Just got whacked in the leg with a pole. What's the other guy look like? A bloody mess on the floor. Then it seems you're still fine. I smiled as we conversed in my mind. It had only taken 2 weeks for San to activate the mind function of the Ariel 8 prototype. This meant I could carry out calls, see messages, and send pictures all from the comfort of my brain. But apparently, this was only because I was a summoner. Psyche, the power of the mind that summoners wielded, made all this far easier than with knights or warlocks. We kept talking as I summoned a hatchet and chopped at a man who jumped out at me with a knife. Splat. So is that suit working well? Now that you're testing it and all. It's definitely made a difference. I spoke while turning, flicking my arm and sending the hatchet flying. The blade buried itself into another man several meters away. Walking past the fresh corpse, the hatchet disappeared, going back to the dimension. Rayla chuckled. I would hope so. You spent 30,000 coin on it. Yeah. I mean, I'm not taking nearly as many wounds as I used to, but for those rare occasions, it's definitely doing its part in keeping me alive. Just a few hours ago, it managed to stop a sword from cutting through. It even mitigates some of the impact. And it looks sharp on you. Of course. That's the most important part. I smiled as the end of the trenches territory showed itself. Making my way into the territory of the Clockwork Association, I found a certain building number and knocked. What? Special delivery. I yelled back to the rude voice. Soon after, the door swung open, revealing a short old lady. Here, 2,200 coin. Now get off my doormat. After tossing a sack of coin and snatching the package, the door was slammed shut. Compared to my recent clients, she was a saint. I turned and waved. Pleasure doing business. Off my doormat. Another yell came from the building, making me laugh. I then sighed. Finally done with the day. Don't you have class? That'll probably be tomorrow. I'm still on the verge of getting my second authority. It'll probably happen tonight. Oh, well, hurry and train then. You know, that's another thing that's always surprised me about you. What's that? I questioned while calling a carriage, having it take me to the Black Spider Hotel. Rayla spoke with skepticism. You're strong for your level. I mean, you're only authority 1, and you can kill those well above your own power. Well, I still have trouble with knights. Yes, those tough ones seem to be your weakness. But again, you're only on your first authority. Probably just the nature of my summons. I shrugged. I didn't know how I was supposed to explain the technology behind guns in relation to the magical powers of this world. Soon, I arrived at the hotel. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm home. Sure thing, sweet cheeks. I ended the call with a smile. At the same time, I nodded to the keymaster. He smiled back. Good morning, John. Likewise, keymaster. Thank you for the hospitality. You say that every time you come through here. Instead, I should be congratulating you in advance on a successful advancement. Heh, nothing gets past you. I do my best. He tipped his hat as I walked past. Enjoy your rest, John. Thank you, keymaster. With that, I headed up to my room. Upon entry, I went and stripped my clothes in the bathroom. It was there that I turned on the bath and dumped them in the water. Just like that, my nice clothes had all the dirt and blood stripped right off them. Even the water slid off as I picked them back up. Perfectly clean in just a few minutes. That's what 30 gold bullion gets you. The suit I had spent a significant amount of my savings on was, like my first suit, black with gold embroidery. As there was no worry about getting it dirty, defensively it could eat spells and block swords, and it could moderate its internal temperature, I decided that it would be my normal wear. Even my underwear had fancy enhancements on it. I called the temperature enhancement on it the ball chiller. Being a summoner, I didn't need to carry weapons on me like knights did. Anything else I needed to carry was small and could fit in pockets, which my trench coat had plenty of. So I always looked good, though not overly outstanding. My suit wasn't something that would catch the attention of anyone I couldn't handle in a fight. After cleaning my body up for the night, I climbed into bed. It was 6 weeks past my encounter with Apocryon and the night at the auction house. Since then, I have been training my authority and doing jobs. The trench jobs really did pay more. The average job paid at least 3 times more than otherwise. The cost for this extra pay, though, were at least 8 trips to the hospital. I've gotten treated for stab wounds, poison, broken bones, and a slew of other small issues. I was lucky that this magical world had fantastic medical care, as with enough money, I could recover from everything without a hitch. I even bought some recovery pills from the hospital that I could take during battles. Those kept me going, temporarily keeping my injuries from getting worse and buying me time. I had really ridden the line of death over these past weeks, but hopefully things would be a bit easier soon. As I laid in my bed, I glanced at a large bruise on my thigh before grabbing a small book and crystal. They were the 2 items Maxwell gave me, and I had been training with them ever since. The process to train my authority involved accumulating more power using the crystal as an engine. You couldn't simply train your own power. That was like a battery trying to power itself. Instead, you needed an external energy source. That's what the crystal was. And the book contained spell formations that allowed me to direct the power in a certain way that wouldn't hurt me. Deviating from those formations hurt like hell, so I quickly learned how to use them properly. Now, I was on the verge of getting my second authority. I could feel it. In my mind, I saw the second star fill with energy over time. It was a tedious process, but now it was almost completely full. Just one more push. I mumbled to myself as I grabbed the crystal and started training. Energy moved into my body, bypassing my physical self and seeping straight into my mind. I could see the second star of 13 glisten. Then, an hour passed. It was at this time that I felt a reaction. All that power had reached a boiling point. I could suddenly feel a connection to the star. It was like a wall was breaking down. I was gaining access to something. Power beyond me was finally within reach. And I grabbed it. Flash. The star shone before all the power swirled into a vortex. It shattered the wall, and before I could react, my mind was flooded with information. The second dimension was opened, and through it, I could see more spirits. But all the energy within me was simultaneously drained, leaving me exhausted. I staved off my desire to pass out, though, and looked into the dimension. What I saw, I didn't know if I was happy or not. Percussion cap weapon, both pistols and rifles. The percussion cap system was far more reliable than the flintlock system. In fact, in the past several weeks there were a few days when it rained. Those days, I outright didn't leave for work since my flintlock pistol couldn't operate when wet. Even if it could, it would be horribly unreliable, and mistakes could mean death for me. So percussion cap weapons were definitely more reliable and easier to reload. But I had been hoping for something like a multi-chamber revolver. Well, things aren't going to be that much easier. I'll probably have to climb to Authority 3 before getting 6 shooters. Luckily, this book knows how. This book that Maxwell gave me had the formations for Authority 3, and since he said that advancing a few authorities wasn't an issue with the Magisterium, I decided that I would do so. It took me 6 weeks, but 3 of those weeks were spent getting used to the spell formation. If I can figure things out faster, I might be able to advance again in a month. Well, I'll ask Maxwell tomorrow since I can return to class now. I mumbled while closing the book and putting away the crystal. With that, I went to sleep. Only 6 weeks, huh? Pretty fast for someone who only activated their crest a couple months ago. Yes, but unfortunately the new summons aren't that much stronger. They're basically more reliable weapons, maybe a bit better in terms of power, but that's it. I see. Well, not out of the ordinary. You won't start seeing significant changes until the latter authorities. Still, there are many things to teach you until then. So sit and listen. Oh, and your bill has increased to 5 gold bullion a week. What? Even numbers, you know? He shrugged, and I could only fork out 5 shiny gold coins. They fell from my card into his hand, which he immediately tossed into his own card, which was of the platinum level. After that, I got to listen to a long lecture that only stopped after the sun had risen. When it was over, I dragged myself out, though not before giving Maxwell a reminder. By the way, the auction is coming up again soon. Of course, just focus on training your next authority. Oh, and did you get a suit from that man I told you to visit? Yes, I'm wearing it right now. It was Maxwell who referred me to a tailor who made these special suits, telling me to buy one if I wanted to survive. In the end, I spent 30 gold bullion on the one Rayla and I had spoken about the day before. Very well. Oh, take this crystal, and hand me back the other one next time. Use the new one for training. It's more powerful. He tossed me a white crystal, one that was identical to the previous, only bigger. With that, I finally left for the day. My next few weeks were filled with training and working. The reason Maxwell wanted me to face adversity in the trenches was because utilizing my spirits naturally trained me as a summoner, especially since I had cold summons. And I had learned a lot through daily battles. The process of charming to form a communion became far smoother than at first. I also learned a special aspect of the Call of the Fallen Angel that had saved my neck several times. Spirits weren't limited to their summoned forms. Basically, I could pump my psyche into these spirits, making them stronger. This allowed my guns to hit harder at the expense of my energy. When faced with knights who had atrociously strong and resilient bodies, normal bullets didn't cut it. Instead, I spent chunks of my energy empowering the spirit and giving it stronger shots that could kill those knights. And it was this ability that continued to secure my life in the following weeks. Soon, my third auction came around. It marked the 6th month of the year, which meant it was the second quarterly auction, the major auction that was graced by Vatsy's Gala. The Black Spider market was festive even before the auction began. The anticipation was high, and I myself was raking in the big bucks. I was paired with Rayla again as we ran jobs for the auction. Thankfully, nothing like the encounter with Apocryon happened again, but that didn't mean it wasn't dangerous. We were attacked several times, even outside the black markets. It was like these thieves could smell how valuable our cargo was because they always seemed to come out of nowhere. Thankfully, Rayla was powerful. Her warlock spells could take people out faster than my pistols could. We still got a few injuries, though, ending up in the hospital a couple times. But it was all worth it. Precisely, it was worth the 28,000 gold profit. These quarterly auctions were big, and we were privileged enough to attend them. When the day came, I picked out my formal suit and met the company at the auction house. Inside, there were dancers on a stage and an entire orchestra that was playing swing music. The entire place was filled with the aroma of alcohol, perfume, and delicious food. It was a massive party, all hosted by the bigwig Vatsy. Throw on your masks and have fun. Of course, another symbol of the gala was the masquerade. Everyone received a mask, one that matched our attire. After putting them on, a few of the guys dispersed, Plex included. Rayla and I, on the other hand, linked arms and wandered around the place. Occasionally, we took some snacks, and most of the time we were talking about whatever came to mind. Spending some time at the bar, she would pick out some suitable females that she tried to get me to talk to. All of them were rather gorgeous. Not even the masks could conceal their beauty. But as always, I refused. And in the end, she invited me for a dance. Unfortunately, while I knew how to dance, I didn't know anything from this world. So she was the one who had to lead. I quickly picked up on what seemed to be a combination of square dancing and the tango. It was complex but rhythmic, and after feeling each other for a while, we matched our tempo. Of course, I couldn't help but be tripped up a few times. But everything between us was fun, so we just laughed and kept going. Then, I took the lead and taught her some stuff that I knew. Some simplified tango was fun as I led her around the floor. She was agile as she followed my feet, our bodies almost pasted together while we moved. I knew it wasn't just me as the heat grew. Eventually, our smiles turned somber, our gazes locked onto each other's, our eyes sharp almost like we were mad at each other. And then, the music slowed. We came to a stop, her chest pressed against mine and our hot breaths brushing against the other's face. And just when it seemed like something would happen. Ring. I heard the aerial ring in my mind. It was a call from Libidus. It drew my attention, and as soon as my eyes were diverted, Rayla took a breath and backed off. Sorry, Libidus is calling me. No, it's fine. I need a drink anyway. She smiled as we walked off the dance floor. I made my way to a bar while Rayla excused herself. I met with Libidus, who grabbed me and pulled me to the side. Hey, there's something you should know. What? I asked weirdly while grabbing some random wine off a tray. Libidus seemed serious as he spoke. It's about Rayla. I need you to trust me and avoid trying anything with her. What do you mean? Please, I saw you two down there. For the past month you two have gotten really close. And I don't want that to change since she's been a lot happier since you've come around. But please, don't get seriously romantic. For her sake. Why? I got curious. Being honest with myself, I've come to really like Rayla. She was smart, mature, had a great sense of humor, and was beautiful. I couldn't say I hadn't thought of pursuing anything. But Libidus was making me morbidly curious. He shook his head with a sigh. I'm not sure I should tell you. It's her business. Hey, let's not play these games. Tell me, or I'll just go ask her about it myself. Because I like her too much to beat around such an important detail. Fine. He gave in, but before he spoke, he grabbed a cup and downed all its contents. After a cough, he looked around before turning his voice low. Look, she's been married before. It wasn't long before she joined the military that she found her husband. Both of them were warlocks, so they joined together. But he didn't make it out. He spoke with lingering sorrow. She's been depressed for years since they had been trying for a child. Still probably hasn't gotten over it. But when you two met, she's been all bright and happy. You're a good man, John, and normally I'd say you two would be good together. But I don't think she's in the position to get involved romantically. I don't know if she'll ever be. They seriously loved each other. I mean, she almost killed herself over it. The scourge took her man in the worst way possible. Plus, you're quite a bit younger than her. The facts don't mesh, and I don't want things to be ruined between you two because of that conflict. I was silent, processing these shocking revelations. Libidus sighed when he glanced at me, downing another cup. I'm sorry, John, but please trust me on this. You two can get as chummy as you want, but keep it as friends. If you try to take it that one step further, I don't see it ending well for either of you. It'll just be an amazing friendship brought to an unnecessary halt. Thank you for telling me. I responded dully, grabbing an entire bottle of alcohol off a butler's tray and taking a swig. I pinched my temples. I'll think about it. Well, no need to do it sober. But keep things up like this, and you'll probably have to make the decision tonight. Oh, she's coming. Libidus smiled and waved while Rayla walked over. With my back facing her, I clenched my jaw before taking another drink and turning around. Hey, care to join us? I offered with a wide smile, waving the bottle around in front of her face. She smirked and took it, taking a swig with a scrunched face. Bleh, that's strong. At least give me something tasty. Of course. Let's head to the Tavera suite and drink there, though. Like that, the three of us got ourselves comfortable in the first-class seating that was armed with a private bar. And so, the quarterly auction was kicked off, filled with happiness and hidden sorrows. Post-work party. Chapter 14. Short. God, you're so drunk. No, definitely not. I'm an American. I can hold my liquor. Yes, I know. It's the only reason you haven't passed out yet. I mean 5 bottles. Rayla chuckled wryly as she practically carried John. Recalling the night, although it seemed like he just wanted to let a little loose, she felt something was off. It was when he was left alone. It only took a glance to see the hollow stare. And it was only when she moved into his line of sight that he would perk back up and drink a bit more. He downed hard liquor like water, impressing even the knights of the Tavera family. And for some reason, he made it known that he was what they called an American. That's what everyone was calling him by the end of the night. Now here he was, basically slung over her shoulder as she dragged him back to her house. And there was one other thing that concerned her. On their way out of the Black Spider Market, she passed by the Keymaster. The two were acquainted. It was his words that made her think. You have something good, Rayla Nolovich. Sorry. His comment had made her heart constrict. Nolovich. That was her late husband's surname. After he died, she no longer kept it since she couldn't carry that family name without him. So that name triggered deep memories that she didn't want to remember. She glanced at his oddly gentle face. A true friendship is an amazing thing, but still nothing more. She didn't respond to that, but she still thought about it deeply as she unlocked the door to her apartment. Oh, am I actually in a girl's house? Are you 12? Here, just lay on the couch. I'm banished to the couch. She rolled her eyes as John sighed, lowering him onto the cushions. Then she sat on the armrest by his head. He was already dozing off. When he shifted, she could see him glance at her through half-closed eyes. She reached down, brushing back some of his hair. The two were quiet, simply staring at each other. There were so many things that both of them wanted to say, but there was much more that was better left unsaid. Both of them had straightforward personalities, but in this moment, their desire to carefully tread an invisible line took hold. What they wanted and what they knew they should do conflicted. In the end, Raya spoke first. Why didn't you go talk to those girls? It seemed like a joking question, But it made John's mind spin. He could say he didn't talk to them because he'd rather be with her. It would give him exactly what he wanted, which was to take that step forward. But it wouldn't align with what he wanted for Rayla, which was to maintain their friendship. Rayla didn't know that Libidus told John about her late husband. She didn't know that he had been thinking for hours about what was best for both of them. She surely had the same conflict in her mind. Was she ready to get into a serious relationship? Would she mess it up because of her past? And before all that, did she want to change John to herself? Or did she want him to be with someone that didn't have all the baggage she did? And her question meant one thing. She was leaving the decision to him. If he wanted it, then she would do it. If he didn't, maybe. John mumbled lightly, stopping for a moment as he relaxed his tightening throat. I think I was just nervous. Nervous? Yeah. Indecisive. Afraid. I can't say I'm the smoothest talker. Maybe I would mess things up. She was silent, but after a while, John asked, "Did you want me to talk to them?" Well, her voice was unusually soft, yet filled with emotion that threatened to burst. Taking a deep breath, she slipped off the arm of the chair and kneeled on the floor in front of the couch. Her head leaned on the cushion. She didn't respond for close to a minute. And when she finally lifted her head, she had a small, sorrowful smile. I was just trying to get you a girlfriend. A lot of those chicks come from rich families. They would be good picks. That's true. Not that I care about that. Yeah, promise me something. She lifted her head and leaned forward. I need this, but promise me, this will never happen again. She said that, and after moving forward, she locked her lips with his. Chapter 15. Advance. I wasn't sure when I woke up, but I quickly realized that I wasn't the first. And it took a few seconds, but when I saw the messy sheets of the bed and started recalling the night before, I fucked up. I had done just about everything I told myself not to, if not more. Not only that, I had finished inside of her. Shit. I was way too drunk. I felt waves of regret. This seriously wasn't good for either of us. And I wasn't thinking I'd become a father just a couple months after coming to an entirely new world. Well, I'd own up to it like a man if I had to. Still, I spent close to half an hour wallowing in shame before finally pulling myself up. I knew she had a shower since that was one of our stops the night before. So walking into the bathroom connected to her bedroom, I threw it on and washed up. As for the hangover, I barely had a headache. All the alcohol was high quality, and combined with my vigorous body, I guess I had avoided a large part of the hurt. When I rinsed and came back out, I found my clothes folded on the bed that had been remade. Feeling another wave of shame, I threw on my pants and shirt while slinging my coat over my shoulder. It looked less like a walk of shame that way. Then, I steeled myself as I left the bedroom. My heart throbbed in my chest when I saw Rayla in the kitchen. She was holding a jar, grabbing small cookies out of it and tossing them in her mouth with seeming anxiety. She froze when she saw me, and for a few seconds, neither of us reacted, until she smiled. Hey, how's the hangover? Fine. Just a small headache. Impressive. I didn't smile as cheerily as she did. First, I glanced out the window, seeing that the sun was already setting. Then I sighed and walked over to the dining table, standing behind a seat. I'm sorry, I have to ask. I could feel my face burn as I spit it out. Last night, beyond all other outstanding issues, I wasn't exactly restrained with how much I finished inside you. That, as if not expecting that to be my concern, she tilted her head. Putting aside the difficulty for Magi to have kids anyway, there's tons of magic for that. So, no, I'm not going to be pregnant. Oh, thank the Lord. That seemed to be weighing on you pretty heavily. She had a small smile as I slumped over the table in relief. I sighed. Of course, I'm 22 and absolutely not ready to be a father. I mean, I've still got so much to do before I can settle. I stopped there. That might have been insensitive. I could imagine that the crux of the matter for Rayla was if she was willing to get in a relationship with me, who was only 22, and when she had the baggage that she did. We were supposed to stay friends. That way, both of us could be happy. She would have a friend that brightened up her life, and I can still pursue someone that would be a better fit for me while having a close friend of my own. But those plans of simplicity all shattered when she went in for that kiss. And now we were here. For a while, I couldn't seem to raise my head and face her, because I didn't know what I was supposed to do now. But it seemed she already had an idea. Hey, John, she called with a soft voice. When I lifted my head, I saw her gentle smile. What happened last night was entirely on me. I know what you wanted, yet I let my desires take hold. I won't make excuses. So I apologize. No shit, I don't know. Hey, I interrupted her, giving her a smile. We're both straightforward people, right? Let's not make it complicated. I said that as I walked over, putting myself in front of her and sticking my hand out. Things are good, yeah? Let's just keep having fun like we have been. Okay. She stared at me for a second before glancing down at my hand that was waiting for a shake. Rolling my eyes, I reached out and grabbed her opposite hand, placing it in mine and shaking it. Pleasure doing business. Wahahaha. She broke out in a fit of laughter, making me smile wide. What? Haha, you. I don't think I've ever had a guy in something like that with a formal handshake. You're really something else. Hey, handshakes are universal. Sure. She chuckled a bit more before pulling my hand and wrapping me in a hug. Thanks, John. Really? Of course. We hugged for a while before separating and smiling at each other. So tell nobody? Nope. Smooth. I was worried that things were going to get weird, despite what seemed like a good resolution. But my worries were unfounded. Rayla took it amazingly well, which is what I wanted. She was the one I was worried about, after all. If she had any lingering feelings, or if she was just pretending, then she would have no doubt drifted away. But we still continued to talk almost every day, occasionally meeting for a night out, or doing some bigger jobs together. And nothing romantic ever happened. We continued to be great friends, and nobody could sense that anything was different between us besides the fact that we seemed to be quite a bit closer than before. Libidus had come to me a couple days after and asked me how it went since he knew I went back to Rayla's place. And I told him that nothing had happened, that I just slept off my hangover. He sighed in relief at that, totally believing me. That basically concluded everything. That night was one I would never forget. I've had experience with girls on Earth, but nothing had ever been so hot and passionate. None of my past experiences even came close to comparing. I suppose it was because we were both letting out pent-up feelings, knowing that it would be the one and only time. So we poured out everything without inhibition. But given some time to cool down, we both leveled our heads and continued as we had before. Neither of us tried anything, keeping it strictly platonic. Of course, we deeply cared for each other. We were even closer than before, and we'd managed to build something quite unique. It seemed to work, because even a week later, we were still basically best friends. You're almost there? You've been training for all of what, a month? Something like that. Shit. I gotta admit, even for the low level, that's some talent. Rayla's surprised voice echoed in my mind. I was sitting in my room, the book in white crystal in front of me. I was preparing for another training session, one I sensed would be my last before entering the magisterium. I asked while opening the book and viewing the spell. How long did it take you? You're at Authority 8, right? Yeah. I don't remember exactly, but my first 4 authorities took about 3 years to achieve. Everything after that was a slow crawl. But then again, my talent isn't the greatest. Still, Authority 8 is massive. I let out a breath. The maximum level achievable was Authority 12. So while there was technically an uncrossable chasm between them, Authority 8 was still amazingly high. Rayla was powerful, that much I knew. And that was despite her getting injured whenever we ran jobs. The reason she got injured was because, unlike me, she was dealing with truly powerful opponents. It was like when Plex came back from the trenches with the shit kicked out of him after meeting Apocryon. According to my experience thus far, the best I could handle was an Authority 3 Knight and up to Authority 5 Warlocks and Summoners being an Authority 2. But even that was only doable because nobody knew the nature of my weapons. Knights were my bane because, unlike Warlocks or Summoners, they didn't need to preemptively prepare defenses to survive a bullet. I couldn't imagine Authority 8 Knights, and I barely understood the crazy powers of an Authority 8 Warlock. Whenever Rayla battled, she would always disappear for a while. That was to keep me out of the crossfire. So I never actually got to witness the full power of someone at that level. But the flattened buildings, crevices in the ground, and the occasional sounds I would hear gave away the fact that it was a whole other league. Rayla chuckled. When you get to that level, you start to realize that no amount of power you attain is truly massive. Things only reach further and further extremes the higher you climb. The you as an Authority 2 might see an Authority 8 or 9 as some kind of god. But as an Authority 8, I've met Authority 10s that seem like gods, and those above them. I couldn't fathom their power, let alone try to reach it. She sighed, her words making me realize just how insane those levels were. Besides, I'm not even a good Authority 8. A good Authority 7 could match me just fine. Please, you're amazing as is. Plus, the higher you go, the more problematic things get. Would you really want to live that kind of life? No, I wouldn't. So then you're golden. Thanks. Now go train. I expect to see some new summons tomorrow since you've been yapping about how amazing they're going to be. Right. I smiled, and after some goodbyes, we hung up. Picking up the book, I started forming the spell that I had already memorized. And with the crystal, I used its energy to drive the spell and expand my power. Like last time, I was close to unlocking the third star. It took a lot more energy than last time, at least several times more. And yet, I had gotten this far much faster than prior. It was because I had finally gotten used to forming these complicated spells. And without that barrier, most of my time was spent training. In that sense, it had actually taken longer to train, being 4 weeks of accumulation instead of 3. Regardless, everything was coming to a head. The feelings were almost identical to last time. The energy reached a tipping point, and then the barrier of the star was broken through. With a massive drain in energy, the third dimension was opened. I slumped in my bed, my mind exhausted WTH the outpour. But keeping myself awake, I observed what few spirits I could see in the dimension. And the sight caused me to smile. 6 shooter revolvers, lever-action rifles, break-action shotguns. Old-school weapons, no doubt. It was the kind of stuff you would see in depictions of the Wild West. There weren't semi-automatic pistols or rifles, not even pump-action shots. But these weapons meant a vast jump in survivability for me. Also, with my increased pool of Psyche, I could empower my spirits more, meaning more overall killing power. With that, I passed out in glee. I was really looking forward to the future. Yeah, motherfucker. Boom. I let out a shotgun blast toward the man in front of me. His body unceremoniously went flying, his chest turned into paste. I wiped some blood splatter off my face, turning toward the others. See that, assholes? I've got an upgrade. The American is stronger. Shit. Just give me that damn coin. From a distance, a bold but inexperienced warlock prepared a couple spells. But with a flick of my wrist, the shotgun was put away and a rifle took its place. Firing a .30-30 cartridge, this wooden-bodied beauty was a monster that had already made my life easier in several ways. Particularly in this way. Boom. Another explosion shook everyone's ears, even mine. And across the way, the bold warlock looked down to find a new hole in his chest. He had even put up some kind of magical barrier, but it had done absolutely nothing to stop the bullet. I had already become notorious in the trenches, so much so that not many came to bother me anymore. The only ones who came were those in groups. And everyone knew that when I aimed my boomstick, the person on the end of it would get hurt. So they used their brains and started preparing barriers. Before, they might have had a chance to mitigate some of the damage. But with these new weapons, I was about to enter a whole new level of notoriety. I could see everyone look at me like I was a freak as I breathed in the wonderful scent of gunpowder smoking out of the barrel end. Anyone else? I've got enough lead for you all. Fuck. They grit their teeth, and ultimately, they ran away. I smirked and waltzed my way out. But before long, there was someone who stepped in my path. He snarled at me. Remember me, American? Didn't I run away from you one time? I scratched my head while looking at the short man who appeared. He had no shirt, showing off his bulky muscles, and a nasty scar in his abdomen. I put that scar there with my flintlock while I was injured and running away. I only recognized him since he really was short. I called him a gremlin no few number of times. What? You back for revenge? Fucking gremlin. Call me that again one more time. He grit his teeth as his muscles bulged in rage. I smiled. Just get your stubby feet over here, gremlin. Agate. With a bellow, the little man came charging at me. At the same time, I raised the rifle. Bang, 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 bang. I let out 4 shots. One hit his leg, one hit an arm, and the other 2 landed somewhere in that pile of abs. But he only stumbled in surprise before continuing. Is that all you got? You summoners are trash. Frowning, I waved my hand, grabbing the shotgun and throwing in 2 new shells with skillful hands. In that time, he closed the distance even with me backpedaling. Eat this slug. Boom. This time, he couldn't be so arrogant. Though, I would give him a bit of internal praise. Instead of getting his head outright blown off, he only lost an arm. Gah. He dropped while clutching his empty shoulder socket. But perhaps riding the wave of shock, he quickly stumbled back up and moved to take me down. You're dead. 2 shells, dumbass. And that was it. Boom. I put a hole in his chest, causing him to freeze. He stood there for a few seconds before I pushed with my barrel, knocking him to the floor. I smiled as blood soaked the dirt ground beneath him. I've told everyone to just leave me alone. Besides, it's not like I got my gold just sitting in my pockets. Now look at you. Dead. Was it worth it, Gremlin? I stepped over his corpse and continued walking. When I finally got out of the trenches, I walked around before finding a specific bar. It was there that I saw Rayla standing outside, who noticed me and waved. Hey, sweet cheeks. You're covered in blood. And this time, none of it's mine. I even killed that gremlin from some time ago. Yes, those weapons of yours are insane. You're also more aggressive than usual. She laughed while pulling out a handkerchief, wiping my face down. Then, she smirked. You forgot to wear your air mask. No wonder you're enjoying yourself so much. Oh, crap. I suddenly remembered that. Normally, I had it on while in the trenches, but I forgot it today. I was cleaning it yesterday. I think I forgot it in my bathroom. Of course you did. Well, getting high for just one day is fine. There. She finished cleaning and pat my cheek. Now let's get a drink. Libidus and the others are already inside. Sure. We smiled and went inside, meeting the others and having a small post-work party. Chapter 16. Party. Maxwell looked me over, nodding in approval. Third authority only a few months after starting training. Your talent is good then. You should have no issues in the Magisterium. Well, I only have one concern. I asked. My summons, my guns, are way too lethal. I mean, I can't just dial down their power. That's not how they work. So if I ever have to fight anyone, like in tournaments or whatever, I wouldn't worry too much about that. A majority of your battles in the Magisterium are going to be against the Scourge or in artificial hunting grounds. The times you will turn your weapons against a fellow Magus are few, and even then, you may be exempt due to the nature of your power. After all, you aren't the first to have this problem of excessive lethality. Oh, good. So, other than fighting, what exactly do we do there? The time to enter the Magisterium was coming. I had one more month. The past 4 months had been filled with constant fighting and working. I had learned more than I ever expected since arriving, and Maxwell had helped raise me to the third authority. I was a whole new man who had been reforged through the fires of those dastardly trenches. Or, I should say the smoke. You could get high just by breathing the air of that place. Learned it the fun way. Anyway, going from all this to a school wasn't a change in pace that I was quite prepared for. But then again, I didn't think I would be stopping my work. I still wanted to make money despite having tons in my savings, even if only occasionally. Maxwell sat back in his chair while letting out a breath. Normally, there are 3 things you do at the Magisterium. You learn their summoner calls, cultivate your authority, and fight. But since you're learning my call, you won't be learning theirs. So you'll be cultivating using the formations they give you and learning to fight against the Scourge. Remember that the sole purpose of the Magisterium is to develop elite soldiers that can fight the Scourge. Therefore, you'll be fighting alongside the military rather often, especially since you'll be jumping straight into the higher ranks of the school. All right. And how long should I expect to be there? Depends on how fast you climb to Authority 5. It's at about that level that they tend to transition you to the military, unless you show enough talent to climb higher in a short amount of time. Even in that case, though, they would still have you hunting as a part of more specialized units. Also, I should warn you of something. Maxwell's face turned a little ponderous. By going to the Magisterium, you're signing yourself away to the kingdom. In exchange for the cultivation spell formations of higher levels, you are required to fight for them or contribute something to the cause. If you were a warlock, then you could study to become an enchanter, but you aren't, so you're destined to join the military should you choose this path. Otherwise, you refrain from entering and go your own way, but then you won't be able to advance anymore. Unless you find an organization that would give you the summoner spell formations for higher authorities. So if I want to get stronger, I have to work for somebody. Nothing is ever free, especially in our line of work. The cost of those white crystals are high, multiplying with each higher level. And the cultivation formations even more so. Though, there is one way that you can avoid the military and still go to the Magisterium. What's that? If you get recruited by the church. He eyed me curiously. Are you a believer, John? In the church that believes in Jesus Christ the Savior and Son of God, headed by the Pope, and the greatest nemesis of the demonic plague that is the Scourge. Oh, well, I didn't really know about the Scourge part. But yes, I'm a Christian. I'm American after all. Though if I'm being specific, my parents raised me Catholic. I spoke, but inwardly, I was surprised. I didn't realize they would also have Christianity here. It seemed to be exactly what I knew it is on Earth. Getting curious, I asked, are there any other religions? Of course. The only significant religion is Theravada, comprised of those who believe in gods that represent the different aspects of nature. You could also say they worship magic in a sense. Those people have primarily come from the pillars of creation. What's that? The only other kingdom that has been able to stand and survive against the scourge, other than the kingdom of Dragon's Tongue. They are human, but vastly different from us in terms of magic. And because we are separated by vast distance, very little occurs between us. Most people don't even know they exist, believing that our kingdom is the last bastion of humanity in this world. Oh, I nodded. And are there any denominations of the church? Obviously, but they are inconsequential. They have tried and failed to make reforms, and very little actually give them the time of day. So they have resorted to forming underground cults that you'll never hear of. Interesting. Anyway, since you are a believer and have no affiliations or background to speak of, then you might have a chance of getting recruited. Unlike other cold summoners, I see great potential in your weapons. Truly, they are lethal, and against the scourge, that means everything. I have no doubt that you will rise to great heights, but I only hope that you are capable of keeping yourself safe. Remember that defense is your greatest weakness. Yeah, I'm a glass cannon. Perfect analogy. He smirked at me. Over time, I had begun to feel the great deficiency that was my defense. My offense was amazing, but if I really got hit by a strong attack, I was done for. At some point, I would no longer be able to kill my opponents before they hurt me, and that would be the day I either found another solution or died. I should buy armor. Yes, that would be a good investment, especially for you. But take some time to find what kind of armor you like. Perhaps when you begin to fight against the scourge, you'll know what type of armor will benefit you best. All right. Now, what should I do until I enter? Work on the call. Maxwell nodded. Yes, extensive study will help you best. I should have you memorize the more complex spells and formations for the higher authorities. Oh geez. I let out a sigh. It was going to be a long month. A few more weeks passed. My savings climbed by the day, and although I wasn't rich like the others in the company, I still had a sizable amount of money lying around. Only a week before I entered the Magisterium, I was actually notified by the Polaris Bank to come in. It was there that I met the clerk, and he gave me some good news. Congratulations, John. Because you have surpassed 500,000 coins stored with us, we have upgraded your tier in accordance with your company's platinum level. You now have access to 2 new perks, along with no longer needing to pay a fee for continual storage. The clerk handed me a platinum card, taking my gold one away. The platinum one had fancy designs on it, looking far more luxurious than the gold one. First, the platinum tier allows you to take out loans with 0% interest. Depending on the amount, you are assigned a date to pay back the loans, usually amounting to a few years. Secondly, you can now insert normal items other than coin into the card in order to store it in our secure warehouse. Eligible items include jewels, weapons, small containers, and anything else that can fit within the expanded card. Go ahead and try pulling the card apart. Okay. Getting excited, I grabbed the 2 edges of the card and pulled. The entire thing expanded, metal unfolding as if generating new material from nowhere. It ended up as a large box that you could easily drop many things into, so long as they weren't excessively bulky. The only drawback to this storage method is that the card only works within the bounds of the capital city. If you ever leave, be sure to retrieve anything you might need beforehand. And if you don't have one already, I suggest acquiring a spatial sack in order to transport items on your person no matter where you go. What's that? And where can I find one? I asked curiously. I was about to be entering the Magisterium, and we would no doubt be leaving the city occasionally. This spatial sack sounded like it could help me. A spatial sack is a small bag that can contain items beyond its normal volume. But because of their utility, they are normally very expensive. If you were to spend the entirety of your savings, you would be able to buy a medium-grade sack. Damn. Well, I'll think about it. Thanks for the info and the card. Of course. As a new Platinum client under a Platinum company, you are no longer required to pay a percentage fee for our services as your company pays a universal rate for all its members. Nice? I was smiling as the clerk finished with everything he had to say. Afterward, I left the bank and called Rayla. Hey, sweet cheeks. Hey, I was wondering if I should buy a spatial sack. You could, but honestly, it's not totally necessary for you. Her voice turned explanatory. With all your weapons being summons and your coin being taken care of by the card, the only loose items you carry on you are that mask and recovery pills. But if you really want it, I suggest getting one of the lower-end sacks. They hold enough space to contain a bunch of small items, which is perfect for you. That is, if you want to spend around 50 gold bullion for one. Maybe. We'll see. I'm just thinking if I'll need something like that for the Magisterium. That's right. You're entering soon. She went quiet for a moment. Just think on it for a while. Oh, and by the way, Plex told me to tell you to keep your schedule clear about 3 days before your official entrance. That means no work. All right. Care to tell me what he's planning? But then it wouldn't be much of a surprise. Tell me. Nope. My lips are sealed, pretty boy. You just sit back and wait for me to send you the location. She spoke haughtily before hanging up. I was left rolling my eyes with a smile. From then on, I didn't see Rayla or the others. It seemed like they were avoiding me. And so a few more days passed, coming upon the day of my surprise. Since I didn't have anything to do, I slept in and woke up leisurely. I also went to a restaurant for breakfast, even though the sun had already set. After that, I hung around for a few hours, spending some time probing my third star dimension for any spirits that might be worth communing with. And finally, once 2 a.m. hit, I got a message. Head to the caviar restaurant. It was from Rayla, and the name surprised me a bit. This restaurant was located within the Black Spider Market, and it was the highest-end restaurant I knew of. It was never particularly busy, but I knew that the reason for that was the expense. Dressing somewhat nicely, I finally left my room and headed into the market. Seeing the market slightly busy reminded me that there was another upcoming auction. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to work it since I would be busy entering the Magisterium. Because of that, Rayla would either take the auction off or work in a trio with some of the others. It didn't take me long to make it to the restaurant. It was a fancy building with formally dressed attendants, an entire orchestra playing within, and magical lights that set a wonderful mood. I walked in and met a host who smiled courteously. Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? I think so. My name is John. Ah, I was told you'd be coming. Please head to the 16th floor. Thanks. Being guided to an elevator, an attendant pressed the button for me. I got a little anxious as we rose, wondering what they had planned. I had naturally guessed that it had to do with my entrance, so I wondered if it was just a congratulatory party. Ding. We made it to the floor, and the door opened. But the room I was led out on was totally dark. Not even the light from the elevator could illuminate the darkness, as if it was artificial. Stepping out, the elevator doors closed, leaving me in pitch darkness. My hand twitched a bit, my mind subconsciously communing with my double-barrel shotgun. Then, the lights came on, revealing my friends of the company. Surprise. Poof. Rainbow lights scattered in the air as everyone jumped with a cheer. It was funny, though, because there were only 4 of them, and 3 were men. Their voices were all deep, making it seem dull. I laughed with a pretend scare. I'm so scared. As if. Get over here. Rayla rolled her eyes and walked over, giving me a hug. After that, I greeted the other guys. Libidus handed me a drink and I shook Tovex's hand. Plex announced, Congratulations, John. You're finally getting into the Magisterium. Libidus and Rayla had decided to throw you a party, and with you being my apprentice, I naturally agreed. Only after making us foot the bill. I still agreed. Plex shot back at Libidus, making Rayla laugh. Not important. The point is, tonight we're going to have fun. A company party. And so long as you're not totally drunk in an hour or 2, we've got presents to give to you. Yes, some expensive congratulatory presents. Shut up, you're rich. Rayla shot back at Plex. Smiling, I raised the glass of wine that Libidus handed me. Well, thanks everyone. Cheers. Cheers. We all tipped back our drinks. Then, a night of festivities was kicked off. Chapter 17, Gifts. Hey, I remember when this kid was new. Shut up. He was so cocky, he said he'd take me down with him if he had a hard time with a job. Haha. Oh God. I covered my face as Rayla laughed her ass off. After an hour or so, we were all tipsy from the high-quality drinks this restaurant served. The food we ordered was also fantastically high class. I stuffed my face with some cubes of meat to distract from the embarrassing memories. Libidus nodded and spoke while chewing. Yeah, but in his defense, his summons are pretty crazy. 5 months later, and he was able to survive even in the trenches. He can kill people far above his level. Well, no thanks to Maxwell. How you managed to land that man as a teacher is beyond me. Plex was flabbergasted while tilting back another drink. I raised my glass to Libidus. Thanks, man. Still stupid for trying to challenge Plex, though. Then I take back my thanks. Ha ha. Libidus laughed as I stuck up my middle finger. At that moment, Rayla suddenly clapped. Oh, we still need to do presents. Presents. I cheered as Rayla stood and went to a corner of the room. There, she grabbed a couple boxes. One was big and one was small. Open the big one first. Libidus smiled as Rayla handed the big box to me. I grabbed it from her, feeling a bit of weight. This is from all of us and Maxwell. Maxwell? Yes. I'm pretty sure he pitched in the most out of us all. Hey, not that he isn't wiping his ass with gold paper. Plex chuckled as I opened the box. Inside, I could see a piece of clothing. But not just any ordinary clothing. I took out the item, unfurling it and finding that it was a coat, not unlike the one I had bought a while ago. Except, although it was a black long coat, it had purple lines branching from the spine outward toward the edges. They occasionally pulsed, like veins connected to a beating heart. It's a coat made from the pelt of a hybrid mind beast. These hybrids are basically a combination of two branches of magi. This one is both a summoner and knight. They're rare, and even harder to kill. Not only that, but this pelt is made from the most expensive part of their body, the spinal column. Basically, it's fucking expensive, and if you die while wearing that, you'll be the biggest joke of the kingdom. Plex summed up, causing Rayla to kick his leg. Don't listen to him. We know that your weakness is defense, so this should make up for a good portion of that. It goes down to your knees, so it even protects most of your legs. Just be careful of what it doesn't protect, like your head and feet. Also, although the coat won't break, the impact can still hurt you. This won't make you invincible. It even has some utility when activated that can help you in battles. Of course, this is more than enough. Thank you, everyone. I'll take care of it. We got it to take care of you, so keep yourself safe. Libidus gave me a warm smile. After that, Rayla handed me the small box. She hastened me to open it. Oh, it's this. I was surprised as I pulled out a bracelet. It was a spatial sack. I had gone and looked for some myself since I was thinking about buying one and knew what they looked like. In fact, the Polaris Bank sold a line of them. This seemed to be one of those. This is a Polaris brand spatial sack. It doesn't have a lot of room, no more than a chest full of worth. But we mainly chose this one for its functionality. With it, you can directly will items into your hand. Its ease of use is worth much more than the potential sheer space. The bracelet also locks to your arm, so it won't be stolen unless someone cuts it off you. That's cool. Thanks, you guys. I smiled while slipping it onto my right wrist, same place that my aerial was. The bracelet went a bit higher up the forearm before clamping down comfortably. After that, it seemed to scan my crest before activating with a pulse of blue light. Then I suddenly became aware of the space inside the bracelet. It really was about a chest-sized area, about 4 cubic feet big. So while it couldn't be used to store any significant amount of supplies, it was enough for any small items I needed. For instance, instead of needing to take a recovery pill out of a container within my pocket, I could just make one appear in my hand and pop it into my mouth. With this, I wouldn't need to carry anything on my person, so nothing would get lost or stolen. These 2 gifts that I was given were valuable, especially the coat. I couldn't imagine how much was spent on it if not just Maxwell, but everyone here pitched in for it. It was a big gift, making me feel really grateful. These were the first friends I had in this world. After leaving behind everything I knew, I suppose that I had been ignoring the homesickness and focusing on making my way here. But now, I wasn't so homesick. Thank you guys, really. Getting slightly emotional, I got up and went around hugging everyone. Plex was the last, and as I stood in front of him, he looked up at me weirdly. You're gonna make me get up? Come on. An apprentice can thank his master with a hug, no? Besides, you gave me this job when I needed it most. Despite everything, I'm still thankful for all you've done for me. Fine. I can have a heart. Standing up, the man accepted the hug with a pat on the back. After that, the party went on for a little while longer before ending a bit before the sun came up. When everyone finally decided to go, it was Libidus who pulled something out of his jacket. Hey, let's all take a picture. With what? This thing I got. The guy who sold it said it would make physical copies. He fumbled around with a magical device that looked similar to my bank card. As he was still a bit drunk, he was less coordinated. But he got it set up and waved everyone over with a smile. We all bundled together, looking into the card with smiles. Wait, what about Tovex? He's passed out. Dumbass. Whatever. Smile. Raising it above us, Libidus activated the device with magic. It flashed, and he brought it down. After that, it divided into 5 cards. One for everybody. As a memory. This is cool. I smiled at the flexible card that now had a picture of the four of us. Libidus with a goofy grin, Rayla putting up 2 fingers, Plex barely keeping himself standing with a drunken face, Tovex in the back on the ground and with his ass in the air. I put the picture into my bracelet, feeling fuzzy on the inside. It reminded me of home. Rayla and I were still in the room after everyone had left. I guess they had tacitly decided to give us our own space, as if we were dating. Not that our relationship was that far from it. And when it was just the two of us, I finally got to focus on perhaps the greatest thing about this reserved room in this high-class restaurant. One of the walls was completely glass, and since this place was near the center of the city and so high up, it gave a clear view of the surrounding landscape. I could see the morning rays light up the sides of hundreds of buildings around the kingdom's capital. I could even see part of the royal palace in all its marvelous golden glory. It was a breathtaking sight, and I ended up staring at it for a long time. Rayla took a seat with me, staring out the window for a while before reaching over. She placed a small box in my lap. I looked over at her as she smiled. "A personal gift from yours truly." I was silent as I opened the box with care. Inside were a pair of gloves. The gloves that Plex had me wear when I first got here were now worn, torn in some places. But since they were for the purpose of covering my crest, I didn't care much. Besides, worn could have its own charm. Then again, the gloves also helped prevent blisters from wielding all the guns I did. But regardless of all that, this was a personal present from Rayla. I took them out. They were black and fingerless like my current ones. But these seemed to be made of high-quality leather, much better than the others. And on the back of the right hand were 4 letters written in red. Bang. I smiled at the thought, and Rayla seemed a bit embarrassed. I thought, since your summons always explode when you shoot them, it would be fitting. Anyway, the gloves are far better than your current ones. They should be comfortable and have good grip, and the leather should never get worn down or tear from normal use. They're great. I spoke after a moment, putting the new gloves on. They really were comfortable, but more than that, they came from a good friend. You know, when I arrived here, I had literally nothing but the clothes on my back. I'll never be able to see my family or friends again, and everything that was ever familiar to me is now gone forever. Rayla was silent, not expecting my sudden confession. I sighed as I looked out the window. As if it already hadn't, the reality of my situation was hitting me hard. I knew nobody, but I was lucky to be caught by Plex and dragged into this business. After that I met Libidus. And then, I met you. I looked over, seeing Rayla hang her head. Then she suddenly leaned over, resting her temple against my shoulder. I wrapped my arm around her at the same time. "I'm really glad I met you, Rayla. It's hard to make genuine friends, especially in a new place. So I feel lucky that you happened to be at the company I got dragged into." "Yeah, I guess I'm lucky too." She spoke softly, her blood-red hair brushing against my neck as she settled in deeper. We watched the sun come up, and it was only when I heard her snoring that I figured it was time to go. I picked her up and left the market, taking her to my room in the hotel. It was there that I laid her down in my bed before jumping in myself. It was more than big enough for the two of us, so I was comfortable as I let the warmth of the alcohol take my consciousness away. I woke up unpleasantly to an alarm. Taking a few minutes, I eventually glanced at my eternally closed windows, seeing the high sun of noon. Today was the first day of magisterium entries that I needed to be in the city for. It was also my first day of efforts to flip my sleeping schedule back to normal. That would be hard since the light of day now made me drowsy. Glancing over, I could see Rayla still sound asleep next to me. Her sleeping face was adorable with her hair draped across her lips. Despite supposedly being that much older than me, she only looked to be in her late 20s. But there was no mistaking the mature charm she carried, which made her seem a bit older. She really was a beautiful woman. Being active with this job made her body toned and strong. And as I had discovered during our night together, her scars only made her that much hotter. After staring for longer than I should have, I finally pulled myself out of bed. I cleaned myself up and got dressed. Today was the first day of our auction runs, but since I had school to deal with, I wouldn't be participating. I was probably missing out on a few dozen gold bullion, which made me groan in financial pain. When I was basically prepared to leave, I suddenly remembered the new coat I had received as a gift last night. I operated the similarly new spatial bracelet, letting the coat appear in my grasp. Even lower-end clothing like the one I bought for 80 gold bullion was equipped with all manner of pleasant enhancements like self-cleaning, temperature control, and more. This black coat had all those things and more. But the most obvious part of this item were the purple lines that looked like blood vessels spreading from the spine of the back. I looked at the formations with a clearer head. Down the back from the collar to the tailbone, I could see a long series of thick ridges. It really looked like a spinal column, just like Rayla had described. And from these vertebrae were all these lines that sprouted outward, spreading around to the front of the coat. Perhaps they were more like nerves instead of blood vessels. Either way, all these lines consistently pulsed with the bloom of purple. Until I put it on. When I slipped my arms through the sleeves, I could feel the coat suddenly pulse with a wave of magic. It reminded me of the first time I got hit by magic during my first heavyweight job, a pulse of mana that disrupted my insides. Except this seemed to envelop me with it, scanning my body and conforming the leather to it. Then, I felt something make contact with my mind. It was like I suddenly became aware of a new limb, the coat being the limb. This connection allowed me to see every detail of the coat. I could practically feel it, like it was a second skin. And after a few moments, the magic disappeared, and I found that the spinal column of the coat was now seated along my own spine. It moved with my body yet refused to let go, making it stick like a magnet. This was a good thing, of course. This meant it would stay snug while I moved, not restricting my movements or getting annoying. More than all that, it was incredibly comfortable. While the leather was surprisingly thick, the way it was negligible and the feel against my body was divine. It didn't stick or feel abrasive. I wasn't sure how to describe it, but it felt like how I did in my bed when I woke up under the covers during a cold morning. Another thing I noticed was that after the coat had bonded to my body, the pulsing of those purple lines ceased. They faded into a barely faint purple, no longer active like how it had been. Unless you paid attention to it, it would appear like a normal black coat. I was glad, far more than satisfied with this gift. While the connection it formed was mysterious, I assumed it had to do with those abilities Rayla had told me about. After that, I also threw on my gloves. I smiled when I saw bang on the back of the right hand. It was cute, even cuter when I thought of how Rayla had asked for it to be put there. Suddenly, I heard Rayla's moan as she shifted in my bed. It wasn't long after that she came strolling out of my room, her clothes a mess and her eyes squinting from drowsiness. "So this is your fancy room, huh?" She spoke and cleared her throat while looking around. This hotel room, as expected from the Black Spider Hotel, was more than luxurious. It had an amazing bathroom, heavenly bed, and high-quality interior. The living room had soft carpets and plush couches along with a few decorations, one of which was a painting of some crazy complicated spell formation. I chuckled a bit. Yeah, it's a bit better than the one at the other hotel I had. It's better than my entire apartment. Speaking of, why haven't you moved into something like a house? What do you think I'm saving up for? She smirked at me while walking into the kitchen, grabbing a glass and filling it with water. She spoke after taking a sip. Houses in the city are expensive. I could easily buy a mansion in any other city, but I don't want to leave this place. So I've been saving to get a property on the outskirts, a bit of a distance from the founder's market. And yet you pitched in how much to get me this coat? I raised my brow at her. I really was curious as to how much they spent on me, since I was now planning on paying it back in some way. She snickered at me. Nice try, John. It was a gift, so you have no choice but to accept it. Besides, we actually don't know how much that coat cost. It was Maxwell who put in the order, and we're sure he paid a lot more than the combination of what we put into it. But as Plex said, it's not like the man isn't wiping his ass with gold paper. Still, you should be thanking him. I would, but I actually haven't seen him lately. I scratched my head. Ever since a few days ago, Maxwell had disappeared from the Polaris headquarters. I hadn't been to a class in around a week due to that. Rayla changed the subject. You're going to the Magisterium, right? Yeah, although the entrance day is tomorrow, Maxwell told me to come a day early to get things sorted. Yes, especially for you since you're already Authority 3. As a forewarning, your summons will be tested and you'll be questioned. They'll probably ask you things about where you got the spell formations, so have an answer prepared. And the Polaris family is not really an answer, nor is Maxwell. I would just say that you're coming from a magic school in another city. Oh, all right. I nodded at the valid explanation. It wasn't like I had anything else. Rayla nodded. Yeah, say that you're from the Magic Academy of Halesburg. I've heard of people who have used that excuse. Sure. Thanks. Of course. Think of it as payment for letting me use your room a bit longer. It is way too early and I need my beauty sleep. Oh, this coat looks good on you too. She walked over, straightening out my collar. Then, she leaned in and gave me a hug. Have fun. You know I'm not leaving forever, right? The Magisterium is close, so I'll still be trying to work. Yes, but not nearly as much as you were. You'll be lucky to have free time a couple times a week, especially if you're jumping into the higher ranks. So don't worry about coming in. Just focus on getting stronger. That's what will make you the big money. We separated, after which she walked by me and smacked my ass. Now get going, sweet cheeks. The magisterium doesn't work at night like the black market. Heh, all right. With a laugh, I finally left the room, letting Rayla have her way with it. Making my way down, I saw the key master at the clerk counter, as always. I questioned, "Do you ever sleep?" "Oh, John. Good afternoon. And no, I don't sleep. A full-time job requires full-time attention. Sheesh. I hope they're making you rich with all this work. Are the benefits at least good?" "I would say so." He smiled at me charmingly. "Off to the magisterium?" "I am. That reminds me. You said I would get a room until I entered. Well, that time has come." "Indeed. But don't fret. The magisterium will naturally provide you with residence, so you will no longer need my assistance. Although, I can't say that the stay there will be quite as pleasant." "Well, of course not. I won't have the hospitality of the key master." "Ha, you flatter me." The man chuckled, and I put out my hand. "Thank you for everything, key master. Really, you've made my life much more bearable with your assistance. Hopefully one day I can pay everything back." The key master was silent as he looked at my hand for a few moments. Then, as if pushing past hesitation, he reached out and shook it. Our gloved hands clasped as we both smiled. "It is my pleasure, John Cooper." "Oh, and take this." Retracting his hand, he suddenly went digging through his coat. Then, he took out a gold key. This was a step above the silver key I was given when taking residence. I grabbed it as he spoke. "Please, come back any time you need, John. Your room will remain as it has been." "Ah, Keymaster, you're making me feel like a leech." Well, I had also been thinking of what I can do, so here. Suddenly, I summoned 6 bullets. Unlike normal spirits like guns and such, these bullets could be summoned and kept permanently in the real world since they were consumable. I placed the bullets on his desk with slight embarrassment. "Anything you need me to do, Keymaster, you just tell me, and I'll do it. Of course, I'm not strong enough to do anything significant now, but give me time, and I'm sure you'll have a valuable asset to help you when you want it. 6 bullets for 6 promises." "I see. Very well. I will accept your promise. 6 bullets for 6 promises." "Thank you." "No, thank you. And have a nice day, John." With that exchange, I finally left the hotel. My destination was the Magisterium, the most prestigious magic college in the kingdom. Chapter 18. Letter. The Magisterium. It was the second largest property besides the royal palace. It was a college with dozens of buildings and even more facilities where all manner of upcoming magi learned to grow and wield their powers. It was the sole factory that pumped out competent magical soldiers to fight against the scourge. They also supposedly had a monopoly on the spell formations that cultivated authorities, but that was less so for the lower-level authorities. Tradition dictated that those with crests were activated at around the age of 16. Then they would go on to receive a few years of magical education before hopefully reaching Authority 4 or 5 and be released into the military around the age of 19 or 20. Basically, I was way past the ordinary age. Even as I stood in front of the gates, I could see plenty of teens with bright faces practically skipping onto the grounds. It was this place that was pulling me from my work in the markets. I felt it was good to start something new, but something in me also wanted to stay where I was. After all, I had been making something of myself. I had renown. With a sigh, I strolled onto the grounds. Since it was the middle of summer, I could feel the heat bear down from above, a foreign feeling since I had worked in the cool night for 5 months. But my new coat kept my temperature just right. I didn't sweat even though it had to be at least 90 degrees out. As I walked onto the grounds, though, I suddenly heard a ring in my head. I lifted my aerial. "I see you. Stay there." It was Maxwell's voice, something I hadn't heard in almost a week. A minute or so later, I saw him walk over to me. He was dressed in his luxurious navy blue robes accentuated with gold and a few jewels, clearly displaying his rich disposition. His sharp face eyed me before nodding. "The coat fits you well. A worthwhile purchase. I hear I have you to thank for it. So thank you, Maxwell. I hope I can pay you back. That would take a while. Don't worry about it, and follow me." He waved, and I followed with a smile. He led me onto the grounds where we entered one of the first buildings within the central plaza, an administration building. Bypassing the clerk, we found an elevator and rose a few floors before stopping at an office. He entered, greeting a man. "Berman." This is John, the one I was telling you about. Maxwell brought me forward as I observed this Berman. He was a stout man with a thick beard and glasses. Besides the robes, he looked like a normal office man. But within his body, I could sense a thick aura of power, one I only recognized in knights. It seemed he was really strong, at least an authority 8 like Rayla. He nodded to me. So you're the student. Definitely different from the ordinary students we get every year. He's already faced plenty of adversity and is an authority 3. I'd like to directly place him within the 4th year class, particularly the elites. That's too much, Maxwell. The 4th year class I can do. But he'll have to earn a place in the elites naturally. Well, at least his age won't raise any questions. Though, his authority is a bit low. His power makes up for it. Just get him in the 4th year. Sure. With that, Berman retrieved a few sheets of paper and started writing. As he did, he stuck his hand out. ID. Oh, here. Pulling out my card, I tilted it and retrieved my citizenship ID that I received a long while ago. However, the sight of my platinum card made Behrman's eyes bulge a little as he took my ID. You're something else, huh? I guess Maxwell isn't totally out of his mind. He shook his head while planting the ID against the papers, copying it in some magical way. He then stamped my ID card, marking it, before doing the same on the papers. With that, he was finished. Maxwell took one sheet while Berman kept the rest. There, that's the entry form. He's been given residence in the classes you asked for. His ID is also that of a 4th year's. No questions will be asked about his authority, but his power still needs to be tested. So go ahead and head to the grounds. Just show them that paper. Sure. Thank you, Berman. It's nothing. At least I got to see something interesting. He smirked at me while I was dragged out by Maxwell. Then, I was taken past the plaza and onto some training grounds. They were large fields of what seemed like soft stone. There were also plenty of kids already getting tested, including a line. Maxwell sighed and pointed. Just go wait in line and show them this paper when you need to. All right. And should I be showing off everything? No. You have multiple weapons, so just take out one and use it. Don't worry about looking good. Just get your power logged and finish. Okay. With that, I stepped into the line. I was surrounded by young kids, some as young as the minimum age of 16. The oldest one I saw might have been 18. I was 22, and while I wasn't much older, I felt far older. Hell, I felt years older than when I had first come to this world. The black market had changed me greatly. I waited in line for a while as Maxwell stood to the side lazily. When it was close to my turn, a kid nearby suddenly spoke. I like your coat. I turned, seeing a boy who looked to be around 17 or 18. He seemed extroverted, so I just nodded. Thanks. You look pretty powerful. I'm already authority 2. My family had the spell formations for it. Is that right? What family? I'm not sure you'd know. Try me. I casually went along as his voice turned low. But I didn't expect the answer. They're kind of hidden. We're called the Tavera family. Oh, I see. You know about us? So you've been to the black market? Something like that. I chuckled at the coincidence. At the same time, it was my turn. I waved to the boy. Tell your patriarch that John said hello. Patriarch. He seemed a bit baffled as I stepped toward a man behind a desk. I handed him the papers. What type of magus? Summoner. HM. And what type of summoner? Cold. He seemed disappointed, perhaps a bit pitying, as he pointed. Go up to the target dummies and utilize your power against them. You have 1 minute to attack the dummy. All right. With that, I moved over. There were a dozen target dummies that looked metal, so I casually picked one. In my hand appeared a revolver. Specifically, it was the Colt Peacemaker, one of the most famous revolvers that symbolized the American West chambered in .45 Colt. In the past, when I had communed with this gun, I had received the memories of an outlaw who was a particularly good shot. He wasn't known for his quick draws, but he made up for it with sheer accuracy, especially when riding a horse. I had gained his skills that I found to be fitting since I was usually running away from something in the trenches. I could wield this Peacemaker like a pro. Spinning it in my hand, I silently took aim at one of the dummies. My time had started. I pulled back the hammer and fired. Bang! An explosion rang out, startling everyone around me. Looking past the gun, I saw my bullet hit the dummy in the head, yet off to the side a bit. Not quite a perfect shot, but still a killing blow. Since I had 5 more bullets, I let them loose. Bang, 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 bang. 1 more to the head and 3 to the chest. After that, I started ejecting cartridges and replacing them with new ones. Once it was fully loaded, I decided to have fun and taped down the trigger while fanning the hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Shorts went out in rapid succession, smoke rising from the barrel of my gun. After the last round, I found that most of my shots hit center mass. Only one had grazed the side of its body. All my bullets left deep depressions on the dummy. It seemed to be normal iron or the like. I clicked my tongue. Decent accuracy. I'll take it. With that, I let the revolver return to the dimension, walking back to the clerk. Is that all? Yes. Wait a moment. Hurriedly writing things down on the paper, he seemed to describe my ability in detail. And he got many things right. I wielded a weapon that fired small projectiles at high speeds. And I could fire 6 projectiles before reloading each projectile individually into the weapon. At the end, he rated my power as exceptionally lethal, but containing no supportive or defensive utility. With that, he handed my sheet back to me. I walked over to Maxwell with it. He nodded. Very well. We have skipped most of the troublesome work. You will receive all your academic materials during your first day, so for now, we must settle you into your new residence. Come. He waved me along. Leaving the training grounds, we entered deeper into the college. The place we arrived was the residential building for all fourth-year students. It was smaller but more luxurious than the buildings for any of the other years. It was basically 2 massive mansions squished together. On the inside, there were plenty of rooms that resembled small suites. All of these students were well cared for. On the way in, I only saw a few other students. They all seemed to be around my age, perhaps with a year of difference. I was observed with curiosity when I walked to my new room with Maxwell. It was when we arrived at the top floor that he finally stopped. Here, room 312. This shall be your home for the next year at minimum. He unlocked it with a key and beckoned me in. I strolled through the doorway and saw the moderately luxurious interior. It wasn't anything compared to my room at the hotel, but I would still be comfortable here. I bobbed my head. All right. Is there any more business to take care of? I took care of everything already. I have assigned your classes and arranged your cultivation materials. You will receive everything tomorrow. Remember, you now begin in the morning, not end. Yeah, I'm already working on my sleep schedule. Good. A letter will be delivered to you tomorrow morning containing directions for the day. And remember, you will still be having lessons with me. 3 days a week to start. There is still much to teach you before you inevitably leave. Oh. I sighed. It seemed like I would still be forking out money for him. Not that I didn't have more than enough to last me a while. Also, your bill has gone up to 10 gold bullion a week. Since I'll be teaching more core material. What? With that bombshell, the man finally took his leave. I was left groaning in financial pain. Oh God. Why is there a delivery here? A younger kid was skittish as he ventured deep into the academy grounds. It was a place only the elites of the magisterium would normally go, a place that he had no right being near. The Year 4 residences. It was a legendary place that everyone sought to rise toward, to be placed in. To be there was an honor that earned you renown for years to come. All the great legends of the school were located here. He was only supposed to be delivering first-day letters to all the new freshmen. It was supposed to be a simple and easy job. But then, he found one letter that was addressed to room 312 of the Year 4 residence. At first, he thought it was a great opportunity to sneak a peek at the place. Everyone dreamed of going over there, so he quickly took the letter and rushed over. But the closer he got, the more the pressure mounted. Just walking through the Year 3 residential area was nerve-wracking enough. Those guys were psychos that fought tooth and nail to rise higher. He felt like he would be challenged if he so much as looked at someone. And the silence of the Year 4 area only made it worse. He looked at the entrance to the building. It was luxurious, fitted with gold and artistic pillars that symbolized greatness. And on the inside, he saw the hall walls that were lined of portraits of those legendary names who had come and gone with great prestige. There were even weapons, all of them giving off daunting auras. The young man didn't want to be there, even if it were a chance of a lifetime. But he trudged through, taking the elevator to the top floor. This is the 4th-year residence. So why are one of these letters going here? He muttered while searching. And looking at the golden numbers on each door, he found himself going the right way. But then he turned a corner and was startled. A large man stood before him, one whose gaze made him shake in anxiety. He was tall, a long sword on his back that radiated the light of glory and ferocity. This young man, like all others who were fans of those renowned figures at the top of the rankings, knew who it was. But he didn't so much as make a peep when the man took the letter from his hand, glancing at it curiously. So I was right. Some newbie managed to sneak his way to the top. I'll take care of this. With that, he turned and slowly walked off with heavy steps. The young man stared until he disappeared. Finally, he caught his breath and turned, running out of the residence. That was the Severing Blade, Raven. I just met the rank 20 elite. And lived. Knock knock. Ugh. After waking up to banging on the door, I sat up groggily. I was not handling the sleep schedule change well. Knock knock. 2 seconds. Damn. I shouted to the impatient person at the door. Wiping my eyes, I sighed and walked over in nothing but a pair of loose pants. Yes. I opened the door and looked through with squinted eyes. But the sight wasn't one I was expecting. A man, perhaps as tall as I was, stood across from me with a large sword on his back. At first glance, he gave off the feeling of a knight, so my guard instinctually went up. He looked me over with silence. During that time, I started to realize that he was rather powerful. At the least, he was on another level compared to those psychos in the trenches. I asked, "Seems the delivery boys here are rather amazing." "Excuse me." His masculine voice came out, seemingly not pleased by my remark. I just nodded toward the letter in his hand. "That is for me, isn't it?" He hummed before handing it to me. Then, I shut the door. "Thanks." Thud. He stopped the door with his hand, pushing it back open with strength I couldn't resist. After all, he was a knight. No matter how fit or strong I got, knights would always surpass me. I could only contend with low-level ones, and higher-level ones forced me to keep a distance. I frowned. "If there's nothing else, please take your leave. Otherwise, I'll be removing your hand from my door personally." "Heh, at least you've got balls. What's your name?" He leaned forward threateningly, making me wary. "None of your concern, otherwise you'd know it. Now get your face out of my doorway before I tear you a third eye socket." Click. My revolver appeared, the barrel rising to his eye level. This caused him to smile. A cold summoner. How underwhelming. I'll be speaking with whoever decided that throwing you into our residence was a good idea. Go ahead, dipshit. So long as you stop interrupting my morning. Bang. I slammed the door as he finally backed away. I then heard his footsteps grow distant. My guard went down as I took a deep breath. Sheesh. I'm not a morning person. After that, I cleaned myself up and got dressed. I opened the letter as I walked out of my room. It was the day of the opening ceremony for the Magisterium. Chapter 19. Orientation. Let's go. I'm coming. We gotta get good seats. As I walked to the Magisterium's massive stadium, I could hear hundreds of students running past me with excited faces. The whole thing caused me to smile. This was basically high school for all these kids, so I could understand their happiness. The stadium was basically a huge coliseum. It had one massive field that was bigger than a football field and was surrounded by rows and rows of stairs and seats. The place could easily fit tens of thousands, more than enough for the entire school and then some. I entered and found that they divided the seating by year. Walking up, I was planning to follow the very few fourth-year students, and when suddenly I was stopped. "ID, please. You didn't ask for theirs." I pointed to the other fourth-year students who were walking through. They just waltzed right in. He smiled wryly. "Sorry, sir. I recognized them, but not you. I need to check." Fine. Here." I retrieved my ID, which he took and saw a big number 4 on. He handed it back with a slight bow. "Sorry about that. Please, go ahead." I hummed while walking past. Then, I entered a reserved section for all the fourth years. Before I sat down, I glanced over. I could only see about 40 students here. Without a doubt, they were all powerful, at least in authority or so higher than myself. But there were so few. Compared to the freshman seating that was already jam-packed, each person was basically taking their own row, if not grouped up in small cliques. I was pretty casual as I found myself a seat, but I still couldn't help but notice the not-so-few stares. Nobody in this school knew who I was, and I suddenly jumped into the fourth-year class. It would naturally raise questions, and some might not take kindly to it like that one guy who disturbed my already unpleasant morning. But I couldn't think that much about it. I was really just here to cultivate higher power and train myself against monsters instead of humans. And now, a performance from the College of Enchanted Arts. An announcement was suddenly made as a few dozen people walked into the middle of the field. They seemed like a big marching band, or perhaps an orchestra. Either way, they had many instruments and dancers. It wasn't long before I heard music, and the dancers began going through their routine. There were lights that lit up with waves of their hands and feet, and the music reached my ears rather pleasantly, both upbeat and soothing. But I wasn't too impressed. I had seen too many of these displays during the auction days and the Black Spider Market. And those people had such amazing skills, easily dwarfing these newbies. Still, I enjoyed the entertainment that all the freshmen were going nuts over. It lasted quite a while, but when it finally ended, a figure of authority stepped out along with waves of applause. "Allow me to introduce myself." His voice reverberated through the air. It was deep, but more than that, it carried actual power. His words commanded attention and respect. "I am Yatra Carrion, the president of the Magisterium and Duke of the Kingdom of Dragontongue. I welcome everyone to this most prestigious institution." Everyone went dead silent as he spoke. You could practically see the tangible reverence coming off those students in the other stands. Truly, he was a great man who stood at the pinnacle of this kingdom. And not just socially. To rise in this world, power was everything. This duke was only below the king, and that meant he held power that was capable of dominating damn near the entire world of magi. He was at least Authority 10, if not 11. And although Authority 10 was only 2 levels away from Authority 8 where Rayla stood, truly, the difference was insurmountable, not to mention Authority 11. It was said that Authority 12 was the highest peak of power. I wondered if the king was at that godlike level. Yatra went on to speak about the Magisterium and its great purpose. He spoke of the evil scourge and how we were the greatest hope of humanity to put an end to that extinction-level threat. This place was not only an institution to cultivate powerful magi, but to encourage competition and growth through adversity. Through fighting monsters and sparring with our fellow magi, we would learn how to better our skills and spells until all of us could become a force that turned the tide of the everlasting war. It was all motivational and inspiring, which was nice, but I couldn't help but see the darker side of it. These magi were all better than the ordinary human, but in the end, anybody below the top were still merely soldiers. They were more like really effective cannon fodder rather than some special elite force. But unfortunately, in this world where there was an unending war with an enemy that seemed impossible to kill, the reality could be nothing but dark. I sighed as Yatra finished his speech. "Now, I will allow your council president to take the stage. Once again, welcome to the Magisterium. For honor. For honor. For honor." The stadium chanted the mantra of the kingdom with Yatra. Then the council president took the stand. "Good morning, everybody. My name is Tally." Oh geez. Getting to this point, I groaned and tuned out. The girl up at the podium was an overly enthusiastic third year who spoke of nothing but high hopes and sugar-coated expectations. She was like some kind of mascot. And sure enough, I saw plenty of the fourth years get up and walk out. I decided I would join them, leaving the stadium before everyone else. Besides, I had things to do. Heading to the library, I picked up a few books from a nice clerk lady. After that, I went to the Resource Distribution Center where I received the Spell Formation and Cultivation Crystal that would allow me to cultivate my fourth authority. Simply by joining the Magisterium, I was allowed to rise to the next level. Then again, what was authority for to these people? I could imagine what would be asked of people in order to receive the spell formations for higher authorities. No doubt, most of it came in the form of military service or merits. Alongside these items came my class schedule. There was a class for cultivation, but that was only one of many I was assigned. Scourge analysis, geography, emergency medical proficiency. These 3 classes would take up most of my day, along with daily cultivation. But there was one that I looked forward to. Applied hunting. I muttered curiously at the description for this class. Basically, every other month there would be a 2 or 3 week long period where the entire class would go out on a field trip and hunt. This could include beast hunting in a controlled forest reserve, or hunting the scourge alongside the military. This controlled hunting allowed all us Magi to put our powers to the live test. After all, practicality meant everything. Theory meant nothing if it couldn't deliver on the battlefield. There would be nothing the first month of school, and come the second month, they would be throwing us out there for a whole 2 weeks. It seemed I would have time to get my bearings before getting thrown into the deep end. On my class list were the times for each class. Tapping my aerial, I checked the time and decided to make my way. Scourge Analysis was the first class of the day. It was a class that taught everything regarding the Scourge. Monsters, materials, weak points, tendencies, geographical habitats, and counter tactics. Normally, someone in the 4th year wouldn't be taking this class. Having gone through several years, they had already learned everything they needed to. But since this was my first year, I had none of those basics, which was why I was thrown into the freshman class. I had to admit, it was a bit embarrassing. When class started, I was surrounded by nothing but young teens. I was severely out of place, wondering if I would be able to get away with teaching myself. It was no different for the class after that. Geography wasn't the normal geography class that I had thought it would be. One could say it was an analysis of the macro-scale movements and shifts in the Scourge's activity. It analyzed the territory that they had conquered and the areas that were currently war zones. Though, there was also some geographical study, primarily teaching major landmarks around the world that we would need to know. Still, it was hard to focus when a bunch of teens were glancing at me constantly. I chose a back seat, but even the kid next to me was constantly stealing glances. I beared with it. I knew I would probably end up out there fighting the Scourge, so this was knowledge I needed to know. I had fought people up until now, not monsters. The two were radically different, even though I didn't have the experience to determine such. I basically likened it to the difference between two boxers fighting each other and a boxer fighting a bear. The same tactics naturally couldn't be used. And many of the things they talked about, even on the first day, surprised me. The Scourge, according to public sources, was made out to be nothing but a mass of horrific monsters that sought the destruction of the world. We were pretty evenly matched with them in sheer power, but while we had the advantage in personal power, they had the advantage in numbers. But there were some special entities that posed the greatest threat. After all, nobody cared about the cannon fodder. There were two types of Scourge creatures that were most concerning. First, the ones who gained intelligence with power, earning the ability to control the Scourge forces in strategic ways. And second, the humans who were captured and demonized, turning into an inhuman monster that was both intelligent and powerful. The Scourge didn't just destroy, it devoured. And occasionally, the unlucky victims would be demonized and warped into a monster beyond their own will. The most horrific way to die to the Scourge, and one of the darkest realities of the war. It was when I heard about this that I couldn't help but remember Libidus' words from that night at the auction house. They seriously loved each other. I mean, she almost killed herself over it. The Scourge took her man in the worst way possible. Demonization. Was that what happened to Rayla's husband? Not only was he captured by the Scourge, but he was demonized and then reappeared on the battlefield, confirming his demonization. Was he killed? Or is he still one of those monsters? I was pretty sure he had been killed. If not, there was no way that Rayla would have recovered as much as she had seemed to. She probably would have remained in the military until he was relieved of his monstrous existence. Only his death could allow her to move on, even if only a little. It was a mind-numbing thought to have. I couldn't fathom that kind of grief, to know that the person you loved with your heart and soul had been warped into that kind of monstrosity, and to have to kill him even after that. I suddenly felt a wave of sorrow for Rayla. I almost wanted to call her up the instant I inferred these things, but it wasn't like I could explain that I knew about her husband. Libidus had gone behind her back to tell me that before she did. Shit. I cursed under my breath in the middle of class, earning a few glances. Now my mood was ruined, and I had a new irreversible hatred for the Scourge. If they were simply an enemy, then I could sympathize since there were always two sides to a war. But this monstrous entity was nothing but a demonic stain upon the world. Nothing but a parasite that wrought ruin. It seemed I now had another reason to get stronger, other than mere survival. And I was glad that I could wreak my own retribution with the most lethal weapon in two worlds. The first day passed, and I walked to my new on-campus residence with a neutral mood. After learning about nothing but the Scourge, the last class of the day lightened the darkness with a lecture about the body. It was here that I learned that anatomy, or medical science, was just as advanced in this world as on Earth. They knew everything I knew and more. They knew about cells, the components of cells and their functions, along with all the myriads of biological functions that riddled our impossibly complex bodies. Not only that, but they had learned about how the magical forces of this world interacted with the body. Of course, that stuff only appeared in the more advanced classes. I had expected a primitive or vague detailing on the body and medical care, but I found quite the opposite. In fact, this class of mine was looking to be more of a paramedic course than otherwise. We would learn not just about the body, but all about the types of medical care. They would teach us how to similarly respond to various injuries, making us EMTs in training. This also seemed to be the most difficult class in the magisterium, obviously because of how complex it was and how much there was to memorize. But when all of these people were going to be specialists on the battlefield, it was rather important that they at least knew some stuff. I was similarly in distress during the class. I wasn't cut out for memorizing all that information, a reason I never even fathomed becoming a doctor. Too much to learn. But I found myself keeping up, especially in my other courses. And I knew why. Psyche, the power of the mind. Summoners, although generally known for being weak, were also known for one other thing: being the smartest people in the kingdom, with minds that became sharper, faster, and stronger with every authority they gained. Summoners received many boosts to their cognitive abilities. They were the most successful in academics, even beyond warlocks who studied magic spells. This would naturally help immensely in regard to my classes. I almost looked forward to it. Beyond that, though, I only had one thing to focus on. Cultivating my authority was my most important task. With a greater authority, I could unlock bigger and badder guns. Those would secure my survival, especially since I was sure my first hunting trip wouldn't be an easy one. I was hoping that I could advance in a month, like I had been, but upon opening the book to see the formations I needed to use, I couldn't help but lose a bit of hope. This is absurd. What am I looking at? A circuit board. The book was filled with all these impossibly complex lines and symbols. It was hard to even look at, let alone use. It seemed Authority 4 was a rather massive jump. But I had a better mind. I knew I couldn't be held up for long by this complexity, so I dedicated at least a few hours to studying the formations. Besides, I found it oddly enjoyable. Studying the formations wasn't as simple as tracing the lines in your mind. If it were that easy, everyone would be able to advance. No, it was what the lines and symbols represented that halted people's progress. The formations were a guide. By trying to mimic them, people would come to understand the formation within the magical realm and learn how to use it in order to cultivate greater power. It was like learning a language, and whenever I studied the formation, I would slowly gain understandings. It was like a bar that slowly filled up with progress, as if I were downloading information into my mind from the file that was the formation. And the feelings of progress were nice, even if tiring. But I quickly figured out that it would take much more time for me to so much as decipher the formation, let alone cultivate the power. A month wouldn't be enough. But up until now I had been cultivating every day, so I had gotten used to the slow but steady progression. So I stuck around in my room, waiting for the end of the day where I would go to bed early and catch up on sleep. Chapter 20. Training. Another day came around, and I wasn't disturbed like the first. All was normal, except for the fact that I was completely wrong about the schedule regarding our hunting trips. The fourth years had things a bit different, and what I had heard about only applied to those in the earlier years. Turns out, the hunting trips would be 1 month on and 1 month off. That meant that, at the end of the month, I would leave for an entire month on this trip. And I wasn't simply going to a forest inhabited by monsters. No, I would be joining a special military unit that specialized in small-scale scourge hunts. This was all to say that I was being thrown straight into the deep end, and much earlier than I anticipated. All this information came to me when I arrived back home from classes, seeing that a delivery had been delivered by Maxwell. A letter detailed the aforementioned information and also came with an interesting surprise. The primary focus of his letter, and the package that came with it, was regarding the white crystal. The church pioneered the first and best way to purify black crystals infected with the scourge's poison, creating white crystals. These crystals could be used in magical devices or used for cultivating authorities. But the magisterium, or the kingdom, didn't use the white crystals of the church. In order to combat the church's monopoly on the crystals, they developed their own method, an inferior one. It purified most, but not all, of the scourge's poison. This created purity grades for the crystals and introduced problems that came with cultivating with them. It was no different from cultivating with poison. The energy given to you was impure, and methods had also been created to purify the energy inside of you after the cultivation was done. Basically, the kingdom created a problem and its solution all in an attempt to economically fight the church. While it was a natural course of action for two massive organizations, it was still a shitty situation for those who were forced to use the tainted crystals. All those at the magisterium and the kingdom's military were those victims. Of course, many went and got their hands on the church's white crystals anyway, and thankfully, Maxwell was making himself out to be one of my avenues. Inside the package I received was a white crystal a grade above the previous one I used. Maxwell said that, due to the nature of my call, I couldn't cultivate with the impure crystals at all. My call would reject any form of impurity, so I was forced to use white crystals. Not that I had an issue with this. And with the white crystal was another set of advancement formations that he told me to use instead of the standard ones. They were even more complex, and he didn't explain why, but since I was already going along with his guidance, I couldn't stop here. Thanking him inwardly for the help, I threw the crystal into my spatial bracelet. I simultaneously stashed the other crystal away. I wouldn't need it anymore. Not that I could begin cultivating immediately. Beyond that, there was only one other piece of information that I paid attention to. Everyone at the Magisterium was placed into combat classes. These classes taught knights martial arts, taught warlocks how to use their spells in various situations, and taught summoners how to effectively utilize their summons. But I wasn't placed into any combat classes, or at least, not on paper. Apparently Maxwell had arranged something else for me. It was something like a club. The place was basically a training ground. Due to the unique nature of my summons, I couldn't go fighting anybody for fear of outright killing them. Guns were kind of an all-or-nothing weapon. So he put me into this club that I would report to when classes were over. So the next day, after going through all my classes, I went around to a certain building number located in an obscure corner of the campus. Only, it wasn't a building that I came to. It was a gate with the number across its signboard. I walked through, seeing a small building to the side. I went and knocked on the door, waiting several seconds before it opened. "HM? Who are you?" The man who greeted me was a rough one. He was old, his eyes sharp and scrutinizing, and the wrinkles on his face scrunching in a perpetual frown. But he was dressed in rather luxurious clothing. I recognized its quality, even though it wasn't an extravagant robe like what Maxwell wore. In the black market where nice things were everywhere and also exorbitantly expensive, I had developed a good eye for something's quality. I greeted back casually. "Hi, I'm John. I was told to report here after classes." "Oh, you're Maxwell's apprentice. Come in then. I'll explain everything." I walked in with his beckon, closing the door behind me. I found that this small room was completely dark except for the dozen screens that covered the front wall. Each one displayed a different video feed, some of them displaying two. In each feed was a person. I saw some knights, several warlocks, and only a few summoners. They were all fighting, and their opponents weren't each other, but what looked like robots. Of course, they couldn't be mechanical robots. I saw all these magical designs on their bodies, ones that glowed whenever their monstrous bodies moved just like beasts. This is the Magisterium's finest training ground. Not everybody comes to know about this place's existence, and even fewer actually get to use it. Only the elites can come here freely, but you've been made something of an exception. You can thank Maxwell for that, but there is a condition. The man eyed me. "You can use this place for the next month until you go on your next excursion, but if you don't produce satisfactory results while on that trip, then you won't be allowed back. Now, allow me to explain what you do here." He pointed to the screens. Every day, I set up a different scenario using the battle puppets. These scenarios are designed to mimic scourge battles. From hive raids to frontal mass battles, I can reproduce any kind of scenario imaginable. And you will be faced with those scenarios. The difficulty level varies, and sometimes I set up scenarios where you work in teams. Regardless, this is the place to train you in true practical combat, second only to fighting actual battles with the scourge. With your lack of experience, this is a holy place for you, so cherish this next month wisely. And since the scenario has only started recently, you can still join in. Here, the old man handed me a necklace. It was flat and made of thick black metal. When I put it on, it sat snugly against my skin, using magic to adhere to my body without moving or disturbing me. That's a safety band. It'll keep you alive, but be warned, you can still be injured, and heavily at that if you're stupid. Not only will you learn to kill here, but you'll learn how to estimate an enemy's power level and how to respond. Now, the scenario today is a basic one, some jungle hunting. There are monsters and humanoid puppets all throughout that forest landscape. Your sightlines are limited, so your ears will be your best ally. How you approach battles is up to you. Either way, your goal is to fight on the leaderboard against the others. Tap the jewel on your band. Following his directions, my finger found the protruding jewel on the necklace, tapping it once and seeing a screen appear in front of me. It was a leaderboard containing a dozen or so names. Every participant was on there, and it showed a point score beside their name. It was no different from a game, making me smile a bit. Wave away the screen and it'll go down. And when you're ready, you can step through the portal outside. It'll drop you in a random spot in the forest at least 100 meters away from an enemy. And if you decide that you're done with training, tap the jewel on your band and say, "I quit." That'll bring you back out here. Now go on. I look forward to what Maxwell's apprentice has up his sleeve. He waved me away, and I took one more glance at the screens before leaving. There was a portal on the side of the building. So after summoning a lever-action rifle, I headed through it. I really was thrown right in the middle of a jungle. My reappearance came with a small wave of disorientation. I quickly focused, though, and took a look around me. The jungle was still bright, but the ground was covered in mud, bushes, vines, and tree roots. It was complex terrain, and fighting here could obviously be dangerous. So I decided that I needed to keep my enemies at a distance, and if they found me, then I would try and take them in a head-on manner. My shotgun should take care of anything that got too close for comfort. My coat also gave me a source of comfort. It undoubtedly had extraordinary defensive abilities, and Rayla had told me that it came with some other special abilities. Unfortunately, I wasn't told how to activate it, so I would either have to ask later or figure it out myself. With my reassurances, I started slowly walking through the jungle. I kept my head on a swivel, constantly surveying my surroundings and waiting, until I heard a faint brush of some leaves in the distance, making my head instinctively snap over. My hearing and instincts had become refined after many weeks in the trenches. I could pick up on even faint footsteps, as I had been subject to no small amount of ambushes. So my hands moved instinctively, my body lowering and my eyes taking aim across the sights of my gun. At the end of my barrel, I could see a monster. It wasn't an animal, but one of the puppets that was shaped like one. It was an agile creature, looking closer to a tiger than anything else. It didn't seem to have seen me yet, so I kneeled down and steadied my barrel. This would serve as good aim training as well. I was already glad Maxwell had got me into this place. With those thoughts, I centered my sights, and I didn't hesitate in pulling the trigger. Bang! The sound shook the jungle, and in the distance, I could see the monster drop to the floor, dead. In my vision, I could see the number 100 pop up, the points I earned for the kill. Smiling, I got up and started running. Letting off shots attracted everything's attention toward me. It was the fatal flaw of my guns. I couldn't be quiet with them, but I could mitigate the downsides by changing positions. Even if I ran into enemies while relocating, it was better than being swarmed from all sides. And as expected, it wasn't long before I encountered another puppet. Except this beast was bigger, like a bear. It found me and charged. I stopped and raised my gun, slowing my breath and firing. Bang! Another shot, and I cleanly hit the bear's skull. But it didn't go down. The beast was dazed for several moments, not dead, but obviously hurt. I took the opportunity to infuse some power into my gun. It glowed with a faintly holy light, as if being blessed. And my next shot was all the bear could take. Its head exploded with the empowered bullet, dropping to the floor. Dropped like a drunk stripper. All right, let's get out of here. I found another direction and took off after smiling at the 400 points I got. After not encountering anything for a while, though, I decided to drop down and hide. Fighting enemies was easy but tiring. If I wanted to spend some time in this training ground, then I would need to space my battles. This is why I found a large bush and settled inside of it. I didn't really care about getting dirty either, since my coat was always comfortable and could clean itself later. From there, I watched a few monsters go by at a distance. And when I decided that enough time had passed, I targeted one and took my shot from the bush. Although I didn't have a scope, my aim was still decent enough to hit some shots at around 100 meters. Besides, it wasn't like these puppets were small. Bang! Smoke rose up within the bush as the monster dropped dead. After that, I reloaded some bullets and waited. Naturally, monsters made their way to my general position. And from the bush, I took several out. I had to empower several of my shots. That was the proper term for using my isekaied to make my spirits, or my guns, stronger. And with every kill, my points grew. It was only when I had killed 6 that I finally rushed out of my bush, a large group converging on my location. I fought off several monsters while running, killing 4 more and eventually managing to calm the agitation my gunshots had caused. Like that, I repeated a cycle of hiding, killing, running, and hiding again. The forest was big, and there were varying densities of monsters. But I noticed that the further in any direction I went, the stronger the monsters got. But that just meant more points. Besides, not all monsters had tough bodies. Many were of the warlock type, casting their own specialty spells. But those were the easy ones. My killing speed was good, and my routine went well until I encountered another person, not a puppet. Hiding within a foxhole underneath some tree roots and bushes, I spotted a person in my sights not that far away. They seemed to be looking for something, probably me, as I had been causing tons of noise. But I just watched for a while. I tracked them with my sights, my finger brushing the trigger while imagining if I could hit my shots while they were moving. It was a woman, and an agile one at that, as she could scale and hop between trees. She had short brown hair and wielded a sword, obviously a knight. It made me a bit more wary. Knights were my bane. But as I imagined taking my shot, something interesting happened. It was right as I had the thought of pulling the trigger that the girl suddenly jolted and dashed out of the way with inhuman agility. Of course, I wasn't actually planning on taking the shot, but it seemed that she had sensed my intentions. For a moment, I thought that something like that should be impossible. How could she possibly read my mind from a distance, or at all for that matter? Especially since she was totally unaware of me. But after dodging a non-existent shot, she suddenly turned toward my general direction. She didn't immediately spot me, but it wasn't long after that I saw her eyes lock onto me through the bushes. I smiled as she crouched aggressively. Then, I rose. I slipped out of the bushes, waving with a smile. Hey there. What's your name? I should be asking you that. I don't recognize you. She narrowed her eyes and straightened her body, feeling less threatened now that I lowered my gun. I shrugged. I'm new here. This is my first day at these training grounds. I'm kind of having fun too. You're the one making all that noise? Guilty as charged. A cold summoner. She had a peculiar look while observing my gun. Even I could sense the type of magus a person was. It was a sixth sense, so she could obviously do the same, especially since she was probably of a higher authority. Then, she looked at my face. You're the new fourth year. You've heard of me? Not anybody can just walk straight into our class. Besides, Raven made a big deal about you. It seems he lost since you're still here. Raven? The Severing Blade? Yes. You really are new here. You don't even know the names of the elites. She smirked a bit, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I'm not the best with names, but I'd still like to hear yours. I smiled and approached, putting out my hand. The girl smiled and shook it. Tana. Nice to meet you, Tana. I'm John. Hello, John. You're a noisy one, but since you're here, you must be powerful despite being new. Yes, and I apologize for startling you earlier. I chuckled while remembering how frantically Tana had dodged my imaginary bullet. My words made her tilt her head as we separated hands. Yes, I was actually confused as to why you were so open with your intent. Considering the fact that I have no idea what that is, you can probably imagine that I didn't do it on purpose. Well, you're really new. She was quite baffled by my ignorance. I couldn't help but sigh at that. Yes, I'm still learning a lot. You didn't learn anything in your combat class? I don't have a combat class. The lethality of my weapons prohibits fighting others. I see. She had the rifle in my hands and glanced in the distance at a few puppets I'd killed. I hadn't attacked more than a few times, and every target had died. If that wasn't lethal, then what was? I smiled. Care to teach me about this so-called intent? Ho-ho. I'm not exactly here to teach, but I'll make a bet. Shoot. I nodded, and she brought up the leaderboard. Beat me on the leaderboard, and I'll teach you. I seem to have a long ways to go then. You sure do. So let's see if your lethality can earn the tutelage of an elite. Of course, I won't just sit idly either. She spun around and crouched, launching her body into the air and onto a tree branch about 40 meters away. She then looked behind her at me, waving with a snicker. I'm not interested in being a tutor, so you better get going. Heh, playing hard to get, I see. I chuckled as she dashed into the distance. I couldn't fathom the kind of strength or agility her body had to be able to bound dozens of meters with each step. Once she promptly disappeared, I pulled up the leaderboard. My name was sitting nicely at the bottom. And from there, I searched for Tana. I quickly found her name. Out of the 14 people currently in this jungle, she was sitting high and mighty at third place. I had a grand total of 5,300 points, but she had a whopping 64,000. Bullshit. As if I even had a chance. Well, I guess I should at least try. Let's get out of last place first. With that, I sent my gun back to the dimension and started jogging. The deeper I went, the more powerful the monsters, and the more points I got. If I wanted any kind of chance, then I would need to test my wit with those beasts. And I didn't stop for anything, not even the few beasts that ended up in my path. Soon enough, I arrived where I wanted to be. Chapter 21. Enlightenment. The jungle changed colors, from green plants to bright purple plants. The dirt also changed from brown and black to a deep red. It was a rather jarring change, but this was still the place I wanted to be. The monsters here, as I had found, were significantly stronger. No longer could I kill a night-type beast in a few shots to the head. It took large portions of my psyche and well-placed bullets in order to kill them. And even then, that gave them time to close distance. They were fast, tough, and agile. My aim was stressed, as was my athleticism. Thankfully, I had learned a lot in the trenches, being ambushed and attacked by several people at once. That experience allowed me to keep my bearing in the face of a beast that refused to die. And more than that, each beast was worth upwards of 2,000 points. My score on the leaderboard rapidly climbed with each kill. In fact, it only took half an hour to climb to 20,000 points. But in that time, Tana had gained another dozen thousand. It was only a bit slower than me, and even given several hours, I might not be able to catch up. But that was no reason to stop. My foremost purpose in being here was for training. I wasn't simply trying to farm points, as that would defeat the purpose. It would only be a month from now that I would have to go and fight the Scourge alongside a military unit. As confident as I was in my guns, I understood very deeply how inexperienced I was with fighting monsters, and more than that, working with others in a combat situation. My aim wasn't perfect, even if it was good. In a fast-paced and stressful environment, a mistake on my part could kill an ally. Most fighters were knights, and they fought in close combat. As a ranged attacker, I would need to land my shots on target without hitting them. Of course, many of the memories that I received from the spirits of my authorities directly gave me fantastic aim. Especially the more powerful spirits, which contained the experience of skilled soldiers or accomplished gunmen. And those memories didn't simply vanish when I wasn't communing with the spirits. They remained faintly in my mind, and my personal experiences from utilizing those memories stayed with me. I was rapidly learning, increasing my skill at lightning speeds. But it would still take time before I was perfect, and that wasn't to mention how the styles of battle would change as I unlocked other weapons. Self-preservation was also an important issue that I needed to take care of. My greatest weakness was defense and close-quarter combat, so I would need to use this training ground as a place to rectify my shortcomings, at least a little. Thankfully, this purple jungle was the perfect place to do that. I didn't run the risk of dying, but I did risk injury. I hadn't been touched for the most part, but when I entered the purple jungle, that changed. Depending on the monster, I would suffer at the hands of claws or fists. But fortunately for me, every attack was eaten by my coat, and the attacks didn't so much as leave a scratch. I suppose the outer layer of the coat was made of some kind of malleable material, because any blemishes would repair themselves even if it was deformed. Not only that, but I could feel some kind of magic activate whenever I was in distress. It heightened my awareness, giving me what felt like 360 vision. I could see even the plants behind me, and my mind could process things faster. Even my reactions were sped up. It was like the coat facilitated my body's commands, as I could move my arms and legs with far more agility. The response time was almost non-existent, allowing me to dodge things that my body normally couldn't. Those effects faded when the threat was gone, however, and I usually felt rather drained. It took a sizable amount of my psyche, but who cared so long as I could keep myself safe? The jacket was proving to be an extraordinary asset. At some point, I also equipped my air mask, taking it from my spatial bracelet. I was used to fighting with it on, and it provided me with greater stamina. I fought through the purple jungle for a couple hours, and over time my points rose higher and higher. But it never went above Tannis. When I finally made it to 60,000 points, she managed to hit 85,000 points. And when I made it to 85,000 points, she rose to over 100,000 points. Thankfully, I at least wasn't in last place. In fact, I made it to the top 5 with relative ease. But the training didn't last forever. Just as I started to get a little hope, thinking that I might be able to surpass Tana, I heard a ringing from my necklace. Training's over. A second after those words, I felt an unknown power wrap around me. I was promptly teleported out of the training grounds, appeared near the building by the entrance. I wasn't the only one. A quick count told me there were a dozen others. I quickly spotted Tana as well. But we only glanced at each other, because I felt everyone's eyes suddenly land on me. I knew people would be curious since I was a newbie, but their interests seemed to go beyond that. I was the subject of their scrutiny until that old man came back out. He looked at me before speaking. Everyone is free to go except for that one. He met me as he waved everyone else out. And without much suspense, they all left. Except for Tana, who walked over to me and touched her wrist to mine. My Ariel exchanged contact info with hers. I don't mind teaching you a little, but don't expect a full-blown class. That's good enough for me. Have a good day, Tana. She smiled while leaving. I only turned back around when I heard a scoff. How charming. If not for your complete lack of foundational skills, I'd say you're perfect. Get in here. Waving me along, the old man headed into his little outpost. I saw the same screens as last time, but now they were all filled with recordings of my fights. Once I closed the door, he plopped down on a seat. Your power is seriously suited for killing. I've never seen a more offensive power before, not from warlocks nor knights. Tana is an authority 5, and you were able to keep up to some extent. Of course, she was nothing but relaxed today, but the fact that you even managed to climb out of last place is nothing short of a damn miracle. He sighed while turning to the screens. But despite how excessively lethal your weapons are, you still don't have many of the techniques you should have. You're still obviously a newbie. For example, he pointed to one screen. On it was a video of my encounter with Tana. Specifically, when she dodged my imaginary bullet. Your intent. You have no control over it, and since you're a ranged fighter, that's a major issue. What is intent anyway? It's your mind's effect on the surroundings. It's literally your intentions that seep into the air all around you. People can pick up on that, and it allows them to read you like a book. And there are techniques, especially for summoners, that allow you to conceal it. I can already tell you that those techniques will be your most important, because otherwise you won't be able to kill anyone stealthily like you did with those puppets. Right. Having understood the wild concept, I began to see how important it was. Intent concealment was something I needed to learn quickly. Also, you need to learn how to solidify your psyche. You waste way too much of it when you infuse your summons with it. Unfortunately, there are very few calls that allow you to do such a thing anyway, and I know Maxwell's call is special. So consult him on it. You'll become more efficient and powerful when you bring it under control. Look. He pointed to another screen, one that showed my gun as it glowed with power. That glow was seen whenever I infused my psyche into a spirit. That glow is a telltale sign of your lack of control. I would estimate that nearly half of your power is wasted in the infusion process, and it only gets worse as you infuse more. But the good news is that you obviously have a bountiful pool of psyche anyway. What makes you say that? Beyond the mind. I didn't exactly see how my pool of psyche was bigger than normal, but apparently this old man could. He glanced at me. You infused a lot of psyche into your weapons throughout the hours that you were in that jungle. I couldn't estimate it properly, but when looking at the glow of your spirits and how often you killed those high-level puppets, and then considering the fact that you're only at Authority 3, I can only conclude that the sheer amount of psyche at your disposal is rather enormous. Granted, your power is entirely offensive in nature, but not everyone can jump several authority levels like you do. That easily puts you on par with the elites in terms of your latent potential. I can see why Maxwell took you under his wing. He seemed to grumble while shutting down all the screens. All right, now get out of here. Be back tomorrow immediately after your classes. We'll have another scenario going, one that will give you some very valuable experience. I can't have you dying during your hunting trip, after all. Okay. Oh, and what should I call you? I asked, since the old man still hadn't given me his name. He spoke while ushering me out of the room. I'm called the Puppet Master. All right, Mr. Puppet. I'll see you tomorrow. He narrowed his eyes at me while I left. As I walked back to my room, I did a mild reflection on the past few hours, mainly my talk with Mr. Puppet. Honestly, he was a bit hard to talk to. His sharp eyes and authoritative demeanor didn't leave much room for discussion. I could go back and forth with Maxwell when he taught me his call, but I couldn't do that with this old man. It was a bit stifling, but he still fed me valuable information. My intent and my control over psyche. Two techniques that I would need to consult Maxwell on. Though, I wondered why I wasn't already taught this stuff. Tapping my aerial, I called my teacher. What is it? His monotone voice echoed in my mind. I responded in a direct fashion. I learned about intent and psyche solidification. Are they things I need to learn techniques for? Yes. Well, do you happen to know any that I could learn? It took a second for me to respond after he gave me such a succinct answer. I heard him hum. Controlling your psyche and solidifying it is something that can only come through practice and dedication. Knights and warlocks spend years constantly honing their control, and there are extremely few who are ever able to solidify their power. So while a technique isn't actually necessary for evolving your control, there is a technique that can help. What? The one you've been practicing this entire time. The one I taught you when you first came to me. My eyes widened a bit. I recalled the technique I used to practice daily. It was nothing more than tracing various complex and redundant formations with my psyche, and it was horribly tiring. It seems that was the technique I was looking for. But that left me more confused. If I've been practicing this entire time, then why are my infusions so wasteful? I'm sorry, did you expect to be a master when you only started learning less than half a year ago? Kind of. It's been a long time. Childish. He snorted, causing me to chuckle a bit. Fine. I'll just keep practicing it more. Do so. However, there is one modification that you can make if you want to rein in your intent. You just need to practice tracing those formations, but make them appear within the world. How the hell do I do that? Isn't it supposed to be an extra-dimensional power? It's not hard, really. You already do it when you empower your spirits. My face scrunched in confusion, but I sort of understood what he was saying. My psyche went beyond my body when I empowered my spirits with it, since my spirits were also beyond my body. So technically, I was already doing that. But the spirit was still the medium. To do away with that medium and make my psyche appear in the air wasn't something I thought was possible. I questioned. I can only infuse my spirits with psyche. Besides, psyche is the power of the mind. How do I make this mind power appear? You need a medium, of course. So find one. What appears in the air, that is connected to you, and that you can infuse your psyche into? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Well, time to figure things out on your own. Use that empty head of yours, and don't come back to class until you can read minds. Right after he said that, Maxwell ended the call. I was left staring into space in a slight daze. Read minds? How the hell was I supposed to do that? I realized that I had stopped walking at some point, but I wasn't in the mind to care that I was standing in the middle of some empty plaza. It felt like something was clicking for me, despite my confusion. What appeared in the air? Those words made me think of my intent, when Mr. Puppet said that it was literally my intentions that seeped into the air around me. So my intent was in the air, and it was undoubtedly connected to me. So was that the medium? Did I need to infuse my psyche into my intent? I suppose they were both a part of the mind. But unlike spirits, my intent wasn't something tangible that I could feel. I didn't even know it existed until a few hours ago. So how could I infuse my psyche into something I couldn't see or feel? If I figured that out, then I could manifest my psyche in the air and practice both solidifying my psyche and controlling my intent. And these thoughts made me think of something else. My coat, when it had activated and enhanced my senses. It did more than just speed up my thinking and reaction times. It actually let me see the things around me, even things that weren't within my field of vision. I had been able to see the ground under my feet and the trees to my back when fighting a puppet to my front. 360 vision. But of course, I didn't suddenly grow eyes on the back of my head. My coat took my psyche when it was activated, and it had done something with it that let me see the world with something beyond my senses. Was that what I needed to do? Mimic the effects of my coat? Use my psyche and see the world through the lens of my mind. But I couldn't just do that, even though I understood. I needed something to go off of, something to feel that could guide me, like using training wheels to ride a bike. I needed to activate the coat. Suddenly, I tapped my aerial again. Hey, sweet cheeks. How's school? Rayla's sweet voice made me smile a bit. But I felt rushed, so I didn't humor her like I usually would. It's good. Hey, I was wondering how I could activate the coat's abilities. Oh, right. I didn't tell you about that. It activates automatically when your body is in distress. But if you want to activate it preemptively, you just need to infuse your psyche into it. You should have felt it make a connection with you, so just stream your psyche into that connection. Oh, all right. Thanks. Are you training? Something like that. Then call me later. I have some things to ask you, preferably before the week's end. Sure. We said goodbye, and I rapidly focused back on my objective. When I had first worn the coat, I had felt a wave of magic run through my body. The coat had formed a connection, making it more like a new limb rather than an accessory. Whenever I put it on, it would bond with me again. Even now, I could feel the connection that appeared within my mind. So I streamed my psyche to it, filling it with my power. Once I did that, I could once again feel the effects. I could see each blade of grass at my feet, the laces of my shoes, the socks under those shoes, the buildings behind me. It was like looking into a whole new world. But more than that, I could see other people in the distance. And each of them had a faint energy around them. From that energy, I could sense something about them. I could sense anxiousness, excitement, exhaustion, or anger. Most of their faces were neutral, not alluding to anything out of the ordinary. But these energies exposed their inner feelings. And on top of that, I could almost see into the future. I could see the next step they were going to take. I could guess the hand they were going to use to scratch an itch on their face, or their next movement to open a door. Their intent. I could see it and read it. It was vague, but it was there. And then, I looked around myself. I could see a much thicker intent than any of the others, perhaps because it was my own. But unlike the others, I could practically read my own mind through it. No wonder Tana was able to dodge my imaginary bullet. I was basically telling her what I was going to do through this intent of mine. But that wasn't my biggest concern. Instead, I quickly focused my psyche. I could finally feel my intent. so I let my psyche out. A little wasn't enough, so I let it all flow. I mustered the entirety of my pool, pushing it all out into this energy field of mine. The coat was acting as my guide, and I tapped into that feeling. And then, I could see it. The air. Or, I should say aura was the best word for it. An aura around me that spread for dozens of meters. It was like a beacon of light, broadcasting my existence to the world. And anyone with eyes could see a bright light. This aura of mine, how it was so spread and open, made me feel exposed. Everyone else also had auras around them, most just as big as mine. And through them, I could get an even deeper glimpse into their mind, as if I was getting a hint of their thoughts. How could anyone live knowing that their thoughts were practically spilling out into the open like this? It made me shudder. Maxwell could see all this, no doubt. So this entire time, my mind had probably been an open book to him. No wonder he seemed so lofty in his attitude, as if he knew everything. He may as well have, with an ability like this. This seemed to be some kind of enlightenment for me. I need to rein this shit in as soon as possible. It's almost humiliating. I mumbled out loud, but even that was weird, because it felt like I was speaking even before I did. I was basically guessing what I was going to say, and then making true on those guesses. But with those words, I made my conviction. Then, I suddenly felt a wave of weakness and exhaustion. I faltered, falling to one knee as my supernatural awareness disappeared. No longer could I see what my eyes couldn't. However, I still felt like I was far more aware of the world, and especially the people. I could still sense a hint of the aura of those strangers in the distance, even though it was no longer as deep. It made me laugh even though I was racked with a horrible headache moments later. Truly, an enlightenment. Now, I could at least begin to work on bringing things under control. Chapter 22. Nest. I barely managed to get to my room, where I passed out the second I threw my body onto my bed. I had probably crawled for most of the way there, but I really didn't care since I had just become enlightened. As someone who had spent his entire life on Earth, a magic-less world, these sorts of feelings were all new and eye-opening. How else was I supposed to react to being able to glimpse the thoughts and feelings of people I didn't even know? And then there was the fact that I was at the bottom of the barrel in terms of utilizing this ability. How much more was there that I could become capable of? I went to sleep with all sorts of thoughts on my mind. And it was some much-needed rest, too. I had dumped all the psyche I had into the coat and my aura. It was worth it, but I had been left a husk. Unfortunately, I slept for longer than I expected. By the time I woke up, it was already well past noon. I slept through my alarm. It made me panic, since I had missed all of my classes, the last of which was ongoing when I crawled out of bed. Well, at least I'll be rested for training. Those classes didn't particularly interest me right now, so I didn't care too much. With that, I freshened up before getting a bite to eat. The Magisterium had a nice restaurant on campus, so I checked it out and ordered some food. It was rather cheap compared to what I was used to, not that the Founders Market was a good reference to have. And after eating there, I spent the last hour or so I had assessing my new abilities. I was now aware of my own and other people's auras. And even without the code as my guide, I could stream my psyche into it. This was the biggest barrier, but with the power of an exorbitantly expensive item, I was able to bypass it. And by infusing psyche into my aura, I could finally understand what Maxwell was talking about. I understood that my intent, along with other details about myself, were spread beyond my body through my aura. And since I could stream psyche into it, and I could control my psyche, that meant I should be able to control my aura, and by extension, my intent. I rode that simple logic and tried to test my theories. In my room, I sat in a chair and dumped some psyche into my aura. This increased my awareness of my aura by many times, similarly consuming energy. And with my psyche inside my aura, I began practicing. I used the same formations that Maxwell had taught me, forming lines and symbols of psyche. But instead of doing these things within my mind, I did them within my aura. And it was then that I saw a faint glow. A line of light appeared in front of my eyes. It was red, and it formed the same shape that I drew with my psyche. My psyche had manifested beyond my body. From there, I continued drawing. The formation was created in front of my eyes as dozens of red lines and symbols appeared in the air. But this method of drawing was different than I knew. I quickly encountered difficulties because of this difference. I wasn't simply drawing it, like paint with a brush. Instead, it felt like I needed to imagine my psyche being drawn. From there, it would be drawn. I likened it to an out-of-body experience. I wasn't doing the drawing. I was telling my mind to draw. It seemed like the same thing, but it wasn't. There was a certain detachment between the two, a line that I was barely getting the hang of writing. It took a lot of concentration, and even more than that, a suspension of disbelief. I almost couldn't understand how I was doing this, and because I didn't understand, I got close to convincing myself that I shouldn't be able to, or that it wasn't possible. But I deliberately kept myself ignorant, simply doing it whether I thought I could or couldn't. It was only by doing that I could continue, as if I started to question it, then I would lose the ability. It was similar to dreaming, where if you became aware that you were dreaming, then the dream would stop. What I had to do was something close to lucid dreaming, where I was aware that I was dreaming, but I suspended my connection to reality in order to let it play. And by doing all these things, I was able to accomplish not just controlling my psyche beyond my body, but tapping into my intent. Through this technique, controlling my psyche would be no different from controlling my intent. But it was incredibly difficult, so much so that I couldn't complete even a fraction of the formation that I had made hundreds of times before. It would require another level of control, but at least I now had another level to rise to. Knowing that, I shut things down, returning to reality. I was now tired, but thankfully I would still be able to participate in the training. But when I looked at the time, shit, I'm late. It had started 10 minutes ago. I promptly rushed out of my room and threw on my air mask, using its boost in stamina to run to the training grounds. I arrived with labored breaths, seeing a group of people outside the building. I saw Tana, who looked at me with a snicker, and Mr. Puppet, who seemed angry. Why are you late? You better have a damn good reason, or you can just go home. I don't cater to lazy asses. I was silent as he called me out. And when everyone turned to me with questioning looks, I took off my air mask and answered back with slight confidence. I was learning to control my intent. Bullshit. You didn't even know what that was yesterday. Fine. I suddenly concentrated, tapping into my aura and doing what I had just done only a few minutes ago. Suddenly, red lines sparked and appeared in front of me, writing a few segments of a formation in the air. Unfortunately, I wasn't entirely focused, not to mention I was tired, so the formations broke apart not long after. But that was enough. Mr. Puppet seemed more than surprised, as did several of the others around me. Tana especially had wide eyes. I felt a bit accomplished, so I couldn't help to smile. After a few moments, Mr. Puppet grumbled. You win. So get over here and listen up. Yes, sir. I gave a weird salute before standing with the group. He sighed. Since I'm not explaining everything again, I'll keep it short. Today we're doing a group scenario. 5 groups of 4 will each be separated into their own environments. Your goal is to raid a hive, killing the king in the process. The hives will be identical, and you will be scored based on how fast and how many enemies you kill. Total extermination will result in a perfect score, but mind you, there will only be 3 hours to complete this raid, and killing the king will require the fullest effort of every group member. Now, stand by while I form the groups. He grabbed a sheet of paper, reading off a list. Everyone's name was one I didn't know, and I watched as they all walked to the side and separated into their groups. I was a part of the 3rd group: Tana, John, Hubert, and Amara. I moved with Tana, standing off to the side. 2 others moved with us. 1 man and 1 woman, who I guessed were Hubert and Amara respectively. I nodded to them as Mr. Puppet finished forming the groups. All right, walk through the portal and begin. Clock starts now. He gave us no time to mentally prepare, and we were forced to rush into the portal widow hut so much as an introduction. But everyone seemed used to this, so I rolled with it and entered with my group. 2 felt the weird sensation of being teleported before I appeared within a barren desert. In front of me, I could see nothing but red sand. But when I turned around, I could see huge stone structures. They rose up like towers, and many of them were connected to each other, forming walls and barriers. Their black luster told me that they weren't exactly natural formations, but knowing this world, they could be. And in the distance amongst the tops of all those towers, I could see holes that housed what seemed like huge locusts. Of course, they had the signature look of puppets, but everything else resembled the body structure of an insect. And while some had wings, others didn't. At the front, there was an entrance into what seemed like a maze of this locust hive. Let's introduce ourselves. Someone spoke. I looked and saw that it was Amara. She looked like a warlock, with some gray robes and a staff that held a cluster of crystals atop its pole. And although she asked to introduce ourselves, everyone ended up looking at me. So I went first with a smile. I'm John, and I guess you could call me a ranged fighter. Pleasure to meet you all. I'm Amara, warlock specializing in ranged spells. Hubert, knight specializing in defensive combat. Tana, Knight specializing in offense. I nodded to the others as they gave a brief introduction. Hubert was a large man, built like a football lineman. He carried a large steel shield and sword, and his bald head gave off a meathead-type feel, contrary to his sharp, squinted eyes. And then there was Tana, the nimble swordswoman. 2 ranged fighters, a tank, and a melee fighter. It was a rather well-rounded lineup, especially since we might be fighting off some flying puppets. The others seemed pleased as well. We have a good group. Hubert nodded pleasantly. Tana smirked a moment after, though. Yes, it would be a good group without John's fatal flaw. She smiled at me. You can't keep quiet, can you? No, not really. Then that increases the difficulty by several times. Wait, you were the loud one yesterday? Amara suddenly questioned, earning a nod. Yeah, that was me. My weapons are powerful, but they have a hard time keeping it down. So basically, every puppet is going to be flooding toward us so long as he's active. But I will admit, his weapons are amazingly powerful. Tana pat my shoulder before looking toward the hive. But then, Amara spoke with a thought. If it's loud, I might be able to help. I know a sound isolation spell. It's not absolute, but it could mitigate a good chunk of the sound. That's a thing. I asked in surprise, and she gave me a shrug. It's an auxiliary spell that I learned. I haven't really used it, but if it'll help, then I can. It's stationary, though. That shouldn't matter too much. You two would stick in the back line anyway, so when we get into fights, you can cast the spell and John can do his thing. That works. Everyone nodded in agreement. After that, Hubert put on his helmet and hoisted his shield. He looked like a real knight. Then let's get going. We have 3 hours, so let's move fast. And kill fast. Tana took the front with Hubert while Amara and I followed behind. We entered the gates of the hive, getting a better view of the towers that seemed constructed of thousands of stone discs stacked on top of each other. And since the wind was mostly blocked by the walls, the wind didn't blow any sand into our eyes. However, it still shifted under our feet, making mobility a bit more of a concern. What we found were many pathways, almost like hallways, as we continued through the hive. It was a maze of these walls and towers, but in general, there seemed to be one set direction. We didn't see anything except the occasional flying locust that passed between towers. However, after covering enough distance, we arrived in a large plaza. It seemed to be a junction between several more possible paths. And within this junction, there were dozens of locusts crawling about. Hubert lowered his stance as several noticed us. Tana also unsheathed her sword. Get ready. Casting sound isolation. Amara muttered under her breath, and before I knew it, a slight ripple in the air formed a dome around us. The sounds coming from the outside didn't change, making me think that it had done nothing. But I decided to trust it and summoned a weapon. It was my rifle, and I raised it while looking through the iron sights. My target was a flying locust that was turning our attention to us in the air. And with a quick adjustment, I pulled the trigger. Bang. The sound was the same, but nobody besides Amara recoiled at the sound. And with that shot, the flying locust fell out of the sky. Its body was much bigger than normal, probably the size of an adult man. It made me cringe as green blood splattered on the floor. At least they were easy to kill. The isolation works. Go. Tana shouted before dashing off, thrusting her sword and piercing the body of a locust on the ground. Her sword swung and bisected it, leaving a huge trail of blood. Hubert also prepared, staying in front of us while shield bashing a few bugs that crawled forward. And Amara prepared some spells, lights flashing in the air as arrows of ice appeared out of magic circles. A glimpse at the spells reminded me of circuits, as did most spell formations. Her icicles pierced a few different locusts after preparing for a few seconds. And I chambered another round, taking aim at another unlucky puppet. Chapter 23, Quad Shotgun. The battle was intense as a few dozen puppets flooded toward us. Although I wasn't making a huge commotion, the sounds of battle still reached the immediate vicinity, attracting more reinforcements. I was forced to fight beside Amara since she was the one maintaining the sound mitigation field. I could maneuver or run like I was used to doing while fighting, which made me a bit anxious. But I quickly found solace in the skills of my allies. Particularly, it was Hubert who brought me great reassurance. He seemed to always have an eye on his back line, constantly protecting us if anything got too close. So I never had to worry about being jumped on by 3 or 4 puppets. As for Tana, she was wreaking havoc around Hubert, maintaining a close distance but dashing in all directions as she slaughtered locusts. And with the support of my team, I was able to put in some work. My killing speed was even faster than Tana's. I could kill a locust in a single shot, and it only took a minute or so to clear the skies of anything with wings. After that, I leveled my sights and killed anything around us. But this was where my aim was stressed. With Tana dashing everyone, there was risk of hitting her, unlike Hubert, who stayed relatively still. In fact, over the course of the battle, there were a few times where I almost hit her as our targets coincidentally aligned. It taught me to double-check my shots, but hesitation could also result in a delayed shot, and if Tana dashed over in that short time frame, then things could turn for the worst. It was a mix between being aware of my allies' positions and predicting their next moves. I had to read Tana's movements and work around them, because that was my job as a ranged fighter, not the other way around. So my killing speed slowed, but by that time, the small army had been cleared. It was then that the sound isolation spell went down. Around us were nothing but bloody corpses resembling locusts. I tilted my head while stepping over one, curious how these puppets have blood. All right, let's keep moving. Hubert motioned us along, and we formed up before traveling deeper into the hive. Between fights, my only job was staying quiet. Tana and Hubert would take care of any small groups we encountered, and Amara would take out any airborne targets. So for the most part, I was simply being escorted to the next major battle. It was an interesting experience. And we had 2 more major battles, both of which I acted as our most powerful turret. Tana was second only to me, and not by much. She killed incredibly fast, only limited by her speed. And once I had taken out all airborne locusts, my killing speed would slow below hers. We were incredibly efficient. We had probably killed a few hundred in only an hour and traveled through nearly half the hive. Our progress continued at a fast pace, though I wondered how the other groups were doing. There was no leaderboard to track progress. When we finally went through half of our time, we seemed to enter the core of the hive. It was a tall dome with hundreds of pores across its walls. Each pore contained either a locust or what looked like eggs. And in the center of the dome was what looked like the queen of the hive. She was massive with a huge crown of bone and 2 large mandibles that chittered frequently. But her torso was attached to a large organic mass on the ground. It looked like a nest, so the quick assumption was that she couldn't move as she pleased. We saw all of this from outside the entrance to this dome, and it was clear that we couldn't simply walk in and do as we pleased. We would easily get swarmed, and no amount of tanking on Hubert's part could protect Amara and I from that. So we backed off and formed a plan. We need to funnel them, keep them from surrounding us, and gradually taking them out. I called upon my knowledge of gaming tactics from my old life as I gave the piece of advice. And they all nodded. Yeah, that seemed to be the best course of action. But where can we funnel them? There's plenty of walls outside the dome. True, but they won't simply walk over to us. Well, I smiled a bit and looked down at my rifle. The others smiled. Right, we have you for that. All right, let's get into position. John, you no longer need to be quiet. Yes, ma'am. I chuckled a bit as we retreated to a set of walls that would act as a natural funnel. Once in place, I stepped out, taking aim. Over my iron sights, I could see the queen deep within the huge dome. It was frequently swarmed by locusts, and its figure within my sights was small from being a distance away. With an exhale, I pulled the trigger. Bang! My bullet sailed, and immediately after firing, I could see the queen recoil from the shot. After that, its gaze rested on my. I had hit its crown, which didn't seem to do much of anything. Screech! It let out a scream, causing me to turn tail and run back behind Hubert. I pissed it off. We can see that. Just start killing them. Hubert, I'll block them with you. Amara, prepare crowd control. Roger. With her hands spread, Amara began preparing some more complex spells, her mouth uttering a foreign language as lights flashed around her. Tana and Hubert took position at the choke point, while I kept my eye on the sky. Air neutrality was what I secured first and foremost. And without suspense, the hundreds of locusts within the dome began to swarm out. I didn't hesitate to fire as many rounds as I could. With each bullet, I would either miss or outright kill a locust. I would say my accuracy could be rated 7 out of 10 shots, which for flying locust was rather good. And there were plenty of flying locusts, but still not nearly as many as those crawlers. Tana and Hubert were quickly jumped on, but before they could be overwhelmed, Amara finished her spell. Her eyes opened while the light of the complex spell before her flashed with brilliance. Corrosion. She clapped her hands, and the spell dissipated. At that moment, an orb of some dark substance appeared amidst the attacking hordes. It rapidly grew into a ball of acidic green slime before suddenly compressing and exploding. It released waves of not only corrosive gas, but heinous-smelling and awfully sticky slime. It covered 2/3 of the locusts, even many in the air, dragging them down as their wings were corroded. And with most of the locusts slowed down, Tana and Hubert had a far easier time keeping them away from us. My accuracy also went up, poking dozens out of the sky with rapid shots. But sheer numbers wasn't all the hive offered. Suddenly, we heard some distinct roars. 3 large beetles emerged at that moment, armored and pissed off. I quickly released a test shot. Bang. Ting. The bullet ricocheted off their armor. With a frown, I empowered another shot with a large chunk of Psycha before aiming just under its head. Bang. Roar. This time, the bullet sunk into its body, causing the beast to recoil in pain. But it didn't seem to do that much other than slow it down. Just clear out the fodder. Then we can focus on the big ones. Tana shouted, and my sights left the beetles. I shot with more haste, doing my best to kill as many of the locusts. As the beetles marched forward, Amara seemed to recover from the big spell and spoke to me. John, how's your energy? I still got plenty. Why? I'm going to be sparing to save energy for the big ones. Can you compensate? I'm shooting as fast as I can right now. If you feel that's enough, then go ahead and rest. I spoke while pulling the trigger and slinging the lever action of the rifle. And Amara seemed to deem my effort sufficient as she took a back seat, keeping an eye out but not casting any spells. Since most of the locusts could be killed with one shot, I didn't have to spend that much energy even after killing as many as I did. Ammo took a shockingly small amount of Psycha to summon, and my communion with the spirits gradually took Psycha away over time. It was very efficient, and with my practice in the trenches, my stamina in combat was rather exceptional. Of course, that was until tough enemies came around, in which case I got tired very fast. But if it was just fodder like this, I could go all day. I let loose shots with frightening speed, impressing even myself. You could only shoot so fast with a lever action, after all. And reloading took some time as well. Thankfully, the corrosion spell combined with my speed made quick work of the flying bugs. With that, Tana and Hubert only had to stave off the crawlers, which they did well, until the big ones arrived. The beetles came with oppressive strength. To my shock, Hubert directly fought them, taking their massive blows head on. But him and his shield managed to block them without retreat. But that was only one. Tana harassed the other 2, keeping their eyes on her. And I focused on killing any remaining crawlers until there were none left. It was perhaps 20 minutes into the battle that only the big beetles remained. It was then that Amara came back, shouting out to Tana. Weakness. Their underbelly. And their backside. Other than their face, that's it. All right. Amara took the information, and their exchange taught me a bit about what seemed like standard protocol during battles. She then turned to me. Can you shoot any of their weak points? Not really their underbelly. If I could get behind them, I could shoot them in the back. But we gotta get out of this funnel first. Sure. Tana. Hubert. Push out of the choke. John will loop around behind them. Got it. Huh. Hubert acknowledged with a roar. Then he hoisted his shield and charged toward his beetle. The bug was blown out of the funnel, and he looped around. In panic, the big followed him, creating a big gap in space. Tana also pulled one away, but the other turned toward Amara and I. She shouted, I'll distract it. Now go. She cast some fire spells with those words, burning the face of the beetle. At the same time, I sprinted off toward the gap in the funnel. I entered the large area between the walls and the dome, circling around while evading the beetles that were occupied with their prey. And my first target was the beetle on Amara. She couldn't last long, so I got around it and focused. I didn't have to go far, and since I was already close, my weapon of choice was easy. A double-barrel shotgun was the normal choice. But after spending some more time cultivation and probing my 3rd star, I had found a more powerful spirit. A quadruple-barrel shotgun, with a thick body that made it seem more like a cannon. All 4 shots could be fired at once, not that I would ever try such a thing. With that weapon, I charged behind the beetle harassing Amara. And I quickly spotted its weakness, a fleshy backside that was relatively unprotected compared to its armored front. I took aim, and waited for the bug to steady before pressing one of the 2 triggers down fully. A significant portion of my Psycha left with the slugs. Bang bang. 2 shots rang out in rapid succession, and the backside of the beetle was torn asunder. Blood sprayed everywhere, but I wasn't finished. I let off the other 2 shots after I steadied the weapon. Bang bang. Another 2, and even more gore than before. This time, the beetle couldn't seem to handle it as it rapidly weakened while trying to spin around. I backed away as blood poured out of the puppet. But with its front turned toward me, Amara had a clear shot. Explode. She cast a quick spell, and a shard of ice was created. It gouged into the beetle's body before exploding into fragments, destroying the bug from the inside. It collapsed only moments after. I nodded to Amara from across the corpse before running off. After that, I went on to help Tana while Amara worked with Hubert to ease some of the pressure. Tana had already done some damage herself that weakened the beetle, and with my help, it rapidly fell. The other was the same way. Hubert ended his adversary while sinking his blade into its neck. With that, all 3 armored soldiers were killed. But it wasn't easy. My empowered shotgun took a lot out of me. Tana and Hubert had to wrestle with those beetles alone, while Amara cast a huge area spell that slowed or killed much of the locust swarm. We were all spent, but there was still one enemy left. We trudged toward the now empty dome. The queen had yet to leave her nest, though I wasn't sure if she could. Her body seemed attached to it. But before we could enter, Hubert stopped us. "Hang on." We all looked at him before looking at the queen. She was gazing at us with hostility, but she was quiet. She seemed to be waiting for us to come to her. "It's a trap." "Probably." "What do we do then?" Tana asked, but then they all turned to me. I looked back at them weirdly. "You want me to kill it?" "Can you?" "Getting close could be dangerous." "I can also help." Amara stepped up beside me. Seeing her, I just shrugged. "I'll try, but that armor might be a pain." "Hey, see if you can't burn the nest she's attached to while I shoot." "Sure." Amara nodded and started casting, even though she seemed exhausted. And I exchanged the quad shotgun for a rifle, taking aim at the stationary target. Unlike the shotgun, I didn't have a fancy variant rifle. I made a mental note to go digging more for one later. Chapter 24. Contract. I gazed at the massive inferno in front of me, my head throbbing and a bit dizzy. The queen had been a sitting duck, relying on its guards to protect her. And she was directly attached to her nest in some grotesque fashion, so she had no way to attack us who kept our distance. Amara had cast a simple fireball spell, igniting the entire nest and letting her burn. And I put a few bullets into her mouth, ending her quickly. But the fire didn't stop and continued to burn until the entire dome was lit on fire. I suppose it wasn't made of stone after all, since it had turned into probably the largest bonfire I had ever seen. We all sat around watching the tower of flames. Our objective was complete, but we didn't immediately leave. There was still time before the scenario ended. So instead, I ruminated in silence. This scenario was valuable experience. For the first time, I had cooperated with others in holding off hordes of beasts that were supposed to resemble the Scourge. I had found the limits of my crowd control abilities, had to stress my aim while shooting around my allies, and learned how to let others protect me. I felt like I did good, especially since it was my first time doing anything like this. After reflecting on everything, I also discussed things with the others. I asked about any of my deficiencies, but they didn't have anything negative to say. With the sound isolation spell, one of my few weaknesses was taken away. In fact, my weapons were decisive in killing not only as many locusts as we did, but taking care of those armored beetles. Without me, they would have stressed themselves far more than they did, and even then it was questionable whether they could make it out alive. Dominating the skies and providing powerful attacks had made me an asset no lesser than them. And I was still only an Authority 3. Considering that the others were Authority 4 or 5, I was doing very well. Finally, after some waiting and recovering, we all felt our bodies be pulled back to the outpost. After teleporting, I could see all the other groups. Like us, they seemed battered and tired. Some even had bloody injuries. On the contrary, none of us were wounded. Mr. Puppet came out of his room and looked us all over. "Congratulations. Most of you achieved perfect scores, which is just about expected. Of course, some were faster than others. I present to you the first-place team." He lifted his arm, motioning toward us. I was surprised, but my expression was hidden behind my air mask. Mr. Puppet didn't have anything else to say about our team, so without suspense, he waved us off. "You're done for the day. Tomorrow is basic hunting. John, you stay." "Yes, sir." I walked over with a smile. The two of us entered the room after I said goodbye to my team. Once the two of us were alone, he slumped down into a chair as I took off my air mask. "Be honest, how difficult was that compared to your work?" "HM. I would say it's pretty easy, actually. There was never a threat to my life. Not even an injury. It was really only a workout." "Humph. Show off." He snorted before looking back at the screens. On one of them was a video of my battle outside the dome. I placed Amara in your group knowing she had that sound spell. It got you guys through the maze with ease, almost too much ease. And with Hubert protecting his back line, you never had to worry much about close combat. In all, that team was almost perfect for you. You'll do good to remember that for your trip. Still, even then I had underestimated just how freakish your weapons are. He looked toward another screen. It was a close-up shot of me and my quad-barrel shotgun when I was using it to decimate those beetles. Everyone else hit a wall with those beetles. But with the others distracting them, you were able to debilitate those things unhindered. Your instincts are good in regards to keeping distance and managing the threats around you. But that damage. He shook his head, as if unbelieving of the power my guns contained. It made me smile with a bit of pride. I finally understand why Maxwell is so serious about you. Your only weakness is your defense. Also, I saw you slow down your shots frequently when your targets were anywhere near your teammates. Understandable, but with your lethality, more will be expected of you. You'll need to work on your aim and awareness. But even then, developing your control over your psyche and aura will solve those problems. How so? Please, there's no way you didn't feel it. He scoffed at me while pulling his eyes away from the screen. Then, I could feel his gaze seemingly pierce through me. You actually managed to infuse psyche into your aura. I've heard of only prodigies that could do so at your authority. For reference, half of the elites here today are authority 4. And only 3 of those at authority 5 are able to do what you do. So you can understand the rarity of such an achievement. And you also know that your aura is a powerful tool for understanding your surroundings and others. If you can read other people's intents and have perfect control over your body, there will be nothing to worry about in regards to your aim. Oh, I see. I pondered his words, simultaneously recalling my past experience with infusing psyche into my aura. So much as becoming aware of my aura gave me a deep awareness of the world and people around me, far more than before. Instead of merely seeing with my eyes and listening with my ears, I could feel the lives around me and react without even looking. I could feel threats as they approached, could feel my body on a deeper level and exercise greater control over my muscles. My agility had increased by a significant amount, and my mental abilities jumped with it as my psyche was evolved. The power of the mind, psyche, was a powerful thing in the right hands. Why it wasn't given to warlocks, I had no idea. It would be perfect for them who cast spells all the time. Regardless, these powers would be greatly beneficial to me. Shooting guns was a very sensory-driven activity, relying on your sight and the precise control over your fine motor movements. It also required extensive knowledge on your weapon, yourself, your target, and everything around it. Processing all these variables on the fly couldn't be done by just anybody, and even with the skills and memories within my spirits, I was still developing my personal capabilities. Psyche, by extension, would expedite all of that and shatter the skill ceiling associated with the art of marksmanship, opening up greater levels of power. I could only grow from here, and I was beginning to see the definitive path forward. You just keep practicing. In fact, that should be your main focus for the next few weeks. You're not going to advance anytime soon, so honing your control over psyche and your aura is paramount. And when I see you here, I expect to see that practice. I don't want you focusing on competition at all. The only exception is during team scenarios, of which we will have 2 more before the end of the week. All right, then get on out of here and recover. He waved me out, and I left the training grounds. I walked to the Magisterium's restaurant first, ordering some food to go before heading to my room and chowing down. I didn't have anything to cook, and with my savings, was too lazy to bother. As I was eating, though, I got a call. It was Rayla, so I picked up with enthusiasm. Hey, sweet cheeks. Hey, how goes work? Funny you should ask. I'm actually calling to pass a message to you. Her tone became a level more serious. According to Plex, Patriarch Tavera has requested you for a job. He wants you at your earliest convenience within the next day or so. Is that so? I kicked back in a chair, curious about this sudden job. Do you have any details? Well, I know you're not the only one. I guess the Tavera family is moving something big or numerous, but they're putting together an escort team for a load of cargo. And you're moving between cities, so it's a big deal. Obviously, you'll also be paid handsomely, but it'll be a multi-day trip. Plex will also be going. I see. Are you going? Unfortunately, no. I'm staying behind with Libidus and Tovex to run things during Plex's absence. I would be if you declined, though. I rubbed my chin with a moment of silence. Do you want to take it? I can just leave it to you. Honey, there's no way I'm taking away this chance from you. Developing rapport with the Tavera family is crucial. To reject now will basically burn the bridge between you two. Don't ever expect another request if you turn this one down. Well, that doesn't really leave me with a choice now, does it? Not really, but it's not like you're missing much at the Magisterium. You'll obviously be fighting during your trip. This isn't something that's gone unnoticed by the other powers, so you'll get your practice. That's comforting. Well, I guess I accept the job. When do I report? Tomorrow, go to the Tavera mansion during operating hours. You'll meet with the Patriarch and he'll give you the details. Also, I recommend pulling some coin out for the trip. You'll be at a new city, so you never know when you'll need some. Just throw it in your bracelet. Sure. Good. Now, catch me up. With business out of the way, the both of us continued to talk into the night. Or, it was more so night for me and morning for her. I mentioned my new ability to sense aura and infuse my psyche into it, which she was more than shocked about. Unfortunately, there wasn't much advice she could give me since she was a warlock, not a summoner. Plus, she hadn't been able to do the same until she was an Authority 6. But she did tell me that this ability single-handedly managed to drive her authority up an entire rank. Without it, she would have never jumped to Authority 8, regardless of her feelings about her personal talent. After that, we talked for an hour or so before I decided to head to bed. I was still tired from the scenario earlier in the day, and now I knew that I had an eventful trip ahead of me that I would need to prepare for. The next day, I arrived at the training grounds after classes. It was there that I spent about an hour hunting and working on my psychic control. I also notified Mr. Puppet about my absence in the coming days. He wasn't happy, but he knew about my work from Maxwell, so there wasn't much of an argument to put up. I left after having done a proper workout with my psyche, and when the sun set, I was off to the Founders Market. I found myself smiling as I greeted Chef Black at my usual entrance. The man was excited at my arrival, not having seen me in a while. I chatted with him briefly before heading in. My steps then took me to the Tavera territory where the mansion was located. I immediately noticed the change. Unlike normally, I found plenty of Tavera's men who were scurrying around. It was much more active, and if it was this obvious to me, then it was even more so for the other powers. They were doing something big. I was curious as to what. I walked up to the mansion whose doors were wide open today. It was there that I met an attendant who was expecting my arrival. My meeting with the Patriarch was prompt. Ah, John. I appreciate you responding to my request, despite your busy schedule at the Magisterium. It's no problem, Patriarch. Besides, I've been getting itchy lately. It's been too relaxed in that cushy school. You're doing me a favor. We shook hands with a few laughs before he invited me to sit. I'm glad things are working out as such. And forgive me for being so succinct. As you can guess, we've been busy preparing. Sure. Then, I'll lay out my request clearly. The gruff man straightened himself out within his seat, looking down at a map on his desk. I analyzed it too, and it gave a large overview of what was considered the Kingdom of Dragon Tongue. The kingdom's territory seemed to be located toward the southern region of a large continent. Below them were mountain ranges covered in ice and snow, while above them were several other cities. Above that was the war zone, the frontier of the war against the Scourge. He pointed to one city that was between the frontier and the capital city in the rear. Our destination is the major city of Joffrin. It's a major distribution landmark, responsible for facilitating a majority of the trade between the capital city and the frontier cities. We're delivering cargo there, and the trip to get there will take an estimated 6 days with only a few delays. However, this is also on an unofficial road that runs parallel with the major road. He traced a faint line that ran beside a thicker trail. This hidden road was no doubt a smuggling route, and instead of taking the path most traveled, it ran through the untrodden forest beside it. There was even a small mountain range between them that it ran through. I could already tell this trip wouldn't be very fun or relaxed. There will be 2 waves, but the first wave is the only one that matters. It will have almost all the cargo and personnel. You will be on that first wave, and you will also be facing whatever attacks that await you. We've already heard reports of the Clockwork Association sending out men, so a fight is guaranteed. However, this is exactly where you shine. He smiled at me, and I finally figured out why I was specifically requested. My weapons were powerful, and there was only one enemy that could give me a hard time. They were the Resilient Knights. As for warlocks and summoners, well, the entirety of the trenches already knew that I couldn't be touched unless you sent a juggernaut at me. They learned that the hard way. So if I were up against the warlocks of the Clockwork Association, then I should be having an easy time. Even more so if I were protected by the Knights of the Tavera family. I was beginning to think that this trip might go smoother than originally thought. I was their specialist hired almost exclusively to hunt a bunch of wizards. The Patriarch smiled at me as if reading my thoughts. I can guarantee your protection, so long as the convoy isn't decimated. And all I ask is that you prevent that from ever being able to happen. You'll be paid handsomely for this work of yours, the terms of which are listed in this contract. He handed me a sheet of paper, which I took with a curious eye. I quickly read through the simple clauses. Legalities weren't much of a thing here, but for something this big, having a contract would eliminate confusion and misunderstandings. After a quick read, I found that I really was being paid well. I would be paid a baseline rate of 85,000 coin, which was already a lot. But there was also something like a commission. Basically, I would be paid for my kills. The pay would depend on the enemy, specifically if they were powerful or valuable. But otherwise, the rate per kill was 5,000 coin. If there was anyone at Authority 6 or above, then I could be paid upward of 15,000 per kill. I barely held back my glee. My bullets were becoming valuable, and all this money was going straight to me. I wouldn't have to cut the profit with others. As for verifying my kills, that would be done by one of the Patriarch's men. At the end of the trip, we would compare our numbers, check the discrepancy, and pay accordingly. They were fair terms, so I readily signed. Patriarch Tavera smiled. Good. You will be leaving at dawn. Simply report to the North Gate. All basic necessities will be given to you, like food. I do recommend that you pack a small chest worth of items, like spare clothes or any personal items. You will be leaving the range of the capital city, which means that using the bank and communication will be impossible. There will also be healers and proper sleeping arrangements, so your experience won't be completely miserable. Haha, right? Thank you, Patriarch. Consider this expedition a success. I expect nothing less from the American. He laughed as we said goodbyes. After that, I went back to my room at the Magisterium. It was there that I started packing a few things. The space within my spatial bracelet wasn't huge, but it was enough for what I needed. I only planned to bring 2 sets of clothing, and one of them was the one I had on. My primary choice in clothing was all enchanted with various convenient things like self-cleaning, durability, and mild temperature regulation. With all the money I had, I simply didn't settle for less, especially when this world lacked the technology of Earth. What I packed would get me through the trip just fine, but there were other things that I decided to stock up on. One of those things were my recovery pills. I hadn't had to use them since I stopped working, but now they would probably come in handy. I threw the rest of my stash into my bracelet. I always kept a few on me regardless, but now they were all there. With that, I was basically set. Besides food, there really wasn't much else that I used throughout the day, besides the luxuries of a shower and porcelain throne. Chapter 25. Assassin. Well, I'll be cutting it kind of close. Yeah, seems like you won't be getting much rest for the next several weeks. I yawned as Rayla spoke from beside me. Since I had to wake up bright and early, she decided to take me to the North Gate after her work in the market. Our topic of conversation was the fact that there wasn't that much time left until the Magisterium would send me away on our hunting trip. This trip with the Tavera family would take at a week, and that was with only a few hiccups factored in. It could take longer depending on the attacks that were thrown our way. Thankfully, there was one new detail that gave me a bit of solace. Turns out, there was a dedicated railway between the capital city and the city of Joffrin. This railway was precisely as I assumed it. It was a magic train dedicated exclusively to moving people and light amounts of cargo. This was because it moved underground. There was a network of these railways between all the major cities, especially going to and from the frontier cities. They were built as a quick response network for the military, but eventually became somewhat commercialized as the technology got better. We wouldn't be using this railway to get to Joffrin, but we had the option of taking it back. Apparently it wasn't cheap, costing a few hundred coin for just one short and cheap trip. But what was a few hundred coin to me? I often forgot that I was actually kind of rich by the normal standard, and a single well-placed bullet during this cargo haul would outright cover any expenses. So I absolutely planned on taking this train back. Still, even with this, I would have around a week and a half before I was once again sent off for another expedition. Since it was morning, I was tired, and the thought of going on 2 back-to-back trips had me feeling even more so. Rayla gently rubbed my back comfortingly. Not far from us was the North Gate. I'm sure everything will be fine. You just need to focus on coming back from this trip. It's going to be dangerous. People will die, and don't think that you can't be one of them. Well, I can't say that I'm not a bit relaxed. After all, I managed to find myself a piece of insurance last night. Really? A new weapon? Why do you think I'm so tired? I smiled while rubbing the bags under my eyes. I was up late, but it was worth it considering what I found. She sighed. All right, but your safety comes before all else. Money means nothing if you can't come home to use it. I expect you to buy me a drink with all that money when you get back. Of course. We can even get dinner at the caviar restaurant. Just stop worrying so much. I'll be fine. I turned to Rayla a bit of a distance from the gate. I could see Tavera and Signius from here, and they were beginning to gather. But Rayla was really worried. I could tell, despite the smile she wore. It almost seemed like she was sending me off to war. I wrapped her up in a hug, which she returned with a squeeze. I'll be back in a week, okay? Just make sure you don't gain any weight from stress eating those cookies of yours. Ugh. Right as the moment was good. She scoffed and pinched my arm, but I couldn't feel much through my coat, making me laugh. Just then, she abruptly turned her head. I followed, seeing Plex walk over with a smile. Hey, you too. How goes it? Hello, Plex. Rayla greeted, and Plex turned toward me. Go ahead and check in, John. We're leaving soon. Oh, all right. I nodded before giving Rayla one more quick hug and walking off. I checked in with the captain of this convoy, who verified my identity and thanked me for being there. That was when I turned my head, looking back toward Plex and Rayla. She seemed to be scolding him, or at least lecturing. Her face was dead serious as Plex just stood there and scratched his head weirdly. I turned away before they could see me staring out at the large convoy that was parked in front of the gates. The north gate was a literal gate connected to the walls that surrounded the capital city. They were grand and manned by plenty of guards, but also built with a bit of a fortress feel to them with tall watchtowers. It was no doubt built for war, but thankfully never used for it. I was surprised, though, about the Tavera convoy. They were being incredibly obvious about everything they were doing, and even beyond their enemies, the kingdom was doing nothing to stop it. Would the kingdom simply allow them to smuggle and operate totally unhindered, as if they were legitimate merchants? It was amazing to think about, but that's exactly what was happening. Hey, tell me something. My thoughts were interrupted as Plex suddenly appeared beside me. It chilled my neck a little considering I had heightened awareness after realizing my aura. I was beginning to realize how powerful Plex really was. He pat my shoulder. Just how chummy did you and Rayla get? What do you mean? I mean, it's like she's your wife and sending you off to war. What the hell did you do to her that's got her all worried over you? We're just good friends. I spoke casually, but I was suddenly anxious. No longer could I simply hide my thoughts with acting. I knew Plex could see a certain level of my thoughts and feelings, and considering how he almost immediately smirked in amusement, I was absolutely sure he picked up on something. I cursed my inability to rein in my aura and closed my eyes. Just watch my back during the trip. Hee, dodging topics is like admitting guilt. Stop trying to read my mind. In fact, I'll be picking your brain about aura too. So you've learned about it? He asked with a smile, making me shrug. After that, the captain of the convoy called everyone over, preparing to leave. I was assigned a wagon, so I went aboard it. But before doing so, I turned back to Rayla standing in the distance. She waved as she stood alone within the plaza before the gates, her red hair blowing just slightly with the morning breeze. I waved back, but the sight of their standing alone soured my mood as I thought about her history. I could imagine why she was worried, and I hated that I was making her feel that way. It went beyond just watching me go on a dangerous trip. It was risking losing someone that you cared about. I forcefully pulled my gaze away and entered the large wagon. Plex quickly noticed the change in my mood, but I didn't care. I took a seat, and before long, the convoy started moving. It didn't take us long for the convoy's path to diverge from the standard route. It was only a couple miles beyond the city gates that they turned down an unobvious but still decently tread road. Most of the surroundings around the capital were grasslands and farmland. There weren't many forests, probably all having been cleared out for their wood. Most of my focus, though, was surveying the convoy I was protecting. At first, there had only been 6 wagons. Each wagon was only a bit smaller than a semi-truck from Earth. They were equipped with comfortable interiors, large rubber wheels, a metal structure, and some hatches that acted as windows. Some were filled with cargo, and some held people. These wagons had already impressed me enough. In fact, they were closer to actual trucks than otherwise. They were magical armored vehicles that took us across dirt roads with speeds exceeding 40 miles per hour. But these 6 vehicles weren't the only ones. After driving for a while, the convoy stopped for a moment. There were 2 other vehicles that we met with, ones that had been stationed ahead in advance. And these monsters were something I didn't expect to see in this world. They were basically mobile fortresses. They called them the hunkers, and these two vehicles were twice as wide and a bit longer than a normal semi-truck. They were plated with layered steel that glowed with magic enchantments, making them as tough as a tank. And while they lacked their own armament, there were protected turrets that warlocks could launch spells from on their tops. These two hunkers would act as the core of the convoy, transporting the most valuable cargo while acting as a fortress that we could defend from. Plex and I were moved to the hunker that took up a position near the rear. I was also introduced to a turret, a place perfect for a ranged fighter such as myself. They were making my job incredibly easy, though such things were synonymous with more effective protection as well. After arranging the convoy proper, the true trip started. For the most part, it involved sitting around and waiting for something to happen. Fuel came in the form of white crystals, of which there was plenty, so the convoy would only come to a stop once a day during noon where we would need to handle any business of ours. During that time, while everyone settled themselves, all the food for our meals would be cooked and we would be allowed to do things like bathe a bit. There were also scouts that were responsible for keeping watch during all hours of the day and night. People like myself and the few warlocks on board were required to keep ourselves rested until we were attacked so that we could respond effectively. Being inside the hunker, my anxiety was significantly decreased. It was wonderful how strong armor eased your worries. Even if we were suddenly hit with a barrage of spells, we would be perfectly fine and could respond with relative ease. Even those in the standard wagons were still protected by some metal. But I was still a bit stiff as I felt the vibration of the hunker rolling across the moderately rough road. It didn't ease my mind to know that we were sitting ducks and were being targeted for every leg of this trip. And there was nothing we could do to preemptively eliminate any threats. Being on the other end of guerrilla warfare was nerve-wracking. They'll probably give it time. Plex suddenly appeared and took a seat next to me, muttering those words with a bottle of alcohol in his hand. Two things happen as time goes on. People either become complacent or a nervous wreck. So they'll wait until we're most vulnerable, which will probably be in 3 or 4 days. Thus, it's the last 2 days that will be the most dangerous. So enjoy the peace and quiet until then. Doesn't help. I mumbled back, causing him to laugh while leaving. It was obvious that the end of the trip would be the worst. Their goal was to keep us from arriving at the city of Joffrin, and if they failed earlier on, they would get desperate and throw everything they had at us. I wouldn't be surprised if an entire army showed up to bar our path. Well, this was when it paid to be a ranged fighter. I just needed to stick around in the back and do what I did best. Or at least, that's what I thought. The first day passed, and my anxiousness grew. It was difficult to go to sleep, and that was disregarding the weird feeling I was having. The hunker, while large with rubber wheels, wasn't exactly smooth. Suspension was a piece of tech this world had yet to perfect. But the droning of the vehicle served to at least make me drowsy, and the bunk beds within were soft, though cramped. You couldn't actually sit up in them. There was probably only 16 inches between my mattress and the bottom of the next bed, but for some reason, I couldn't fall asleep. I had my eyes closed for about an hour, while my mind seemed to be overactive. I kept thinking about what could happen, how we could be hit with magic missiles at a moment's notice. And I couldn't see well in the dark. One thing that the convoy did was kill all lights. It let everyone's vision adapt to the dark, so that if we were attacked, everyone would be able to see. Any lanterns were snuffed for that reason. But at a distance, my vision still suffered when it was dark. How was I supposed to hit my shots? If anything, I would make myself a beacon with each bullet fired. I was starting to think that nighttime was the worst time for us to get attacked. After a while of trying to force myself to sleep to no avail, I tossed around and opened my eyes. Although it was dark, the moon was always bright, and the turrets weren't far from us. Their openings let in light like a natural lantern. It was easily midnight, and while I lay there, I saw someone in a bunk not far away shift around. He crawled out with a yawn and looked around. I closed my eyes, pretending to be asleep. I don't know why I did, but I felt it would be weird if you saw someone just staring at you from their bed. And well, perhaps that was my best decision on the trip. Because a few seconds later, I heard the slightest noise that made my instincts kick in. A knife sliding out of a leather sheath. It was quiet, but I recognized the metallic sound. In peeking one eye open, I saw that man holding a bright silver blade. He walked over toward me, and I felt my heart beat out of my chest. But he didn't seem focused on me, so I kept pretending as he stopped right in front of my bunk. Then, my eyes flew open. A sawed-off double-barrel shotgun appeared in my hand, and I pointed it from under my sheets. I obviously shifted a bit, making noise. But that was also when I heard another sound. Ack. It wasn't loud, but in this quiet room, it may as well have been a scream. I heard liquid in the metal of the blade, along with the sudden struggle of the unlucky victim. That's when I took aim, right at the only portion of the assassin's torso I could see. His crotch. Boom. The sound was deafening, especially in an enclosed space. But hey, it was an assassin. What else should I do? Let him kill someone? And as expected, the entire hunker roared to life. Everyone around me jolted awake as the assassin's body flew backward. His lower body was now a mess of gore, and he started vomiting profusely after he landed. I didn't take another shot, instead shooting to my feet and taking a look at the man in the bunk above me. I quickly got a look. The right side of his neck was bleeding, and his hand was pressing against it as hard as he could even though blood continued to flow. At the same time, a man ran in. He was the captain of this convoy. What happened? Get a healer. I shouted back right at him, my ears still ringing from the shotgun blast. He seemed confused, so I yelled again. Get a healer, unless you want this man to die. Healer. Thankfully, he took my word for it. He ran out, and only a second or so later, I saw him dragging another man back by the collar. It was a healer, and he was placed in front of me. Heal him. Knife wound to the neck. All right. He stammered. Everyone was asleep, so the wake-up call was jarring. But these were experienced men. Without hesitation, the healer cast a spell, lines conjuring above the wounded man and targeting his neck. At that moment, I turned around, facing the captain. Then, I pointed to the man who was still groaning on the floor in agony. Him. He's the assassin. Son of a bitch. The captain cursed, walking over with a scowl and looking down on the assassin with rage. I didn't think they'd get into our ranks. John, right? Yes. You've done well. This will not go unrewarded. Well, it's my life on the line too. I gave a perfunctory response. It would have been bad if this assassin was able to operate unhindered. For all I know, it would have been my life next. Doc, how is he? The captain asked the healer, who nodded. He had collected his bearings and could operate on the victim with more care now. He'll be fine. It was lethal, but we responded in time. Plus, he seemed to have been able to dodge a blow that would have otherwise killed him. He'll be asleep for the next day, though, and I need about half an hour to operate. When he wakes, he'll be good as new. The captain nodded. After that, he went around calming everyone. With the blast, everyone had woken up expecting to do battle. The convoy had even stopped. But we all needed sleep, and the threat had been dealt with. While we still needed to be on alert, we also didn't need to make everyone paranoid. The captain grabbed another healer who went to work preserving the assassin's life, at least for a little while. He was also dragged away, probably to be questioned and tortured. Well, that was beyond my pay grade. All I know is that, despite the hectic event, I managed to pass right out upon getting into bed. And I slept like a log that night. Chapter 26, Attack. Second day of the trip. There were many people who were on edge, and it was understandable. There had been an assassin in our ranks, so people became wary. But when the convoy was stopped a couple hours before noon in order to give everyone some downtime, a meeting was called. Turns out, the assassin wasn't someone of the Tavera family. Apparently, all those of the family were given a tattoo, and the assassin didn't have one upon inspection of his corpse. Apparently, he had killed one of the people of the convoy and managed to board without raising suspicions. This was in part due to a mask he wore, one that was constructed to look just like the victim he replaced. Regardless, the assassin wasn't a traitor, which eased most of the worries. However, as a precaution, the entire convoy went through a small inspection. There was a list of everyone on the convoy, along with the hired muscle like myself and Plex. And one by one, each member of the family was called upon to inspect their tattoo. Every tattoo was placed on the center of the chest. The symbol was of two sabers crossed between each other, the blades pointing to either shoulder. Each blade also had two different inscriptions written on them, while the hilts bore red ruby charms. This tattoo was only given to members of the family who had sworn themselves after reaching a certain age and going through a trial by fire. And there was nobody besides Plex and I who wouldn't have the tattoo. After all, this was a very sensitive mission. Nobody who wasn't absolutely loyal or trustworthy to the family would be brought on this trip. So with the captain, Plex and I watched as everyone on the convoy was inspected. Everyone passed with ease. Nobody who went up was nervous, because none of them were assassins or spies. However, when everyone had stepped up and gotten inspected, the inspector ran through his list and frowned. He walked up to the captain and reported, "Sir, there's one person who didn't show. Is it the victim who the assassin impersonated?" "No." The captain went quiet and looked back toward the convoy. Then, he looked toward Plex. Can you find him? Sure thing, friend. Unless he already bailed. Plex smiled and suddenly disappeared. After that, the captain and I waited. We saw the occasional door open on the vehicles, but otherwise, there were no sounds. After a mere minute, Plex reappeared in front of us, shrugging. There's nobody inside the convoy. So they either left last night or have stealth skills that surpass mine. Let's pray it's not the latter. The captain grumbled before turning back to the inspector and muttering some things. Mark him as dead, and if anybody finds him, he's to be arrested on sight. Understood. Then let's get rolling. With that, the convoy resumed its journey. As we drove, I hung around inside one of the turrets. It was an enclosed extrusion on the top of the hunker with a single narrow window that circled all the way around it, like a pillbox. This way, you could attack without worrying about getting hit. For the most part anyway. I was in there for several hours, half sleeping and half enjoying the sights of the landscapes that we passed by. Being able to see miles of untouched land was a rarity on Earth, especially in America. It was always either farmland, towns, or cities. So a genuine wilderness was new, not that I hadn't at least been to some national parks. I even saw some new animals that wandered around the road. When the sun began to set though, Plex suddenly came to me with the day's dinner. It was a large bowl of meatloaf and some weird veggies. Eat up. The food is probably going to get worse as we go, so enjoy it while you can. Right. Oh, since you're here, let me ask you something. I spoke while dropping down from the turret, keeping Plex from leaving. I sat on a stair while taking a bite, as did he. Yesterday, I was a bit on edge. And then an assassin popped out of nowhere. Now that he's dead, I'm perfectly fine. Can you tell me what that's all about? Yeah, that's your attunement into aura. He confirmed my guess as if it was obvious. Being aware of auras naturally reveals certain things about people, even if you don't realize. This is what normal people call a gut feeling or their sixth sense. The people who have a really good gut feeling have a higher attunement into aura than normal. But when you actually realize your aura, that gut feeling gets far stronger and more accurate. Okay, so were you feeling nervous? Huh, that's funny. Plex snickered at me and took a swig of alcohol. And on second thought, it really was a stupid question. I've never actually seen Plex nervous about anything. The only one he treated with seriousness was Apocryon, and that was for good reason. That psycho could hurt me just by looking at me. Thinking that far, something suddenly clicked. Hey, during our delivery for Apocryon, when I had those visions and was hurt. Yeah, that was him fucking with your aura. That man is feared for several reasons, but one of the biggest reasons is his attunement into aura. Aura is a mysterious thing. It's far rarer to tap into it than to be blessed with a crest, and those who can get good with it are prodigies among those few. How he can do what he did, I have no idea. It's a field that nobody knows anything but the basics about. I see. Plex's words made me curious. On one hand, there was Apocryon who could induce hallucinations and nightmares by interacting with other people's auras. And on the other hand, there was Plex who could rein in and conceal his aura. Along with invisibility, it made him virtually undetectable. You wouldn't know he existed until he was right in front of you. Two totally different ways of wielding aura, and both of them had great application. I surely had a lot to learn. And with that in mind, I turned back to Plex. Hey, can you teach me to conceal my aura like you do? While I was at the Magisterium, there was somebody who was able to predict my shots because of it. They said my intent wasn't concealed. Heh, your intent and aura are two different things. Sure, your intent spills out through your aura, but concealing your intent is much easier than concealing your aura. And how's it done? Fine, I guess I can dispense some wisdom to my protege. Plex took another sip and sat up a bit. You can conceal your intent by controlling your thoughts. By doing something similar to emptying your mind, you can prevent others from predicting your next action. Basically, if you aren't thinking about your next moves, then they have nothing to sense. That's why knights train their instincts, because if they move based on instinct instead of conscious thought, then they can't be predicted. Okay, and what about aura? That's a whole different deal. Controlling your aura isn't simply taught. Otherwise, everyone would be controlling it like intent. Your aura is your conscious thought and more. It can reveal your emotions, your character, the state of your body, even your memories. That's why they say aura is the bridge to the soul. His explanations made me realize that aura was far more complex than I thought. I had thought it was synonymous with intent, but it also confused me. I thought back to the past days at the Magisterium. I had been writing formations in the air by infusing my psyche into my aura. This made my power appear externally, and the way to control my aura better was to simply practice controlling my aura with Psyche. And thinking about it, I realized it was incredibly simple. Psyche was the power of the mind, and aura, while holding details about all aspects of yourself, was mainly a reflection of the mind. The power of the mind controlling a reflection of itself. Psyche was the perfect tool to control aura. Was this why I was able to get as far as I did despite being new to this whole thing? Then again, I didn't think other summoners were doing as I was. Perhaps it was just my luck, having something as expensive as my coat to help me break through that barrier with force. Suddenly, I narrowed my eyes at Plex. How did you learn to control aura? Me? Well, I had shown talent for it in the military, and they imparted some techniques to practice it. After that, I was trained by someone, and I learned aura concealment. So it can be taught. You just don't want to actually teach me. Hey, they were very complex techniques. Besides, you couldn't even use the practice technique. It was tailored to using vigor, not Psyche. If you want something for you, go ahead and ask Maxwell. I already have a practice technique. That's why I'm asking about learning to conceal it. Plex's eyes turned a bit wide in surprise. Seeing a hint of skepticism, though, I decided to prove it. Concentrating, I managed to write a few segments of my practice formation, the lines appearing in the air with a glow. I had gotten better after practicing, but there was still a long ways to go. It was enough to prove my ability to Plex, though. After gawking a bit, he scoffed. You're a little monster, huh? I think this much talent is necessary in order to survive the trenches. A little narcissistic, too. I smirked at his jab, earning a sigh. Whatever. Look, I'm not going to spend the next 5 years training you to conceal your aura, but since we're inside this damned hunk of metal and I'm bored shitless, I don't mind throwing you a bone. Thanks. Just listen, and we'll find out how good your talent really is. Plex leaned back into his seat, rummaging through his memories and lecturing in a way that seemed as if he was reciting lines from a book rather than from his personal experience. I didn't mind much, though, because anything that could give me hints was good enough. I was certain that being able to conceal my aura would become an invaluable tool as a ranged fighter, even beyond other applications of aura like what Apocryon showed me personally. Of course, Plex's lecture wasn't just a bunch of words that he spewed from that alcoholic mouth. He so generously showed off some spell formations, simultaneously warning me that they pretty much only worked for knights as they were formed from vigor, not Psyche. Not that I could immediately use them anyway. The formations were incredibly complex, yet I still managed to guess that they were similar to the practice formation that Maxwell gave me. I primarily listened to all the theory about concealing your aura, how it involved not just a brutish method of containing it within your body, but obscuring it. Plex had long since mastered the method to obscure his aura, and now he was skilled in the art of truly erasing his aura entirely, making his existence undetectable. Of course, he wasn't the best. Apparently, compared to some people that he knew of, his skills were barely adequate. At the same time, though, these people he compared himself to were also the best in their field, and one of them was a rather legendary assassin. They were people who couldn't be found unless they wanted to be. Plex described the presence of that legendary assassin as fading. You could be looking right at them, and your mind still wouldn't be able to process that there was a person in front of you. He even spoke of another whose presence wasn't fading, but so obscured that even a small glimpse at them would induce hallucinations and cause a small bout of hysteria and paranoia. Obscurity so great that it scrambled the minds of others, unable to be comprehended. In a tangent, he continued to explain that the ways to manipulate aura, despite their rarity, were incredibly vast. There was one point he eventually led me to, though, and that was how you can only utilize one primary path of controlling your aura. For example, Plex could conceal his aura, but because he had practiced and mastered that method so much, he would never be able to learn how to induce mind-damaging hallucinations like Apocryon did. You could basically only choose one ability, and so he urged me to deliberate carefully whether I wanted to learn concealment or not. Because at a certain point, it became a path of no return. Of course, I didn't think I would regret learning concealment regardless of that fact. It was too useful, even if only people like Plex, who could make themselves invisible, could capitalize on the ability to its fullest. From there on, he continued to lecture. The talk only lasted a couple of hours since Plex didn't feel like continuing into the night. Eventually, the convoy settled for the night. The vehicles continued to roll, but all the bunks were filled as people retired. We couldn't settle for long, though. Only an hour after everyone had gone to sleep, I suddenly woke to an explosion. An alarm went off, and everyone threw themselves out of bed. Enemy attack. Chapter 27. When? not if. It was the first real attack on the trip. It seemed like we would have to be on high alert from now on. I scrambled around a bit, as my entire bunk room was flooded with bodies. Because of that, despite the urgency, I waited for about half a minute as everyone got out of the way. When I was finally allowed to step out of my bunk, I headed straight for my turret. I always wore my coat since it was my greatest form of protection, especially on this dangerous trip, so I didn't need to equip it. Instead, I merely threw on my gloves and air mask before climbing into the little pillbox. From that vantage point, I was able to look around. The convoy stopped rolling after being intercepted. It seemed the enemies had prepared an ambush and managed to bring us to a halt. Not unlike us, they had vehicles of their own. They were small cars that had slammed into the vehicles in front of us, forcing us to stop. And from the safety behind these cars, warlocks launched spells while others ran over and tried to raid. Suddenly, I saw a bright fireball headed for me. I suddenly ducked, and my head was grazed with a bit of warm as a few tongues of flame flickered through the window before fading. As I rose back up, I contacted the dimension of my authority. I found what I wanted, a rifle that looked somewhat similar to all the others with its wooden body, but holding a few key differences that made it a unique spirit. When I grabbed it, its memories flooded into me. This time, it was much smoother and more brief than the first time I had communed with it. Memories of a marksman from the American frontier. He wasn't known for his quick draw or skill with a pistol. Instead, he was known for his long-range shots. And he was made capable by the rifle in his hands, one of the first of its kind, potentially the progenitor to an entire line of an extremely popular modern weapon configuration, the sniper rifle. Of course, it could barely be considered such. The rifle was specifically known as the Remington Lee. It was the first rifle to utilize a box magazine and was a bolt-action rifle. The man in the memories had fought in the Spanish-American War and later attained this rifle privately after retiring from service. The rifle was then modified to mount a telescopic sight, technically making it a sniper rifle. And it was used as such. It was precisely tuned until he could reliably hit human-shaped targets at upwards of 250 meters away. He even opted for the heavy .45-70 Gov, allowing the rifle to pack enough punch to hunt even large game like bison. In the end, this rifle was heavily modified from its original factory configuration. It wasn't a well-known rifle and came from a time before the firearm revolutions of the Great War, but compared to the other rifles I could attain, this one was no doubt the best, especially at a range. I mounted this rifle on the window of the turret box, taking aim at the targets near the front of the convoy. They weren't more than 70 meters away, so I didn't have to adjust my aim as many would need to do with the slow .45-70. I placed the crosshair of my sight over the body of a wall-rock casting magic from the roof of a vehicle. At the same time, I faintly recognized the markings of the Clockwork Association. Bang! I pulled the trigger, and despite aiming at the warlock's head, it was his chest that let out a violent puff of red. He collapsed at the same time, slumping off the vehicle. After that, racked another round, finding another target. My primary targets were the warlocks casting magic. Normally, they couldn't be easily touched since they often cast magic barriers to combat incoming spells and knights had to close distance to harm them. And since bowmen were outclassed by warlocks, they basically didn't exist. But I defied all conventional notions of combat, being able to fire small projectiles at extreme speeds. These bullets were masterful at piercing magic barriers because of their size and instantaneous power, and so long as that happened, the warlock behind it would surely die with their soft, fleshy bodies. However, occasionally, there were some warlocks that wore garments with sufficient protective measures to stop a bullet. While shooting, I managed to find 3 of such warlocks. Unfortunately, these warlocks still died. It wasn't because their gear was lacking, but because it simply didn't cover their head. They never wore armor like knights, so their heads were normally exposed. This allowed me to simply place a bullet between their brows, even if I had already shot them. I found the opportunities to do so after they walked out from their cover. When my first shot failed, they would get startled before retreating behind their vehicles. But after realizing that I left behind nothing but a bad bruise, they got brave and came back out, only to meet their end seconds later. Like that, I basically took out every warlock in the ambush. And this was despite the hunker I was in getting attacked. I wasn't worried about my back, because the Tavera family was a family of knights. They were the best at close combat, so our vehicles would only get boarded in the worst case. Because of that, I would likely be the last one to get hurt or die in any battle we faced during this trip. I just needed to do my part in taking out the enemy's warlocks before they could do any real damage with powerful spells, something the Patriarch basically hired me to do in the first place. And I did my job perfectly. While breaking down magic barriers forced me to empower my bullets a bit, it was nothing I couldn't do with ease. So with that, the battle flipped. The Tavera Knights went on the offensive and killed everyone else after all the warlocks had died, since they know Logner had to worry about incoming spells. And since I didn't want to accidentally shoot somebody, I stopped not long after. I watched as the battle concluded. The corpses and vehicles were looted for anything valuable like white crystals before being discarded. It was a bit eye-opening to see the knights pick up and throw the vehicles with only a bit of strain, the hunks of metal crashing off the side of the road and out of the convoy's way. And before long, we were back to rolling. Before I could sink back into bed, though, the captain came and found me. "Thank you for your good work, John. We suffered only a few major injuries and no deaths. That wouldn't have been possible without you killing those warlocks. I must say, it's a bit surreal having such a major advantage like you with us to establish dominance. I understand why the Patriarch personally hired you. Thanks, Captain. Expect more of it in the future. Unless it's a really powerful warlock, I should be able to kill them with only a few shots." We shook hands with a smile. To outright eliminate the threat of spells really was a game changer. Without me here, these knights would have to carve their way through the enemy knights in order to kill the other warlocks, and during that time, dozens of spells would rain down on top of them, potentially killing many before they could finally turn a battle into their favor. Even with your own warlocks, you had to wait and defend while the warlocks of both sides tried to kill each other. It could take a long time for that to happen and would similarly result in many more casualties. But I could directly eliminate them. Killing warlocks could be said to be my forte. So instead of the warlocks determining the tide of battle, that right had been given to me alone. The battle would be determined by how fast I could kill the opposing warlocks. The captain seemed to have discovered that this battle, which led to his next words. "Yes, you keep doing what you did tonight. I plan to have a meeting tomorrow to discuss this as well. With you here, all we have to do is wait until you can eliminate those warlocks. I want the others to understand this detail so we can adjust our tactics and reduce our injuries and deaths. Of course, I also want your input. If there is anything we should know, then do tell us." I couldn't help the slight anxiousness at the sudden proposal. The captain was basically saying that he would adjust their battle tactics to revolve around my ability to take out enemy warlocks. This meant that future battles would hinge on me alone. It was a sudden onset of responsibility that made me worry about whether or not I could perform. I was confident in my ability to kill warlocks, but now there were people who would be relying on me. If I failed, things could go wrong. Although I couldn't really think of any reasons besides a sheer power difference that would cause me to fail, I still initially shied away at the responsibility. But I was a variable that nobody had accounted for on this trip. This meant that the captain fully believed that he and his knights would need to kill all warlocks on their own. So even if I failed, the result could only be better than if I weren't here at all. I only brought benefits, regardless of how much. This thought brought back my confidence, but I still didn't intend to take full responsibility for the outcomes of these battles. This dictated my next response. "I understand, Captain. I don't mind you changing tactics, but your knights still need to be ready to do things themselves. I alone can't win an entire battle, and I don't want people becoming complacent thinking they can just rely on someone else to keep them alive. That is natural, of course. I never intended to put everything on your shoulders. But my men will at least know that they can act more defensively instead of recklessly attempting to kill well-guarded warlocks. Sure, that's no problem. I'll do my best regardless, and those warlocks will be my first targets. So long as I'm not hindered, I don't see any reason why I can't get rid of them all." Very well. Our conversation concluded with that. Afterward, the convoy went back to sleep, and I went to bed with thoughts of accomplishment. Although we had cleanly avoided any deaths and dispatched the first wave of enemies with relative ease, the convoy was still on edge. Another attack could come at any time. I also overheard some conversations about displeasure among the fighters, their targets being the scouts. We were supposed to have people devoted to alerting the entire convoy in the event of an attack, giving us some time to prepare before being bombarded. Although it didn't seem like much, even just a few seconds could be valuable time to begin preparing. Apparently, that was the secondary job of the few warlocks who were on board. They knew spells that could detect anomalies in a wide area. And a few vehicles worth of people were definitely anomalous, so it was a wonder why we weren't alerted well in advance. Hearing about this didn't anger me much. But I also wasn't nearly as urgent as the others. They had to get out and fight, and without time to prepare their gear, they could be caught with their pants down. Sometimes literally. I didn't even have to go outside, just hiding away in a fortified pillbox with my rifle. But I still felt some empathetic indignation on behalf of the other fighters. In the last battle, injuries could have been avoided if the scouts did their job. Unfortunately, it seemed like I had initially been missing a few details. When evening of the next day dawned, I asked Plex about the situation while eating dinner. Apparently, the assassin and his missing partner had both killed and assumed the identities of 2 warlocks on the convoy, cutting down on the already small number of warlock personnel. After all, why wouldn't you attack the one glaring weakness of a convoy full of knights? Without warlocks, they would have a much harder time fighting back. And this made me even more valuable than before. It was no wonder why the captain wanted to revolve his defensive tactics around me. I was better at killing warlocks than other warlocks and made up for their weakness perfectly. Well, unless our enemies didn't find out who I was and specifically counter my actions, I could continue to work unhindered. Perhaps that was a bit much to ask, though, because I had already established a high level of renown in the black market. I was too iconic, so perhaps it was only bound to happen. A matter of when, not if. Chapter 28. Target. Another day passed uneventfully, and the tension only grew despite not having been attacked again. We would arrive in only 3 more days. For the most part, I had been focusing on learning what I could from Plex. And the surprising part was how I actually made some progress. Through practicing the formation that Maxwell gave me, I was able to hone control over my aura. And through Plex's teachings, I was actually able to restrain it, just slightly. It wasn't enough to make a big difference. Plex said that aura was like a shining light. Being able to restrain it only made the light dimmer, and I couldn't dim it much. To him, my aura was still as obvious as daylight. But the fact that I could even attempt to conceal it was shocking enough. It was so much so that he basically stopped teaching me after calling me a freak. Plex was one of the few people who knew that I hadn't even activated my first authority when I arrived at the capital. So to go from that to actually exercising control over aura in only a bit over half a year was baffling to say the least. I understood this as well, but it wasn't like I could apologize. Not even I knew why this was coming easily to me. Was I supposed to explain my talent somehow? Then again, I wondered in the back of my mind if my talent had something to do with the fact that I came from another world. My authorities and summons were obviously tied to my origins, so perhaps I really was given something special upon arrival. Well, to suddenly be thrown into a world of magic when I came from a world of nothing but science was a jarring change, so it was only right that I was given something to ensure my life here. Consider it compensation for being murdered by a robot truck. I found myself smiling. During the 4th day of travel, the scouts were on full alert at all times. We were expecting attacks at every hour of the day, and I was beginning to understand what Plex had told me at the beginning of our trip. People either became anxious or complacent as time went on, and the convoy had chosen the former. Nobody went without their gear on, and the atmosphere was constantly somber. It was like they were expecting to die or something, which made those with relatively good moods sour. I was included. I wasn't anxious, but it was difficult to be around a bunch of people with such bad moods. At some point, I was basically praying for the battle to hurry up and get here so that these knights would get out of their head and just swing a sword around. And maybe that's exactly why they waited so long. It was a mind game. The 4th day passed slowly, but it passed, and nothing happened even during the night. Plex told me to get some sleep, and even to sleep in as long as I could. He said that they would strike when we were most vulnerable, and that was when everyone was tired. Sure enough, the 5th day rolled around, and nothing happened so long as the sun was up. As soon as the moon came out, though, and night fell, it happened. Enemy spotted. There was a yell, and from under my covers, my eyes shot open. The entire convoy woke up. We hadn't even gotten an hour of sleep, but we were forced out of bed. And not long after, I heard the explosions. Except, unlike the first time, this explosion rocked the entire hunker. I was thrown out of my bed as the vehicle quaked, threatening to roll onto its side. But it righted itself under gravity, and everyone continued to rush out. Have fun, John. Plex yelled while disappearing, causing me to scoff before rushing to my turret. Peeking through the window, I spotted an enemy convoy toward both our front and back. We were brought to a standstill, and the frontmost and rearmost vehicles were being raided. Spells also came en masse, flipping the smaller trucks and exploding amidst our knights. They were responding with trained reactions, but several already had wounds. I didn't delay, communing with my scoped rifle and taking aim. My priority, as discussed with the captain, was to take out the warlocks. That was my only job, and how many people died hinged on my performance. It was a lot of pressure, especially now that it was time to make true on my promises. But I pushed myself to step up. Judging by the strength of their spells and what seemed like thick magical barriers in front of them, I could guess that the warlocks were more powerful this time around. So I empowered my rifle with a large amount of Psyche before finding my target and pulling the trigger. Bang! An explosion rang out through the battlefield as I felt the gun recoil into my arm. On the other end, I could see the warlock drop with blood spraying from his neck. It seemed I missed both his head and his chest, but managed to hit the side of his neck, taking out an artery. Well, he was also about 110 meters away, this intuitive sense of distance coming from the memories within the rifle. With that shot, I shook off some of my nerves. You're good, John. You're good at your job. Just keep shooting. Slow and steady. I took a deep breath, settling my heart before taking aim again. However, before I could shoot another target, I suddenly saw a spell fly toward me. I ducked, and there was a large explosion of fire. Oh, warm. I winced as a tongue of fire licked my face, singeing some of my facial hair and burning me a bit. After taking a moment, I put on my air mask before lifting back up. However, I could see more spells coming at me. I ducked as another fireball threatened to burn my air mask. Shit. They know it's me. I can't shoot like this. I realized that they had prepared specifically for me. Without me, they would have an easier time taking out the knights. I couldn't allow it, so I moved to another turret. But after firing a single shot, I was once again suppressed. Fuck. Fine. I'll go meet you myself. Since when have I been scared of close combat? Pulling out of the turret, I kicked open the door of the hunker and headed outside. All around me, I could see knights battling each other. The strength they wielded gave me goosebumps, reminding me just how weak I was in front of those types of magi. But I was being protected by them, and I couldn't let those damned warlocks do as they pleased. So I ran to a good location before taking aim, finding a warlock and firing. Bang! My gun flashed, and another warlock died. Of course, I was also spotted, and because they saw me beyond the metal fortifications of the hunker, I was attacked. I quickly ran behind one of the trucks as a spell hurtled toward me. Not all the ranged spells were fire, but they all had the familiar flashes of magic spells, giving them away. After that spell exploded where I was once standing, I relocated and fired off another shot. That shot didn't kill the warlock though, his barrier stopping it. These guys are strong. I muttered before relocating once again. I had to keep moving and shooting. And since that previous warlock was strong, I avoided him and targeted the others. Over time, I managed to kill 4 more warlocks with empowered shots. I also found 3 warlocks who were strong enough to block my bullets. But with the pressure eased, the knights were doing noticeably better. In fact, we were pushing them back. I also wasn't getting focused as much, giving me more room to shoot. And it was all downhill from there. Our momentum snowballed as I continued to shoot those strong warlocks. I couldn't kill them since they kept strengthening their barriers, but my efforts still made them hide away. If they didn't avoid me, then I would eventually pierce through. But if they hid away, then they couldn't attack the knights. In fact, I managed to kill one because he thought he could strengthen his barrier before I could fire twice. Unfortunately, he underestimated my fire rate, and one of my bullets snuck through after shattering his barrier, blowing a hole through his head. However, perhaps because I stayed in one spot for longer than normal, another spell was thrown at me. And it wasn't one from one of the weak warlocks. Those I had killed. No, one of the strong ones decided to focus on me. And I barely noticed when the spell was already heading toward me. I saw as a large ball of water came flying in my direction. It didn't look harmful, but I could feel the magical energy contained inside of it, which made me panic. In that moment, my jacket lit up with purple lines. I felt my mind speed up, everything around me suddenly moving in slow motion. And I threw my body out of the way, my muscles straining themselves to move as I commanded. Thankfully, that was enough to avoid eating the entire spell with my body. I dodged, the spell landing beside me. But then it exploded, and I was hit with a dense wave of water backed by shockingly powerful pressure. It was like being hit with a shockwave. The water dug into my side, and while it was stopped by the jacket, the impact still slammed into my arm and shook my organs. I was thrown a small distance, tumbling around before coming to a stop. Ack. I groaned as my head spun, but the adrenaline going through my body forced me to wake up despite the pain. I lifted my head, barely taking in the surrounding sights and making sure there were no enemies. I managed to catch a glimpse of the warlock who launched that spell, and the sight was a bit shocking. There was a knife going through his chest, and from over his shoulder, I could see Plex smiling at me. Plex dropped what was now a corpse before disappearing once again. I sighed, deciding that it was okay to take a few more seconds on the floor. With that, the battle was basically over. By the time I pulled myself up, the last few enemy knights were killed while any remaining warlocks were killed by Plex. I didn't even have the chance to shoot anymore. But I had done enough. A majority of the warlocks were killed by me despite having been suppressed for a while, taking away almost all the pressure on the knights. I even killed one of the strong ones. When I remembered how I was actually being paid for killing enemies, I couldn't help the foolish grin that surfaced. Hell, I've been counting too. This is gonna be one hell of a paycheck. John. My head suddenly turned at the call of the captain. He came walking over with a half smile. Thank you, John. Once again. You helped us immensely. It's all right, Captain. How is everyone? Well, this battle wasn't as forgiving as the first. The captain explained the casualties. We had sustained a few deaths and several injuries. The healers would need to work overtime to heal all the wounded. We were also stopping for a time in order to recuperate. Heading forward would only be throwing ourselves into more enemies. In fact, the captain was entertaining the idea of driving the convoy backward for a while in order to recover before pushing forward once again, just in case there were enemies headed our way. But all things considered, we were still doing very well. They had expected many more deaths than this. I alone was saving many lives with my efforts. Well, I had to eat the explosion of a spell in the end, but otherwise I was getting off lightly. I also apologize for not being able to protect you. There's not much we can do about spells, so we couldn't keep you from getting suppressed. Still, your performance was great despite that. The captain gave his apologies, but I just reassured him. I had worked around it, and I couldn't expect perfect conditions while everyone was fighting for their lives. After a short discussion, we separated, the captain leaving to gather reports and help out. On the other hand, I retreated to the hunker where I took off my coat and took a look at my injury. My arm was bruised, as was my side, the surrounding skin turning a bit purple. But otherwise, I was completely fine. My head hurt more than anything, and I would have no issue shooting a gun right now if I needed to. The coat really was an amazing item. At the same time, though, I wondered what level that warlock had been at. That attack was powerful, and if not for my coat's abilities, I wouldn't have reacted in time to dodge as much as I did. And in that situation, the blast from the water spell would have done far more damage than it did. Authority 6? I've only really had experience with Authority 4s and 5s, so I'm probably right since he was quite a bit stronger. You know, I wonder how strong people within these mafias are at the higher ranks. As I questioned, I suddenly saw Plex walk into the hunker. I decided to ask and waved him down. Plex. Yes, my name is Plex. How strong was the warlock you killed? Authority 5, at its height. Oh, I guess my estimation was a bit off. The strong warlock I killed probably wasn't at Authority 6 either. But this also gave me a reference for my limits. So I probably can't kill an Authority 6 warlock. Not unless you catch them off guard, and that gets rarer the higher their level. Plus, you can't compare these guys to those of the military, at least not the good ones. There are some techniques called perpetual spells that a warlock can maintain at all times, and they almost always use it for mana barriers. So you won't be able to instantly kill anybody competent, not unless you get much more powerful than you are. And many of these guys within the mafias aren't quite competent, at least not at the lower levels. Disappointing. Hey, be grateful you can kill anybody above your level anyway. I'll give it to you, John. Your summons really are something special, but they aren't impossible to fight against. You'll figure this out as you climb the ranks and become less able to kill those far above you. Yeah, I figured. I could only nod, because I had thought of those things too. The only reason I didn't fret though was because my enemies were beginning to shift. In the future, I would be fighting more beasts than people, and they required a different set of tactics. Intelligence was much less of a problem. Instead, sheer power and crowd control was the name of the game, at least from what I've experienced so far. But so long as I was at the Magisterium, I knew that I would probably continue to take on jobs in the black market, especially if my services were requested like in this case. So I would still need to hone my skill in the art of human warfare, because right now, fighting people was far deadlier than fighting beasts. It was with these thoughts that I retired for the night. I didn't particularly care about what the captain had planned for the convoy. My only job was to respond when needed. But in the back of my mind, I was also worried about the target on my back that seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 29. Guild. Another attack. The next morning, when the sun was only just beginning to peek over the horizon, everyone was woken by alarms and the yell of a warlock. Usually if I got less than 8 hours of sleep, I would feel groggy and even a bit sick. But I didn't feel any of that as the explosions of magical spells rattled the hunker and woke me with a surge of adrenaline. 5 a.m.? These guys really need to fuck off. My nerves had died down as of late. A couple of sudden battles was enough to condition me, at least to the point where I wasn't in a constant state of fight or flight and hyper-awareness. That was the only reason some of my irritation could slip through as I climbed up into a turret and took aim. I immediately took count, finding about 13 warlocks posted not just in their own vehicles, but in the forest beyond the road. We had hit a roadblock of boulders that seemed to have been placed by the enemy warlocks, and now we were being pincered from both sides. And this time, the warlocks seemed to be hiding behind natural formations a bit more, not just standing out in the open where I could shoot them. It made this more difficult, and because the sun wasn't fully out yet, it was a bit harder to see into the treeline. But with my scope, things were made easier. Plus, the lights from their spells made them stand out like beacons, guiding my crosshair. Learning from prior battles, every warlock had a barrier up, and all of them were strengthened. They were specifically countering me, and not every warlock was casting spells. They seemed to be searching. In fact, several were looking toward my hunker. It was clear that I had caused them no small headache, and perhaps now they were trying to do something about it. I knew that the moment I took a shot, I would probably be bombarded with spells. And if I stepped outside to try and reposition, then I would be putting myself in danger. So they wanted to pin me down or eliminate me entirely. So I waited, thinking of what I could do to help with this battle while avoiding the focus fire of a dozen warlocks. And then it hit me. Why did I have to only shoot the warlocks? Why not the knights? I would have to use more power, but if I switched guns as well, then killing several knights wouldn't be a problem. But going outside at all was still a problem, even if I had more freedom out there as opposed to in a stationary turret. Suddenly, I thought of my most glaring problem besides the sounds my guns made. It was the muzzle flash, which was incredibly obvious considering how much I stood out in general. If I got rid of that, that would be golden. The sound was so loud that it couldn't be precisely traced at a distance, so I could still operate despite it. That's when I had an idea. Kicking open the door of the hunker, I headed out and crouched down. And looking at the vehicle, I smiled. Suddenly, I crawled under the hunker itself, taking up position on the ground. From there, I could see up to everyone's waist, and it was easy to tell apart the Tavera Knights from the enemy Knights. After that, I aimed my rifle. The Knights were always much closer than the warlocks, so I didn't have to stress my aim. And since I was now under this vehicle, I couldn't be hit by the warlocks. It was the perfect solution, so I aimed at an enemy knight with a smile, pulling the trigger. Bang! My bullet flew, and the knight that I shot buckled almost instantly. It gave a window of opportunity that the Tavera Knight took immediate advantage of. With that, I let off round as fast as I could send them. I had to infuse a large amount of Psyche into each round just for the bullet to pierce through both armor and the tough bodies of the knights. But I quickly learned that my shots didn't have to be lethal for them to be effective. Suddenly getting hit by a bullet was a death sentence when you were also fighting against an enemy. It was a fatal distraction. So I even lightened up on the Psyche, focusing on my fire rate. And like that, the knights swept through their enemies. I didn't even have to kill the warlocks. With my assistance, the knights were able to pierce through all defenses and kill them for me. And I wasn't disturbed a single time, the enemy warlocks unable to deduce my position underneath the vehicle and behind the bodies of my fellow knights. And so the battle was won. After I crawled out, I could see everyone either getting treated or cleaning up. The captain also came and found me. John, excellent work. Thank you, Captain. I smiled at his enthusiasm while we shook hands. I saw exactly what you were doing, and I have to say that it was a genius tactic. In fact, because those stupid warlocks couldn't find you, they stood around hiding for half the battle. Just your presence alone is enough to disable them. And don't worry, even though you didn't kill anybody, you allowed us to kill those knights far faster than otherwise. I'll make sure you are paid for this battle. Just doing my duty, sir. I felt a bit shameless, saying that while grinning ear to ear. I had to admit, the huge paycheck this was turning out to be was a great motivator. However, this battle did indeed take a larger toll on me. Even though I was smiling, my head was screaming at me with a migraine after using so much Psyche. I felt like I would pass out any moment. So I kept our conversation short, and my next stop was the bunk where I fell right asleep. I couldn't even be bothered with breakfast, and I slept until well after noon. Of course, I woke up to a starving stomach because of that. Thankfully, I had been saved some food, not by Plex, but by some of the knights. I was thanked to no end while eating, probably because they had received my direct help. I was also guaranteed protection by the entire troop, so it was nice to know that everyone would be looking out for me. I just told them to make sure nobody attacked the hunker because it had basically become my nest. If I lost that, then I would be in serious trouble. After that, evening dawned. After this, we would only have to make it through one more day. We would arrive the following evening, and so far, everything was going amazing. I had barely been hurt, and deaths were minimal. Injuries were prevalent, of course, but in normal cases most of those injured knights would be dead. I had saved no small amount of lives, and even though the last battle was more difficult than the other, I thought we could make it through the rest smoothly. Unfortunately, thinking that seemed to have conjured quite the opposite. Because when the moon appeared high in the sky, I was once again shocked awake by all too familiar explosions. Thankfully, I was rested, so I didn't have issues responding. But when I saw what we were up against, I could only curse under my breath. It looked like an army was waiting for us. Of course, we had an army of our own, but we were tired. Thinking back, I suppose the healers had it the worst. Well, they would need to step it up pretty soon, because when attacks were launched, copious amounts of blood was shed. And the pressure I was put under skyrocketed as these enemies sought the head of the American who had been causing no small amount of trouble. Shit. Breakthrough. Get those fucking vehicles out of the way. Ack. Someone kill that warlock. Bang. Screams and gunshots made my ears ring. I suppose I was finally getting a small taste of what war was like on Earth, in this case. Thankfully, my air mask filtered what I breathed, so I didn't get the dense stench of blood and fire. It was my only solace during these battles. While fighting, I thought back a couple of times to what I had surmised at the beginning of the trip. My conclusion was that the final days of the trip would be the hardest since the enemy would be more desperate, throwing everything they had at us. I knew it was bound to come, especially since I was here keeping a vast majority of the convoy alive through every battle. But I underestimated just how difficult it was going to be. Well, I couldn't be blamed either. After all, I didn't expect that another mafia would come and try to bar our path. For most of the time, we had been facing the Clockwork Association. But on the last day, not only did we fight 2 back-to-back battles with those damned warlocks, but another mafia known as the Young Guild suddenly appeared. They were supposedly a rival mafia that operated in the only black market in the city of Joffrin, our destination. And through the shouts and screams of battle with them, I learned that the Tavera family was attempting to encroach on their territory there. These mafias were more widespread than I initially thought. They had slices of the black markets of several major cities. There were even entire villages that they controlled, these small settlements acting as places for their families to grow and produce more children who would later be inducted into the mafias. Of course, the capital was always where most of their power resided, so I wasn't missing much. But that was beside the point. There were naturally other mafias than the few I knew of, most being entirely localized to a single city. But that didn't mean they weren't powerful, and because they only had one nest, they didn't take kindly to others trying to intrude. Well, I knew there was more to the story, but that was all above my pay grade. I was only hired muscle who needed to help them reach their goals. Still, whatever the Tavera family was doing, it was enough to garner what seemed like the full force of their rivals. I wondered several times through the trip why our enemies didn't just send their full armies all at once. Surely it would be more effective, right? But this was wrong. Wearing down your enemy was effective, and striking when they were tired and when you were well prepared was the best. And, well, what they struck with when all was on the line seemed like their full army. It was like everything beforehand had only been a warm-up. Dozens of knights, many of which were terrifyingly powerful, and just as many warlocks. Not only that, but I finally got to experience a full-force battle between not Authority SIXS, but Authority 7s. Turns out, the captain was an Authority 7 knight, as well as the strongest person in this convoy. And after asking Plex, the highest power in a mafia usually stood around Authority 9. For the Tavera family, that was their patriarch. So sending an Authority 7 was big. After all, although the highest power was Authority 9, that didn't mean they had many Authority 8s. The Tavera family may have 2, at best 4, and leaving the capital wasn't usually acceptable under any circumstances. So Authority 7 was the best we had. Not that it was shabby. The captain was at the height of Authority 7, as well as someone who had served for many years in the military. He was experienced and powerful, and this showed in the battle he fought. Honestly, the entire thing made me want to cower. Atrocious strength and speed was basically all there was to it. The captain could create craters in the ground with his feet, tear apart an entire vehicle with his hands, jump higher than trees could grow, and attack with speed that my eyes couldn't keep up with. I quite literally wouldn't last a second if I had to fight him. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he could dodge my bullets. Of course, displaying such feats of strength took a lot out of him. There was a reason he didn't show such strength earlier. And perhaps more shocking was the enemy he fought, who was likewise a knight, but not the type you'd think. He was a martial arts specialist, someone who fought with his body. He wasn't just a boxer who only fought with his fist either. His kicks could take out the trunk of a tree, his fists blowing holes in steel, his arms and abs able to deflect blades, and his footwork allowing him to reposition with blinding speed and impossible agility. His body just floated around while he attacked the captain, and their fights took them to all corners of the battlefield. In one moment, they'd be right in the center of a dozen men, and the next, they would be flying over the tree line and laying into each other on the other side of a hill. Their power wasn't something I could wrap my head around. It was disorienting seeing it at all, because it was stuff I had only seen in movies and the like. To actually see it in the flesh jostled my brain. It was like it didn't want to think that it was possible. But the damage they wrought was very real. I could only thank the captain for keeping that pugilist from tearing apart the hunker I was hiding inside. But, other than that distraction, I was wholly occupied with trying to stay alive. For the entire final day, we bounced from battle to battle. It was like there was a long line of people just waiting down the road and taking turns beating us up. And every time, we sustained more damage. It built up. More deaths, more injuries, and greater exhaustion. We were lucky our convoy was large, because any less people and we may not have been able to make it this far. And there was no opportunity to rest. At first it was manageable. I would get tired, restrain my use of Psyche, and gradually recover between battles. But as each hour passed, my mind's fatigue built bit by bit. First it was a constant headache, but then it turned into sharp pains that made me flinch with every surge of blood from my heart. Not only that, but I was attacked rather often. I had thought that I could just hide like I had, whether that was amidst the knights or around the hunker. But no matter where I went, it wouldn't be long before I was spotted by a knight or warlock and attacked. Running away from bloodthirsty knights was especially fun. My speed couldn't compare to theirs, so I was forced to move as fast as I could, delaying them with a shotgun, before getting an ally to save me. That scenario played out 4 times, and each time, I was pulled closer to death. The warlock spells that exploded around me weren't much better. No small amount of damage was blocked by my coat, but I still sustained several nasty bruises and a possible fracture in my left arm after getting slammed in the side by a large rock. Holding up a rifle became harder after that, and how I continued to manage was a miracle. But I did, even though I sometimes wanted to climb into the hunker and just hide for a while. But my willpower was strong. If there was one thing that I knew about myself, being one of my better qualities, was that I didn't buckle under pressure. Something about adversity like this spurred something within me, compelling me to step up and push back. It was a quality that only came out during sports, but here, it showed itself in full force when it really mattered. Despite the head-splitting migraines, despite the blood that dripped down my arm from a wound under my sleeve, despite the physical and mental exhaustion from trying to help while being hunted by knights and warlocks. I looked up. I found it within me to continue surviving. And I never stopped shooting back. Ugh. I lay against one of the trucks while catching my breath, groans coming from underneath my mask. I felt some blood stream down the side of my head, a small wound from a small rock that came flying in from seemingly nowhere. What hurt the most, though, wasn't the wound it gave me, but the impact it had against my head that was already dealing with the nastiest headache of my life. Not only that, but my left arm throbbed with shooting pains every time my heart beat. It had been that way for more than a few hours now, and moving my fingers had gradually become more difficult. I concluded that my arm was broken, but unfortunately I couldn't get it treated in the middle of a battle. I barely even remember how I got that injury. In fact, so much as opening my eyes felt overwhelming. There was too much stimulation, the battle overwhelming my senses. But I couldn't close my eyes just in case I had to dodge another spell, nor could I just tune my hearing out and ignore what was going on. In the distance, I could see all the knights intertwined in fights. The tides were turning in our favor, the enemies of the Yun Guild falling beneath the sabers of the Tavera family. Pulling my gaze away, I looked toward the hunker not far away. From their turrets, the few warlocks that we brought were launching the occasional spell. Unlike me who could get hit by fire and water that easily slipped through the window, they had barriers that could block all that stuff, letting them fire freely. Looking at that tank on wheels, I felt the urge to go over and climb inside. I just wanted some rest, and surely the hunker's defenses could afford me that. But at the same time, there was still more I could do. I learned through much pain that maintaining a communion with a gun basically cost as much psyche as I passively recovered. This meant I could keep a gun in my hands and shoot unempowered bullets as much as I wanted. Of course, bullets that weren't infused with psyche weren't as powerful. Depending on the conditions, the best they could do was pierce a knight's armor and damage a warlock's barrier, yet do nothing to the body underneath. But in this battle, those two things were enough. So when I ran out of energy, that's what I resorted to, trying to afford my allies any advantage I could. After all, a bullet to the face, although not enough to kill a knight, was still a nasty distraction equal to a sucker punch. And if I was lucky enough to hit their eyeball or mouth, then even unempowered bullets became lethal. Unfortunately, my accuracy also lowered when I was exhausted, so those chances were low. Still, my bullets afforded our knights many opportunities, sometimes outright securing kills. So I couldn't stop. The only tough part was that, with every shot, I needed to move. Having my position locked down was a death sentence, so if I wasn't ready to run, then I didn't want to shoot. Even the air mask couldn't keep me going forever. In fact, I had eaten food on the battlefield during a morning battle, trying to keep my energy levels up. Taking a piss also wasn't out of the question, though doing so while watching out for spells was an interesting experience. Ugh, damn it. I just need a breather. There's food there too, and I'm starving right now. I grunted before deciding to head over. I ducked low before slowly making my way, arriving at the beat-up door to head inside. But that's when I heard something in the distance. A scream, getting louder and heading my way. Chapter 30, Duchess. Grah. Boom. A body came flying through the air, hitting the side of the hunker like a cannonball. It was that Authority 7 pugilist from the Yun Guild. The captain wasn't able to kill him in the first battle, so he left before coming back again in a later battle for a rematch. He seemed to be getting his ass kicked once again. But when he landed on the hunker, my neck tingled as I stared blankly. It folded under his body, the tank warping before flying off its wheels and into the air. I watched as the door, that was once right in front of me, flew a small distance away. The entire tank rolled a few times before gradually coming to a stop. And then, the pugilist clawed his way out of the metal. When he emerged, his eyes fell onto me who was now standing out in the open, frozen. Seeing the gun in my hand, he smiled brightly. You. Get over here and die, you fucking American. He snarled and threw his body toward me. My coat's abilities activated, but even in slow motion, his hand moved too fast for me to react to. I watched, feeling my soul leaving my body as if to try and avoid that monster in human skin. But, right as he was going to grab my head in his huge hand, I saw a line of silver arrive to the side. The pugilist's eyes went wide, and I saw blood bloom from his wrist. He had been relieved of his hand, pulling away with a scream. But that hand was still heading toward me, even if no longer attached to its owner. I tried to tilt out of the way, but those fingers still graced the right side of my head. Slice. Arg. It felt like I was slapped, heading to the floor as I felt a jolt of pain go through my head. At the same time, I felt a horrible sting where my right temple was. I already knew what happened. Fuck. What are those nails? I touched where I felt the wounds, and blood dripped down my fingers when I pulled away. The nails of that pugilist were as sharp as knives. Was there any part of a knight's body that couldn't kill me? Now, there were some lacerations across the side of my head. Not only that, but the stinging I felt only got worse as my headache became manageable. There was some foreign power that was making it hurt, probably the power of vigor that knights wielded. I've heard that at higher levels they can emit some. It was how Plex made himself invisible, and sword masters could use it to release blades from their swords. Now, this power ate at my wounds, making it hurt much more than it should. And that was just a scratch from that man. Of course, he was in a much sorrier state. Ah, my hand. You son of a bitch. John, let me handle this meathead. The captain dashed in and appeared before me, yelling out those words as if I was even able to do otherwise. With that, I ran away while the captain drove that pugilist back. With one less hand, there was no way he could win now. And that was basically the end of the battle. Not long later, our knights killed every last warlock and enemy fighter, not allowing anybody to retreat. By now, the sun was setting, so it was getting darker and cooler. Nobody even cheered when the battle was finished. They were just that exhausted. As for me, I overlooked the hunker that had served as my nest for the past several days. It was crumbled, now only a pile of metal. The two warlocks that had been inside those turrets were now piles of meat somewhere inside the debris. They had died instantly, not even to an intentional attack. I thought, if I had been any faster in boarding it in order to take a small rest and grab some food, I would have died without even knowing how. Everything would have been over, just like that. This new life of mine would be finished, and everything I'd built up so far would have been for nothing. And I would never have returned to Rayla, who was worried and waiting for me back at the capital. She would have been left alone, and I would have caused her grief that she may never have recovered from. It was a sickening feeling, one that terrified me more than anything. And for a moment, I thought that perhaps this kind of life wasn't for me, that I was better off just sticking to some ordinary job in the capital while leading a life away from all forms of hostility. The thought that I could so easily die like that, despite everything I did to avoid it, ate away at my mind. But then, I looked around at everyone else. Those who survived did so in part because of me. I played perhaps the largest part in securing the lives of those in this convoy than any other person here aside from the captain. Without me, they would have suffered far more casualties. It was why the captain had emphasized my importance after every single battle we fought. I was making a very real and noticeable difference. And soon enough, I would be putting this skill of mine to work not against people, but against beasts who threaten the entire human race of this world. In short, the sense of duty I felt overruled my fear. The thought of being able to turn the tides of any battle and save the lives of my allies infected my mind, turning fear into strength that brought out a deep sense of valor. After that, it was like the pain I felt turned into fuel for that fire. I couldn't say that this was inspiring a sense of purpose in me. These battles were between mafias, and I wasn't a part of one. I was hired muscle. I was doing this for money and to earn a reputation with figures of authority. Very little of this was something to be proud of, not that it was something to be ashamed of either. But through these battles, I knew I was growing. It would only make me better so that when the day came that I turned my guns against the true plague of this world, I could do so with even greater violence. And I would save more people. That way, perhaps I could avoid praying for the dead as much as I have been recently. Standing before the hunker, I bowed my head and thought of those two warlocks who I had almost joined in death, wishing that despite everything, they would find peace. We arrived at the city of Joffrin. Our convoy was missing a hunker and a truck, along with most of the cargo that had been lost with the destruction of those two vehicles. But all things considered, the trip was a massive success. That pugilist had died duplex after he almost killed me, and we either decimated or repelled every army that came our way. We had many casualties, at least a third of our forces dead and everyone being injured in some way. But we had made it. At the very least, we killed much more than we lost. And since the majority of the cargo had arrived in good condition, the job was a resounding success. Despite how conspicuous it was, all the trucks aside from the other hunker rolled directly into this city. I sat atop one of the trucks, getting a good look at this city. It wasn't as grand as the capital, that was for sure. But it had its own charm to it. I couldn't be impressed because the capital was basically the greatest center for humanity's prosperity in this world, but that didn't mean new things weren't cool to see. This city had one massive palace at its center, one that seemed to act as a hub for all kinds of business. In fact, there was one massive road that led straight to that palace in the city center from the gates we entered through. The road was straight and nearly 2 miles long. I could also see thousands of people and wagons occupying it. And as our battered vehicles drove down that road, we pulled plenty of heads. We were already conspicuous without looking as beat up as we did, so the scars of battle that littered the trucks only added to it. And then there was I who sat above everyone's head. You could see my torso wrapped in bandages from beneath my coat and my arm hanging in a sling. Not only that, but I occasionally took puffs from a cigar. Cough. I'll need to get used to this. After letting out a breath of smoke, I felt my lungs spasm before I muttered those words. This cigar wasn't some kind of drug despite what it looked like. I had actually been surprised by its existence when the captain came around and handed one to me. It was basically a revitalizer. The cigar was made from some special magical materials and infused with a bit of vigor. This made it almost medicinal in nature, capable of relieving the pain from wounds and helping the body recover with the fortifying power of vigor. My recovery pills were basically the same thing, except the cigar could last much longer and was more potent. They weren't cheap, but with the money I was about to receive alongside my savings, it wasn't much. I learned where to get more from the captain, who said it was actually a product created by Apocreon and bought by the Tavera family, giving them sole rights to produce and sell it. The cigars were a popular product of theirs, especially among knights due to their infusion of vigor. Not only that, but these cigars were part of the reason for this trip. Apparently, there was a vital ingredient that could only be found near this city, so securing the production of the cigars required them to invest in this place. This convoy contained the investment, though there was naturally much more to it than just that. Anyway, I decided I would buy some when I got back to the capital. While thinking of that, we eventually made it to Joffrin's black market. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time nor interest in exploring this city. After the convoy linked with their headquarters, I went to go meet with the captain. However, upon arriving in the central area of their headquarters within this foreign black market, I saw that he was speaking to someone, and one that seemed rather noble. It was a woman, and just by looking at her I could sense deep power. It was definitely above Rayla, so she had to be at least Authority 9. She had ashen gray hair and wore dark robes accentuated with purple. Her face was sharp, yet there was an undeniable air of maturity around her. She almost looked familiar, but I wasn't in the mind to care much about that. Just watch yourself within my city. I don't want another war like that anytime soon. Cross a certain line, and I'll be forced to do something about it. At the very least, keep things discreet. Of course, Duchess. My patriarch also sends his good graces and wishes to hold a discussion with you. I hold his contact information if you would like it. Very well. Agreeing, this Duchess exposed her aerial and touched it to the captains, exchanging information. Then, he gave a small bow. Thank you, Duchess. Sure. Be sure to. Who are you? Suddenly, the Duchess turned toward me, who had been lingering to the side. Surprised that she was bothering with me, I just nodded to her. My name is John, Duchess. You look injured, John. Summoner. Yes, ma'am. Young and Authority 3. Are you enrolled in the Magisterium? I am. I see. She nodded, and suddenly, the captain chimed in. Duchess, John is an exceptionally powerful summoner that the Patriarch personally hired to help us defend the convoy. His potential is great. Well, Authority 3 can't do anything for me right now. Nonetheless, I will keep in contact. Please settle yourselves with haste. I don't enjoy my city being chaotic. Of course, Duchess. And John. She looked at me. Remember the name Teleria? Yes, ma'am. With that odd request, the captain and I exchanged goodbyes with her. She left the markets, and I finally got to speak with the captain whose side. She runs the city, yet has a major hand in the operation of the black markets here. We cooperate with her directly. Anyway, how are your wounds, John? You were pretty battered after that last battle. I've never been afraid of scars. I smiled while remembering the aftermath of the battle. Because the healer was stretched to his limits, anybody with superficial wounds was forced to either wait or just heal normally. Despite that, I had actually been offered to get healed considering my contributions to the convoy, but I had turned it down. The healer checked me anyway, though, and when he discovered my broken arm, he didn't let me refuse treatment. At the very least, he forced me to get my arm realigned, which I decided wasn't a bad idea. So the bones of my forearm were successfully repositioned, and through magic, secured in place and the fracture fused. After that, my arm was wrapped with a splint and hung in a sling. Recovery pills and the cigar in my mouth helped all my other wounds take care of themselves. However, there was one wound that wasn't as easily dealt with. The wound from the pugilist's fingernails was infused with destructive vigor, creating 2 lacerations on the left side of my head. The lacerations went from my temple beside my eyebrow to the back of my head above my ear. It looked like I had been clawed by a monster, and that wasn't really far from the truth. And because of the vigor, the wounds weren't easily healed. In fact, until now I wasn't sure if all the vigor was actually gone. The lacerations had begun to heal, but they were taking much longer than my other wounds. Plex told me that it would leave a nasty scar, but it wasn't like my body didn't have plenty of those, so I didn't mind. After assuring Captain Ignov that I was fine, he went on to once again praise my work. It was like he wanted to make sure I wouldn't leave without knowing how important I was to their success. I felt weird receiving all the compliments, especially since people died. It barely felt like a success right now. In the end, though, he settled down and I told him about my intentions to leave. Of course, John. You've earned both rest and your paycheck. Here, I wrote this up a couple hours ago. Suddenly, he took an envelope out of his coat pocket, handing it to me. It was sealed with wax and the symbol of the Tavera family, with some slight modifications. It was probably a personal seal. I took it with curiosity. When you get back to the capital, hand that to the patriarch. He'll pay you out then. And don't worry about the kill counts. I think you'll more than appreciate the bonuses I've stipulated. All right. I nodded and stashed the envelope. I trusted the captain's word, so I didn't feel the need to verify anything. And if I was being honest, I would be fine accepting nothing more than the base pay without the kill count bonus. It was odd how going through hardship made you more of a generous person. Not that I still wasn't raking in coin from this job anyway. Oh, and here, for your travels. Reaching into his coat once more, Captain Ignov pulled out another item. I recognized it rather quickly. It was a metal cigar case. It looked brand new, its faces made with deep gold and engraved with dark red designs. The red designs were of roses and leaves, and the colors were so vibrant that it seemed like an actual painting. This is one of our signature cigar cases, owned by many high-profile elites within the kingdom since it's the best of its kind on the market, along with the best-looking. It's designed to preserve the magical potency of those cigars. Go ahead and use it. I was silent as I pressed a latch on the side of the case, popping it open. On one side of the case, there were 5 loops to hold more cigars, 3 of which were filled. And on the other side, there was a fancy lighter constructed from an entire white crystal as well as a cigar cutter. After closing it, I looked back toward the captain. Is it all right for me to have this? How much are these? Well, you can't really buy them, otherwise they wouldn't be very valuable. Besides, I don't think the patriarch would mind. We give them to friends of the family and circulate them among elites and royalty. And you, John, are a friend of the family. If not, you wouldn't have been called to help us on this trip. Oh, well, I guess I can only give my thanks. It was feeling like an honor to receive this cigar case, as odd as that was. I wasn't sure how to respond except with a thank you. Captain Ignov smiled and smacked my shoulder. You're a good one, kid. Better than Plex, I reckon. I heard that. Suddenly, Plex appeared beside us, causing the captain to click his tongue. Sneaky as always. By the way, I could have handled that brute from Yun by myself. Yes, but then I wouldn't be getting paid for his head. And that's why John here is better. Go on and get out of here. The rails leave in about 3 hours, so you better head over and get a ticket. With that, Plex and I said our goodbyes, leaving behind the captain who was now assigned to this city. I also made sure to get the man's contact info for my aerial. Networking was always important. After that, we went to the junction for the rails, or trains as I knew them. These rails didn't leave very often because there weren't many of them, but we didn't have to wait for long before snagging a ticket and boarding. Just like that, I completed my job and was on my way home. Chapter 31. Height. The rail took no more than 6 hours to bring Plex and I back to the capital. That meant it could cover a day's worth of travel in an hour. The job had taken just about a week, given all the battles. And the only reason it didn't take longer was because of my input. Considering that this world was using magic instead of technology, I wasn't sure if I should be impressed by the speed of the rail or if that much should be expected. Either way, when we pulled into the capital's junction, I sent out a message to someone who would surely be expecting it. And by the time I had walked out onto the city streets, Rayla had already arrived. She found me with a bright smile. John. Hi, Rayla. I chuckled as she ran over, feeling a bit buttery inside. She almost jumped toward me, wrapping me up in a tight hug. Unfortunately, it hurt, though, causing me to grunt as she aggravated some wounds. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you hurt? No, it's fine. I just need a bit more time to recover. We should get you to the hospital. It's fine, Dash. No, you still need to get back to the Magisterium. You can't have any lingering wounds when you go on your next trip. So let's go. Not giving any room for refusal, Rayla linked with my arm and pulled me along to the Founders Market. I just acquiesced, partly because she was right and partly because I needed to see the Patriarch anyway. Soon enough, we arrived at the hospital we always went to while doing jobs. Since my face and name were rather famous here, I was quickly given service. One of the healers sent mana throughout my body, fixing any internal wounds while pushing my natural recovery into overdrive. I felt my body turn hot, as if I was working out. That process lasted for several minutes before my pain faded away and the healer finished. Then, I sat up, feeling hungry and thirsty but relieved. After paying, we headed out and grabbed some food. Rayla knew what healing could do to the body, so she had already picked out a fast food place. It was there, though, that she suddenly asked a question after not speaking for a while. Have you ever thought of using some crowns? What are those? I asked back at the mention of an unfamiliar term, prompting her to explain. Crowns are enhancements for the body. Because warlocks and summoners can't strengthen their bodies like knights can, there was one major advancement made many years ago by a warlock alchemist from the church who went insane. She called them crowns, and these crowns could utilize the power of the scourge and white crystals to strengthen the human body in special ways similar to knights. That sounds dangerous. I nodded while thinking of the implications of such a technology. A woman had to experiment using materials from scourge beasts and infusing them into her body while trying to squeeze out enhancements. Crystals from the scourge were poisonous normally, so I didn't even want to know what putting those materials inside your body would do. And Rayla nodded in confirmation. It is dangerous, or was. In short, that warlock named Madame Tracy ended up deliberately killing herself after going insane and gave her body for her research. The church utilized her sacrifice and ended up perfecting the technology to some extent. It's been many years since then, and while getting your hands on a crown is still expensive, it's not nearly to the degree of decades ago. For higher-level warlocks and summoners, these crowns are extremely valuable enhancements to their strength that can eliminate some weaknesses. I hummed while munching down on some food. These crowns really did seem valuable, but I didn't know enough about them to make a decision right now. I responded while finishing my meal. I'll have to ask Maxwell about them, then. You should. I've known many warlocks in the military who have used them without side effects, and there are many that go beyond simply making your muscles stronger. I've heard of one that can enhance your vision several times over, something you might like. That does sound interesting. I smiled while imagining what it would be like to have such powerful eyes. I wouldn't even need scopes for my rifles. Taking note of all this information, Rayla and I made our way over to the Tavera territories, arriving before their headquarters. I was welcomed in, and Rayla followed me to the office of the Patriarch. Ah, John. Very good to see you in good health. Congratulations on the successful trip, and thank you for your good work. I've received a report from Ignav. The Patriarch stood, the two of us shaking hands before taking a seat. I smiled, glad he was aware of everything. Yes, Patriarch. Although we lost some men and cargo, I would say it went rather well. Indeed. I'm aware that your contributions were a major factor in our success. I don't have all the details since Ignav is still busy over there, but his praises spoke enough. I believe you have a letter for me. I took out the wax-sealed letter and handed it to the Patriarch, who broke it open and read through the single page within. He took a minute, nodding a few times, before setting it down with a thoughtful smile. I see. Well, I suppose that's the only number I need. Tell me, John, what was your kill count on this trip? Even a rough estimation is fine. I believe the count was around 35. So if all the enemies you killed had an average strength around tier 3 or 4, then you would be receiving about 175 gold bullion for your kills. Along with the initial 85, and not even factoring in certain higher value kills, that makes at least 260 gold bullion for the job. With other factors, it's actually more like 280 to 300. However, Ignav mentioned nothing about kill counts. Instead, he told me what to pay you directly. I was silent as the Patriarch made some rough calculations. And when he finished, he suddenly reached into a drawer, pulling out a wooden box. He slid it toward me before sitting back and waving. Your payment for the job, John Cooper. I was curious as I slowly reached over and popped the latch of the box. Even Rayla couldn't help but lean forward. And opening the box, I saw 6 columns of glistening gold coin. With my quick mind enhanced by Psyche, I counted 100 coins in each column. That made 600 gold bullion, or 600,000 coin, all for 1 week of work. But I didn't immediately take it. While the sight made me salivate, I was wondering why I was being paid double of what I deserved based on my kill counts. The Patriarch explained as if reading my mind. In the report and letter, I was told that you did a fantastic job in killing enemy warlocks, of which constituted most of your kills. However, establishing that kind of superiority did more than just kill others. You also saved my men. I had been expecting to lose at least half of that convoy since we've been stretched thin lately. But you, John, managed to cut those potential losses in half. This payment is for the lives you saved alongside the enemies you killed, and believe me, I value keeping Tavera lives more than delivering death to our enemies. So go ahead and dump that coin into your card. You aren't allowed to leave until you do. He spoke with a smile, making me scratch my head in embarrassment. It felt weird being praised like this, even if I also enjoyed it. So while trying to look as humble as one could doing such a thing, I grabbed the rows of coin and tossed them into my bank card. Just like that, my savings had doubled to reach over 1 million coin, or 1,000 gold bullion. Even then, it was still hard to believe that my services were worth so much, though that feeling conflicted with the undying pride I had in my guns. For now, at least, I remained humble. Later, I would have the time to sing my own praises about how totally awesome American violence was. Oh, some extra cigars for you as well. Don't worry, the ones that normal humans can use are rather cheap, so just think of it as an extra bonus. The patriarch also handed me a small box of cigars, ones identical to those I had received from Captain Ignath. There were 30 inside the box, which I stashed into my spatial bracelet. With that, my business concluded with the patriarch. Just in case, though, I notified him that I would soon be gone for a month on a hunting trip with the Magisterium. After all, I wouldn't be able to take jobs for that duration. He assured me that was okay and gave his apologies for taking me away from school in the first place. After that, Rayla and I left. It was currently evening, so Rayla would have to go to work soon. But until then, we decided to spend some time together at her place, her wanting me to recount my time on that trip. So I did so until she left, after which I headed back to my dorm at the Magic College. Where the hell have you been? I seem to recall telling you that I would be gone for a bit. I responded while flinching away from the harsh voice of the puppet master. I knew why he was unhappy. I missed over a week of training, and in only 6 more days, I would be heading out to finally fight the Scourge alongside the military. Not that I hadn't gotten any training in either. I would argue that fighting humans was much more difficult than fighting mindless beasts in every way. If I could preserve my life against an organized assault spanning several days, then I could survive against some monsters. Mr. Puppet scoffed at my answer, though. You told me you would be gone, but not for a week. You barely have any experience fighting my puppets, and you want to march onto a battlefield and fight scourge beasts? Do you not value your life? Hey, I at least wasn't idle. Combat experience is combat experience, regardless of the enemy. Just how many people did you kill on this trip of yours? A few dozen. Humph. Even with the threat of extinction, humanity can't seem to put aside its own petty desires and squabbles. What a waste of lives. Mr. Puppet let out a deep sigh laced with a hint of contempt. He wasn't disagreeing with what I did specifically, but the entire situation as a whole. And I could understand. You'd think with the vast enemy that was the Scourge at their doorstep that humanity would come together under the threat of mutual extinction and devote everything they had to stopping it. But instead, there was infighting that resulted in the loss of countless lives. People that could put their efforts toward killing another beast were being wasted. But the kingdom of Dragon Tongue had been around for a long time, and that existential threat was no longer so bad. They had defended for so long and were numb to the constant shadow of their enemies until they were able to ignore it. Only if they were on their last legs would they finally wake back up enough to feel themselves being drowned and overwhelmed. Then again, that naivety could only be afforded by the sacrifice of those who stood at the forefront. After feeling a bit somber myself, Mr. Puppet snapped me out of it. Whatever. This week you're going to be doing nothing but training. I'll set up scenarios every day for you and your teams. I suggest you learn everything you can and get used to these types of battles, because you'll be facing it for real soon enough. Anyway, go ahead and get out there now. Regular hunting today, but I'll modify things specially for you. Survive for the next 2 hours, and I'll consider today a good day. I hummed and walked out, entering the portal after throwing on the protective band. Then, I was dropped into a mountainous region. There were hills, sheer cliffs, ravines, and mountains all around me. And not long after appearing, I heard a somewhat distant roar. It seemed I would be the prey instead today. So with a sigh, I picked my weapon, equipped my air mask, and started running. Ha! Ha! With labored breaths, I made it to the top of a small mountain. Then, I suddenly turned around, the barrel of my shotgun humming a tune as it followed. A beast screamed from behind. Scree. Boom. The empowered slug took off its head, the body falling down the steep trail and crashing into several other corpses. After that, I posted up behind a large boulder, taking out my rifle and getting ready. A few hundred meters away, I could see around a dozen puppets running their way toward me. For the entire time in this barren mountain range, I had been constantly hunted down by small groups of beasts that the puppet master no doubt controlled to attack me. I used the land to my advantage since I couldn't hide, constantly battling and running. There was no chance to sit still, because relaxing meant that I wasn't killing an enemy that was coming toward me. Bang! The scoped rifle in my hands accurately felled a monster below. At the same time, I saw a lance of magic appear beside another beast. I didn't so much as flinch when the lance flew and hit the boulder I was on top of. These beasts needed to be much more accurate if they wanted to hit me behind such advantageous cover. Bang. I took out the monster that failed to distract me, moving on to the others and letting off more rounds. By the time they were about to reach me, there were only 3 left. So I put away the rifle and took out a revolver in my right hand and a sawed-off shotgun in my left. I fired the revolver, letting off all 6 rounds in the cylinder. With those rounds, only 1 monster died, the bullets not packing a heavy punch and not carrying much of my psyche. Now there was 2 left, and when the first one dove at me, I fired the shotgun. Boom. It blew its head off, but there was still another. I barely aimed again before firing. Boom. Another shell, but this time, I only took off an arm. The monster still lunged toward me. It was big and shaped like an alligator with large claws and a huge mouth. Its tail thrashed violently while it screamed in pain. All the while it was still trying to kill me. Just about every puppet I had killed wouldn't stop trying to kill me unless I put it down. No injury would stop it, not even a blown-off limb. That had caught me by surprise twice, and those 2 incidents were valuable experiences that taught me the difference between humans and these beasts. So as I saw the claw of this beastly alligator coming at me, I thought of a few ways to combat it. 2 of my guns were empty, and communing with another gun didn't happen instantly. My next move wouldn't consist of a weapon. But I was a quick thinker, even before Psyche enhanced my mental faculties so much. And using that quick brain of mine, I suddenly swung my shotgun. Smack. The alligator's body was bashed to the side, the claw missing my body. Then, I kept swinging the heavy shotgun, beating its head into a pulp. Fuck. Off. You. Damn. Lizard. SCRE. It let out another loud sound before recovering and trying to attack again. But right as it did, in my hand appeared a lever-action rifle, which I placed against the alligator's head. Bang. Its body collapsed as a new hole was created next to its eye socket. With that, I sighed and took a seat on the nearby boulder, finally being able to feel the cool breeze across my sweaty face. I looked around into the distance. Because I was close to the top of a mountain, I could see the wider world. But that wider world was cut off by some kind of invisible wall, no doubt the bounds of this constructed place. I really wondered what kind of power allowed someone to just create miniature worlds like this one on a whim. Even the puppets were impressive because they seemed just like regular beasts. It could obviously only be done by magic, but to think that any level of magic could allow someone to do this was absurd. How were you supposed to kill someone like that? Was it possible, even with my guns, to ever pose a threat to that kind of existence? It seemed impossible, even more so to think I could ever reach that height myself. During my time in this world, I had never truly entertained the idea of reaching the highest pinnacle of power. It simply seemed too far away. For someone like me who came from another magicless world, I didn't believe myself to be a part of that same system, so I didn't even think it would be possible. I would continue to build my power so long as I could. How far that would lead, I didn't know. I'm sure I could do great things even if I only reached Authority 8 like Rayla. But for now, the notion of reaching something like Authority 12 was completely beyond me. It didn't even seem like a cool thought. It was just overwhelming, like thinking of every problem I would ever have to face throughout this life and packaging it all into a single box. In fact, I'm sure it entailed nothing less. Ambition was good, but only up to a certain point. I could feel that as I thought about these things. And soon enough, my time on this hunting ground was finished. I was teleported out, appearing alongside several others who had also been hunting like me. Chapter 32. Black Spider. John. I knew I heard you in there. Tana spotted me not long after appearing. She, along with the others I had once teamed with, came to greet me. Amara and Hubert smiled as we shook hands. Hey, where have you been all week? You just disappeared. I was on a business trip. Is that what gave you the new scar on your head? Amara moved to my side and traced the wound on my temple. Even Hubert moved over curiously to see it. I shrugged. It was a bit eventful. Apparently. Listen up. Suddenly, we were interrupted by the puppet master. Everyone turned, seeing him standing at the door to his monitor room. For the next several days, I will be running scenarios for all of you. Your trip is coming up at the end of the week, and I intend to prepare you all. These scenarios will all be difficult, and very few of you will be able to get perfect scores. I will also be shuffling the teams twice, so you will need to learn to cooperate with others you don't know. This means you need to prepare yourselves for several days of exhaustion and pain. Remember that recovery is also a part of battle, so I won't be hearing any excuses, and none of you are allowed to skip. Well, isn't that great? Everyone groaned, already feeling the oncoming torture. After that, we were let go. I walked with my little group back to the dorms. Hey John, what exactly do you do? Beyond the magisterium, I mean, Hubert suddenly asked. When I looked at him, I could see him eyeing my coat. Well, everyone had my coat at some point. It was subtle, but if you got a decent look at it, it wasn't hard to tell that it was expensive. I smiled a bit sheepishly. I'm just a delivery man. Delivery? What do you deliver? Oh, just whatever packages need to be moved. People call the company I work for and request deliveries between them and a client. I'm responsible for picking up those packages and making sure they get to the customer. Wow, sounds simple enough. Then, how much does delivery work pay? It depends on the job, honestly. Regardless, I just worked and saved as much money as I could before entering this place. I don't have many things that I can call my own, but the few things I do are valuable enough. I see. Hubert nodded, as did the two girls. My words were vague, but it wasn't like they would guess that I worked in the black market. But then, Amara tilted her head. So that business trip was a delivery, right? So what exactly gave you that scar? A package fell on me, had some metal items in it. I barely dodged, but it still cut the side of my head. But you got it healed, no? It's a new but healed scar. And usually when you get healed, scarring doesn't occur, especially not that badly. I only got it partially healed, enough to stop the bleeding and seal it. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough money to get it completely healed and erased. I made something up on the fly, interrupting Amara's train of thought. It seemed she was rather sharp, or just enjoyed digging into other people's business. Thankfully, she dropped it with a shrug. It wasn't like I was adamant about keeping my line of work a secret, but it also wasn't something I intended to broadcast either. The fewer people who knew about who I was, the better. After all, I had a not-so-small target on my back. I had killed no small amount of people and pissed off far more. Despite being neutral, I wouldn't be surprised if the Clockwork Association put a bounty on my head. It seemed Tana and Hubert were still a bit suspicious, though, which I couldn't do much about. Not long later, we arrived at the dorms. Saying our goodbyes, all of us retired for the night. The following days were filled with constant stress. The puppet master was serious about getting us ready. Every day, he had a new scenario which involved different monsters and different maps. From dark forests to bright white deserts, he threw us into every situation imaginable. One scenario required us to hunt down a particular monster hidden within the aforementioned dark forest. Another required us to hold off against hordes of monsters within an established base. We even had to escort a person from one base to another, the person being a puppet who wasn't allowed to be hurt during the transport. All of the scenarios had us on our toes and stressed our wits. They all also lasted between 4 and 8 hours. Needless to say, the following mornings were all dreadful. I had no time to cultivate my authority or practice controlling my aura. My main focus was just surviving each day and trying to do well. Another downside was how I was slotted with a different team every single scenario. I saw no person twice. This required me to get to know a couple dozen elites and operate around their skill sets. Luckily, because the different types of magi only fell into 3 categories, it got easy to guess what each person could do as a baseline. For example, I could generally predict how capable a warlock was and how they fought. I knew that knights were either defensive or offensive, not having much utility at all, and were almost always close combat fighters. As for summoners, I only saw one of those, and he was an interesting fellow. We got along well. That summoner was a hot summoner, as opposed to cold, who could summon ethereal beasts to his side. It was the textbook example of a normal summoner. He was able to summon 3 beasts, one of which was a serpent while the other 2 were a bear and tiger. He made a contract with those spirits at the beginning of the scenario, and they stayed with him throughout the entire thing. But, unlike me who actively communes with my spirits, he had to give them payment up front. This meant that his psyche was massively drained before anything even began, and sending the spirits back early would waste some of the psyche he spent. It was a generally strict system without nearly the same flexibility mine had. Of course, because he was also an Authority 5, his spirits were powerful. They could go toe-to-toe with several of the puppets we fought, holding the line just as well as a knight. Only, when one of his spirits was killed, he suffered backlash. That was yet another downside of normal summoning. Either way, I got a perfect score for 3 out of 5 scenarios. It was rather exciting, and even the puppet master was impressed, though he tried his best not to show it. Like that, the end of the week came. Only the 4th years were to leave for their trip at this time. Everyone else had another month or so before they would go. So a few days before our departure, the entire 4th year dorm was flooded with letters regarding the trip. In it were the details. At the end of the week, we were to take a rail out of the capital and head to the frontier military installation known as Calatrop Base. We would be accompanied by several fourth-year instructors, one of which was the puppet master. Once there, we would be given assignments in groups. And although we were being treated with a bit of special courtesy, it was generally expected that we learn to live in the military environment as normal soldiers. This meant we would have tight bunks and need to know certain protocols and rules. Of course, we were also granted a bit of leniency. Not only had we students not gone through basic training, but we were also talented and powerful individuals. Everyone in the fourth year of the Magisterium was young yet much more capable than the rest. If you couldn't hit certain benchmarks, then you would leave early for basic training, continuing your magical advancement within the walls of a base. If you made it to the fourth year, you were almost guaranteed to reach authority aid at some point in your life. So although it was naive thinking, to expect the fourth-year students to be able to hold their own wasn't unfounded, even in a military environment. They had some weight to throw around, especially when most of those in the general population had no magical power to speak of. That held true even in the military. I was curious to see how things were run, if I was being honest. I wasn't completely unfamiliar with the military on Earth, and I knew that medieval armies lacked organized training and systems compared to modern militaries. I wondered if that were true here, though I doubted it considering humanity was constantly under attack by the Scourge. They couldn't lack military development, otherwise they would have fallen long ago. So I looked forward to it all. More than that, I looked forward to truly facing the Scourge for the first time. Thankfully, the puppet master gave us the day before our departure off. I didn't even go to classes that day, just spending my time taking care of business. I had a few people to talk to, the first being my mentor. Standing outside the Black Spider Hotel, I saw as carriages came and went, each of them dropping off rich or influential figures. This place was always full of those individuals. You couldn't come to this place otherwise. Of course, there were lucky exceptions like myself. But the vast majority of people would never so much as hear about this place, let alone knew what existed behind the luxurious exterior. I entered after some men in suits and robes. At the desk, I saw the key master checking them in and handing them bronze keys. Afterward, they all disappeared into the elevators. I walked over once he was free, smiling. "Good day, key master. Having fun? John. A pleasure to see you here. And I always have fun checking in esteemed political guests. Is that so?" I leaned on the desk, looking to where those political figures disappeared. Who were they? 2 marquises and 3 powerful merchants. They've come here to discuss business, as many of such stature do. This place not only acts as a hotel, but a grounds for diplomacy and exchange. You could say it's a neutral territory guaranteed by the hotel itself. By the hotel? Not the Polaris family? Indeed. The Black Spider Hotel is its own entity. The Polaris family operates behind the face of the Black Spider and within its market. Well, I guess that makes the hotel powerful. I mumbled while visualizing everything in my head. How powerful did you have to be to have the Polaris family, a known behemoth in the black markets above even the Tavera family and Apocryon's trenches, hide behind your authority? It implied that this Black Spider was much more than just the name of the market, an entity all to itself, and one that held more power than the other factions. All of which was shocking, because I had never heard anything about this before. I thought I knew about more than the average, even within the black markets. After all, I had basically uninhibited access to both markets and worked with a few large organizations within each. This was all afforded to me by Plex, but my point still stood. And sitting even deeper in the darkness of the black markets was an invisible monster I had never even known about until the key master gave me this subtle glimpse. It took a bit of self-control on my part to not take a look at the key master, trying to hide the complex thoughts in my head. I was also questioning the identity of this man behind the desk. Unassuming and always treating everyone with professional courtesy, he seemed like nothing more than his station, a simple clerk. But he was always here. Always. I could enter this lobby at any hour of the day, and he would be here. In fact, his absence was rarer than otherwise. According to Plex, if he wasn't there, then the entire black market would be on high alert. Just how powerful was the keymaster? Shit, my aura. I suddenly snapped out of it. I forgot that I couldn't conceal everything about my state of mind. My aura was acting out of my control. With a deep breath, I forced myself to forget about everything, turning back to that unassuming clerk. "Well, keymaster, don't work too hard. You as well, John. I hear you're about to leave for your hunting trip. Calatrop base, correct?" "Yeah." I was half surprised, and half expectant to hear him say that. It was another peculiar thing about the Keymaster. He seemed to know everything. He knew when I was going to meet Maxwell for the first time. Back then, I assumed it was because this hotel was under the jurisdiction of the Polaris family, and by extension, the Keymaster knew about some of the affairs within it. If he was notified to look out for my arrival, then it was expected. But if this hotel was its own separate entity, then the Keymaster wasn't affiliated with the Polaris family. He shouldn't have known. And maybe I was looking too far into it, but I didn't think he should know about my destination. But I quickly pushed all that to the back of my mind. I'm planning on talking to Maxwell about some things before I go. Understandable. Then I won't take any more of your time. Please go ahead. An elevator is waiting for you. When you come back, however, I have something to speak to you about. Oh, well, all right. Later then. With a bit of awkwardness in my step, I walked past the desk and entered the elevator. Like that, I entered the market where I found my way to Polaris headquarters. I entered Maxwell's study with a sigh. Hey, Maxwell. Oh, hello, John. I was expecting your arrival. He set down a book, looking at me through a magic monocle. I see the puppet master has been getting you ready. Good. Yeah, he's really wearing us to the bone. I just wanted to ask if there was anything I should prepare. Well, not as if you can't bring most of what you own with you. Just make sure you have the white crystal and the cultivation formations. I expect you to make good progress while you're gone. Really? It feels like I'm going to get nothing done. I scratched my head. The formations for Authority 4 were incredibly complex, and understanding them was proving to be several times more difficult than that for Authority 3. It felt like I would need at least several months. I didn't believe I could finish before the end of the year, at least, which was in 3 more months. But Maxwell thought otherwise. Authority 4 is a watershed. Your mind will go through great changes in the process of advancing. Unlike the previous authorities which merely required you to accumulate before breaking through barriers, you will change the very essence of your psyche and go through an evolution. This is why the formation is far more complex, because it will guide you through the process of that evolution. So, think of it not as one large array for simply gathering power, but a guide for circulating your power step by step. All right. I recalled the formation as he spoke, realizing that I should take his advice and change the way I was approaching comprehending the formation. After that, he leaned back into his seat. By the end of the month, I expect you to have comprehended the entire formation. After that, it will probably take you around 4 months to advance. Oh, well, I guess that's not too bad. I scratched my chin. It was a bit shorter of an estimate than I expected, but reasonable. The hard part, though, was comprehending the formation. It seemed I had my work cut out for me. This trip would be difficult in more ways than one. Chapter 33, Hunters. Maxwell and I spoke a bit more about the expectations for the trip. It seemed straightforward, and anything else I needed to know would be spoken of at the base. But beside that, there was another topic to discuss. By the way, Rayla spoke to me about crowns. I wanted to hear your opinion on them. Crowns? He went silent in thought, formulating his words. They are very useful tools, but only if used correctly. Crowns are derived from specific scourge beasts, taking their abilities, fusing it with a white crystal, and permanently engraving the body with it. Naturally, this makes the most important detail the beast you've taken an ability from. Each body can only accommodate a certain amount of crowns, so finding the right one for you is extremely important, just as much as its overall power. Okay, so do you have any recommendations? Well, I can give my opinion, but you know your skills best. Regardless, though, you won't be receiving one anytime soon. To acquire a crown is difficult beyond cost. Finding the right beast can take time, and the best crowns come from unique beasts and royals. Neither of those are something you can hope to kill, and you surely don't have the money to buy one. Anything lesser likely isn't worth it for you, so it's best to forget about it until you reach around Authority 6 or 7. Damn, that's a long ways away. I frowned. I knew things took time, but these crowns seemed cool, and I obviously wanted one now. But they were permanent, so like tattoos, I didn't want to get something I would regret down the line. That made it something I would only truly deliberate quite a while from now. After discussing all that, Maxwell had nothing else to say, so I took my leave. I headed back to the Key Master's desk on my way out, morbidly curious as to what he wanted to tell me. Hello again, Key Master. Ah, John. Here, allow me to pass on some news. The Key Master spoke with a smile. It seemed there's been a bounty placed on your head. That actually happened? My eyes widened. I had just been worried about something like that, but I didn't think it was actually possible. But after lifting his arm, I saw the key master expose an aerial. This was the first time I'd seen accessories on his person. He tapped it a few times, revealing a screen that hovered above his arm. On it was a list, and he found my name before tapping it. He turned the screen, allowing me to read. Bounty for John Cooper, known as the American. 22 years old, 6 foot 4 inches in height, is a fourth-year student at the Magisterium and worker for Divine Distribution. Estimated power is Authority 5, a cold summoner with projectile weapons. Bounty is set to 40,000 coin. I was silent for a while, seeing the profile that had a decent grasp on who I was. It was rather scary, but I couldn't help but notice something. I frowned. That's it. 40,000. It's a decent bounty. Not enough to move the high-class hunters, but enough to cause you trouble. It seems it was just recently put up. Right. This time, I went silent for a different reason, remembering what I had been thinking about when I was previously speaking with the Keymaster. Who the hell was this guy? And what the hell was that program he was using? I didn't know about any sort of programs for the aerial devices beyond calling and texting. Sure, you could send images and the like, but there wasn't much functionality besides that. It surely wasn't anything like phones from Earth. But this seemed to be some kind of program or service not unlike the internet. If that was the case, and there really was some kind of magic internet here, then I really wanted to know how to use it. And I really wanted to know what that program was that would allow me to see my bounty. The key master closed the program. I recommend you be careful, John. I don't believe you'll have trouble with the hunters that come your way, but do be sure to take precautions so you don't get attacked and killed while unaware or vulnerable. Thankfully, you will be leaving tomorrow morning, so the interest in the bounty will subside and turn to low levels by the time you come back. Right. That's a very fortunate coincidence. Yes. Stay within the Magisterium, though. It is your safest option besides within this hotel. I don't recommend leaving for anywhere within the city, and if you must do so, right now is the best time. Okay. Thanks, Keymaster. I'll take off now then. Of course, John. Safe travels. With that, I said goodbye. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite go back to the Magisterium. I had a small bit of shopping to do. I needed a few more sets of clothes, something I seemed to lack. In fact, I had planned some time with Rayla to do so. I planned to go see her after Maxwell and finish off my night with her. And my plans didn't change, but now I was anxious with an actual target on my head. Not long later, within a tailor shop of the Founders Market specializing in defensive and enchanted clothing, I found Rayla. This place was one we had come to before. John, you look tired. Those scenarios really kicked your ass, huh? Yeah. Though, I guess there's something I should tell you. Briefly, I told Rayla about the new bounty. And with a single sentence, she seemed shocked in several ways. You said the key master told you about it? Yeah. Weird. But either way, this isn't good. That bounty system is known as the Black Spider Registry. They call it a web, and it's a place that can only be accessed by aerials with special functions attached. I don't know much more than that since even I don't have access to it, but I do know that it's a place for assassins known as hunters. Anybody within it can place a bounty on someone's head, so long as they have the money. People can even bid to increase the prize, and the killer gets the big payout. That doesn't sound good. There's a lot of people who want me dead. Yes, there are. Unfortunately, it comes with the job. Do you have a bounty? Me? Please. She chuckled. I'm not that amazing. You kill much more people than I do, mainly because of the way your weapons work. But I've known people who have been killed by hunters. One of them was one of Plex's prior apprentices, someone who got greedy and angered some very wealthy people. I thought back, remembering being told about that. It seemed there was more to the story, but only now was I realizing just how dark this stuff could get. Now, I was being hunted, and unless that bounty came down at some point, I would need to watch my back. Perhaps sensing my stress, Rayla grabbed my hand and pulled. Hey, it'll be fine. I'm here now, so I won't let anyone touch you. Okay, princess. Thanks. I chuckled a bit as she pulled me through the shop. There were plenty of basic clothes hanging on racks. All of them had self-sizing features, temperature regulation, and decent defensive properties. At the very least, it wouldn't be torn by anything other than a blade and would remain in great condition through even the roughest treatment. Considering I was heading to a battlefield, this was the stuff I wanted. We picked out several basic shirts, some black, some white, and others with some cool designs on them. This world was very modest in its clothing, at least in regards to colors. Unless you were rich, you probably weren't getting your hands on much colorful wear. But to have some nicer shirts and pants wasn't out of the question, especially for people like us. Rayla often liked to wear dark red and black, colors that went well with her blood red hair. I always wore my black overcoat, so Rayla picked out some shirts that could accentuate from underneath the coat and pants that matched it. She even picked out a few pairs of shoes, some more like boots, others more formal looking. By the time she was done, my spatial bracelet was loaded. I would need to bring an actual bag to pack some things. To think I actually have enough things to pack a bag. I sighed as we left the store. Those words were heavier than I thought. I had plenty of things back on Earth. Devices, dozens of articles of clothing, accessories, things I could fill a room with. I had an apartment back then, and it wasn't empty. But here, there wasn't much to call my own. The clothes on my back and the few accessories I had were all there was. It was a bit amazing, having all these things. I wondered if one day I could get a real home and fill it with a bunch of things. It seemed impossible. I was living such a different life here. Suddenly, I looked toward Rayla. Since I needed a chest for my items, we decided to go and get one. But as I watched her lead me down to another shop, I wondered if she was having the same dilemma. After everything she had gone through with her late husband and being in the position she was as a former military member and working in the black market, she was likely finding it impossible to truly settle down somewhere. Getting a house, a home, might seem nice on the surface, but it represented far more than just owning the property. It was about establishing a place for you to settle down, a place that you were committing to. On a more intimate level, it was a place to grow a family with the person you loved. For Rayla, who had all of that taken away from her, maybe she couldn't find it in herself to take that step, to finally give in and settle. She already had enough money to get a nice property within the city and never work another day in her life. But here she was, still working as a deliver woman and giving the excuse that she was still saving up. It made my heart ache. Here, what about this one? She pointed to a chest as I finally snapped out of it. I didn't really know how I got into a furniture shop, but I just went with it. The chest before me looked completely ordinary, but apparently it had some magic locks and was structurally enhanced. It was really difficult to break into, and the key for it could apparently track it and alert me to tampering. Of course, it was also 50,000 coin, but hey, had to protect my investment, right? I bought it without thinking too much, dumping a stack of gold bullion on the counter before finalizing the sale. As a courtesy, they even engraved my name on it, the guy writing it on the lock right then and there. After that, I picked it up. It was large, more than enough for what I needed. It was also enhanced with spatial magic, making it contain much more than its actual size. This didn't make it that much more expensive though because, unlike spatial sacks, this thing didn't have to worry about making a small accessory contain so much space. It was kind of heavy though, and unluckily, just as we were getting ready to leave, my neck suddenly tingled. I turned, just in time to see a patron within the store jump toward me. I raised the chest into the path of the short sword. Ting. The chest easily blocked the blade, even though I was actually knocked to the ground. Shit. Rayla cursed as I tumbled across the ground. In her hand appeared her staff, mana whipping around her as a spell rapidly assembled. But the man, who I quickly deduced as a hunter, was only focused on me. Unluckily for him, though, I was quick to equip my trusty boomstick. The shotgun barrels lined themselves up with his lunging body, my psyche infusing into the shells. Boom. The explosion shook the shop, the slugs from my shotguns hitting the man so hard his body was flung away. I broke open the double barrel the next moment, removing and slotting in 2 new shells with practiced movements. I was getting pretty good. Shockingly, though, I wasn't finished. The man still jumped to his feet, though not uninjured. He now had an extra hole in his stomach. The fact that he could move at all, though, spoke to his incredible strength. After all, that was 2 empowered slugs. I scoffed. All of you knights are cockroaches, I swear. Even the dumbass can get tough enough to survive their stupidity. I grumbled while climbing to my own feet. In that time, the hunter brought out some small sphere and crushed it. It let out a blue foam, one that spread over the wound and seemed to seal it. After that, he suddenly dodged as a barrage of spells shot toward him. My shop. Go fuck yourself. Rayla cursed as she fired off her magic. Some were inaccurate, but others hit their mark. What seemed like magic missiles battered the hunter into a bloody mess, even more so than my shotgun blast. He was pushed toward me, and with a dodge, used Rayla's spell to take another lunge. But I was ready, my shotgun drawn and my finger squeezing. Boom. Another explosion, and this time, he wasn't so lucky. His chest was blown open, the corpse sliding across the floor in front of me. Right after that, Rayla placed 5 gold bullion on the shop counter before grabbing my arm and running out. That was a hunter. We need to get out of here. Not without my chest. I shouted while diving for the chest, picking it up and looking over it. There wasn't a single scratch on it, making me nod. Money well spent. Now let's get to the school. Saying that, the both of us made a beeline for the magisterium. Thankfully, that seemed to be the only hunter. I felt like I was being watched as we were leaving the market, but not long after getting out, that feeling disappeared. Then, we got a carriage to take us to the school. It was only after arriving at the gates that Rayla sighed in relief. That was almost bad. You've got good instincts. It's my practice with aura. Looks like I have more of a reason to keep practicing. I smiled while thinking back. I reacted to that man before I even knew what was happening. That level of intuition almost felt clairvoyant. At the same time, though, it let me know just how important something like that was in a fight. I would need to focus on it during my trip. Rayla also smiled. I'm glad. You leave tomorrow morning, right? I'll be there to send you off. I won't turn that down. Good, because I won't let you. I'll say goodbye then, so for now, get a good night's rest. She gave me a hug, which I returned. And inwardly, I sighed. Rayla was an amazing woman. Smart, level-headed, beautiful, and powerful. But as time went on and I learned more about her, I only became more conflicted. She was someone I wouldn't mind truly dating. She seemed like someone I could be happy with, and she was someone I wanted to make happy. But 2 issues ate at me. For one, I didn't want to do anything out of pity. That wasn't right for either of us, and given her story, there was a lot of it. But more importantly, I also have much of my life ahead of me. I was only beginning my path to power. At the very least, I wanted to reach Rayla's level before settling. My powers, my ability to summon weapons and gear from Earth, was too amazing not to cash in on. It would bring me much desired security that I could protect a family with. So I couldn't begin a real relationship with Rayla. At least, not yet. If I ended my path, and both of us were still in the same place, then I don't believe I would hesitate. But a lot could happen in the years it would take me to reach that end. And in the back of my mind, that thought made me fear for her. Fear that I wouldn't be able to give her what she had lost. Fear that I may not give her the fulfilling end she deserved. That hypothetical scared me, even though it was something I had to face. If there was ever someone else, then would I really be able to forget Rayla? Would I really deny her everything I could give? As I separated from her and left into the magic college, I silently brooded over that thought, both hoping that I would someday find someone and dreading the prospect of actually doing something about it. And the fact that I hoped for it at all left me in a spiral of self-loathing. That night, I went to sleep with a lot on my mind. Chapter 34, Dream. A magic formation filled my mind. It was too complex to comprehend in its entirety, but somehow intuitively I completely understood how to use it. I could feel the psyche within my mind begin to cycle as I followed the formation's directions. The psyche became thousands of little stars of power in the space of my mind, and as it cycled, they created streaks like comets yet contained themselves within a small area as if quartered by an invisible orb. This small area of chaotic shooting stars became a huge bundle of power, but more than that, as it grew in size, I found my mind becoming clearer, faster, as if that small area was becoming a second brain. At some point, those stars of power that were drawing lines with their converging movements became so fast that they became a white orb, the streaks of those stars becoming so blinding that you couldn't differentiate between the hundreds of them within such a small space. Compared to the rest of the space within my mind, however, the white orb was still small. It was like a marble compared to the size of the brain. But despite that, the power it contained made me feel as though it were trying to match my brain in sheer power, yet falling short because of my own inability. That small white orb of fleeting psyche enhanced my mental faculties in every way. My speed of thought, given a rough estimation, went up by around a third. But more importantly than that, it felt like I had unlocked the ability to control my thoughts with greater discipline. It was like that orb was a device that I could control, one that could be directed to process certain things. Controlling it was no different from controlling my psyche, which was like a limb. And in the center of all of it, filling every corner of my mind and allowing this orb to form in the first place, was that massive formation. From a cursory glance, I could only understand the first quarter of it. There was still a lot to go, but I could tell that should I realize all of it, that white orb would gain enough power to truly match my brain and ability. It would unlock a whole other realm of cognitive power, and I was about to attempt to understand more of it. I felt like I could understand anything, my mind completely open to absorbing information. In this moment, I was endlessly creative, my mind working in overdrive yet completely comfortable, if not blissful. Almost like a dream. A dream. My thoughts reached a certain point, and with a realization, I came to understand that I was dreaming. After that, everything collapsed, and my eyes opened. I was frozen in my bed. I didn't know where I was, nor did I care. The only thing on my mind was that formation. I wanted to think about it more. It was all there in my mind, just waiting to be looked at and deciphered. But as I thought about it more, the more those feelings disappeared. It was like water in the palm of my hands, unable to be held or contained, constantly slipping away. And when it was all gone, and my eyes finally zoned in to see the roof of my room at the Magisterium, I realized it was all gone. Shit. I cursed before shooting up. I reached into my spatial bracelet and took out a sheet of leather. This leather contained the formation for advancing to Authority 4. After thinking about the portion of the information I understood, I realized that it all came from this formation. And as I looked at it, feeling the changes in my mind, I realized that I had just comprehended an entire quarter of this formation in my sleep. I didn't even remember what the first quarter of the formation looked like. If you asked me to draw it out, I put down a few lines before giving up. It was too complex to memorize. But it had appeared in my dreams, in its entirety no less. Well, that was the power of the sleeping mind. Something about it made you feel like a savant, but as soon as you woke, all that would slip away. I was no stranger to lucid dreaming. Deliberately causing it wasn't an uncommon thing for me. I was pretty sure most people lucid dreamed occasionally. But it seemed that, with the power of Psyche, dreaming could invoke very real changes. It was actually beneficial if used in this way. Unfortunately, it wasn't something I could really control. It was like getting inspired. Things like that just came to you. You couldn't really force it. I suddenly wanted to go back to sleep, anything to go back to that state. But I had already woken, and my mind was feeling euphoric. That white orb of Psyche within my mind was there, acting like a core of energy for my thoughts. I could direct it like electricity. It was a level of control over my thoughts that I wasn't quite sure how to handle. It was like another mind entirely, almost separate from my own. I would imagine this was what growing an extra limb was like. It was a part of you, but separate until you assimilated it. Was this what powerful summoners had at their disposal? If this orb grew to fill my entire mind, how much faster would my thoughts be? I was already beginning to feel like a genius, but taken a dozen steps further, just how amazing would my mind be? No wonder summoners were hailed as the smartest among the magi. I couldn't imagine what would come later. I spent the next long while sorting myself out. It was hard to concentrate when my focus was on using the orb. In one moment, I had the orb focus on comprehending more of the formation before my eyes. But in another moment, I had it focus on scouring my dimensions for weapons and spirits to summon. Whenever I shifted its power, I felt my mind receiving all kinds of information. These were my thoughts, but they almost felt foreign. It wasn't uncomfortable, just disorienting because I couldn't turn it off. But after thinking about turning it off, I realized I could direct it in a more general way. Around the orb that was filled with chaotic shooting stars of beaming Psyche was the rest of my mind. It was like an ocean, one that moved in a slower, more idle current. And within that ocean were many more stars than what was contained within the orb. If I directed the power of the orb outward, it seemed to spread its power out toward the entire ocean. When that happened, I felt a small wave of relief as my thoughts, while still quick, weren't so unnaturally focused. It was hard to keep up with my own mind when it was moving that fast, as weird as that was. After doing that, I took another few minutes just to stew in silence, processing everything. But then, I suddenly raised my arm. When doing so, I felt like I had greater control over even my body, as if I could feel the clusters of neurons activating and enhancing my mind-muscle connection. But that wasn't the point in doing so. I brought up my Ariel, calling my teacher. What? His dull voice echoed in my mind, seemingly not happy with my early morning call. I spoke anyway. Hey. So, I comprehended some of the Authority 4 formation. Congratulations, and goodbye. Wait. I made him stay, throwing out what would interest him. I came to understand about a quarter of the formation all at once, and I did so within my dream. While dreaming, I formed an orb of energy within my mind. It's made things a lot faster. I see. This time, I heard his voice perk up with impression. Seems you've been inspired. And to think you've had a dream at this stage. You're quite lucky. Really? I don't really think it's luck. So you think it's skill? Until I reached Authority 9, I had only dreamt perhaps 3 times in my life. Dreams only become more frequent when a summoner gets more powerful. Pushing toward Authority 10, I had them rather often, perhaps once or twice a week. It's a known phenomenon. In fact, most people will never have a dream at all unless they climb to the higher authorities. I was silent as I contemplated these sudden new facts. On Earth, dreams were common enough. Everyone had dreams. Dreaming every night was normal, even if you didn't remember it. But to never dream? Was sleep really just a time of darkness and suspension for the people of this world? It was something I never would have thought of. Was that really one of the main differences between this world and Earth? Dreaming? It was fascinating, but if dreams were a time of inspiration that could help a person comprehend magical concepts, then the more I dreamt, the faster I would grow my power. It was a serious advantage, even if an odd one. When I thought about it more, though, I also realized it was kind of depressing. Dreaming was the great escape from the harsh realities of life. It made sleep enjoyable, besides being able to rest and recover. And nobody in this world was able to experience the bliss of dreaming about flying. Then again, many dreams were also indecipherable messes that made no sense, but that was beside the point. How sad, I thought. Well, just wanted to let you know. That little orb in my mind is rather amazing, too. Yes, the fact that you've created your first spark is a great boon. Most summoners have to understand the entire formation before being able to start, but it seems you'll be able to cultivate throughout the process of understanding. It will accelerate your growth even further, depending on how well you use it. Wait, the first? There's more. When you reach Authority 9, you will have Form 3, each acting no different from an extra mind when completed. Your talent determines how powerful each spark is, and without enough power, you will be unable to cultivate the next. I don't worry about that with you, so long as you don't squander the gifts you've been given. So work hard. Right. I will. Then goodbye. And take care of yourself on the trip. Click. With those words, Maxwell suddenly hung up. I could feel genuine care in those final words, making me smile a bit. Despite his usually cold attitude, I knew he cared. Otherwise, he wouldn't invest so much in me. Not that I ever planned on taking advantage of it. One day, I would pay back all those that helped me in this life. But that could only wait until I had the power to give them something of value that matched or exceeded their position. After letting out a long breath, I looked at the clock and saw that it wasn't long before I'd have to leave. I then turned my head toward the large chest next to my bed. It looked rough but unblemished, designed to blend in despite its rich and powerful construction. I got up and cleaned myself for the day before getting ready to leave. Opening the chest, I saw that it looked completely normal inside. It had a smooth wood finish that wouldn't damage anything within. But there was also a hidden button that looked like one of the many rivets that built the chest. I pressed it, and the inner walls fell down to reveal space that shouldn't be there. According to the shopkeep, this chest could contain 3 times its actual size. In order to utilize the extra space, you just needed to push that button and place the items into the newly exposed area. It was no different from placing an item through an invisible wall, which made it disorienting but cool. Nodding to myself, I pushed the button again and the walls came back up, sealing the subspace and making it look normal. After that, I threw all my items into it. Every piece of clothing I owned went into it, along with some other miscellaneous items I had. Once that was done, I properly dressed myself in my standard attire. Pants, a shirt, my overcoat, and some comfortable shoes. Then, I picked up the chest. It was about time to report for departure. One more useful function of the chest was weight reduction. I could activate that feature at will, making it light enough to easily carry. And when it was time to hand it off, I could deactivate it, making it its normal weight. Anything to reduce suspicions. Like that, I headed out. And I wasn't the only one. All 4th years were leaving for this trip, so the entire dorm was active. I passed by several people, all of them carrying chests similar to mine. We all exited the dorms before making our way out to the entrance of the magisterium. John. Along the way, I bumped into Tana and Amara. Tana was lively as usual, but Amara was quiet. She didn't seem like a morning person, and neither was I. So for the most part, we walked in silence, humming and nodding idly as Tana talked along the way. And so we arrived at the entrance to the magisterium. There, we found a dozen carriages and wagons already waiting for us, along with many staff and instructors. Come grab a name tag and attach it to your luggage. Everything will be loaded into the wagons before being taken to the rails for stowage. We were all guided through a process of logging our names and loading our chests onto the wagons. I attached a tag to my own chest with my name on it before tossing the chest into a wagon with a dozen other chests like my own. After that, we were assigned carriages that would take us to the terminal for the rails. Before that, though, I looked around. As the minutes passed, more people began to gather. They were all the younger year students, and I suppose their powerful seniors had caught their eyes. It was no secret that the elites and fourth-year students were all famous in the magisterium. I hadn't really noticed because I was new, receiving little to none of that fame. But everyone else around me was more than well known. There was a leaderboard in the magisterium, and those on the leaderboard were known as elites. They were a group of people which had no defining limits. There could be hundreds or only 10, and each of the elites had earned their position through killing scourge beasts. And beside their name was a point counter. The elites earned points based on the number and strength of the beasts they killed. The top elites had a few thousand points. Unfortunately, I didn't know how points were assigned. That would be something I learned when I got to the base on this trip. But regardless, the people who I had been doing scenarios with under the puppet master were all elites at minimum. I was a major exception in their group, as only elites were actually allowed to receive his services. And not all fourth-year students were elites. In fact, last I checked, there were currently only 28 elites. For reference, there were around 140 fourth-year students. I had met most of these elites, at least those who did the scenarios. I heard that some of the elites did training outside the magisterium and never showed, so I had yet to meet all of them personally. But people like Tana, Amara, and Hubert were all elites who I had gotten to know over a few weeks. Outside of classes, they were people I would occasionally stick with, like currently. And we attracted a lot of attention. Hubert wasn't here, so it was just Tana and Amara by my side as we waited. And I couldn't help but notice and feel a lot of younger students staring. Chapter 35, Son. Tana snickered as she noticed the attention we were getting. Be careful, John. You might become famous if you keep sticking around us like this. Well, I've never been famous before. At least not in a good way. So it might be fun. What's that supposed to mean? Are you famous in a bad way? I guess that's a matter of perspective. I thought about it for a second. My notoriety in the black markets had both good and bad points that kind of balanced each other out. But considering the threat to my life, I figured it was more bad than good if I had to lean one way. I shrugged and looked over at Tana. Hey, what rank are you again? Rank 15. So you're average. Shut up. At least I'm an elite in the first place. Heh, just wait. How about you, Amara? Rank 8. Hubert is rank 22. But the ranks don't mean too much, mainly because they rely on kill counts. Someone like Hubert who specializes in defense and protection shouldn't have his value measured by something like that. Very true. I nodded in understanding. Hubert was responsible for protecting his team, not killing. So his prowess couldn't be judged by the same standards as an offensive counterpart. But he was still an elite, which spoke to his ability and strength. Now Tana, on the other hand, was a purely offensive elite. That meant she could, for the most part, be judged wholly by her ability to kill, in which case she was average among the elites. And Amara seemed to be higher among the hierarchy, which wasn't too surprising considering her great utility. That made me wonder how good the number 1 elite was, though. I hope to see them soon. It took a while to pack and organize the entire fourth-year class, so we got to hang out for a while and wake our bodies up. All the while, even more students came crowding over, all watching their seniors get ready to depart. There had to be at least a few hundred students all gathering around the gates. Beep beep. Suddenly, though, I heard a beeping sound in my mind. It was a sound I had never heard before, so I was curious and tapped my aerial. And I picked up a call. The name on it said Son. Hello, John. This is Son from Son Industries. I'm on my way, so I need you to stay put. Okay. Click. The call hung up, making me curious as to what this very famous man wanted to do with me. Then again, I still used his experimental aerial, so perhaps it had something to do with that. And about a minute later, a large carriage rolled up to our group. It attracted plenty of eyes because it truly was very large, at least twice as big as the carriages we were taking. The door opened, revealing Son, who I had met several months ago at that auction. He found me and waved. John? Who is that? Tana asked, realizing that this was for me. I just sighed. Son, apparently. Hang on. I'll be right back. Hopefully. I left and walked over to the carriage, boarding and shutting the door behind me. And inside, I was baffled by the sight. Son sat behind a large table, on which were several devices that looked like both magical and scientific instruments which filled the entire carriage. No wonder it was so big. It was a mobile lab. He waved me over. Good to see you again, but I don't want to spend much time out here. Come, I need to add and activate some of the aerial's features for you. Just place your arm here. He pointed to a device, a cradle for the aerial. Taking a deep breath, I just sat down and did what he said. He explained as my arm was locked in, and a few devices went to work opening the aerial and tampering with it. I don't know if you've heard, but there's something we call the web. It's a service exclusively for the newer generational aerials since only they can tap into it. It's basically this invisible information network between all kinds of people. Right now, only the kingdom and some other powerful individuals can open nodes which give access to different services. Anyway, I'm opening your aerial up to this web. I want you to access it as much as you can for data collection, and I want you to do so while you're at Calatrop base. I've set up nodes for the kingdom at every major military installation for easy information transfer. It's revolutionary, but it still needs refining. And your aerial is designed to act as a mobile node in order to test out certain functions. San ranted for several minutes while working on the aerial. And as he spoke and described everything, I started to gain even more respect for the man. He was creating the internet and phones, and he was doing it all with magic. It seemed to me that, with magic as the hardware, all San needed to do was figure out the software. Compared to developing physical computers and the like, this was far easier. But regardless, this man was bringing an informational revolution to this world. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. At the same time, it was rather surreal to be in the presence of someone with such genius and stature. I mean, if I equated him to someone from Earth, he was the head of a billion-dollar company that was changing the world. To even meet someone like that was an honor. It's good that you're leaving like this. I can collect more data. Also, be sure to test out the local communication function when you leave the range of the communication nodes, like while on missions. Alright. Click. With that, my aerial was reassembled and set back into place on my arm. Now, it was a tad bit bulkier with new devices on it, looking a bit more futuristic. Then, I suddenly spoke up, calling on the knowledge from my homeworld. Hey San, I have an idea. Yes? What is it? He asked while tampering with some more things on his desk, not even lifting his head. I spoke anyway. Well, let me ask first. How do I access nodes using the aerial? You need their specific web address, which is basically their name, and you enter it into the web program that's newly installed. That lets you connect directly to their node and receive the information on it. I see. Well, what if you created something like domains? These domains would basically compile the addresses of every node under it, allowing you to access them like names on a book. They can be divided according to their geographical area, like by city. And people can search these domains for the addresses of the node services, getting descriptive results instead of needing to know the exact address. San went silent, stopping whatever he was doing to listen. I continued. And there can be multiple levels of domains. There can be one domain for a city's nodes, and one domain for all the city-level domains. This would allow you to access every node regardless of location, as well as divide the traffic across different levels for more efficiency. Of course, you'd have to make a repository of every web address, assigning them rules for data transfer across these nodes. We have something like that. San suddenly spoke, cutting me off. We have these repositories for the web addresses, as well as a small system of what you've described as domains. It's in its infancy, but we're working on it before deploying it. We intend to make every web address accessible in some way in the future, using a tool for searching that can aim the user toward a specific node that will give them the data they want via descriptions. For now, however, we are stuck with simpler systems. There are very few nodes, most of them being used for the kingdom's operations such as military communication and magical study. The Magisterium has one of its own for their alchemical and other research programs. But that isn't enough to implement the systems we want or collect data to test them. On top of that, we have issues with data storage within these singular nodes, something we need to optimize and scale. Oh. I nodded, realizing they were further along in the game than I thought. I remembered some details about how the internet worked on Earth. I didn't know many specifics, but enough to know how data moved from one place to another. There were many hierarchies and rules that a computer had to follow set by the internet protocol, so I thought that I could give San an idea about it. But it seemed he didn't need it. I guess you just need to make nodes larger and more accessible then. Yes. More nodes, more aerials, more data, and more functions. And that's exactly what your aerial is helping us work toward. If everything goes according to plan, the technology behind your experimental aerial will become the basis for the mass production and accessibility of nodes. Right. It's impressive work. No, what's impressive is that you were able to come up with ideas about something you hardly know anything about. What you've described is something the people at San Industries have only conceived of after about 3 years of optimization and brainstorming. You're a smart kid. Perhaps when you're done with your career in the military, you can come work under me at my company. Summoners are always welcome researchers. Perhaps. Thank you, San. Sure. Now don't be late for your trip. With a goodbye, I left the carriage, stepping back out into the light. I couldn't help a smile as I arrived back at Tana and Amara's side, thinking about how valuable San's offer was. What was that? Tana asked, causing me to shrug. Not much. Just saying hi to an acquaintance. So you're acquainted with San of San Industries, the creator of the aerial? Well? I was quiet under Tana's scrutinizing eyes, scratching my cheek. Amara muttered in thought. I don't recall there being a noble household going by the name Cooper. I'm not a noble. Then how did you get associated with San? That man actually came to you personally as well. It's not what you think. Enlighten me. Amara got in my face as well. Both were morbidly curious about my relationship with San, which was understandable. But I didn't really want to tell them. I should have kept my mouth shut earlier. I made something up. I just delivered some stuff for him once. Right, you're a delivery man. And apparently you move cargo for one of the richest men in the world. It's not like that. We just crossed paths one time, and I happened to get the job. Where could you possibly cross paths with a man like that? I went silent, realizing I was only digging myself a deeper hole. Seriously, Amara really liked to dig for dirt. I plead the fifth. What? What does that mean? It means I refuse to talk. Come on, you can tell me. I'm good at keeping secrets. And digging for them. Please, get off my ass. I put my hand on Amara's face, pushing her away. She took a step back with a small laugh. At the same time, we all heard a shout. All fourth-year students, please board your assigned transports. We depart for the central terminal in 10 minutes. That's us. Tana let out a breath. With that call, the three of us boarded the carriage we were hanging by. We weren't the only ones. Hubert didn't seem to be a part of our group, but there were a few others. 3 more people boarded with us. There were 2 benches within this carriage, so I sat between Tana and Amara, who wanted to be by the windows. The ones who joined across from us were also elites, some I was familiar with. One of them was the only elite who was a summoner like me. He could summon a bear, serpent, and tiger, and we had done a scenario together. His name was Rudin, and he recognized me as soon as he boarded. John, it's good to see you again. You too. We shook hands as he sat down, chatting for a moment before another person boarded. It was a girl and a warlock just like Amara. In fact, they seemed like friends. Hi, Amara. Good morning, Haley. Haley sat across from Amara. She was a petite blonde girl who seemed lively, and she didn't hesitate to chat with the more reserved Amara. Finally, the last spot was filled by a man. I didn't recognize him at all, making me curious. But the others went quiet at his arrival. As he boarded, he looked around before eyeing me for a moment. I nodded to him, which he returned with the same courtesy before taking a seat beside Rudin, looking out the window. Suddenly Amara lifted her sleeve and tapped her aerial, typing out a message and sending it. I received it momentarily. We had exchanged info a while ago, even if we didn't use it much. That's Fiden Desmus. He's a noble child of the Desmus Marquis household. He's a knight, rank 2 in the elites. He's fast and strong, but his biggest asset is his insane spear technique. He's an authority 5 and has reached the enhancement stage where he can imbue weapons with his vigor beyond his body. He could kill you with no more than 2 fingers. Amara's explanation caused me to realize that this man was a big deal. Not only was he nobility, but he was seriously strong. The enhancement stage of a knight was one of the levels that a knight could advance to, and it required skill to achieve, not authorities. Below the enhancement stage was the novice stage, and there, a knight could only utilize vigor within their bodies, doing nothing extraneous with it. Enhancement was the first stage where a knight could bring vigor beyond their skin and into another object. And beyond enhancement was the master stage where a knight could release vigor from even their weapons, creating attacks that could strike from a distance with devastation. And going even further beyond was the king stage where vigor went beyond merely being a destructive energy and gained unique properties. But because so few people ever reached this stage throughout history and, by extension, never studied it, not much was known about it. At least, that's what was taught publicly. It seemed Fiden truly was talented if he had reached the enhancement stage so early. As far as I knew, none of the Tavera knights I had fought with on that trip were of the enhancement stage except for the captain and that pugilist from the Young Guild. His vigor was the reason I had a scar on the side of my head. For a while, nobody spoke in the carriage. Everyone seemed pressured by Fiden for some reason. He just stared out the window, almost like he was used to this kind of treatment. After looking at him for a while, I suddenly spoke. Fiden, right? Amazing work, being second among the elites. Thanks. After turning from the window and facing me for a second, he nodded with a smile. I've also come to hear about you. John, correct? It's a pleasure. Likewise. We shook hands, and I smiled now that the ice was broken. He seemed nice enough. Then, I asked about something on my mind. I've never seen you at the training grounds run by the Puppet Master. Do you train elsewhere? Yes. I train under a mentor from my family. Lately I've been focused on advancing my use of vigor instead of combating scourge beasts. Understandable. Sheer power determines who you can even begin to fight. If you can't so much as damage their body, tactics and strategies are useless. Indeed, I can understand why, but many instructors at the Magisterium believe more in teaching students combat tactics. It simply doesn't suit me right now, and besides, I've had enough practice against beasts over the years. Fiden describes some of his experiences. It seems that he was already well known for having a high kill count against scourge beasts from all the hunting trips he'd gone on. And at some point, learning to fight beasts simply wasn't as valuable as increasing his power and skill with the spear. And I understood his reasons. I myself had issues with the power behind my guns and bullets. At a certain level, they were useless against knights due to their tough bodies. So it didn't matter how amazing my strategies against an enemy were. If I couldn't pierce their bodies with my bullets, then I couldn't kill them no matter how hard I tried. If not for the fact that I had no experience fighting scourge beasts, I would also have been purely focused on advancing my authority. But because I was inexperienced, I spent all my time at the training grounds. Still, I intended to switch gears soon. After this trip, I should have enough experience along with the Puppet Master's training. So nothing would be more important than simply advancing my authorities and searching for more spirits to commune with. Chapter 36, Drunkard. As I contemplated the near future, Fiden suddenly asked me a question, continuing our conversation. How about you, John? I hear you're a cold summoner. You made quite the disturbance when you entered. I heard all about you and how you directly entered the fourth-year class. Yeah, because of my age and how I was already Authority 3, I was placed into it. That, along with my summons. Their pure lethality makes them capable of killing above their level. Ah, that's impressive. So this is your first trip, correct? It's a big jump going straight to working with the military. Do you feel prepared? Well, if it's anything like the Puppet Master's scenarios, then I should at least be able to keep myself alive. I shrugged. It wasn't like I had to adapt a spear or sword technique to the behaviors of beasts. My guns were simple. Point and shoot. The only things I had to worry about were my positioning in relation to the enemy and how the sounds from my guns attracted attention. Fiden nodded. Yes, the Puppet Master is very good at preparing people for the scourge. If you can survive those scenarios, then you should be able to handle yourself on this trip. Good to know. And hopefully, I'll be placed into teams I'm familiar with. I've only worked with the elites, so if I'm thrown into a group with normal fourth years, then I'm not sure how things will go. I wouldn't worry about that too much. The Puppet Master will be overseeing the placement and management of the elites. You'll be placed into a group that he's given you before and with people that work well with you. They can't have us dying, after all, so there's no way he'll put you with completely new people. Oh, well, thank goodness. I smiled, one of my concerns being taken care of. After that, Fiden and I continued to chat for the remainder of the ride. Since we were heading to the outskirts of the city where the central terminal was, it didn't take too long. And once we arrived, we got off the carriages before entering the terminal. We were all herded toward one area where our rail was being prepared and our luggage loaded. There was time to hang out. Most people just began talking, but I had my attention directed elsewhere. Looking around, it wasn't long before I spotted Rayla in the crowds. Our huge group was obvious, so she didn't have an issue finding me. Leaving the others, I walked over to her who had a beaming smile. Hey, Rayla. We hugged, and for a moment, I couldn't help but think that we no doubt looked like a couple. She asked once we separated. Everything packed? Yup. Most of what I own is in that chest. Good. How does your body feel? Have you recovered? For the most part. Still a bit sore. Light a cigar then. That rail ride is your last chance to really rest. You'll be busy for the next month. Right. You just need to worry about yourself. I know Maxwell probably gave you things to do, but don't let all that keep you from taking care of yourself. I'll be fine. I spoke reassuringly. Like with the Devera trip, she was worrying again, and I could only speak to console her. And she let out a sigh. I know, but you know I can't help but worry. The scourge is dangerous. It's not like fighting people, and you haven't had much practice. I've been training against those puppets without rest, so I'm not completely unprepared. Besides, I'm good at staying alive, or I wouldn't have survived the trenches for as long as I did. Yeah, you are good at what you do, but that only scares me more. She suddenly hugged me again. I could only respond in kind. Just worry about your life first. Nothing matters more than keeping yourself safe. Promise me that. All right, I promise. Only if you stop worrying so much. No thanks. That's my ride as the one sending you off. I smiled as we continued to hug. It lasted quite a while, both of us simply taking in the other's warmth and comfort. All students, prepare to board. Then, there was a shout. It made me lift my head, and from within my arms, Rayla sighed. I'll miss you, John. I'll miss you too. When I get back, we should head to a restaurant. I doubt the food at a military base is any good. No, it's not like the delicacies of the capital. So I look forward to your return. She smiled at me while we separated. I stared at her for probably a few seconds longer than I should have, taking in the image of her deep red hair, lovely face, and mature body before finally turning away and walking. It was oddly difficult to leave, as if I were leaving her instead of leaving for a trip. I don't know why it felt like that, but it did. But those weird feelings faded when I got back to the group and saw Tana snickering. Who was that? Lover boy? A close friend of mine. That hug was 10 minutes too long to just be friends. Hey, she worries. Besides, she's pretty. I like hugging pretty girls. Ho, is that right? Yeah, so don't come looking for me to hug. Ugh, rude. Tana stomped, causing Amara to laugh as we boarded the rail. I glanced back one more time as we did so, seeing Rayla smiling and waving. I waved once before disappearing into the train, my smile fading before a sigh escaped my mouth. Afterward, we elites were led to one particular car. The place looked like a living space with rows of couches instead of basic chairs. Having been on one of these before, I simply slumped down into a seat. My hand then dug into my coat, pulling out the golden cigar case. Slipping out one of the cigars, I cut the end with the cutter before sticking it in my mouth and lighting it. The lighter device was actually built around a small white crystal, one that heated up and could be placed against the end of the cigar to burn it. It was incredibly easy, but my mind wasn't on that. After lighting it and taking a few puffs, I let out a long plume of smoke which momentarily faded. After putting the case back in my coat, Amara came over with a surprised look. You smoke? It's not a drug type. It helps with physical recovery. Oh, I didn't know they made recovery medicines in the form of cigars. Where is it from? Secret. I directly refused to answer, causing her to pout before taking a seat next to me. The rail should take about half a day to arrive. This base is pretty far then. It's a frontier base, so yeah. Right. Is there a bar in this rail? I asked while standing from my seat, the cigar making my body feel a bit better. Amara looked at me weirdly. Maybe. It's been a while since I've been on a rail. Well, I'm going to look. Amara went silent, but she still got up and followed me. I left the car, going to the others before finding a bar. I took a seat and ordered a drink. Amara sat beside me, and it seems Tana followed since she arrived as well. And another unexpected guest was Fiden. I looked at him with raised brows. You drink? On occasion. I like to taste more than drink. Oh, I like to drink more than taste. I shrugged as he ordered some wine. I got myself something that was similar to tequila, my favorite liquor. And Tana looked around, her eyes curious like a kid seeing something new. I raised my brow. You gonna get something? Oh, I don't know. I've never really drank. How old are you? Old enough. I'm not a kid. She snapped, causing me to raise my hands and retreat. In the end, she went to Amara, who also ordered a drink, asking about what she should get. And when she finally got a glass filled with a brown liquid, she looked at it with anticipation. Then, she took a sip, immediately coughing after while shaking her head. Bleg, how do you drink this? In time. Fiden chuckled and chimed while I smirked and tapped Amara. Amara, get her something sugary. Okay. Laughing, Amara ordered another drink for Tana. This time, it was a purple color. Tana tasted it warily, and this time, her eyes widened in surprise. This is good. I only taste a bit of the alcohol. That's the point. Just don't drink too much. I don't need to be dragging you into the military base drunk off your ass. I think I'll be fine. Tana smiled while downing her drink and asking for another one. I just shook my head. Like that, the four of us just hung out and chatted. But over time, more people came to find us. First it was Rudin the Summoner, then Haley, and then Hubert showed up. And with so many coming over, more people came to check things out. I saw more elites who I had done scenarios with, greeting them all as they took a seat at the bar. Some ordered drinks, others just hung out and socialized. But for the most part, the car turned into a small party, everyone having fun. It lightened my downcast mood, that and the buzz from a few drinks. Well, we had half a day. It was enough time to filter the alcohol from my body. And Tana would surely need it. Hey, Amara. I'm pretty, right? Yes, Tana. You're very pretty. Thank you so much. Hey, John. Fuck you. Bahaha. Fiden burst out laughing, his face a bit red as he slammed the table. I sat there stunned. It seemed Tana was an aggressive drunk. Even the bartender couldn't help but chuckle, making me shake my head and ignore her as she went off to try and fight someone. I watched with a smile, letting out long plumes of smoke with my cigar. Makes me feel old. I laughed inwardly, pretending like I was some wizened old man with my glass of liquor in hand and a stogie in my mouth. Another good thing about these cigars was how long they lasted. They didn't burn through quickly. In fact, one cigar could burn for about 30 hours. And I had stocked up before leaving, meaning I had more than enough to last me through the next month. Can I try? Suddenly, I heard Amara speak from the chair beside me. I looked at her for a moment before taking the cigar out of my mouth and passing it to her. Just suck air through it. This really isn't a drug, is it? No. The only drug I use is alcohol. I said that while taking another sip. And after a few seconds of playing with the cigar, Amara put it in her mouth and breathed in. Cough. Ugh. It actually tastes good, but my lungs don't like it. Yeah, mine didn't either at first. But it helped keep me alive, so I got used to it. My body feels good. This has some really good medicinal properties. She looked at it curiously before taking another puff. She held it in a bit longer that time before coughing it back out and handing it to me. So what do you really do? She suddenly asked, causing me to laugh. I told you. I'm a delivery man. I don't know if I trust that. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, I don't know what to say. I shrugged. I didn't care if she believed me or not. If anything, she was better off not knowing. She glared at me for a few more seconds before gradually turning away. Still, she stuck by my side. I couldn't help but find her a bit cute. Amara was a talented elite, hence why she had earned her position. And she was rather pretty. Her face was sharp, and her wit a bit sharper. Her hair was actually dark gray, like ash. And her signature warlock robes were often either black, purple, or a combination of both. Usually she also carried a staff, but right now, it seemed to be stashed away. I couldn't see any obvious spatial accessories on her body, so they were either covered or integrated into her robes discreetly. Making a spatial device that couldn't be easily found wasn't uncommon, at least in the black markets. At the same time, I couldn't help but wonder about her own background. She tried to pry so often into mine, so I got curious. Are you a noble? Yes. Father. Mother. Title. Duchess Teleria. She resides over the city of Joffrin. I suddenly went silent, my eyes going wide. And then, I laughed. Bahaha. Shit. No wonder I thought that look was familiar. What? You know my mother? Huh. Not personally, but I suppose you could say we're acquainted professionally. I thought back. I had met Duchess Teleria not long before leaving Joffrin. And thinking about it, she really resembled Amara. She was sharp, the color of their hair and clothes were the same, and she enjoyed digging into people's business. We hadn't even met before, and the Duchess had asked all about me. It was like she couldn't go without knowing everything about someone, or at least enough to satisfy her curiosity. Like mother, like daughter. They were almost identical. And Amara grabbed my arm, shaking it. How did you meet my mother? In what context? I was finishing a job, and we bumped into each other. Heh, she snoops around just as much as you do. I swear, you two are twins. What kind of job were you finishing? Was it that trip you were on? Why did it take you to Joffrin? Not telling. Do you know what kind of business your mother works in? Yes, but she works in several industries. Which one are you talking about? Heh, nice try. I chuckled, causing her to shake me harder. Tell me, if your mom hasn't told you, then I'm not. She'd kill me if she found out I did that. I won't tell. I can't take that risk. Tell me. No. I dodged Amara's glare, refusing to give up the information. If you want to know, figure it out yourself. I'll follow you when we get back to the capital. That might actually be dangerous for you. Why? Secret. I hate you. She said that before snatching the cigar out of my mouth, putting it in hers before walking away. I only laughed as I heard her cough more. After that, the rest of the ride passed smoothly as I chatted up some new friends and avoided a drunkard who we had to eventually pin down to keep her from drinking more. Chapter 37, Caltrop Base. We arrive in 10 minutes. Prepare to disembark. Shouts echoed through the train cars, spurring me from my sleep. After several hours of chatting, laughing, and playing small games, everyone had gotten tired and drifted off to sleep. The entire car with the bar was littered with unconscious bodies. Of course, we hadn't been sleeping for long. In order to pass the time, everyone found something to do. Besides the usual, there was a period when some of the knights sparred. In order to not damage anything, they did something similar to fencing. Over half the elites were knights in the first place, so many went up to challenge themselves and have fun. Even I went up, taking a light sword and utilizing my non-existent sword skill to try and poke the other knight. Even after 5 minutes of trying though, I couldn't so much as touch them. It made for a nice laugh. And after that, the warlocks went up and let out displays of spellcasting. Many of the spells let out were nothing more than parlor tricks, like little sparks of fire or little droplets of water being thrown at the opponent. It was funny seeing the reactions of those who got bit by a spark, only for the other to stumble when their hair was blown back by a sharp gust of wind. Things of that nature filled the ride, and I watched for the most part, a smile on my face. It felt like I was back in college messing around with some friends at a sporting event. And it all helped me realize that, in the end, these people were all just young adults who liked to have fun. The Magisterium and the war against the Scourge put a lot of pressure on them, especially the elites, but that didn't mean they didn't still want to kick back and let loose. They were only a couple of years younger than me, so I had no issue relating and getting along with them. Most would feel like these elites were unapproachable professionals wholly focused on growing their strength. But what kid was interested in that? They knew how to have fun just like anybody else their age. They didn't suddenly lose their humanity with their talent. So the ride was refreshing for me. I feel like everyone had gotten closer. Just like me, everyone else also woke up with the shouts. We had slept for around an hour or two, a power nap sufficient to revitalize us for whatever was awaiting us at this military base. In the car, bodies littered the couches and floor, all of them slowly rising and stretching. I heard groans and moans, along with a few who didn't actually wake up and continued to snore. One of which was Tana, who I saw passed out in the corner of the room. When I thought back, I couldn't help but laugh. After a few hours of constant drinking, she finally couldn't hold it and left to go vomit. Amara was stuck holding her hair back. But shockingly, after recovering for a bit, she was right back at it. She proclaimed that she needed to build her tolerance, but reality was cruel as she hurled again not even an hour after trying to drink more. After that, we pinned her down and forced her to rest, which ended with her passing out. That was about halfway through the ride. Hopefully she would be recovered enough to walk straight. I thought of that as I went over and shook her. "Hey, Tana." She didn't respond, even after I shook her harder and tapped her face. Then, Amara walked over. "I got it." Splash. She summoned some water, pouring it over Tana's head. And the reaction was violent. Stop. Please. Wake up." Amara was rather merciless with her words, but still gently helped Tana up. To my great surprise, though, she didn't seem hungover at all. Tana just got up and cracked her neck before letting out a long breath. How long was I out? "We're here, so you do the math." "I don't like math." "Whatever. I need to pee." With a yawn, Tana walked out of the car in search of a restroom. I stood there, a bit stunned, before connecting the dots. So knights can resist the effects of alcohol. No wonder she could drink so much. Tana had drank nonstop for hours despite her having no experience with alcohol. I suppose it was only her strong body as a knight that allowed her to do that. I sighed in slight envy. How lucky. They can't get hungover. Yes, their bodies are naturally resistant to poisoning. It's why I wasn't worried. Well, how are you doing? Fine, actually. Those cigars help your body filter the alcohol as well, so I'm feeling good. Oh, and here. Amara suddenly handed back the cigar. It was barely a quarter burnt, so I took out my golden cigar case and stashed it for later. The sight of it caused Amara's eyes to widen a bit. After that, everyone gathered in the main car we had first arrived in. There, The instructors were briefing everyone. The orientation will simply consist of the most basic things you need to know. Tomorrow is when you'll receive a tour of the base and get to know your daily routine. Just listen to the commander so he can quickly get you situated in your barracks. The puppet master gave those words, and not long after, we all felt the rail come to a gradual stop. I nudged Amara with my elbow. Hey, what are the military ranks? Oh, I was tested on those. Hang on. She took a second to think before counting with her 10 fingers. Ensign, first ensign, corporal, sergeant, master sergeant, first sergeant, commander, chief commander, first commander, and brigadier. Oh, those are the infantry ranks in the military, and they go by your authority. The commander we're going to meet would be in Authority 7, and the intelligence ranks have different names. All right. I nodded, and right after, the door to the car opened, revealing the terminal we arrived in. Unlike the one in the capital, this one wasn't fancy or very well kept. The floors were made of gray stone bricks, and across the way from all the rails, there was what looked like a large warehouse with tons of cargo in it, probably stuff that needed to be transported. There were also many troops moving about the plaza. I took a look at the standard uniforms. Because this world's military wasn't facing a human or generally intelligent enemy, there was no need for camouflage. It was likely that such measures would be useless before a beast senses. Plus, guns and bullets weren't the primary mode of combat. Therefore, entire sets of steel armor were much more important than cloth that could blend into the surroundings. So instead, the uniforms were sets of clothing that, in their most basic setup, were designed to be worn under armor. This meant that they were sleek and generally comfortable to wear. The fabrics of the shirts, for instance, seemed to be some variant of polyester derived from a plant. This made them flexible, smooth, and relatively tough. Some of my sets of clothing were polyester, in fact, and the pants were like jeans, but thinner and more flexible. They were belted and meant to fit nicely under a set of armor. If I had to describe it, they would be a heavy-duty pair of dress slacks. As for the colors, they went by the theme colors of the Kingdom of Dragontongue, which were black, white, and blue. The shirt was entirely blue, and the pants were black like formal slacks with blue lines running down their seams. Some were also wearing coats, ones that looked like wool jackets. And then there was the commander in front of us who was wearing a formal overcoat with some medals and badges pinned on it. One of our instructors, a fourth-year teacher who I hadn't met before, went forward to greet him. Commander Bosnan. Instructor Gracia. Welcome to Calatrop Base. They shook hands before the instructor turned to us. All right, students, listen up. Most of your arrangements will be handled by Commander Bosnan here. He's your leader for the duration of your stay here. You will listen to his instructions as if they were orders from us. Besides, in a year, you all will join the military and he will outrank you anyway, so act according to your position. Now, I'll hand you off. Go ahead, Commander. Thank you, Instructor. The commander stepped forward after we had all piled out of the rail. To the side, we could see all our chests and cargo being hauled out and into the base by some other soldiers. The commander looked over each of us before speaking. You all will address me as commander. I have been given authority by the first commander overseeing this base to take care of you all while you are here. This means you are my responsibility, and my words will therefore dictate the next month of your lives. Failure to follow orders will result in suspension for the rest of your trip as well as rigorous training designed to promote reflection and introspection. Am I clear? Yes, Commander. I spoke in response, along with the rest of the group. They all seemed familiar with this kind of environment, and they had indeed been to these places plenty of times before. Starting in the third year, students would work alongside the military. That was because most students graduated after their third year, so it was designed to help them get familiar with working at a military base in advance. This meant that all these fourth-year students around me were no strangers to a military environment, responding and acting properly. Many backs had already been straightened, including mine. The commander also seemed to know this since he didn't yell and wasn't making us scream in response to his words. There was no need to drill these things into us. The third years, on the other hand, would likely go through a period of training designed to teach them the basics of operating at a military base. They would be yelled at, have to yell in response, and would need to move about in strict ways. I was glad I didn't have to go through that, skipping straight to the good stuff. Follow me, and we will assign your rooms. The commander turned, the students all following without bothering to look at their instructors. Right now, this commander had the greatest authority. We walked into the base, and I took everything in as we went. The entire base was designed in a hemispherical way. The walls were arched in the front with 4 sections separated by towers. At the base of the hemisphere, it tapered off and circled around a massive fort. The fort was built in the rear portion of the base, separated from the walls by 3 distinct fields. In the midst of these fields were all kinds of things separated by their purpose. For instance, in one field there was a bunch of training equipment. In another was combat equipment like armored vehicles and caches of supplies. And another was filled with structures attached to the walls, likely for extra security. And attached to the side of the fort were a few large structures, likely the barracks. During our walk there, nobody spoke a word, so I didn't either, even though I had questions I wanted to ask Amara. Finally, we arrived at one of the buildings. The commander spun around and spoke. "This is the male barracks. Just as a forewarning, any fraternizing between the men and women will result in suspension. I'm sure you all can keep it in your pants for a month, so please don't put us in an awkward situation." A few people chuckled, one of them being Amara. Her weird smile made me snicker. Then, we all saw some wagons roll over, their backs loaded with all our chests. "All right, all the men, grab your luggage and head inside. Pick any room and bunk you want. Each room holds 2 people. And ladies, follow me." The commander waved all the women over. Amara nudged me as she left, making my brows raise. We seemed to be getting quite close. After watching their backs for a moment, I turned and found Phaidon. With a smile, I smacked his shoulder. "Hey, let's room together." "Oh, all right." He easily agreed, and we went to find our chests. I quickly found mine, grabbing it before heading inside. The entry door led into a long hallway, which I walked down with Phaidon behind me. "Which one?" "I suggest the ones around the middle. Not too close to the entrance where the commander comes banging on your door, and not too close to the bathrooms where everyone is constantly coming and going." "All right, middle it is." Picking a room in the center of the hallway, I opened the door and walked in. The small room I entered had 2 beds on either corner across the way, as well as a single bench, table, 2 chairs, and 2 dressers to store items. Everything was generally worn out. The floor was wooden, and there was a single light in the center of the ceiling. No luxury to speak of. I sighed, thinking that I had taken my extravagantly luxurious room at the Black Spider Hotel for granted. The only thing worse than this would be living outside or in a tent. As for the bed, when I pressed on it, my hand didn't sink down. It was pretty stiff, with a wood base and thin mattress filled with who knows what. The pillow wasn't much better, and there was only 1 sheet and 1 wool blanket. I was quickly figuring out that I packed light. Hell, I should have brought an entire bed. I might have if I knew this piece of crap was waiting for me here. And naturally, Phaidon was prepared. He had his own pillow and set of blankets that he draped over the bed. Seeing me glance over there, he turned to me and smiled. "Would you like a blanket?" "No, that's fine. Live and learn, right?" Haha, indeed. I remember my first time on a base. Stressful and unaccommodating was how I'd describe it. Sounds about right. I chuckled and took a seat on the bed. At the very least, it looked and smelled clean, so they weren't making me sleep in used sheets. Not long after that, we heard one of the instructors call all the men. Heading out of our room, the instructor let us know about some things for the following day. Things like where the cafeteria was, where the bathrooms were, where we needed to report the next morning, and when. After that final briefing, we were all allowed to finally retire for the night. Tomorrow, there was a lot waiting for us. Chapter 38, Squad. The next morning, I woke up bright and early to an alarm from my Ariel. And that wasn't the only thing I got. After rolling over and spending a few minutes to wake up, I tapped the device and saw that I had a message. It was from Rayla, and attached was an image. My brows raised as I opened it. The picture was from the auction that came at the end of every month. However, I suddenly remembered that not only was this auction last night, but it was the major auction accompanied by Vatsy's gala. I suddenly sat up. I missed the gala. Damn it. I cursed while palming my forehead. I obviously knew I couldn't go, but what a shame. I had only been to one gala before, and it was an amazing experience. Taking a moment, I started to count the months, and after some basic addition, I realized that I wouldn't have to miss the next one that would occur at the end of the year. I sighed in relief and slumped back down into my bed again. "What's this gala?" Then, Phaidon asked with drowsiness. I had woken him up. I spoke while sighing. "Just a party. It's pretty fun, but it doesn't happen very often." "I see." He nodded and yawned before climbing out of bed. "I suggest you use the bathrooms before everyone else does. It gets crowded and smelly." "True." Following, I grabbed some items before strolling to the bathroom. It was a large tiled space with stalls, shower curtains, and lots of metal bowls. Basic but functional. And we weren't the only ones to wake up a bit earlier. The few male instructors, including the puppet master, along with some other guys, were already there and getting ready for the day. Everyone was quiet, just minding their own business. Nobody was in the mood to chat so early in the morning. I went through my morning routine, but as I was brushing my teeth, I suddenly remembered the picture Rayla sent me. I quickly pulled it back up, and I couldn't help the grin that surfaced. There were actually two pictures. The first was of Rayla and the others like Plex, Libidus, and Tovex. They stood stiffly in a group, everyone smiling except Plex, who was too busy drinking. And the second picture was of Rayla by herself, dressed in a rather sexy black outfit and blowing a kiss into the picture. I got a nice shot of all the goodies, by design. Well, isn't that something? I laughed before closing it, going through the rest of my morning with a smile. She sure knew how to cheer me up. Then, not long after finishing my routine, I heard some shouts that shook our building. Be ready in 15 minutes and assemble outside the barracks. It was our commander, and his shouts woke everyone who wasn't already out of bed. After that, the bathrooms and hallways were flooded as everyone rushed to get ready. On the other hand, Fiden and I took our time and headed outside. I enjoyed the morning breeze cooling my face. My coat never allowed me to get cold or hot, so the wind felt refreshing instead of making me shiver. Seeing as how Fiden and I were the only ones out, I grabbed the golden cigar case from my inner pocket. After lighting the quarter-use cigar, I took a few deep breaths of smoke, feeling the rejuvenating effects that washed away some of my drowsiness and woke me up. Not long after, people began filing out of the barracks, gathering outside. Not far from us outside the building adjacent to the male bunks, we could see all the girls gather, the two sides peeking over at each other. Then, the commander came, gathering both groups before announcing, "All right, listen in. We're going to guide you through your routine for the next month. I'm going to give you all a tour of the places you need to know and remember. We are also going to assign everyone their squads. These squads can change at any time, but likely won't unless there is good reason. So be prepared to get familiar with them. Now follow me." The commander waved, and everyone followed him into the command center of the base. Upon arrival, I looked around and saw various facilities and many officers carrying out their duties. To my surprise, though, not many of them were powerful. Some officers were completely ordinary. Well, I suppose it shouldn't have been surprising. Behind every soldier were a dozen logistical officers. It took no small amount of manpower to operate the war machine, and it couldn't possibly be entirely composed of magi. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of draft or mandatory service for everyone. After entering the command center, the commander briefed us on several of the facilities. One was an intelligence post, the officers within being responsible for gathering and analyzing the movements and patterns of the scourge near the base. They were also responsible for collecting intelligence gathered by squads that went on reconnaissance missions and making sense of it, compiling it all into actionable data. Then there was the office sector, a large area devoted to the bureaucratic side of the base. Here, many officers were busy filling out tons of paperwork and collecting mission reports from the various squads. Then there was an area that held several briefing rooms. Inside these rooms were magical projectors and devices that could display information pertaining to a mission. Before being sent out on a mission, we would come here to get a rundown. After that, we toured the rest of the base. We were introduced to the mess hall where breakfast, lunch, and dinner were served at regular intervals. We were taken to the medical building, a place many never wished to get familiar with. Then there was the armory where we could get supplies, some recreation centers for entertainment, a training facility for physical fitness, a maintenance facility for gear, and a storage area for miscellaneous items. There was even a chapel for the believers. The commander spent several hours giving us this tour, and we also met several key officers who would be helping us during our stay. We were barely done before lunch came around. At that time, the commander finally let us go to the mess hall and get some chow. Everyone flooded into the building, and I noticed that everyone was generally familiar with everything. And I had no issue simply following in their footsteps, getting myself food. It wasn't a buffet. There was a long line of pots and trays with various foods in them, and there was a limit to how much you could take of each one. But you could indeed go back for seconds and thirds. At first glance, I didn't recognize most of the food. It didn't look particularly appetizing, but I knew that was coming from my perspective as someone who almost always ate out at restaurants. Still, I grabbed from the trays that smelled better than the others and soon had a full plate. I went and took a seat at an empty table. How sad, sitting by yourself. Amara came up behind me, taking a seat on my right. With her was Tana, and Fiden arrived not long after. I smiled at her and started eating. At the same time, I asked a question on my mind. What kind of positions do ordinary people occupy in the military? Their intelligence. There are 2 ranking systems in the military, one for infantry and one for intelligence. There are no power requirements for intelligence, unlike infantry, but they do have to be educated. The kingdom has several schools specifically for training and teaching those officers. That's what I thought. This is rather common knowledge, but you don't know it. Did you entirely skip the first few years of classes at the magisterium? But even then, you learn some of these things during school when growing up. Amara looked at me from the side, going on another one of her deductive rabbit holes. Where did you grow up? Far from here. What city? It was a village, called Humor Village. Really? That's surprising, though. You don't look like you've come from a village. And you're too educated to not have gone to a proper school, which only exists in cities. Look at you, sniffing around for more secrets. Am I that interesting to you? The fact that your origins are a secret does in fact make you very interesting. She gave me a grin, causing me to laugh. This girl really did like digging into my business. But I also couldn't help but notice the others nodding with thoughtful expressions. Seriously, Amara was turning me into some kind of hot topic, as if my existence here was some kind of conspiracy. Well, it kind of was. But that was beside the point. After dodging more of Amara's sneaky questions, lunch finished, and we were given some free time to explore. However, we were also given some sheets which informed us of our squads. Everyone gathered and read the lists, and chatter ensued. I quickly found my name and read the names of those I was grouped with. Fiden, Amara, Vetsmon, and Tana. Not a bad lineup, but I don't know who Vetsmon is. I smiled. Besides this Vetsmon who I didn't know about, the group was perfect. Fiden and Tana were knights who were skilled in handling enemies up close. The 2 of them would be able to keep everything away from Amara and me while we supported them from behind. And Amara alone was a great partner to have by my side. She knew many utility spells, including some area spells and spells that compensated for the weaknesses of my guns, like their sound. Oh, Vetsmon. It seems we have nothing to worry about. After reading it, Fiden nodded from beside me, causing me to ask, Who is that? Why don't you greet him yourself? He pointed, and I looked over. Hubert was a stocky man, tall and built like a football linebacker. I had thought he was on the bigger side, but this Vetsmon almost put him to shame. Well over 6 feet tall, Vetsmon walked over with a towering figure that looked down on even me. I could see his muscles through the white robes he wore, and his aura was awfully threatening. He was someone who I'd never met before, likely one of the topmost elites who we never saw much of. His skin was a deep brown, and he had long black hair that took nothing away from the sharp jawline and raging masculinity. It was like he radiated testosterone. He walked up to me, seeing as how my focus was on him. And being completely honest with myself, I felt a bit inferior in front of his hulking figure. But I still straightened my back to greet him, putting out my hand. You're Vetsmon. Yes. John, right? I've heard about you. Nice to finally meet you. He smiled, exposing his pearly white teeth while shaking my hand with his bare paws. I couldn't even close my grip, and my strength was naturally far below his. He was a knight through and through. But his robes reminded me of something else. Why did they resemble priest robes? Maybe I was just overthinking it, and this guy just really liked fancy white clothing. After our greeting, Vetsmon went around to the others to exchange pleasantries. As a group, we would need to get familiar with each other. Trust was one of the most important factors of any team. It seemed Vetsmon was a good guy. Nobody had any trouble talking to him. And while he was talking to the others, Amara came over to me and whispered in my ear. He's rank 4, a knight specializing in defense and protection like Hubert. He's seriously strong, and with you, our group has basically no weaknesses. In fact, we could very well be one of the most powerful groups on this trip. Rank 4? The puppet master seems to think highly of me. I couldn't help but smile a bit. I wasn't even an elite yet, and I was being grouped with people in the top 10. Amara was 8th, Vetsmon was 4th, and Fiden was 2nd. While Tana was our weaker link, she was still ranked 15 out of 28 elites. And she specialized in speed anyway, not sheer strength, so she should be able to fill some gaps in our composition. For example, she would probably end up our scout. I couldn't help but think that despite not being an elite, the puppet master was treating me as one in the upper echelons of the group. And at the very least, I knew that I could pull my weight. After all, I had been training with all the elites for the past several weeks. If I couldn't keep up, I probably would have been kicked out a while ago. From the side, Amara smiled at me. I can confidently say that you're one of the most powerful people in the elites. Your guns are amazingly lethal, making you too good at killing things. So if you're allowed to do as you please, only an overwhelmingly tough enemy would survive. This group is practically built to protect you. Well, even without me, it would be a powerful group. Yes, but with you, it's even more so. I hummed, glancing at Amara before nudging her with my elbow. She nudged me back with a stifled giggle. After that, we were called by the rest of the group, gathering together to discuss some things. I had worked with Tana and Amara several times, so I knew them and their skill sets well. But I didn't know much about Fighton despite the fact that we had become good friends recently, and Vetsmon was still a mystery even though he looked about as reliable as someone could ever be. So for now, we talked about each other's abilities, strengths, and weaknesses, quickly understanding everything our group was capable of. And in the end, we came to the conclusion that there wasn't much that we weren't capable of. Vetsmon utilized a tower shield befitting his large body and strength, capable of going toe-to-toe with Authority 5 beasts. His weapon of choice was a spear, but he could also use a sword for when he wasn't being weighed down by his shield, making him very versatile. And Fighton was naturally a swordsman who excelled in both speed and strength. He basically had Tana's strengths and none of her weaknesses while possessing amazing technique. And then there was me. I laid out my abilities and weaknesses clearly. After all, I needed to be protected to some extent. I couldn't let them think that I was perfectly fine on my own and then get killed out of carelessness. After describing my guns and how they worked in principle, Vetsmon and Fighton were able to come to an understanding. And with all our abilities on the table, everyone was able to come to a conclusion as to how we needed to operate. Suddenly, I thought of something humorous. Back on Earth, as a boy in the prime years of his life, I had played no shortage of video games of all kinds. And as I worked with more people, I couldn't help but recall my experiences in those games to help me with forming a battle plan in my mind. Some video games required you to engage in quick yet strategic decision-making, have good pattern recognition, and know how to use the skills, powers, and environment at your disposal to fight for the best outcome. All my training with the Puppet Master scenarios had forced me to utilize all these things, but the fact that some random video games could help me with real-life battles was a funny concept. Anyway, after a bit more conclusive discussion, we determined that Vetsmon would be the core of our formation. His direct support would be Fighton, while Tana would drift between everyone. Amara and I would be paired in the back. She was responsible for ensuring that I could operate at full capacity, and I would be responsible for protecting her while also providing ranged firepower for the rest of the team. Of course, our strategies would have to change according to the enemy and terrain, but we knew our jobs, which was most important. Chapter 39, Siege. Since we had our team, and everyone got along just fine, we decided to move around together. We had been introduced to all the facilities of the base, but there were still some things we needed to know. For one, we had to know about certain protocols. For the most part, they were standard. After all, this was the military. There would be very few times when protocols deviated from what was in the book. Still, after we had some free time, the commander came back and gathered us together. For the next few hours after that, he went over all the necessary protocols. Specifically, he explained what we needed to do when missions arose. For the time being, we wouldn't be sent out by ourselves. Each squad would be paired with another soldier from the base who would primarily be responsible for navigation and general oversight. After all, the soldiers here knew the lay of the land much better than us. When the time came for a mission, everyone would gather in the briefing room before being assigned a task that would involve us going beyond the walls and out into the wilderness. After our briefing, we would be given supplies for the mission. This included packs of food, water, medical supplies, and other equipment we would need. And after gathering everything we needed, everyone would meet at the gates for final preparations before heading off. Then after returning, there was a process of taking damage reports. Injuries, loss of equipment, expenditures, and other miscellaneous things would be logged before we could retire. That was basically the gist. I couldn't really bother to hear the extensive details, and it didn't seem like the commander cared too much about making sure we knew. After all, this wasn't our first rodeo. With that, the day gradually came to a close. Missions would be assigned in cycles. This meant that different squads would go out on different days. Also, not every mission would involve killing something. Sometimes it would be a perimeter patrol, and sometimes it would be a search and destroy mission. If things got really exciting, then this base would be raided by a wave of beasts and we would need to help defend. But the chances of that happening were low since this base wasn't located on the true front lines of the war front. This place was merely here to fill in gaps and make sure that enemies didn't slip through. We also needed to clear anything that tried to nest and develop itself between the cracks, making sure our allies in distant lands didn't have to worry about being attacked from the sides or back. So there wasn't a whole lot of action. And while there were still frequent hunting missions, they would be split between all the squads, not leaving much for any single group. Well, I was completely fine with that. I still had yet to kill a real scourge beast. I didn't need to jump straight into a frontal battle. Easing my way in was preferable. Like that, we ended our second day uneventfully. The night concluded after everyone had eaten dinner and went back to the barracks. The next day, we were supposed to receive our first orders. A schedule would be given, and the puppet master had said that the elites were going to be some of the first to deploy on real combat missions. So I went to sleep with excited anticipation. I wasn't all that fearful, especially since my squad was damn powerful. I woke up at some point during the night, not to my aerial alarm, but to a weird feeling. I didn't really sense anything other than a faint omen in the back of my head. My heart was also beating pretty hard, enough to send noticeable tremors through my bed. I sat up, remaining there for several minutes. And then, I heard it. Whir. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded through the whole base. Phaidon instantly woke, as did everyone else who had functional hearing. His eyes widened as he looked at me. That's not good. No shit. I frowned while jumping out of bed. I had a hunch as to what was going on. There was really only one thing that could send this entire base into high alert. Sure enough, I heard several shouts outside the barracks. Enemy attack. All hands to battle stations. I could hear a commotion outside as all the soldiers on base instantly jumped to the call, rushing out to get ready. I decided to arm myself for battle as well, equipping my standard gear for when I would train. The coat was the last thing to go on as Phaidon, and I ran out of our room with the others. All students, gather here. I heard the puppet master shout, catching everyone's attention with a light that appeared over his head. Right now, the sun was just barely peeking over the horizon. It was dark, but just light enough to see clearly. Still, the beacon drew us to him. The girls and boys gathered as all the soldiers ran past us. He spoke with utter seriousness. This is not a drill. The base is about to come under siege, and all of you are about to become important defenders. It's time to step up. Find your squads and gather before the gates for further instructions. Elites, stay behind. Everyone else, get moving. With his command, a vast majority of the students ran off toward the gates. As for us elites, we stuck around as he gave out more commands. Listen up. I want all the warlocks to head up the walls. I will be up there, and will be your commanding officer for this battle, so listen to my orders. As for the knights, you will report to the commander and get ready to engage in close combat. So if you haven't already, get your damn armor on and move. Go. With those words, everyone turned and ran off, including the puppet master. Before we got far, though, he shouted again. John, I'm giving you full autonomy, so get into the central tower and start raining hell. Yes, sir. Amara, go with him. Understood. We both smiled and ran off. During our tour of the base, we had gotten familiar with the walls. They were designed to defend against sieges like this, and there were 5 primary towers spread evenly along the walls that acted as defensive shooting positions for warlocks. And in the middle was the largest central tower. It had several levels and overlooked the entire base. It was the perfect vantage point for someone like me. Omara and I rushed up there along with dozens of other soldiers. Many of them were yelling and screaming orders, and at some point, we could hear explosions. After some time and squeezing through people, we climbed up the staircases and got to the top of the wall. That's when we took a second and looked over. In the distance, we could see a dark wave of beasts surging toward us. They were a thick tide that quickly covered any visible ground. It was a bit overwhelming, seeing that many beasts rushing toward us. I really wondered what I could do here. In situations like these, warlocks who could cast area of effect spells were the most effective, but I knew I was still valuable. That was especially when I saw some of the much bigger beasts in that ocean of monsters. They would no doubt be my targets. My guns did a lot of damage, but only to singular targets, so they would be the best to focus on instead of just firing randomly into the crowd. Let's go. Amara pulled me along, helping me focus. Like that, we rose to the top of the central tower. From there, I could overlook everything. Who are you guys? Where is your commanding officer? Not long after we got there, though, we were suddenly yelled at by a soldier. He seemed to be someone with a high rank, a powerful warlock from my guess. But I didn't know him and didn't particularly care right now, so I responded succinctly. We're students under the Puppet Master's command. He's ordered us to be here and give long-range support. Puppet Master. Fine. Just don't get in the way. Otherwise, I'm sending you down. Understood. Glad that this guy wasn't making things difficult, I moved with Amara over to an empty window. The inside of this tower was built with warlocks in mind. So not only did it have a great vantage point, but the firing windows were large and plentiful, yet built in a way that would still protect us. There wasn't a single part of the battlefield that I wouldn't be able to shoot. Like that, we set up and got ready. Even as the monsters approached, I could see dozens of spells being launched into the distance. All of them exploded inside the monster tide, most creating flames and disrupting their momentum. Not only that, but there were special weapons used along the walls, cannons to be exact. Of course, these weren't generic cannons, but special ones utilizing magic. They were built with enchantments and could launch huge balls of fire that would explode like a bomb. Of course, it couldn't fire quickly, but they lined the walls and were operated efficiently. Like that, holes were punched in the advancing armies. Still, they blindly charged forward. Up above, I took out my sniper, getting into a comfortable position and looking through my scope. I took a close look at the monsters, and they were grotesque. They looked like mutated abominations. Tigers with spines shooting out of their backs, bears with bone spurs jutting out of its body, lizards with irregular scales that made them seem like a bed of razors, and many other monsters I couldn't recognize. Of course, some looked more normal than others, but it was clear that the Scourge really was just a monstrous collection of unintelligent creatures. They thirsted for nothing but destruction and human flesh. Some were more mutated than others, and these were the stronger creatures. Not only that, but a larger size generally meant more power, so there were many large monsters that stood a few heads above the rest. It was clear that the Puppet Master dialed down the grotesque looks for us in training, but otherwise, they looked and operated exactly how I'd known. Otherwise, what use was his special training? After finding the familiarity, I calmed myself and spoke. Amara. Yes. How long can you kill the sound? If I focus on nothing but that spell, I can do so for several hours. Could you? I asked, not doubting if she actually could, but if she was willing to do so. To simply cast a single spell for several hours was no doubt boring and tedious. It might be fine for the first hour, but after that, she would end up just sitting by me and doing nothing but supporting me. But without her spell, I would draw too much attention. It didn't matter how much was going on. My guns were simply too loud and pulled the attention of everything within a mile. That meant this tower would be attacked and I wouldn't be able to work. But if nothing could hear me, then I would be a silent killer. The battle would continue as normal while I simply killed everything I laid eyes on. I felt bad asking her for this, but thankfully, she didn't seem to mind much. Sure, I'll support you. Just do what you're good at. Thank you. I smiled at her, and after getting a smile in return, I turned around and focused in. A moment later, I heard the surrounding noise turn muffled. This was the normal effect of her sound spell, especially when she confined it to a small space. After all, I was the only person she needed to muffle. The windows in this tower were placed nicely. I was actually able to lay down and aim through some windows near the floors. These windows were meant to provide a line of fire down toward the base of the walls. Steadying my weapon on the ground and pointing the barrel through the window, I took aim at one of the big enemies. It was several meters tall, towering over the others nearby, and making it a large but tough target. And without empowering any of my shots, I fired. Zip. My subsonic rounds produced untraceable sound as they pierced into the face of that behemoth. The massive beast had naturally tough armor that almost looked like rock, so I aimed for its only vulnerability. Several spells had already exploded on its body harmlessly, the beast continuing to truck forward. But as soon as the bullet landed, it recoiled in shock. Roar. It let out a pained bellow as the round scrambled its fleshy face, shattering what little armor it had around its eyes and mouth. However, it didn't do any real damage, that much I realized. So with that shot as the gauge, I empowered the rifle and corrected my aim just slightly. Zip. SCRE. This time, the beast let out a scream as the bullet accurately hit its eye. Blood exploded from the wound as it thrashed around in pain. I didn't let up, firing more into its face with increasingly powerful shots. And after around a dozen more bullets, the beast finally fell, crashing into its surrounding army and crushing several of its kin. I took a long breath after that, settling myself before finding another. As time passed, the army in the distance only grew. Even though I could see the end of it, there were still thousands of these beasts moving toward us. And among those armies were a few dozen massive behemoths. They marched alongside the smaller ones, giving off a grave presence. That one behemoth I killed took a good amount out of me. Empowering that many shots, especially ones that could kill a beast such as that, consumed great amounts of my psyche. But after I had created the spark with my cultivation in Dreamland, I had gained a great amount of passive psyche regeneration. The spark initially only seemed to boost my cognitive power, but psyche was directly tied to the mind and its thoughts. This meant that, the more powerful my mind, the more powerful and plentiful my psyche. So the spark, which acted as an engine for my mind, afforded me greater power regeneration. I hadn't gotten the chance to really test it since I immediately left for this trip, but now, I would be putting it all into action. Without much rest, I took aim and fired at another behemoth, working to bring it down. And without realizing, I happened to be helping this base much more than I initially realized. Chapter 40, Elite. Asterisk. Another behemoth fell, marking the 13th that I had killed. Of course, doing so took hours and all the energy I had. What had initially been morning turned into afternoon. Now, the sun was beginning to lower, bringing us into evening. I had only left twice during the day in order to eat once and take a piss. Otherwise, I had been laying inside the central tower the entire time. And Amara had never left my side. Operating her sound spell, while tedious and boring, wasn't that difficult for her. If anything, she utilized this time as a training opportunity. At the very least, I was working harder, so I could confidently say that I wasn't wasting her support. But I was reaching my limit mentally. I had gone through my entire psyche pool a few times over, constantly regenerating and using any dregs of power I got when I got it. I had basically been running on empty for half the day. And it was when I hit my 13th kill that I finally couldn't hold on anymore, the gun disappearing from my hand as I could no longer maintain the communion. I grunted as I felt my head throb. Thankfully, I wasn't also focused on surviving. With the tower and this many warlocks around me, I didn't have to worry about getting hit even if spells were launched at us. I just laid there, and a few moments later, I suddenly heard the surroundings get louder. Now that Amara wasn't muffling sound, I could hear everything clearly. Unfortunately, it also hurt my head to suddenly get an influx of sound. Come on, let's get you into the bunks. You've done enough. I heard Amara mutter as she helped pull my body up. I initially wanted to refuse her help, but when I started to get to my feet, my headache multiplied until my vision blurred and the dizziness threatened to throw me off my feet. Amara slung my arm over her shoulder as I became unsteady, using her body to prop mine up as I finally stood. Given several seconds, I started to acclimate and feel better, but my mind was still drained of all its energy. We left the tower, making our way down the walls. And as we did so, there was a sudden shout. Damn, John. Where was that during training? The puppet master appeared in front of us, marching over with a wide grin. It was uncharacteristic of him to be so excited. Hey, do you know what authority those monsters were? No. Authority 5. You just killed a dozen of those things. Congrats on officially becoming an elite. Now go get some rest. Amara, take care of him. Yes, sir. Amara shouted back before continuing to carry me back down. She spoke as we finally descended the wall. Killing an Authority 5 Scourge Beast earns you the title of Elite. It's usually done as an Authority 4 and is a sign that you're really talented since you can kill above your authority. Normally, you need to kill it by yourself, have witnesses, and there needs to be a consensus that you unilaterally contributed to its death. But since you just killed a dozen, there's no need for that. Amara explained as we crossed the field, smiling at me as she finished. I've only ever killed 7, so congrats on becoming one of the top elites in a single day. It's just another Tuesday. How humble of you. She giggled as we arrived at the male barracks. Directly bringing me inside, I pointed her to my room. We entered and I was laid on my bed. After getting comfortable, I seemed to become more aware of my headache as it shook my brain. I also felt like I was going to pass out any second. For a moment, I got worried since this base was still being sieged by monsters. But I knew that I had contributed as much as I could. I just had to trust that everyone else would be able to hold on. Before I even realized it, my body shut itself down without warning. Everything went dark, and I no longer felt any pain. A magic formation filled my mind. At its center was a single orb of fleeting lights that spun fast in orbiting patterns, yet slower than they should have been. I recognized it almost instantly, yet with some willpower and tricking my own mind, I maintained a suspended sort of awareness of what was going on. I focused on the formation. Its outer edges were all bright, indicating my comprehension. As for the dark parts that moved toward the center, I slowly started to analyze them as my focus moved along the lines. However, unlike the first time, my analysis now was far slower. It felt like I really had to focus on understanding it in order to make progress as opposed to last time when it all just came to me. Not only that, but some parts were indistinguishable. I felt like I could see them, but when I focused on them, they simply slipped my mind. I moved on from those parts, focusing on what I could as I made my way around the formation. And over time, the stars of Isekai that filled my mind began to converge. A few stars made their way into the spark at the center, adding to its power. With every star, I felt the spark make my mind more sensitive. However, because of my recent battle, the spark was drained and begging for replenishment. This made things progress slower. But that was also an unexpected boon. If the spark replenished itself faster, then I would have less time in this dream to work on the formation. On the other hand, the less energy it had, the slower my thoughts were and the slower my analysis was. It was an equal balance between energy and speed, both of which increased over time and yet decreased the time in the dream. I quickly caught on to this as the spark continued to replenish itself faster and faster, my focus becoming sharper yet my dream beginning to slip away. It got to the point where I even had awareness of my body despite still being in the dream, yet I hung on for as long as I could. And finally, I felt the dream shut down completely. Even with my eyes closed and my body unmoving, I knew that it had ended. My eyes fluttered open as I felt the changes. Before, I had comprehended a quarter of the formation. Now, that was about 35%, and my speed of thought had been enhanced accordingly. Now, it was 1.5 times faster. Everything else rose proportionally to that, like the amount of Isekai I had in its passive regeneration. Plus, my mind now felt sharper than ever. I had recovered completely from that day of battle. Looking back, I really put everything I had into it. The monsters had been charging with undeniable momentum, so perhaps I felt afraid for both myself and those knights below me, but I didn't hesitate to pour out all of my power. Some behemoths were stronger than others. A few took an entire hour each to kill while some were easier. But no matter what, I had reached and surpassed my limits. Turns out, that also helped put me into dreamland for longer periods. Unfortunately, it seemed that I would need to analyze the formation while awake in order to give myself material to work with while dreaming. I remembered those blurry messes blocking my progress, and it was obviously a lack of information. Dreamland wasn't omniscient. I needed to give it fuel to burn, but at least now I had some advantages to make use of. At some point, I opened my eyes and looked around. I could see light stream through the window of my room, making me think that it was the next day. I had passed out around evening when the sun was setting, so 12 hours of sleep would put me around morning of the next day. But when I stood and opened the raggedy curtains, I saw that the sun was actually setting. Oh. Lifting my wrist, I activated my aerial and saw the time. I had slept for over 20 hours. Rumble. At that moment, I felt my stomach churn. It was completely empty, and I was starving. I also felt my parched mouth. Quickly taking out a water container, I downed the entire thing. Ugh, I need food. I groaned as my stomach screamed for food, the water aggravating it. Leaving my room, I left the barracks and went over to the mess hall. Along the way, I saw people along the walls continuing to battle. The sight made me want to go over and fight, but I had to take care of myself first. My steps were hasty as I made my way by the kitchen, swiping a tray and filling it with whatever looked edible. I could barely even wait as I did that though, directly stuffing some smaller items like slices of bread into my mouth while grabbing more. Nobody said anything, so I didn't care much and turned around to find a nearby table. Then, I heard a voice. John. I froze and looked up with a face full of bread, finding Amara sitting with the rest of our assigned squad. They waved with a smile. Unfortunately, my hands were too full to return the greeting, so I just walked over and sat down. Tana laughed as I did so. I know you just became an elite, but did you really have to sleep for an entire day? I stared at her silently while chewing my bread. This took several seconds, during which everyone waited for my response. Once I swallowed, I spoke. How many Authority 5s have you killed? Ouch. Heh, he got you there. Fiden and Vetsmon smiled as they commented, making Tana lash out. Hey, who said we were comparing scores? Nobody. He just asked you a simple question. But there was an implication. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. Hiki. We all laughed as Tana refused to lose. Once she calmed down, Amara nudged me with her elbow. How are you feeling? Fine. I recovered fully. Good. You pushed yourself a lot. She spoke comfortingly, making me feel a bit warm and fuzzy. Then, Vesmon chimed in with a nod. You're really impressive, John. I fought one of those things today, and while I've killed several before, they don't get any easier. The most I've handled is 4 in a day. I have no idea how you killed a dozen in a single sitting. From the safety of the tower is how. Compared to you guys, I have it a lot easier. You're the impressive ones, going toe-to-toe with those monsters. I could never. Don't say that. Given the same circumstances, I know you would perform just as well. You've got the determination and the heroic spirit. So don't belittle yourself. What you do is no less impressive than what anyone else does, no matter the position. I went silent for a bit, mulling over those words before nodding and sticking my hand out. Vetmon smiled and took it, the two of us shaking hands. Thank you, Vetmon. It was nothing unobvious. After yesterday, I can confidently say that I would fight fearlessly knowing you're there behind me. I appreciate that. And with you guys there protecting me, I know I have nothing to worry about. I spoke my genuine thoughts. I was vulnerable in battles, so having someone like Vetmon who was trustworthy and reliable gave me great peace of mind. Knowing that he could fight an Authority 5 head-on meant that the two of us could easily secure those kills. I would never have to worry about being overwhelmed. Then, I suddenly looked over at Amara who was smiling while staring down at her plate. With a grin, I put my arm around her shoulder. And let's not forget my favorite support warlock. Eh? How are you after an entire day of casting that spell? You don't talk about yourself much, so I forget that you can get tired too. Oh, it wasn't too bad. I was tired, but not as much as you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I gave her a hug, patting her head once before letting go. Despite Amara liking to snoop around my private business, she didn't talk much otherwise. She simply stuck to herself and silently worked hard. I had noticed that over time. I made a note to check in on her more instead of just assuming she was doing just fine. Look at these two. I heard Tana snicker, making me shrug. After that, we all finished eating before heading back out. The siege lasted into today as well, but by now it was close to ending. What remained was simply clearing out anything else that walked and taking care of the piling corpses. There were even some teams that came to claim loot. These people would cart out corpses before cutting them open and extracting the black crystals. These black crystals were poisonous to humans. Only after they were purified did they become white crystals, so in this raw form they were worthless. Every scourge beast had them as well, so they quickly piled up. I saw a large wooden crate filled with them. What was curious was how the crate gave off a faint black fog, like it was seeping that poisonous aura into the surroundings. I had never seen anything like that before, so I asked Amara about it. Apparently, with enough crystals or a sufficiently powerful one, the magicka within them will manifest as a fog. A bunch of white crystals in a small space will do the same thing, except the fog would be white. That fog represents an increased density of magicka, and it's actually very beneficial to cultivate in. But doing so is naturally expensive. On the other hand, staying away from a poisonous black fog, such as the one around that crate, was generally advisable. Just being near it would make you feel sick, but figuring out how to counter that poison is also a form of training. After walking by, we all headed back to the wall. By now, things were calming down, but there was still work to be done. Deciding to help out while I was energetic, I went ahead up the wall and pick off some strays. On the way, though, I encountered the puppet master, who seemed happy to see me. Chapter 41. Asked out. Nice of you to finally wake up. The puppet master greeted me with a half-smile. We shook hands on approach as he looked me up and down. I see you've gotten a bit more powerful. Good. As an elite, you have some catching up to do. So killing an Authority 5 is a prerequisite for becoming one? It is. Just one is enough to get you on the list. You also earn points for each kill. I tallied you at 7 kills, so when we return, the list will update to reflect that. That's it. Tana suddenly spoke up in confusion. I thought he killed 12? He technically did, but not all of them were his sole work. It was difficult to tell, and I wasn't watching the entire time, so after some talks with the other instructors, we settled on 7. In fact, they initially only wanted to credit you with 3, but I convinced them otherwise. After all, I know how your summons work the best. Well, the count doesn't matter that much. I'm just glad I'm actually an elite now. Do I get paid? No. Unfortunate. I clicked my tongue in playful disappointment, causing the puppet master to smirk. Then, I nodded to the walls. I was going to pick off some more stragglers. Go ahead. By the way, you elites will be heading out soon. There are already several reconnaissance missions lined up to be completed. This recent siege was by no means natural and we want to know why, so it's a perfect opportunity to put you all to work. Be prepared for that. But at least for the next 3 days, you all will be free to do whatever you want. Understood. We all nodded. After that, I went up the walls while the others went to retire. They had been working all day while I was asleep, so I couldn't expect them to accompany me. Heading up to the central tower, I got a good look at the entire battlefield. The dirt ground for the surrounding half-mile was stained entirely red with blood. So many monsters had died that it had soaked the mud. Not even the walls were spared as the bottom half was covered in thousands of red streaks. Not only that, but the massive amount of corpses released a deathly rotten fog. The aura was so palpable that I felt suffocated even from the tower. I promptly took out my air mask, sealing it over the bottom half of my face before communing with a rifle and taking aim. Near the walls there were squads of soldiers moving corpses into massive piles and burning them. They surely couldn't just let them rot, and spells made for easy disposal. But beyond I could spot lots of scavengers and lingering beasts. Some were stalking the soldiers while others were feeding on their dead kin. While there were guards making sure the disposal teams weren't attacked, they also weren't proactively attacking themselves. I was perfect for the job, so I didn't hesitate to pull the trigger and get to work. However, this time, I didn't have Amara with me. So when my gun exploded with power, everyone on base heard it. Boom. The shockwave rang the ears of the soldiers in the vicinity and startled everyone else. All attention was promptly turned to the tower. Nobody came to stop me, though, so I continued. Like that, shots rang out for the next hour or so. It was only when the sun set that I had to stop since I couldn't see anything. Pooh. I took a deep breath after releasing my weapon, sitting up and propping my back against the wall. I sat there for a bit, stewing in my thoughts while taking out a cigar and putting away my mask. Taking a few puffs helped revitalize my body. Staying still for hours on end, especially in the positions that I was in, made my body incredibly sore and stiff. I still felt the remnant aches from the first day of the siege. And then I had slept for an entire day, not making it much better. It was lucky that my mind felt brand new, giving me some relief. All alone in the tower, I was able to get some good alone time. Thinking back, I realized that this was the first time I truly came into contact with the Scourge. I didn't really have the time to worry about first impressions, but perhaps the aftermath of the battle was better for that anyway. Just their mere presence was poisonous. In life, they sought nothing but the deaths of everyone at the base. And in death, they infected the landscape and spread their rotten scent. It would take several days of rotting for a normal animal to leave behind the horrid stench they did. But the Scourge did so in a mere day. Not only that, but I could sense the poisonous aura coming from all of them. Within each of those bodies was toxic magicka stemming from the black crystals, so it was spread in a subtle way that only those attuned to aura could make out. Where an ordinary person would merely want to vomit from the scent, a magus would feel like their soul was sickened from being near the terrible aura. They truly were a scourge. They were good for nothing, their only purpose to corrupt the world. At least animals were an integral part of nature, creating an irreplaceable balance. But this world would be better off without the scourge. No, it was more accurate to say that the scourge would need to be eradicated before this world could truly prosper. They were the nemesis of life itself. I now understood that fact, something I hadn't before. And I knew that there was far more to the scourge than just this. This siege was a mere glimpse of what they were capable of, nothing more than a tasting. The kingdom of Dragontongue, backed by the power of several immense magical organizations and the church, containing multiple Authority 11 Magi, had yet to actually defeat the scourge. This meant that there were beasts and enemies that I couldn't yet fathom. It was likely that the only reason humanity had survived until this point was through their intelligence, something that the vast majority of, if not all, the scourge beasts lacked. But did the scourge also contain intelligent individuals? I thought back to the story about Rayla's late husband, who had been infected and turned into a scourge entity. Did he have, or retain his intelligence? Although twisted, it was possible that he could still think with the capacity of a standard human. In that case, the scourge no doubt contained intelligent beings at the helm. It was the only way they could wage meaningful war against the humans, the only way to prevent the humans from systematically wiping them out. It went both ways, after all. If humanity could find a way to fight back against the scourge, then they could find a way to eradicate them. The fact that hadn't happened yet spoke volumes about the depth of the scourge. In that case, what was the scourge? Was it a virus, like a zombie virus? Was it a special species? I was more inclined to think that they were like zombies, but it also wasn't that simple. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how little I knew about the situation. I had learned a good amount about the scourge, but it was all public knowledge. After all, it was known that the scourge could infect humans. But there were also no mentions of intelligent scourge beasts. Maxwell had spoken of royals and unique beasts when discussing crowns. I had no idea what those were. Not even the Academy spoke of them. My knowledge was severely limited, which oddly seemed to piss me off. But it became clear from today that the scourge was my existential enemy. For a while now, I had been questioning the reason for my appearance in this world. I was brought here with my knowledge and a power that allowed me to summon historical armament from Earth. It seemed perfect for dealing with the scourge. I was beginning to think that they were the reason I was brought here. Perhaps I was some sort of saving grace, but then again, I had a hard time believing that I would be able to become powerful enough to bring about any significant change. How could one man fight against an army? It was simply impossible, made only slightly less impossible through cold steel and explosives. Well, either way, I would do what I could. In this world, fighting in the war meant you were protecting all of humanity from ruin. There was nothing political about it. That made it really easy for me to simply accept what I was doing. I felt no remorse in anything I did here, only fulfillment knowing that I was ending a purely evil enemy. I need to get better. I chuckled a bit, thinking that I needed to focus more on cultivating my power. Everything went back to that. Just then, though, I heard the sound of footsteps going up the stone stairs toward the tower I was in. I looked at the doorway while letting out a smoke-filled breath, watching as Amara walked through. We stared at each other for a moment before she spoke softly. "You didn't come down." I was brooding. "What about? Come sit with me, and I'll tell you about it." She smiled at my words, walking over before taking a seat at my side. We sat shoulder to shoulder as I briefly explained some of my thoughts. And her response was empathetic. "Yes, the scourge is indeed mysterious. At least for us. Perhaps that's to protect us, though. I mean, if everyone knew just how terrible their enemy was, how many people would really volunteer to fight? On the contrary, making them seem like mindless beasts that could be easily defended against would inspire the false bravado of everyone who merely wants the glory of the battle without the sacrifice or horror." That's a good way of putting it. My, how wise of you. I looked at her, slightly impressed. Coming from the perspective of naivety like myself, she displayed a great understanding of the possible unknown. She smiled a bit. "Those words come from my mother." "Oh, you know her." "She's powerful and naturally well aware of the threat the scourge poses. The things she tells me about them usually spare the more intense details. She protects me, even though I don't want that. I'm under the impression that I should be exposed to it now and have time to process it. That way I can stay ahead of the curve. I can see the logic in that." I shrugged in understanding, but then I sighed. Unfortunately, age is also important. That and experience. Experiencing something traumatic before you're fit to cope with it can be permanently debilitating. Your mind may not have the ability to process it yet, whether you like it or not. Basically, if you trust your mother's objective judgment, then don't rush it. I do trust it. That's the only reason I no longer force the issue. But that doesn't mean I like it. But you're mature enough to understand it. I suppose. She sighed with obvious indignation, as if her maturity were a burden. And I understood her plight, even if not from the same perspective. It was amazing how much a person's mentality changed as they got older. Just a single year could flip your worldview. A single event could impart life-changing experience. I understood that from my time on Earth. It was the only reason I had entered college. I trusted the judgment of my parents who had more experience than I, along with the advice of other adults around me, several of which had expressed their regret over their own youthful ignorance. I knew that I was young and didn't know better, so I followed their directions instead of blazing a trail on my own. Well, I was also fearful of what would happen if I was truly cut off from them, who were my lifeline. But I knew I had enough self-awareness to see the truth. Sure enough, a few years later, my mindset had completely changed. I no longer needed their guidance to see that their advice was true. It was amazing to experience my own evolving way of thought, as if I were spectating my own life. It seemed Amara was similar. However, after a few moments of silence between us, I could see her fidget and smile weirdly. She seemed nervous. My heart thrummed a bit harder, as if I could predict what was happening. In fact, I could sense her aura get a bit bolder, like she was about to do something big. She could hide little, my senses reading her like a book, only stopping short of being able to hear her exact thoughts. "So, I was wondering." Well, There really isn't anything to do here, but there is back at the capital. Anyway, I didn't know if you would be open to the thought of, maybe, going to a nice restaurant when we return. I was silent for a few moments while looking over, seeing Amara almost shiver in nervousness. Of course, the fact that I had just been asked out had me a bit fluttery as well, but not nearly as much as her. It was like her life and death hinged on my answer here. Seeing her like this was extraordinary, like seeing an extinct species. I never thought she could get this nervous. All of our interactions prior had been completely cool. She was always rather monotone, almost stoic, except for when she occasionally teased me. Of course, she wasn't robotic. She was just really low-key. Unlike Tana, who wore her heart on her sleeve, she preferred to keep quiet and watch. So this was totally new, getting a glimpse of just how girly she could be. It was unbearably cute. I couldn't even think of anything else as I barely stifled laughter. I felt gleeful. Oh Lord, I've never seen you this nervous. Don't laugh. Please. I'm sorry. I've just never been asked out on a date before. It's kind of magical. I chuckled, thinking that I've always been the one on the other end. Was this how girls felt? Seeing how Amara looked like she was going to explode though, I did my best to control myself and ease her mind. Ahem. I think a date sounds great. Are you sure? Look at you, being all shy. I laughed as she tried to bury her face in her knees. After a moment though, I nudged her with my elbow. But we'll only be back at the capital in 3 weeks. That's too long. What do you mean? I mean that I like you right now and don't want to wait 3 weeks just to go on a date. Granted, being on a military base does indeed make things difficult, but I'm sure we can figure something out. Who said we can't take a date to the recreation room? Oh. She let out a long, relieved breath at my words, causing me to laugh again. Just like that, I had started a new relationship. I could see her smile really wide too. She even rocked back and forth like a kid who just got some candy. But then, she rubbed her chin. I'm not sure about a date to the recreation room. We'll figure something out. For now, let's go eat. I stood before reaching out and grabbing her hand, pulling her up to her feet and out of the tower. We headed to the mess hall where they were serving dinner. Very few people were there, so we had some alone time while eating. During that time, Amara seemed to calm herself down, returning to her usual quiet self. But as I sat across from her, I couldn't stop smiling, constantly thinking back to how she went about asking me out. I even laughed a few times, causing her to cover her face with her hands. Ah, how cute. Chapter 42, Bounties. The day after that exciting night, I met back up with my squad. Of course, seeing Amara again was fun. It was like I was teasing her with every glance I gave her, just the two of us aware of what was different. I had a smile on my face all day while she tried to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Part of me just wanted to go up and give her a kiss on the cheek, just to embarrass her. But I held myself back. Although I hadn't grown up in this world, enough time and interaction had made me understand that social customs weren't the same as America on Earth. Everyone was generally more reserved and modest, more so resembling 20th century America rather than the 21st century. This meant that there wouldn't be any sex after the third date. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if we barely started kissing by that point. I understood that everything would move slower. Not that this changed the way I thought about things. From my experience, I was used to things moving much faster. While I was willing to wait for things like sex, I wasn't sure if I had it in me to do something like wait until marriage, even though according to my own religious belief system, that was the standard. At the very least, I would be pushing our intimacy forward as best I could. That was simply the way I did things. Before all that, though, we would need to have our first date, which, considering the circumstances, wouldn't be easy. There really wasn't much to do on this military base, especially not alone. The recreation room always had people in it, and I wasn't interested in having our date in a room full of sweaty nights. There weren't any restaurants, clubs, or any other fun places to go either. In fact, the best candidate for a date given the bare requirements was probably the chapel. So unless we went AWOL, sneaking onto the rail and going back to the city, having a date would be close to impossible. However, after some thinking, I realized that not all hope would be lost. There was still one activity that could give us both alone time and a good location. Missions. After the sudden siege, a few days were spent simply recuperating. Shockingly, there were 0 deaths during that time, though there were a few critical injuries like some severed limbs. But it ended very well, all things considered. And afterward, the cleanup was taken care of swiftly. So I spent most of my free time with my squad, all of us just hanging out and having fun. We would also find other squads to play games with, and on the training grounds there was frequent sparring ongoing. I also spent a lot of time studying my formation. That alone took up 3 to 5 hours of my day since I would get so engrossed. But eventually we were put to work. When the second week of our stay started, there was a large list of missions suddenly posted. Like that, all the elite squads were called to report early in the morning. So the night before, we all went to bed eagerly. "You have your armor prepared?" Fiden asked from across our room. I could see him preparing all his own gear with familiarity. Fiden wore a full set of armor, but he also had some special items like recovery pills similar to what I used to carry. Since I had very little to prepare, I just nodded. "Yeah, I'm good." "Do you even have armor?" "Yeah, it's my coat. That thing." He looked at the coat hanging on the corner of my bed with curiosity. It looked like a normal black coat unless you inspected it closely and found the purple lines. So to most people, I just really liked the coat and wore it all the time. Not that it was a false assumption, but the main reason I wore it was for its protection. But I didn't need people knowing how amazing it was. Even I didn't completely understand how high quality it was. So I gave him a succinct answer. "I can't wear heavy armor like you guys, so that coat acts as light armor." "I see. What about your feet and head?" "I have boots. As for my head, I can't say I really have anything for it. Plus, I need my eyes for my weapons, so no helmets." "Makes sense." Fiden nodded. He had seen my weapons, so he generally knew that my sight was important when working with them. After that, Fiden went back to preparing his gear. I, on the other hand, started messing with my aerial. Before leaving, San had given me some special instructions. First, I needed to access the web. And second, I needed to test out the local communication functions. The second part was easy. With a press of the button, I could turn my aerial into a local node and allow anybody nearby to share communications with each other. Under normal circumstances, you had to be connected to a city's node in order to send messages, but since my aerial became that, I could act as the server for everyone in my group. It would be great for our mission. Not only that, but I could contact someone back at base if we were ever in trouble since my aerial had a much longer range than normal one. It was the first part, accessing the web, that proved to be more difficult. Simply getting there was easy. There was the equivalent of an app on the aerial that brought me to a rudimentary browser. I could search for and access nodes from there. The issue was actually finding a node to connect to. There wasn't much of a search engine yet, so sifting through nodes was like looking through a phone book. I had actually started going through them during my free time. While doing so, I saw many interesting nodes. Most of them required some kind of authorization to access. But shockingly, this didn't prevent me from accessing them. I could only assume that my aerial had some advanced permissions because I directly bypassed the authorization process every time. Because of that, I actually managed to view the Magisterium's node that held hundreds of research documents and information. I didn't go through it all, but did indeed stash the name of the node for later. There were many others just like it, including some shady private nodes that I didn't care to stick around in. But above all these, I kept an eye out for my main target. And while Fiden went to bed, I actually found it. Black Spider Repository. I mumbled while clicking to access the node, and without delay, I was allowed access. A website appeared in front of my eyes, one with several different pages that ranged from forums to the big list of bounties. I went straight to look at the bounties, and sure enough, I found myself on there. Below my portrait was the 40,000 coin bounty as well as my personal details. But below that was a page dedicated to information on my whereabouts. There wasn't much on that page other than the fact that I had left the Magisterium for a trip. Beyond that, it was blank. It felt weird looking at a bounty for myself. Part of me was fearful, remembering just how dangerous my time in the city would be. I really couldn't let my guard down, but I wasn't sure how I was supposed to be eternally vigilant. Thankfully, there wouldn't be much attention on me when I went back since I would have been gone for so long. I couldn't imagine that someone would risk their life to kill a supposed authority 5 for a mere 40 gold bullion. With a sigh, I scrolled past my portrait. There was no use worrying about that stuff now. I looked at the others, primarily the bounties with the highest payouts listed at the top. And I saw some interesting names. Anderson, an Authority 11 Paladin of the Church. Luna, the head of the Polaris family, Authority 10+. Gunson, headmaster of the Clockwork Association, Authority 9+. Patriarch Taveritu? Seems everyone famous has a bounty. I chuckled as I saw a name I knew. The topmost bounties had rewards of billions of coin. It was enough to live the rest of your life lavishly, but it was arguable that there was no amount of money in this world that could buy the death of some of these people. How many people could kill an authority 11? There were probably a handful of people within the kingdom, and even less who would be willing. So basically, these rewards were just trophies that those people could flaunt, like an ego boost. People like myself would be in far more danger since we could actually be killed. After scrolling for a while, I no longer saw any names that I recognized. While I got a good read on some faces, some of which were very pretty women, I mainly just snooped around for the hell of it. However, when going through some of the other pages, I saw another interesting list. It was a bounty list, but instead of for humans, it was for scourge beasts. I looked at the link to the page for a bit before clicking it. I was morbidly curious, so I didn't hesitate to find the top of the list. And the number 1 spot made me confused. The 4 Kings. I was a single bounty for 4 individuals. I scrolled through the details and saw their names. King of Anarchy, King of Despair, King of the Brood, King of Unholy Light. These were the titles of the 4 strongest beings of the Scourge. Each of them stood at the pinnacle of power, authority 12, and had lived for hundreds of years. They were each terrifying existences. There were no pictures of them, and there wasn't even a bounty posted. But there were some details about their power, or at least the consequences of their presence. The most eye-catching was the King of Unholy Light. It was said that all who stood within the light emitted by this king would be melted where they stood and turn into an unrecognizable monster known as a flesh bug. These flesh bugs would then seek out the nearest human, and upon contact would melt the victim and turn it into an identical flesh bug. The most horrifying part about this wasn't the transformation, though. It was the fact that, when a flesh bug would seek out a human target, it would mysteriously acquire the memories of that human and begin speaking with the voices of those its target knew and loved. It would come to you with the voice of your lover, child, or best friend. And with your memories, it would try and tempt you toward it while hunting you from the dark. Because of this, there were accounts of soldiers going insane from the horror and trauma of encountering these flesh bugs. And it was said that a siege of these monsters would hail an unholy symphony of screams that drowned out entire valleys. Simply reading about this beast made me shiver, and I quickly remembered that this was just one of the 4 kings. I didn't end up reading any information about the other 3, forcing myself to scroll past the bounty before staring up at the ceiling with my eyes wide open. To say that I wasn't scared was a lie. But I found comfort in the fact that the kingdom of Dragon Tongue was able to hold its ground against these horrifying creatures and survive till this day. There were people out there so powerful that they could fight on the same level as those kings. They were keeping us safe. This was all I could tell myself to try and drown out the horror from those stories. Because I knew that, if anything, those stories were watered down from reality. After several minutes, I finally regained myself. But I found that I wasn't able to close my eyes, so I pulled back up the site and started scrolling further down the list. The beasts lower down weren't nearly as terrifying. They had pictures, and there was much more detailed information. I read intently, compiling information on dozens of different beasts of different types and levels before coming to a conclusion. There were in fact intelligent beasts among the Scourge, and those beasts didn't come from infecting humans. There were bloodlines within the Scourge, and there were different levels for these bloodlines. The ones most prevalent were the royal bloodlines. There were 4 of them, and each descended from the 4 kings. In fact, those with these bloodlines weren't really beasts. They were humanoid creatures with intelligence and special powers. They could cultivate power just like humans, but in general were more powerful at the same authority. An Authority 6 royal wouldn't lose to an Authority 6 human, regardless of type. It took very talented humans to fight on par with royals, and the only saving grace was that there weren't many royals. At least, there weren't many worth concerning over. The limits of a royal was purely dictated by their bloodline density, which fell off with each generation. This meant there was a strict hierarchy that frequently cycled itself at the lower levels and almost never changed at the higher levels. Other than that, there were unique beasts. These were creatures without a royal bloodline that ascended beyond standard limits to attain both intelligence and strong powers. Some of them even birthed their own families and bloodlines. I saw many of both types of these creatures on the bounty list. Because of that, I now knew the identifying features of a royal and what to look out for with a unique beast. At some point, I logged out of the node and shut down my aerial. In the darkness, I stewed in my own thoughts, thinking about what I learned. It was a shock to know that there were obscenely powerful beasts out there, ones that could annihilate entire cities simply by being there. And then there were the royals and unique beasts, enemies that I would probably end up facing sometime in the future. Looking at them and hearing about their powers had me fearful. It was difficult to believe that I could actually rise to their level, let alone kill them. But my own powers gave me confidence. And when I thought about the threat they posed and the devastation they've caused, I became more angry than cowardly. They needed to be eradicated. Every last one of them were monsters undeserving of their life on this world. I was already sure before, but it seemed that with everything I learned, I was only becoming more certain of my conviction to fight these monsters. So for a while I laid on my bed, smoldering in hate that drowned out any fear I had for the scourge. And it was only late in the night when I finally managed to fall asleep. Chapter 43, Fortitude. Asterisk coup. Coup. Asterisk. Huh. A confused sound escaped my lips as I heard the echoing calls of a bird. The lush greenery around me didn't seem out of place even though it wasn't there when I fell asleep. Or, I thought it was greenery at first, but when I stepped forward to walk around a tree, I took a glimpse at the blue bark of the tree trunk and the purple grasses that rose up to my knees. I stared at it for a moment before drifting through the forest around me, making my way forward as if I knew where I was going and wasn't in a completely unfamiliar place. Or perhaps someone was guiding me. It felt like my steps weren't intentional, like a boat without sails being led by the currents underneath it. I was led out of the forest, the trees and brush coming to a halt all at once as I reached the end. The knee-high grass drew a perfect line across the landscape I gazed upon, going from tall to dirt. The mud I stepped in did nothing to dirty my shoes, but when I looked at it, I saw that it wasn't brown, but red. And it wasn't mud. My vision focused, seeing a few brown patches where the blood had yet to coat. The scent of iron suddenly filled my nose, making me so nauseous that I fell to my knees and vomited. Cough. What I vomited, I didn't know. All I knew was that I fell to the floor with a miserable feeling in my stomach. However, I could only remain there for a few seconds before everything suddenly changed again. The blood-soaked mud disappeared. What replaced it was a deep black filament, like the ground was made of metal shavings and gunpowder. My fingers could slip into it, but it also fell apart easily, coating my hands in ashy dust that couldn't be removed. For some reason, I wiped my face right after, smearing it all over my forehead, cheeks, and eyes. Some got in my nose as well, but I didn't feel like sneezing. Then, I lifted my head. I saw nothing. No land formations like hills or plains, and no blue sky. It was night, but with no stars. The landscape I stood upon was a perfectly flat plain made of black filament. There wasn't even any wind, no humidity either. After only a few seconds, my mouth became dry. Then, as I stood there with no direction, I felt a small vibration in the ground. It traveled up the soles of my feet and shook my legs. At first, I thought it was similar to the purrs of a cat, a gentle and low vibration. But it didn't stop, and over time, it jumped in intensity. It soon sounded like the growls of a tiger or lion. Then it got loud, sounding like a jackhammer that caused earthquakes. After that, all I could hear was screaming that shook the skies and ground, threatening to throw me off my feet. My heart rate skyrocketed. It felt like I was fighting for my life even though I couldn't see the enemy. It felt like something was coming, yet just its mere presence in the area was sowing havoc and chaos. I got angry, irrationally so. It felt like I needed someone, something, to appear in front of me so I could kill it. And then, I felt something behind me. So I turned around with a twisted face, a low battle cry escaping my lips as I prepared myself for battle. But what I saw instantly washed away all feelings of wrath or battle. It was an ugly being. Its amalgamated torso carried 6 arms with no symmetry, as if they were sewn randomly across its body. It also had 4 legs, one of a lion, one of a lizard, and 2 hind legs with talons. And it had 2 heads, one of a human, and one of what I could only describe as a pile of flesh. The human head had no eyes and a mouth sewn shut. It only had 2 slits for a nose and many more scars that twisted its visage. And the mound of flesh had 6 eyes and 3 mouths, each mouth having 2 tongues. It was a horrible sight, and just gazing upon it induced catastrophic fear that made my eyes bleed and legs shake in weakness. But I didn't buckle. That was because, just when I felt so weak that I couldn't so much as stand, a pair of arms reached out from behind. They hugged my chest, helping me stay on my feet and wash away the fear inside me. It felt so comforting, like the embrace of a mother. My mind turned clear with its power, and yet when I continued to stare at that abomination in front of me, I still felt deep fear. I knew that I couldn't kill it. Despite the courage that I mustered to so much as face it, I knew that it was impossible to harm it. So I spoke to the being behind me. My guardian angel. I need strength, I said, yet I knew I asked. and perhaps I wasn't surprised by its response. "You need fortitude," she told me in a sweet, unwavering, kind voice, and yet I laughed. I chuckled even while gazing at that abomination. But within me, I could already feel sorrow for something that hadn't happened. And then, my eyes opened. "John." I looked up, seeing the ceiling as well as Fiden's concerned face to the side. He turned away when he noticed me looking over. Then, I felt a bit of moisture, lifting my fingers to my eyes to find tears. Part of me wanted to act confused, but I knew what I had just seen and felt. I couldn't deny it, even if it was a dream. So I just sat up, the room filled with an awkward silence I didn't care to acknowledge. I sat there for several minutes as Fiden dressed himself in his armor. I didn't move to do anything, simply thinking. That was, until Fiden finished and spoke. "Our briefing is in an hour. Are you coming to eat?" "Yeah, I'll be right out." "All right. Take your time." I could hear the attempted comfort in his words as he left. Soon enough, I was all alone. After another several minutes, I suddenly took out a parchment, looking at all the complicated lines written on it. I had already comprehended a quarter of it, and now that I looked back, I hadn't even used the white crystal to power that advancement. It simply happened, but then again, what changed wasn't technically my overall power level, but how the power was constructed and utilized. Along with the parchment, I retrieved the white crystal Maxwell had given me. Then, I began circulating it. Closing my eyes and becoming aware of my aura, I cast Psyche into it and empowered it. Then, blue lines started appearing in the air. They sparked, shooting across space and copying the formation in my hands. At first, they drew short lines, but after only 3 tries, I managed to draw the entire first quarter of the formation in midair. I opened my eyes, seeing the partial formation, before expanding it. The empty circle that was my unfinished formation began to fill up just a little bit more. And the spark within my mind grew that much more. The spark was entirely focused on building more of the formation, and with each second that the formation grew, the spark received more power to use for its focus, creating a positive feedback loop. I rode that wave, pushing it further and further, even treading into territory I hadn't yet gotten to, comprehending it on the fly. But then, I suddenly stopped. Taking a long breath, I looked at the formation that was now 40% complete. In fact, I had stopped on purpose when I actually had more in me. I simply felt like I should. I felt like pushing these moments of inspiration too far would burn me out. Not only that, but it would tire me before the mission. It was great progress and almost effortless. With a small smile, I took my gains and went. Stashing the parchment and crystal, I stood from my bed and wiped what remained of the dried-up tears on my face. After that, I cleaned myself up and dressed before heading out. "John." After entering the mess hall, I heard Tana call me. She was sitting with the rest of my squad, so after going to grab food, I went over and sat with them. Amara was sitting on one end, so there was an open spot next to her which I cleanly took. I had a feeling she did it on purpose. I tapped her with my elbow as I sat and glanced at Fiden. He smiled at me, which I returned before focusing on eating. We were all silent for a while. After all, we didn't have much time. Time to go. After several minutes, Vetsmont suddenly spoke and stood with an empty tray. I followed, stuffing the last of my food in my mouth. The others came behind us, and before long, we all headed toward the briefing room. At the entrance, the puppet master was waiting. I greeted him as we went through the door. "Good morning, Mr. Puppet." "John, I hope you're rested." We shook hands before I grabbed a seat at the table in the room. As soon as everyone had greeted each other, we all settled in. Along with the puppet master, there was also our commander along with one other officer. "All right, listen up." The commander spoke as the room went dark. Then, the wall in front of us flashed before displaying a magical projection of a map. It was of the surroundings beyond the base. There were some markers as well as indicators for geological features. "You are the first team we're sending out on a mission. This man here is Lieutenant Captain Hemet, an Authority 6 warlock. He'll be following you all and overseeing the mission. I'll allow him to explain the details. Good day, you all. You can just address me as Sir Hemet." The officer waved to us. He was an average height man with a slim build dressed in some light armor. He seemed friendly enough with his coned back hair, so we all nodded back to him. Then, he pointed to the map behind him. "Our mission today is to do some reconnaissance. These scourge tides are by no means random. There is usually an entity guiding them, usually using the tide in order to test whatever base they siege. Our goal is to find that entity, or at least its traces. If we can't find it, or at least confirm its departure, then there may be a risk of another tide. Sir Hemet has come from the nearby frontier bastion Gavalda. Turns out, they've also experienced a scourge tide, and not one on a level ours could compare to. It seems we caught its remnants, but that also means the leading entity could be around here, so he will be your guide and you will support him. Commander Bosnan chimed in after, giving us a little more context. News that we weren't the only ones to get sieged surprised me, primarily because I felt that we should have been warned. I figured it was safe practice to warn any bases in the vicinity of a scourge tide, just in case. While the alarm did in fact go off some time before the tide arrived, it definitely took longer than that for the tide to travel. Then again, perhaps I was thinking too much. It wasn't like a base that was getting besieged could keep track of every enemy, especially when the forces they faced were apparently so much greater than what appeared on our own doorstep. I guess we should just be thankful that we had any advance notice at all. Sir Hemet spoke. We will take a crawler out to the entity's most likely location, which is this hillside right here. There are a few other places around there to check out if that doesn't give us anything, including a forest nearby. This operation will take an entire day. We won't be getting back until late at night, and depending on our results, we will continue tomorrow. Also, be prepared to fight. There may be small groups of beasts that continue to lurk, so this won't just be a sightseeing trip. Any questions? What supplies should we grab? I raised my hand and asked. If we would be outside the wire all day, then we would at least need food. He nodded at my question. I suggest grabbing some rations, enough for 2 days. Since we'll be in a crawler, there will be some cargo space to store packs. Otherwise, just bring anything you'll need to take care of basic necessities. There are no special requirements for this mission, and I will be bringing medical supplies just in case. Understood. Then go ahead and pack. We leave in 15 by the gate. Dismissed. With his word, we all stood to leave. All the rations were stored by the mess hall, so we stopped by there to grab supplies. I also grabbed a pack to store those items. I had never received one, so I simply requisitioned one from the armory. As for anything else I thought I needed, they were all stashed away in the spatial sack on my arm. With that, we all met up by the gates. In front of it was the crawler Sir Hemet spoke of. It was a vehicle that looked like an armored truck. Inside it had 2 rows of seats along with a magic turret on top. And in the back it had an enclosed cargo truck. We all threw our bags in the trunk before boarding. I couldn't help but smile as I felt the cold hard metal of its construction. This thing was an inch of armor away from being an APC. The space given to us was nice too. Since people in this world tended to be taller, vehicles were accommodating for that. We wouldn't be cramped in a metal box. Sir Hemet was driving, and after we had all boarded, the truck rolled out of the base. The location for our recon was about 15 miles away. With this truck, it would take around an hour to get there when factoring in all the terrain. So I settled in, next to Amara of course. She hadn't spoken at all this morning, but we had made eye contact several times, which was more than enough to make both of us smile. But I was also sitting next to Vetmon, who was enjoyable to talk to. Right now, he was geared up in plate armored pants. His chest plate was sitting underneath his seat, and his weapon was undoubtedly stashed in a spatial sack. His torso was covered in a fitted cloth shirt meant for wearing underneath armor, but because it was fitted, it made his muscles bulge. I had a good physique, but this man was simply built larger. A brick shithouse, if you will. He was a wall and definitely knew how to use that to his advantage. I nudged him. Hey, what did you do to get that huge? Do you eat entire cows for dinner? Haha, I'm fortunate enough to have a large diet, yes. I've also trained since I was of age. Most of that training wasn't for the spear or sword, but simple physical training. My family believes that endurance is even more important than weapon skill. Your family? Are you from some kind of knight family? I asked, curious more about the structure of his background rather than his personal origins. I had heard about families in several industries, and they seemed to be similar to entire organizations. Vetmon nodded. It's something like that. My family is a paladin peerage of the church. We have a few branches, but I come from the main branch, surnamed Verga. Oh, a paladin peerage. I nodded, impressed. I had only ever heard of paladins in fantasy, but it seemed they were a real thing here. But I was still curious, so I inquired. What does it mean to be a paladin? Or a paladin peerage? A paladin peerage is simply a noble family within the church that is headed by a paladin. And what is a paladin? All those who are authority 12 under the church become a paladin. Oh, so they're the strongest. I was enlightened and asked another question. So your father is a paladin? Haha, no. My great-grandfather was, but he died in the last major war. But he was not the first paladin of our line, and thus we have retained our status as a paladin peerage, hoping to produce another one. I see. Are you going to be the next? If the Lord wills it. Otherwise, I will simply do as I can. Paladins aren't the only people who can influence a war. Every soldier matters, so as long as I bring value to the church, I will continue down my path. Ah, how noble of you. I nodded before suddenly smiling at him. Now tell me how you really feel. Hey now, why would I expose myself? He responded cheekily, causing us to laugh. After that we continued talking to pass the time. Tana and the others chimed in at some point too, spilling details about their families and origins. And soon enough, we started to approach our target area. Chapter 44. Contact. At some point the crawler rolled off-road. We tread through some plains before heading up a large hill and finally coming to a stop. Everyone disembarked and scanned the surroundings. There was no immediate threat, but we still had to be wary. The entity we were hunting wouldn't be alone, that much we knew. However, we also didn't know how powerful it was. Since we weren't going in with much intelligence, an extra layer of caution was warranted. But after several minutes of looking around, nothing was found. So we all settled while gathering around Sir Hemet. All right, here's what we'll do. He took out his aerial, tapping a few times before bringing up a map. From here, we need to move down the hill in that direction. While we don't see anything out of the ordinary now, this thing could be hiding in plain sight, so we still need to search some key landmarks. But since we don't have communications all the way out here, we'll all need to go together. I have a suggestion. I suddenly raised my hand, prompting Hemet to turn and stare at me. I spoke. I'm good with long-distance attacks and observation, and this hilltop is perfect for someone like me. I was wondering if it would be better for me to stay here and provide some overwatch for the group. You're the summoner? Yes, sir. I nodded, to which he went silent for a few moments. Very well. You will stay with the crawler and watch us from afar. Understood. I will also need Amara to stay with me for support. The warlock? That doesn't seem optimal. If you get attacked, you will need close-range support. So, Sir Hemet looked around, finding and pointing at Tana. She will stay back with you. Are you sure, sir? Amara is already my designated support, and she's not a knight, so she may hold you back while traveling. I spoke back up. While staying back with Amara was partially driven out of my desire to have some alone time, it was also practical. Her auxiliary support was rather critical to ensuring I didn't attract every living thing within a 5-mile radius, including potential enemies. We complemented each other well, even if there was truth to Hemet's statement. But his only response came with a frown. Please don't question my decision. I'm not a knight either, and I'll be walking just as much. Leaving you here is already enough of a risk. She will stay with you here, and neither of you will leave this position until we have returned. Am I clear? Yes. I responded dully, my mood having been quickly ruined. I get it. He was military, I was just a school kid, and I was talking back. He didn't even need to explain himself, but he was being lenient and exercising some patience, even if it was thin. He sure wasn't like that in the briefing room. It amazed me how different he had become in just an hour. Perhaps he was just locked in for the mission, but it still pissed me off. I was glad I was taller, since I was able to look down on him as he tried to seem intimidating while exercising his authority. Eventually, he turned away. Gear up. We're heading out as soon as possible. With those words, everyone else went to go and make final preparations. As they did so, though, I went up to them. It was time to test out my aerial's main function, the mobile node. With the built-in program, I was able to create a node on the fly and allow others to connect to it. This wasn't simply something like a website that gave information, but a transceiver that could send and receive data. The transmission range of this aerial was far higher than the standard ones, meaning I could connect to everyone even when they were miles away. And with myself as the medium, they could all maintain contact with each other. So I went over to everyone and helped them connect to my node. It took a few minutes, but before long, everyone was connected and could send messages to each other. I could even create a large group chat, which I did, allowing us to pool our messages. Of course, Hemet wasn't invited. My current mood could basically be summed up with the phrase, fuck that guy. Amara also came up to me one last time before leaving, giving me a wry smile. You didn't have to talk back for me. It wasn't for you, but for everyone. I work best with you. But since that's not happening, we better hope I don't need to step in. Otherwise, any nearby enemies will come flocking. Keep that in mind. Right. I will. She nodded seriously. Such a thing was a very real possibility and could end badly if not handled properly. With that, the group separated. Betsmon, Fiden, and Amara left with Himmet while Tana and I stayed behind. We watched as they descended the hill. Their first landmark to investigate was actually the side of the hill itself. It was completely covered in scattered rock formations, including massive boulders and deep crevices. The entity could be hiding anywhere inside, and they would need to check. Of course, they wouldn't be searching blindly. That's why Himmet was here. Using detection spells, they could scan an area with pulses of mana, greatly accelerating their search speed. They wouldn't be going that far from us at the top. At the least, they would always be within my range. Before finding a rock to perch myself on, though, I went around the crawler, taking a peek at the driver's seat. And its layout surprised me. It looked similar to cars on Earth. There was a steering wheel, a key to start it, and pedals on the floor for acceleration and braking. Of course, Himmet didn't leave the key behind, so I unfortunately couldn't play around. Still, it was good to know that vehicles were similar to what I knew. Then again, the design was rather intuitive anyway. Not surprising that it was universal. It was only then that I found a rock, brought out a seat for myself, and got comfortable. Taking out my rifle, I could see the group gradually making their way down the hill through my scope. While doing that, I lifted my aerial and started speaking. "Come in, squad. Comms check. Can you hear me?" "I can hear you." "Me too. Same here." "Hey, what's that?" I smiled as I heard Hemmet's voice through someone else's aerial, speaking again. "Just another form of communication, sir. I'll inform you all if I spot anything out of the ordinary. For now, you're clear. Let me know if you need anything else." "Will do. Good to know my back is being watched." Vetsmon smiled while looking back up the hill, waving once toward us before continuing down. And I could see Hemmet's weird face as he wasn't sure what to say. "Yeah, that's right, asshole. You didn't get invited to the party." I smiled in petty victory. After that, though, we all settled in for the long haul. For me, I just had to hurry up and wait. And since I was watching, Tana decided to kick back and relax. My, how I wished Amara was here. We could be talking and keeping each other company, but our asshole superior decided to get in the way. Well, I wouldn't neglect my job, but I still wasn't happy. And since they were all busy hiking, I couldn't really text her either. How depressing. For about 2 hours, I watched them hike down. That was when they reached the bottom of the hill and spread out a bit more. Vetsmon stayed with Amara, going one way while Himmet and Fiden went another. They searched all the dozens of crevices and hidden areas, but after an hour, nothing came up. At some point, noon started to come around and the sun started beating down. Thankfully, summer had already passed and it was getting cooler, so it was actually a really nice day weather-wise. It was sunny, making everything clear. From my vantage point, I could make out any and all abnormalities. As I looked between the two groups, Tana spoke from beside me. "You know, the missions on these trips seem cool for a bit, but then you're forced to sit around for hours and suddenly you wish you had just stayed back at the school. At least with the puppet master we had constant battles. I think real danger tends to make things more exciting, even if most of the time you're just plain bored." I commented back while adjusting my seating position. I had learned over time that staring through an optic could fatigue your eye. So since I first sat down, I had been using my left eye to observe, saving my right eye for when I needed it. I also got nice and stiff when sitting in one position for so long, so I shifted between several different positions on top of my chosen rock. I also stacked my bag full of rations and supplies underneath me, providing some extra cushion. Doing that, Tana and I talked back and forth for a while. We laughed occasionally and simply passed the time. But then, the first interesting thing happened. It wasn't much. Nothing more than a random rock suddenly shifting and falling down the side of the hill. But it immediately caught my attention. My sharp eye, having been trained by video games from Earth to pick out the tiniest and fleeting details in fast-paced shooters, spotted a momentary distortion heading down the hill. It was the slightest warp in light, but it was enough to make my heart thrum with adrenaline. Sure enough, only another second or so of observation and I was able to see the distortion again as it headed toward my squad. I suddenly yelled into the open comms. "Enemy contact. Heading towards Vetsmon, your right side." In my scope, I watched as Vetsmon and Amara instantly turned with my directions. But I wasn't going to trust that they would spot the enemy and risk them getting hurt. So after taking a few seconds to aim, I pulled the trigger with an empowered shot. Boom. Screech. Everyone heard a scream as my bullet tore into the entity. Blood splattered across some rocks as the distorted light flickered even more, outright revealing the enemy. It was a gray beast that looked like a spiked wolf. It had sharp spines along its back and a sleek, thin body. Its abnormally long claws made it look even more vicious as it left streaks across the rocks it jumped along. My bullet had torn accurately through its torso, but it wasn't enough to severely injure it. Plus, after revealing itself, it went berserk. It started running and streaking across the hillside, heading down toward its prey. I couldn't land another shot. But now that they could see it, I had no qualms. Sure enough, Vetsmon stepped forward with his tower shield and spear, meeting the beast head-on. They clashed before long, Amara supporting with some debuffing spells from behind that would provide him an advantage. And as that happened, I pulled away from my scope for a moment and looked around. At several other positions along the hillside, I could see some more distortions. More of those beasts came charging, but the more they moved, the easier they were to spot. I spoke into my aerial. Fiden, 3 more enemies coming in behind you. Amara, 1 more to your left. I'm taking my shot. Roger. I heard her voice come back over. At the same time, I took aim at the moving distortion. It was moving slower, perhaps trying to sneak up while its kin was acting as bait. At that moment, though, I saw Tana step up. Should I go help? No. Boom. I took my shot, hitting the beast and taking it out of stealth. I then looked at Tana. Stay here and check the surroundings over there for me. Tell me if there are any enemies coming. This noise might attract attention. Got it. She didn't hesitate to follow my orders, running off and scanning the landscape around us. While she did that, I continued to watch my squad. Despite having 3 enemies, Fiden was fine since Hemet was right there. He cast large area spells to find the enemies, lock them down, and then kill them before Fiden could even step in. And since I had shot both of the beasts going toward Vetsmon and Amara, they were able to easily handle those fights and finish them off. But even that was less of a pressing concern. After all, they weren't the controlling entities. The boss was still out there, and it was definitely in control of those wolf beasts. Otherwise, they would have appeared sooner. Then, all of a sudden, I felt a chill go down my neck. I instantly responded as the powers of my coat actuated with a purple flash, spinning around while communing with a peacekeeper. Sure enough, I saw a beast running right toward me in slow motion, about to lunge forward. Its distortion faded as it jumped, its maws aimed right for my throat. But my pistol came up in time, my barrel only a few feet away from its vicious snout and blood-red eyes when I pulled the trigger. Bang! Ack! The body went limp as my empowered bullet tore straight through its skull, but the body continued straight toward me, falling on top of me. I felt its claws and spine stab me in a few places not covered by my coat. I immediately threw it off, but blood came out as I did so, staining my clothes. Shit. These are nice too. John, are you okay? Tana came running over, sliding to my side with worry all over her face as if I was going to die. I waved her away. I'm fine. Keep watching out for enemies. Are you sure? Let me get the med kit. No, I got it. How could I not have my own medical supplies on me? I had been injured too many times to count in the trenches, so I had gotten pretty good at packing wounds. Taking out some gauze and wrap, I felt around and stuffed the wounds based on how much it bled. Anything that wasn't pouring was left alone, and after taking care of that, I went right back to work. Sending Tana off, I looked back down, seeing the finished battles. However, even though the wolves were dead, Hemet was still moving. I found the entity. It's running, so I'll chase. You all stay. Just like that, Hemet used magic to give chase. Right after that, I saw a figure running toward a hill opposite to us. I took aim at it, but it was too far to hit. It may only have been 400 or 500 meters away, but that was beyond the effective range of this weapon. This rifle was pre-World War, after all. It wasn't a modern sniper. Besides, Hemet could take care of it. And since he was gone, I took command. Everyone, head back up here and regroup. John. Right as I spoke, Tana suddenly shouted. I had a bad feeling. I see enemies coming toward us. There's a lot. Fantastic. I scowled. You see, Hemet? This is why you listen to me. You think you know how I operate better than I do? You think my judgment was just shit out of my ass? And now there's a horde coming. How wonderful. Everyone, double time. Put that training to work. I shouted while changing positions, setting my sights on the small horde of stray beasts heading toward us from the bottom of the hill. And I opened fire, cursing our stupid commanding officer. Chapter 45, Alone Time. Fiden and Vetsmon were quick to ascend the hill. Knights had it easy like that with their ridiculous strength. And Vetsmon carried Amara so she didn't get left behind. So before long, we had all regrouped and prepared. Boom. The explosions coming from my guns echoed across the landscape. I was shooting as fast as I could, but although most of the beasts were weak, there were plenty of them. And after my squad assembled around me, I paused and took out a cigar, speaking while lighting it. Vetsmon, Fiden, you two will take point in front of us. Fiden, support Vetsmon. Tana, you're going to support them both. Take care of anything they can't. Understood. They all nodded and moved forward. There was a good amount of space on top of this hill, so they wouldn't have to fight on sloped terrain. But all that space left room for beasts to fill. If we weren't careful, we would get surrounded. Well, not like we hadn't faced these scenarios before with the Puppet Master. There were very few times that any of the teams I worked with ever failed, no matter the situation. More often than not, I took command. As the observation specialist, I tended to have a better grasp on the overall situation. Of course, finding people who would trust me in the first place was more of a concern. Thankfully, Vetsmon and Fiden took to my orders easily despite this being the first real time we had ever worked together. Or perhaps it was just how irritated I sounded. Right now, I wasn't in the position where I would take no for an answer. After the knights moved up, I looked toward my trusty warlock. Amara, you're responsible for crowd control. Don't let our vanguard get surrounded. Roger. She nodded and moved up, beginning to cast spells. As for myself, well, my job didn't need to be stated. Climbing on top of the crawler, I got a nice view of everyone's backs as well as the slope down the hill. A rough estimation yielded 100 or 2 beasts. And they weren't all coming in one large group. They were scattered and had no sense of unity, attacking in small waves. By the time I was ready, Vetsmon had already made first contact. He greeted the first beast with the tip of his spear, outright skewering it and throwing it away, almost slicing it in half from that action alone. And Fiden followed up by simply slashing a beast across the face when it lunged at him, killing it instantly. That's when I suddenly remembered. Vetsmon and Fiden were Authority 5. Only 6 people in the elites were Authority 5, and they were 2 of them. The rest were Authority 4, with myself occupying the bottommost rung. So those 2 had no issue dealing with beasts under their level. They could even fight Authority 5s head-on, those behemoths I had seen during the siege being some of them. So while an entire army of beasts could overwhelm a single person, that didn't mean the person would fall. It simply meant that it would take a bit more time to clear them out. I understood quickly that Vetsmon and Fiden didn't need much help. Plus, they had the support of Tana and Amara who would only make it easier for them to kill faster. And that wasn't to mention me, their Overwatch who would pick off a few to keep their backs safe. The only issue was, beasts only continued to come. In the distance, I could see faint dots heading toward us. They were still scattered, but there were a lot of them. At least another few hundred by my count. I felt a headache come on even as my cigar worked to alleviate my wounds. If that asshole had only listened. Now I was stuck cleaning up the mess. Taking aim, I decided I could work on my marksmanship here, picking off distant targets. My bullets sailed over the heads of my squad, some bullets missing, others finding their mark. Over time, as I communed with more weapons, I received the experiences of more people. Sometimes during my training, I would take a dive into the dimensions of my authorities and sift around for more weapons to benefit from. Of course, cursory communions didn't garner that much. I found that the more I used a weapon, the more I would deepen the connection and the more experience I would receive. And so far, I had used this Remington Lee scoped rifle quite a bit. My connection with it was deeper than any other gun I had, and the experiences I received from it were invaluable. I wasn't a marksman before coming to this world. Sure, I had some experience shooting guns, but nothing that would make me extraordinary. My aim was decent. That was all I knew. But the experiences from this rifle made me into a proper marksman, someone who could utilize his weapon with adept familiarity. That made this weapon's effective range of 300 meters truly effective in my hands. There was little I would miss unless the target was moving sporadically or was smaller than normal. But I still had much to learn. I wasn't an expert yet, and since guns were my thing, I needed to get very good at them. That included these older variants, even though they may not be as precise or easy to use as the modern ones. And thankfully, I improved as I continued to practice, especially since my mind was improving as my spark grew more powerful. With a sharper mind, I indirectly strengthened my senses and dexterity. Being able to think faster was especially helpful, my reaction time shortening considerably and my ability to make judgments jumping a magnitude. This was all to say that, even right now with only decent marksmanship, I was a damn good shot. Boom. Another bullet sailed beside Vetsman's body, instantly killing an incoming beast about 120 meters away. About 2 hours had passed, and right now, I was wholly concentrated. Those 2 hours passed relatively easily. The beasts were constant, but they were never overwhelming. Our group worked well, supporting each other and efficiently killing monsters because of it. I was able to thin out some groups before they even stepped foot onto the hill, so by the time they arrived, they had no choice but to get caught in some of Amara's traps and finished off by Vetsmon, Phaidon, and Tana one by one. Phaidon killed the most by far, while Vetsmon was a close second. And Tana, although she didn't kill a lot, did her job very well. She was responsible for watching the surroundings of her allies, not simply finding as many enemies to kill as she could. Her job, like Vetsmon's, was protection. She made sure that Phaidon could properly support Vetsmon, who was acting as the tank, and prevented any beasts from pressuring Amara. So she was constantly moving, providing her extra power where needed to keep the battle favorable. I was beginning to see why she was in the middle ranks. She was fast, meaning she was a great scout. So she didn't kill a lot, but she was still vitally important to make sure things didn't go wrong. After all, if Amara was suddenly pressured, and her auxiliary support for Vetsmon disappeared, then he would get overwhelmed and Phaidon would be taxed trying to help. It would lead to a catastrophic breakdown in formation, which would only spiral into dire consequences. So even without me here, Tana was enough to balance the battle. They didn't need me at all, but I was here, and the role I played could be described as such. Pure firepower. My job was to deal as much damage as possible without getting in the way. In fact, I didn't even need to observe much. That was technically Tana's job. And commanding the team could also technically be left to Vetsmon. I was simply sheer killing power added on top of the team's skill set. I knew that well and wasn't under the delusion that I could do any more than that. So I wanted to get good at my job, because although I was technically only extra power, I could also dictate the flow of a battle. I could make victories absolute and turn losses into wins. I could save lives and dampen casualties. So I wasn't needed, but I was self-aware enough to know that my power would be desired in any team and all battles. And expectations would be placed upon me because of that. Expectations that would bear the weight of not just victory, but the lives of those around me. So lacking skill in the only job I had wasn't allowed. I had to become a master at what I did as soon as I could do so. I had to improve at every step, using the experiences I gained at every level of power to better myself. Boom. I fired, catching a glimpse of the dead beast on the other end before shifting my sights to another. My hand chambered another round, the bolt sliding smoothly along its chamber and slotting in another bullet. I maintained visual through the scope the entire time, allowing me to quickly acquire my next target and fire again. And as my concentration peaked, I stopped noticing how much time had passed. I simply continued to fire. Until, at some point, there were no more enemies to kill. Everything went silent all at once, my gun being the last thing to sound. I lifted my head, looking at my squad ahead of me. They looked rather tired, as was I, but the surrounding piles of corpses showed just how much fruit our effort bore. Doing one last scan, I couldn't spot any other beasts coming toward us. With that, I finally relaxed. We did it. Tana cheered, her armor coated in blood. In fact, everyone was except for Amara and I. Killing so many beasts was bound to paint some things red. The others smiled, looking between each other. How is everyone? Any wounds? None here. Nope. I'm all right. After Vetsmon asked, everyone shook their heads. I was the only one not to, though. Having been reminded and with my tunnel vision fading, all the pain of my wounds set in again. They weren't bad, just a bunch of shallow stab wounds and some lacerations. My cigar and the healing had stopped all the bleeding and would ensure I wasn't in any real danger. But it still hurt like hell, and I had been laying on top of the crawler for hours. Combined with the exhausting target practice, I didn't feel like I could move. I groaned. I could actually use some help. Oh, right. John's hurt. What? With Tana's shout, everyone came rushing over. Vetsmon directly jumped up onto the crawler and checked me out. I waved when he landed next to me. I'm fine. Just some wounds from that wolf beast earlier. I got poked. Your clothes are bloody. Wait, you've had these for that long? Well, not like I was going to sew them up on the spot. I took care of what I needed to. Here, just get me down. I put my hand out, prompting Vetsmon to take it and help me up. He helped me down the crawler and sat me down inside of it. Shining a light on my front side revealed my nice white shirt entirely red with blood, along with my pants despite it being a bit less obvious. It wasn't the first time I had gone so long without treatment, but unfortunately it only got more painful the more time passed without it getting at least cleaned and patched. It felt like my entire body was sore, every movement causing shooting pains to hit my limbs. I had basically caught a porcupine with how many sharp spines and claws that wolf had. It was only natural I was injured. What I was more pissed about was how Sir Hemet still had yet to return. Where the hell is our lovely commanding officer? I have no clue. He ran off and has yet to show up. Hopefully he's back before the sun sets. He better be. Shit, I need to get sewn up. I cursed while stripping my coat and shirt. Looking at my bare chest revealed several wounds across my torso, some of them long slices, and others being slender punctures. They had all clotted, and my cigar alleviated some pain, but not all of it. I let out a plume of smoke while looking up, glancing at Amara who was cringing while looking closer. She saw my gaze and asked, "Are you really okay? Do you need anything from the mechit?" "I'm fine. I just need a doctor." "Hey, why don't we all eat since we're stuck waiting?" "Fiden, you mind pulling out the rations?" "Sure." Fiden's face brightened at the mention of food, gladly going to fetch a bag of supplies. We all pulled out some rations and started chowing. After many hours of fighting, we were all hungry. However, I also used this opportunity. Nudging Fiden with my elbow and nodding toward Vetsmon, I asked, "Do you guys mind watching for Sir Hemet on top of the crawler? I was thinking about laying down in here." "Oh, sure thing. Tana, could you go with them?" Tana lifted her head in confusion, her mouth full of food. That's when I saw the two men go into thought. Vetsmon was the first to smile widely as he looked between me and the only person I wasn't sending out. Fiden quickly understood as well, though he seemed more surprised than anything. As for Tana, well, it seemed she was as dense as she was innocent. Vetsmon grabbed Tana, pulling her. "Let's go, Tana." "Huh? We all need to watch." "Yes. All three of us can keep track of every angle if we sit in a circle." "But why?" "Just go." Vetsmon no longer asked as he dragged Tana out. Then, the crawler was left empty, light shining through the windows. Stuffing the last of my food in my mouth, I suddenly turned and laid down. My head landed on Amara's lap. I looked up, seeing her looking down at me with an embarrassed face. "Could you be more obvious?" "Hey now, I wasn't lying. I really do want to lay down. My body is killing me." "On my lap, though? Seeing a pretty girl like you helps alleviate my pain." "Oh." She smiled weirdly and looked up to hide her face from me. How cute. It was fun seeing her all flustered, especially knowing how she would get me flustered with all those prying questions. As she dodged my goofy grin, though, I had a thought and adjusted my head a little. Because she was almost always wearing some robes, her figure wasn't all that obvious. I knew she definitely wasn't as curvy as Rayla, but even just looking up at her from the vantage point of her lap, I had a good portion of my vision blocked by her chest. It was just a cursory observation. I wasn't so picky even if I had preferences, definitely not enough so to diminish my thoughts about her. Still, I was a guy, and she seemed to be a sleeper. I couldn't help but click my tongue with impression. Plus, I couldn't seem to get over her ashy gray hair. Like Rayla's, it was an exotic color that mesmerized me. It was amazing to think it was completely natural. Not only that, but when I looked into her eyes, I found a deep purple that looked almost black. I hadn't really paid attention before, but they were beautiful. "You look good too." Suddenly, I heard Amara mumble, her eyes darting over to my body beside her. "You're not a knight, but you're strong." "Oh, thank you. Is there a reason you work out?" "I know it's good for you, but usually only knights need to keep themselves in good shape. Everyone else really only needs to be able to run. I think it's a matter of principle for me," I answered while thinking back. Ever since coming to this world, I definitely hadn't worked out as much. The city and magisterium definitely had gyms though, and there were even sports, though I didn't know any of them and didn't have the time to watch much. So I wasn't in the shape I was when I first came here. However, there was one thing that surprised me after a while. Given several months, I should have lost a good amount of muscle mass and weight after not working out for a while, my stamina dropping into the gutter, my muscles becoming less cut, and my metabolism coming to a halt. But very little of that stuff happened. I retained my shape rather well, and my stamina no longer dropped to nothing within a week of no activity. I still ate a lot and felt just as strong as I was. I chopped it down to simply a consequence of being in this world. Perhaps the magic of this world brought that kind of benefit inherently, or maybe it was a benefit of being a magus. I didn't know, but I wouldn't argue with the results. Still, I did still do some workouts a few times a week. Hell, the Puppet Master's scenarios doubled as fantastic cardio. And I did so not to become stronger, but to simply not get weaker. I would work out regardless of where I was in life. Keeping in shape was good for me both physically and mentally, as it was for everyone. I wouldn't forsake that, especially when considering what I now did. I explained this to Amara, who nodded while listening. I see. That's good. Not that we have a choice sometimes. True. Sometimes those scenarios are nothing but a running workout. I think the puppet master makes us do those on purpose. Kiki, yeah. And you? What do you do to keep yourself fit? Or are you just naturally built this way? I poked her stomach, feeling what seemed to be some pretty tight abs. She giggled and blocked me. I don't do much, just some basic workouts. Even warlocks need to take care of themselves. I definitely don't have abs like yours. Saying that, I felt Amara's hand move over and brush my belly with her fingers. My brows raised as she continued to stare a bit, but then she frowned as her finger grazed the skin around one of my wounds. They look bad. You've got a lot of scars too. Are you really okay? I'm fine. They're just sore. I'll be better once we finally get back to base. Saying that, I went quiet and shifted a bit, relaxing even further. Ah, how soothing. I smiled while nestling into Amara's lap a bit more. I heard her chuckle when I did, and then I felt some fingers run through my hair. Is this girl actually petting me? I felt her fingers comb my hair and straighten it out, her fingernails scratching my scalp. I felt tingly as she did that. Now I really was completely relaxed, almost enough to go to sleep. This went on for a while as she got more comfortable with what she was doing. I felt like I never wanted it to end. How unfortunate that I was hurt. Otherwise, I would be doing more than just laying on her lap. I felt a bit selfish being the only one getting treatment, but when I opened my eyes and looked at her, we both met with a smile. She seemed to be enjoying herself. That's when I heard the dreaded announcement. Sir Hemet is back. Chapter 46, Novelty. Vetsmon pounded on the crawler, his voice acting like a douse of cold water. My eyes opened as I frowned, looking straight up toward the ceiling. It took me a few seconds to mentally prepare myself, my mood worsening just thinking about Hemet. Fine. I got up, feeling my wounds get aggravated as I stood and cracked my neck. Amara got up with me, the two of us silent as I exited the crawler. Since I was shirtless and it was becoming evening, I was hit with a cool breeze that gave me goosebumps. But it felt good despite that, so I took some deep breaths to calm myself down. Vetsmon looked at me with a smile, which turned a bit as I saw him check me out. That's a lot of wounds. And scars. Comes with the job. So where is he? Over there. He pointed, and I saw a figure on an opposing hillside making its way toward us. He wasn't running or making any kind of haste, so it would be a while before he actually got here. I tapped Vetsmon and pointed. Hey, you mind going over there and checking on him? We should make sure our commanding officer isn't horribly wounded. Sure. He nodded before bounding over there. I saw him traverse the entire distance in less than a minute, arriving by Hemet's side. They stopped and spoke to each other, and as they did so, I lifted my aerial to my mouth, speaking into the group channel. Vetsmon, ask if we can get the keys for the crawler. I can drive it over. There was no response as they discussed for a little while longer. Then, I saw Hemet hand something over to Vetsmon before he came running back. I looked over to Tana, Amara, and Fiden. Load up. We're leaving. Roger. They moved with haste, packing everyone and loading into the vehicle. Then Vetsmon arrived, handing the keys to me. He's wounded. Do you really know how to drive that thing? You mean they don't teach you? And I thought I was the uneducated one. Gimme. I grabbed the keys from Vetsmon, smiling as I jumped into the driver's seat. The key wasn't a normal key. Instead, it was a keycard type object that you could slot into a holder next to the steering wheel. I threw it in, following the obvious patterns to point it straight, and watched as the dashboard glowed and the vehicle started. There were some mechanical parts on this crawler that generated some vibrations, so I could tell when it was ready to ride. Like that, I placed my hand on a stick located where the center console would be. From watching Hemet drive, I knew that these cars only had two gears, one for drive and one for reverse. It was magically driven, so it was more similar to electric cars than gas cars. With that, I tapped the gas pedal, feeling the crawler move forward and instantly getting a feel for its power. All right, here we go. My first time driving in this world started without a hitch. Spinning the car around, I found a clear path and drive down, encountering some mild turbulence but nothing that would flip us as I made my way toward Hemet's figure. Before long, I pulled right up to his side. He was sitting down on a rock, some of his clothes a bit bloody and very obviously injured. I poked my head out and flicked my head toward him. Get in. When the sun finally set, we arrived back at base. I rolled directly through the open gates, skidding to a halt over the dirt ground. After that, I jumped out, a smile on my face. That was fun. It was more powerful than I thought. Ugh. Oh God. Tana stumbled out of the crawler, as did Amara and Vetmon. Fiden seemed to be all right, though. I didn't mind them and looked at the clock. HM turned an hour drive into a 30-minute drive. Pretty damn good. You don't know how to drive? Sir Hemet mumbled as he almost fell from the crawler. But I rebuked. Please, I'm one of the best. We almost died. No way. I always had control. We drove sideways. It's called drifting, and it was intentional. I continued to quip back as everyone critiqued me. The road back was hardly a road, just a dirt trail that hadn't been tread in a while. So it wasn't super smooth, but we were in a truck, so we were fine. There was also a speedometer, and even at my fastest there was still 40 on the dash. Considering the highest speed was around 100 miles per hour, I wasn't going that fast. But I suppose since most people in this world weren't used to driving, they found it a bit rougher than normal. I was taking it easy too since I'm still hurting. Right, I should head to the doctor. Bleg. As I walked off, I heard some weird noises behind me, but I ignored it. I seriously needed to get my body taken care of. After arriving at the medical bay, I was seen by a doctor who checked me in and started fixing me up. The man was quick and efficient. After giving me one of their stronger healing pills, he went to work on sewing me up. I laid there for close to an hour as he worked. We talked about my cigars as well, him telling me that he had only seen them a few times in his life since they were apparently rare and valuable. I didn't reveal much, but the fact that I had a case full of them was rather telling. Still, unlike Amara, he didn't pry and only told me that they were a good thing to have. With that, I was taken care of and released. Since it was night, I caught up with my squad and ate some dinner before retiring. The next few days weren't as eventful. Sir Hemet had been successful in killing the commanding entity, and while we had been forced to fend off a small army in the process, it was nothing that needed to be stressed about since nobody had gotten too hurt. Still, when I was called in for a debrief with an officer, my displeasure in regard to certain decisions on Sir Hemet's part was made known. Not that it would do anything, but I liked knowing that my feelings on the matter were officially documented. So our mission was wrapped up. Since I had gotten hurt, and there were plenty of other teams that could use the work, we wouldn't have another mission for a while. And even if there was a mission for us to complete, it wouldn't be anything like killing a commanding entity. Plus, since we had cleared out the surrounding several miles of scourge beasts, there wouldn't even be search and destroy missions. We had effectively made the rest of our trip boring. It was quite unfortunate for the other teams. But that didn't mean we weren't active. I, especially, had work on my plate. For one, I needed to study and cultivate that advancement formation. Maxwell was expecting me to have completely comprehended it by the time I got back, so I needed to work on that. Although, I had already cultivated half of it. He had said that I would be able to grow my spark as I managed to complete more of it, the two going hand in hand since I had made the spark in the first place. Normally, one would need to comprehend the entire thing before gradually forming the spark afterward. So since I had deviated from the normal path, the timeline was probably different. Shorter or longer, I didn't know. All I knew was that the deeper I went, the more difficult the formation became. The entire formation was a huge instruction set for Psyche to follow. By following the formation I had, a spark would be created. However, the formation on the paper didn't match the formation when actually applied. Well, it did but didn't. The formation given to me was a guide. By mimicking the shape of the lines with my Psyche and aura, I was able to glean the true shape and get the correct formation. The reason the formation on paper wasn't technically correct was because the shapes drawn with Psyche during cultivation weren't something that could be put on paper. It was similar, but also completely different. So I had to remember the true shape of the formation, as well as constantly study the parts that only continued to get more complicated. I was lucky to comprehend so much in my dreams, getting inspired from time to time. But I still needed to study the formation if I wanted to take advantage of dreaming at all. So for a couple hours each morning and night, I would study the formation. Although using aura and Psyche was novel at first, studying still got boring. I wasn't able to spend 6 hours a day just sitting down and printing formations like a computer. Plus, I also wasn't forsaking productivity during the rest of the day. The others in my squad also had things to do. Fiden, Vetsmon, and Tana were all knights who trained their bodies in martial arts. So they would be found on the fields going through their own routines or sparring. Since they were in a squad, they often sparred each other. Amara also studied spells since she was a warlock, and that was on top of her advancement formation. Warlocks were considered isolated researchers for a reason. They may not emerge from a room for half the day simply because their training was comprised entirely of studying and more studying. There wasn't as much practical training. As for myself, other than studying the formation, I also worked with my summons. That practice was basically either shooting or searching for more guns to shoot. After finding the Remington Lee modified sniper, there wasn't anything else that really caught my eye. I had done a lot of searching, but all I found were swaths of lever actions, revolvers, and the occasional double-barrel shotgun. There wasn't much variation, and the power of those spirits wasn't outstanding. Nothing that would compel me to change my current selections. I had a long rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. That was all I really needed and ended up using. So until I found an outstanding weapon variant, there wasn't much reason to spend a lot of time searching. That just left shooting practice. For this, I went to the puppet master who got me permission to do what I wanted. After he talked to Commander Bosnan, I was given the authority to go wherever along the walls and shoot. So I picked a nice secluded spot and got to work. On the east side of the base, there was a tree line that led into a forest about 200 meters away. It was that tree line that I used for target practice. I picked some trees that stood out and started. Some trees stuck out from the forest and some were deeper in. I picked several across varying distances and simply opened fire. My gunshots were heard across the entire base, but I had gotten permission, so it was fine. For a few hours, I simply shot regular bullets. I would riddle one tree with bullet holes before moving on to another, my goal being to keep my grouping tight. The scope on this rifle wasn't modern, so there was no such thing as adjustment dials. That meant I had to gauge the distance with my eye and adjust my shot accordingly. For shorter distances closer than 500 meters or so, that was fine. But pushing any farther than that would require a bit more precision, not to mention this rifle wasn't even accurate past 300 meters. Regardless of my target though, I sought tight groupings and consistency. I even pushed myself and bit and tried to shoot down some birds that flew by. I never hit one, but I still tried. So I spent several hours of my day behind a rifle. I also didn't forsake my peacekeeper, but since I couldn't go outside the walls by myself, there wasn't much practice I could get with it other than practicing my reloading after fanning the hammer into the distance, seeing how many rounds I could fire in a minute. And when I wasn't doing anything productive at all, I was doing one of two things: eating or flirting with Amara, sometimes both. Since we could talk to each other via aerial, we would find times to meet and hang out. And when we weren't together, like during the night after curfew, we would be texting. And during that, I couldn't help but feel a weird sense of novelty. Amara would text back within seconds. The only time spent without a response was the time it took for her to read the words and then type back a response and hit send. There was very little deviation from that, which was nice, because back on Earth, it definitely wasn't like that. With relationship experience came both good and bad points, and it was never fun being interested in a girl who would play as if dating was a game. Seeing a message when it was sent, but only texting back several minutes later because doing so in a timely manner may be seen as desperate, needy, or whatever other negative trait they came up with, was common with some girls. And it was something I hated. But here on this world, where texting was barely a thing and the social standards were different, there was none of that. Of course, I hadn't been around on this world for long and had only had a relationship with 2 women, but the difference was so stark that it could be taken as the standard, even if there were outliers. When I texted Amara, she simply responded. How great was that? And our conversations seemed to go on endlessly, both via text and in person. We would tell stories, spill some harmless secrets, talk about family and all the quirks we loved and hated. It was all so fresh. Talking with her made me feel light. Although it was a new relationship, and that made me a bit blind, every moment with her felt fun. I think the best part of it all was how she had come on to me first. It was clear that she liked me, and I made it clear that I liked her. There was no suspense, and that made everything flow so smoothly. Neither of us had to be reserved out of fear, every interaction and moment of intimacy advancing our relationship forward. It was so different from everything I had experienced on Earth, which made it even more enjoyable. In fact, it was so enjoyable that the days flew by quicker than I could keep up with. Before I even realized, the end of our trip approached. Chapter 47, Attacked. You guys have one more mission before we leave. Huh. We all looked at the puppet master with hardly concealed reluctance. We had been on 3 other missions after that search and destroy mission after the siege, but all of them were patrols. That meant we jumped in a Hummer, which was cramped, and rode around a perimeter for hours with nothing to do. It was boring and always ended with stiff limbs. Not to mention, Amara and I weren't able to be all over each other since the others were around. Of course, I tried to make it interesting for myself by shooting at random targets as we drove, testing my skill. But I was yelled at by our supervisor all 3 times, ending in nothing but more boredom. So none of us were eager to go on another mission, especially when we only had a day left on this trip. Seeing how unenthusiastic we were, the puppet master laughed. Haha, come on now. You guys got the only combat mission on this trip, so you can't complain. Now, you have one more patrol to do. Ugh. We all groaned, making him laugh even harder. He waved and walked away. You leave in an hour. Don't be late. Ha ha ha. Isn't military life fun? I'm going to kill something. Tana grit her teeth, kicking back her chair and standing. We all stood with her and left to get ready. An hour later, we were all piled inside a Hummer. Our supervisor drove us out, and we made our way to the perimeter. The perimeter wasn't an actual part of the base. It was merely an invisible boundary between what this base considered their territory and the outer wilderness. Our job was to look out for anything weird or suspicious. If there were signs of scourge activity, we needed to report back and investigate. Of course, there were never any signs of activity. We had figured that out after the first 2 patrols. If anything, we were just bait for whatever might be lurking around. If we could draw out a scourge beast, then we had done our jobs properly. But that meant we didn't even have to keep our eyes peeled. So as soon as we left the base, Tana and Fiden closed their eyes and took a nap. Vetsman also seemed to have brought a book, which he read. As for Amara and I, we just cuddled in the back seats. I had my arm around her as she lounged back into my chest. It wasn't long before noon, so the sun was still rising toward its zenith. Since we would be out here for about 6 hours, all of us tried to get as comfortable as possible. Even I got an hour-long nap in, drifting off until around noon. After that, everyone seemed to have woken up properly, prompting us to start a random discussion that got a bit heated and went on for a couple hours. It was only during the second half of our drive that everything calmed down again. At that point, we just sat around bored. Then, after having lounged back with Amara for long enough, I opened my eyes and got up. I need air. Just don't stick your butt in my face again. You know you like it. You. Tana gave me a disgusted face as I climbed up and pushed open the roof hatch, letting me stick my head out. There wasn't even a turret on this Hummer, but there was a hatch for it. Thinking that, I let the wind blow across my face as I took some deep breaths. I looked around, seeing some forests in the distance and nothing but grassy plains around us. I could also spot a bunch of wildlife. In these undisturbed areas, there were lots of creatures that would wander about. I didn't recognize a lot of them, but in general they still fell within standard classifications. Birds with feathers, mammals with hair and fur, small insects, and other scaly or reptilian friends. It was just the colors and some other special features that made them much different from Earth's animals. In one of the forests I looked at, I also saw some monkeys. When we rolled by, a lot of them stopped to look at us. They had black fur and red eyes. They looked rather menacing. Too menacing, in fact. Seeing them gave me a bad feeling. Hey, Vetmon. Out your window, the tree lean in the distance. Black monkeys with red eyes. Check it out. The big man looked out his window, taking a few seconds before responding. They look hostile. Gear up. I don't like it. All right. Hey, buckle in too. He didn't question as he put on his armor. The others readied their gear as well while strapping in. As that happened, the monkeys all swung away, seemingly having enough of our presence. That's when the driver looked back. Hey, did you find something? Not sure. Some black monkeys with red eyes were looking at us. Those? They aren't uncommon. The ones with red hands are the ones we gotta watch out for. Let me check. Taking out my rifle, I scoped in and tried to find some more. But after a minute or so, I couldn't find any others. Still, my bad feeling grew. That's when I heard some sounds from a forest closer to us. Turning, I saw some more monkeys. They were all swinging through the branches, following us in parallel. And their hands were red with long black claws coming out of their fingers. My eyes widened, but before I could say anything, I saw everything turn in slow motion. I felt alarm scream in my mind, my coat flashing with purple as its powers were activated. In the corner of my eye, I could spot the source of my panic. There was a giant gorilla barreling straight toward us from the tree lean of the forest. It was fast and big, almost as big as the Hummer. It was going to ram us, and I had no illusions about its strength. It was going to flip the Hummer. So I sunk back down through the hatch, barely closing it behind me while yelling, "Incoming!" Boom. It was like we were hit by a bomb as the Hummer was lifted from the ground. I could only duck and cover my head as I went tumbling inside this metal can. Right as I went flying, though, my entire body was grabbed. It felt like a bear was hugging me as we whipped around, the Hummer rolling several times before coming to a stop. Once we settled, we could hear a bunch of sounds coming from monkeys that boarded our vehicle, screaming while banging on the windows and doors. "John? You all right? I love you, Vetmon. Whoa, now, your girlfriend is right there." He chuckled while letting me go. Since the car was now on its side, I had to balance on one of the seats. The others unstrapped themselves as well, crawling around. That's when I had to close one of my eyes, feeling moisture crawl down my forehead. "John, you're bleeding." Amara climbed over to me, touching my head and coating her fingers in blood. There was a lot, so something must have split open. I did in fact have a headache now, but the adrenaline helped stave the pain. "I'm fine. Get ready for battle. I'm making a call." I spoke while bringing out my aerial, tapping it a few times before bringing up a profile. I called, and before long, I heard a voice. "John? What, are you that bored?" The puppet master spoke with amusement, but I didn't really have time for jokes. "We've been attacked." "By what?" His voice became serious, and I quickly gave him the details. "Some monkeys. Black hair, red eyes, red hands, and long black claws. One of them was huge and just flipped our Hummer. Those are red-eye bandits. They're strong and tough, but weak to magic, so keep Amara safe." "You said there's a big one? What's the color of its fur?" "Black, like the others." "Good. If it were purple, you'd be dead." "All right, we're sending a team." "Where are you?" Looking through a window, I described the landmarks around us, which seemed to be enough. After that, I hung up. "Help is on the way." "They won't be quick enough." Vetsmon grumbled. At the same time, there was a loud sound. Crack. One of the side windows was almost shattered. Outside, we could see the gorilla pounding on it. Shatter. It quickly broke under the second hit. Then, we could see one of the smaller monkeys crawl through it. Right when it did, though, I raised a shotgun and fired. Boom. Ack. It exploded, blasting the monkey to chunks, but simultaneously ringing our ears. Everyone recoiled, Vetsmon putting his hand on me. "Let us take care of things inside." "Right." I nodded apologetically. After that, more monkeys started to crawl in, but they were all butchered by the knights. Vetsmon skewered some with his spear while Phaidon stabbed others. We killed a lot of them, and eventually things went silent. That's when Tana suddenly spoke. "The driver's dead." We all looked over, seeing her looking at the driver's seat. That's when I realized. The gorilla had come at us head on, so the driver took the hardest hit. From where we sat, the entire front of the Hummer looked flattened. The driver was crushed in the process. I frowned, but didn't dwell on it. From my experience working with the Tavera family and killing people in the trenches, I was rather numb to death. But I remembered that the rest of my squad didn't have my experience. They may have only seen a few deaths before, definitely not as much as I have. I could see the shock on Tana's face as she saw the dead body. Even Vetsmon and Phaidon seemed a little rattled. But we didn't have time for that, so I stepped in. "Hey, leave it be. We've got a huge fucking gorilla outside that isn't leaving us alone. Get ready to leave the Hummer. Can't we just stay inside?" Creak. Right as Amara asked me from behind, we all heard the sound of metal bending. Bang. Shatter. There was pounding on the side of the car, the glass windows being blown to bits and the doors warping out of their hinges. I looked at Vetsmon while the gorilla tore our car to shreds. "Just keep it off of us." "Yeah, time to put these muscles to work." He flexed while looking up at the gorilla. Then, one of the doors was torn off. Vetsmon jumped out right as the door was thrown, ramming straight into the gorilla and tackling it to the floor. "Go. Phaidon, help him." "Got it." Phaidon jumped out right after him, and we could hear the sounds of battle outside. I grabbed Tana, who still seemed a bit rattled. "Go. They need help." "Right." She nodded while zoning in, climbing out of the vehicle. I then looked back to Amara. She looked to me as well. She seemed scared, but I knew she wouldn't back down. "That thing is weak to magic, so you're the most important here. I probably won't be able to do much to it, but I'll keep you safe from anything else." "All right. Then let's go." I climbed out of the car, helping her out as well. That's when we saw the battle. Oof. Vetsmon raised his shield, taking a blow from the gorilla that knocked him back several feet. Phaidon then jumped in, drawing his sword across its body and creating some shallow wounds. But the gorilla was tough as nails. It didn't even seem to notice the wounds as it attacked Fiden as well. It wasn't slow, being able to keep up just fine. The gorilla stood 10 feet tall. Even Vetsmon was dwarfed by it, and its muscles bulged through its skin like plates of armor. I knew at a glance that anything other than a fully empowered bullet wouldn't be able to pierce through. Even then, I would be hard-pressed to give it a single bad wound. I was still only Authority 3, while Vetsmon and Fiden were Authority 5. They could match the gorilla, but even then, they seemed to be slightly outclassed. And killing those Authority 5 behemoths during the siege took me time, not to mention that I wasn't the only one doing damage. If I had an hour to simply shoot this gorilla without it fighting back, then I might be able to kill it. But in this situation, I was almost useless. In the end, it seemed like I really was the weak link in this team. I like to think that I was important with my sheer damage, but against a truly powerful enemy, I still couldn't rise to their level. But I wouldn't allow myself to be dead weight. So I did the only thing I could. Protect them. Let them work. I looked around, finding some other monkeys that tried to attack Fiden and Tana. Tana was working to fend them off while Fiden tried to help Vetsmon despite getting attacked from behind. Amara was also attracting attention, and I couldn't let her get hurt. So I raised my shotgun and fired. Boom. I blasted a monkey that was heading toward Amara with my quad shotgun before turning and firing at another heading toward Tana. I walked toward the battlefield, letting off more shells at the annoying pests that tried to distract my teammates. I was completely focused, utilizing the powers of my coat sporadically even though it sucked down my stamina. I gave everything I had to defend them, because I could contribute nothing else. Only they could fight and kill the gorilla, so until I got stronger, I would stick to what I could do. And I naturally attracted attention with all the noise I was making. The gorilla couldn't do anything about it since Vetsmon was fighting it to a standstill, but all the other monkeys could. There weren't many, but there was enough. Plus, they came from all directions, surrounding me and testing my reloading speed. I was practically throwing my shells into the 4 barrels, running and dodging while firing to keep the monkeys from tearing my throat out with their claws. But I couldn't keep everything at bay. Eventually, one got over to me just as I ran out of ammo. I lunged at me, its claws digging into my stomach. They were no different from knives, so blood immediately spilled. Taking that opportunity, though, I summoned a peacekeeper and pressed its barrel against its head, pulling the trigger. Bang. Slice. Its claws fell out, my blood going with it. It made me feel sick, like my life was spilling away with the blood. But adrenaline was one hell of a drug, so I used it to push through the pain and continue. I used the remaining bullets of my revolver to fend off anything close before reloading my weapons and firing more rounds. Corpses stacked around me as I did so, and the number of monkeys started to dwindle. But at some point, I felt myself cough, causing blood to pour into my mouth. Weakness came over my body for a moment, causing my aim to falter as I fired. The monkey that took my shot was only injured as it continued toward me and attacked my leg. It grabbed my thigh, its claws digging in like a vice and drawing even more blood. I barely managed to retrieve my revolver as I fell, firing and killing it. But there were 2 others, the last of them that seemed to be emboldened by my fall. They attacked, and I managed to shoot one, killing it instantly. But the other landed on me, its hands going for my neck. I wrapped my arm around my neck though, taking advantage of my coat's defensive properties. So instead of cutting me with this claws, the monkey slammed down relentlessly, beating my arm and chest with blows that felt like sledgehammers. It also clawed around, doing anything it could to kill me. I felt it carve up my face and hands, but I did anything I could to keep it from hitting something that would assuredly end my life. I didn't panic, even as I could feel death getting closer. I just kept defending myself while attempting to kick or push it off. Everything happened so fast. My mind operated even faster, making everything seem like slow motion. But a creature such as that monkey, which had strength and speed so far above mine, moved faster than I could keep up with. If I didn't have my coat that could hold me together and protect me, then it would have ripped my limbs off and torn my neck out. It was amazing. I had killed 24 of these monkeys just for one that slipped through to put me on death's door in a matter of seconds. How were summoners supposed to fight like this? No wonder they were regarded as the weakest. At least warlocks had barriers to protect them. If not for my squad, I would be nothing. Those were my thoughts as I suddenly felt the monkey get yanked off of my body, the next moment accompanied by a sickening crunch. Chapter 48. Lesson. John. Vetsmon, Fiden, and Tana heard Amara scream from behind. They had been so preoccupied with the gorilla that they hadn't had the time to look back. It was almost dead through their efforts, But they hadn't noticed one thing. After John emerged, they hadn't been attacked by a single monkey. But at some point, his gunshots ceased. They didn't think about what that meant, and so they only realized once they took a glance behind them. There he was, laying down while getting attacked by a single monkey. It clawed and beat him, tearing through his skin like it was paper. His face was already coated in blood, yet he still tried to cover himself, anything to survive the attack. They forgot just how weak he was. Why were knights the strongest? Because when faced with those same claws, their skin would resist their cuts and their muscles would nullify those blows. Such an enemy to a person like Vetsman was no different from an annoying, flailing child. But to someone like John, a single wrong mistake would allow that monkey to end his life. Behind the confidence and powerful weaponry was still just an ordinary man. For him to even face what he did took courage far greater than theirs, because unlike them, he could have his life ended on a whim. They couldn't imagine being able to die so easily. That's when Vetsman sensed something. The hairs on his neck stood as he turned, seeing Fiden's spear glowing with flowing gold aura. After that, he lost track of him. His figure blurred, flying across John's body with a flicker and ripping the monkey away. He reappeared next to him, monkey in hand. The little beast flailed in Fiden's arms, waving its claws to try and cut him. But Fiden merely reached for its neck, and he tore its head off with his bare hands. Vetsman couldn't help but feel fear. He had never seen someone so fast, but more than that, he had never seen Fiden doing anything but smiling. He didn't think Fiden was capable of such rage. Even the gorilla froze for a moment. Vetsman jumped away when he realized he was still in a battle, standing off against the gorilla. It was riddled with injuries and was definitely weaker than before. But so were they. Now, though, they were all filled with hatred for this creature. It had touched their summoner, their friend. Nothing other than death would be enough for it. Tana suddenly came swinging down from behind, her sword slicing through the Achilles heel of the gorilla while it was distracted. It fell to its knees, and Vetsman took that opportunity to drive his spear forward. The gorilla retaliated, but he entirely disregarded its attacks, pressing forward with all his strength. And his spear went straight through its neck. At the same time, he took a blow to the chest, getting thrown away. Ugh! He groaned, but now, the gorilla's fate was sealed as it fell, blood pouring from its neck. As it collapsed, Vetsman looked back toward John, running over to where Fiden and Amara had already arrived. Fiden had the mechit, taking its contents out as Amara packed the wounds. She had opened his shirt, revealing several stab wounds where the monkey had clawed his stomach. His face also had several lacerations across it, as did his hands, which had lost a few fingers. Amara cried as she grabbed more fabric to soak up all the blood. Shit. It won't stop bleeding. Wait, move. Vetsman suddenly knelt down, removing the packing in John's stomach wound. Sure enough, after opening the wound, he found a long black claw sitting inside. These monkeys shed their claws inside their victims. It's basically poison, making them bleed more. Here. He pulled the claw out with his fingers. Then, Amara repacked the wound. Vetsman went to his other wounds as well, taking out 2 more claws in his leg and 1 poking out of his ribcage. After packing the major wounds, Amara also started cleaning up his face. She never stopped crying, even as she checked him for any other injuries. Come on, John. You're gonna be okay. Everything's going to be fine. Cough. Right as she said that, John coughed more blood that had pooled in his mouth. His breathing was shallow, and he was already unconscious. After turning him on his side, Amara suddenly remembered something and went through his pockets. There were 2 things she found: his golden cigar case and a glass container full of red pills. She quickly retrieved one of the pills and put it in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, melting into his system. After that, she could only wait. Where's our help? It'll take them a minute to get here. Tana, go over there and scout. Right. With Vetsman's word, Tana took off into the distance, finding some high ground to search for their rescue team. Fiden also left, not saying a word as he went to do the same. Vetsman and Amara were left. They both kneeled next to John, Amara continuing to sob. It's my fault. I didn't protect him. The blame lies with us all. We knights should have been more aware. I had forgotten that he's just an ordinary man. Vetsman spoke with regret. At the same time, he wondered about exactly what John had inwardly asked himself. How do summoners fight? Hot summoners had beasts and companions to protect them, so even they weren't defenseless. But cold summoners, who had nothing but their weapons and their wits, seemed to be incapable of engaging in any meaningful combat. Their bodies remained ordinary, even if the weapons they summoned were powerful. But even with a powerful weapon like a legendary sword, How could you use it when a beast was too fast for you to keep up with? You would die before you knew what happened to you. Most of the summoners Vetsmon knew eventually became researchers because of their intellectual abilities. They were brilliant strategists and thinkers, even above warlocks. And unlike knights, they didn't need to fight to advance their authorities. Still, compared to knights and warlocks, summoners seemed to be the outliers among magi. Some people said that all three were equal, and that summoners just had yet to find their way like knights and warlocks had. But seeing this, Vetsmon had a hard time believing it. It was almost a curse for John's weapons to be as amazing as they were. They would drive him into battles like this, and perhaps someday kill him. Vetsmon looked over, seeing how scared Amara was. By now it was obvious the two were in a relationship, but he couldn't help but feel that doing such a thing was irresponsible. A soldier could die at any time, and their deaths would only hurt the ones they loved. To have a relationship was only setting oneself up for failure. Vetsmon. Suddenly, he heard Tana's voice on his aerial. He looked over to see her waving. In the distance, 3 vehicles were barreling down a trail. He watched as they rolled up to them, Tana and Phaidon right behind. The puppet master jumped out, taking a single step and arriving by their side with instantaneous speed. He saw John, who looked half dead, frowning. You all let him get attacked? Yes. Vetsmon stood, facing the puppet master as if ready to be executed for a crime. The others also stood, silent with their heads down. The puppet master grit his teeth and yelled, Vizen, get him out of here. Already on it. Another man appeared. He was one of the Magisterium's instructors and a warlock who specialized in healing. After appearing by John's side, he cast several spells, sealing his wounds before having some others pick him up and take him away. Many soldiers also scouted the area, tallying the kill counts and writing up reports. The puppet master yelled as if he couldn't see anyone beside him. You all almost killed your squad mate. You know he's a summoner. So what the fuck were you doing? Answer me. We got distracted. Yeah, that gorilla must have been so hard to fight. I mean, look at you. A few bruises, even a bit of sweat. You look like you faced the hardest opponent of your life. Fuck. And you. The puppet master suddenly turned his attention to Tana, who flinched at his voice. You're the scout. Your job isn't to battle the alpha. You're supposed to make sure that your vulnerable teammates aren't getting ripped to fucking shreds. But you got tunnel vision thinking that the alpha was an opponent you couldn't handle. You are the most responsible for this. Your lack of awareness is what caused this. Do you understand that? Why, yes. Tana shouted in response while tears poured from her eyes. Then, he turned to Amara. You couldn't spare a single damn spell, could you? I know John probably told you that you needed to focus on the alpha since I told him it was weak to magic. But who would have thought that he misjudged the strength of his opponent? Someone who only awakened half a year ago didn't manage to gauge the urgency of the situation properly, making you think that you couldn't even spare him a glance. The puppet master turned to everyone as their eyes widened, shocked by the new information. That alpha was weak, and none of you saw it. You all got so caught up in the heat of the moment that you all turned into brain-dead rocks. Amara has a quarter of her mana left. Phaidon doesn't have so much as a single scratch. Vetsman's shield is still intact, and Tana isn't heaving for air on the floor. All of you could have done more. You could fight a second one and come out on top. And yet, the weakest one out of all of you almost died. You couldn't spare a single damn second of attention or strength to make sure he wasn't getting his face eaten. To think he managed to kill 39 of those monkeys by himself while getting wounded and protecting you all. To think that I almost lost one of my students today because I put him with an incompetent team. And you all dare to call yourselves elites while making mistakes like this. No enemy is so difficult that you should disregard the safety of your team. Shit. All of you get on the fucking trucks and head back. We're not done. After grilling all of them on both sides, the puppet master left and boarded a Hummer. The others did as well, not so much as uttering a single word the entire way back. Ugh. Shit. When I finally woke up, I was hit with a wave of hunger. It felt like I hadn't eaten in days. Not only that, but I couldn't open my right eye. So my left eye opened, taking in the sights of the hospital. Oh, he's awake. I hear an unfamiliar voice call out, making me cringe at the loud sound. Hey, can we tone it down a bit? John. Ack, son of a bitch. I held my throbbing head when the puppet master yelled. But I didn't get any reprieve when he started his rant. You dumbass. What the hell were you doing putting yourself in the position to get hurt like that? Are you trying to die? You know very well where your limits lay, and you went out there anyway. Yeah, well, I was just trying to contribute. I refuted as my headache faded, feeling a bit of indignation as I thought about the battle. I'm not as strong as the others, As soon as we were faced with a real enemy, I found myself useless. So I did what I could and made sure that everyone could fight without fear that they would be attacked from behind. I was doing my job, and I messed up, getting hurt in the process. Please, you talk as if you aren't a part of the team. I already gave the others a lesson on what they did wrong, because this should never have happened. But you're not blameless either. We both know that you're not useless, so stop spitting bullshit. You putting yourself out there like that jeopardizes the integrity of your team. If you had taken even a single measure to keep yourself protected, you could have turned that quick battle into a protracted one, even if it was at the expense of more energy. And if you hadn't been injured, you could have done the same job even better than you did while also being able to help after all the small fry had been eliminated. We didn't have that kind of time, though. Vetsmon was getting thrashed, and even Fiden had a hard time cutting that beast. It needed the full focus of our team, or we would have been overwhelmed. And there's the problem. The puppet master smirked. That gorilla was powerful, yes. It's a mutated variant of those monkeys and stands at the peak of Authority 5. It only needed a bit more time to evolve again and grow its purple hair, becoming an Authority 6 beast you couldn't so much as scratch. But it was by no means overwhelming for your group. You didn't properly understand the power of your team nor the beast, leading you to believe that it was a life or death battle. Well, it wasn't, and with you basically being the leader, your team moved according to your sense of urgency. The heat of the moment clouded the judgment of you and your entire group and almost led to your death. I didn't respond. If that was true, then I really had made a serious miscalculation. But I didn't have enough experience. I didn't even know what the beast was until the car had been flipped. And with everything that had been said over that call, I was led to believe that it was a beast nearly impervious to everything that we could throw at it besides magic. I thought Vetsmon and Fiden would only be able to distract it while Amara dealt the damage. And since I couldn't do anything to it, I took up a supportive role. But there was nobody to help me, and I got tackled so fast that I couldn't even call for help. Fiden reacting as fast as he did was a godsend. Still, just a few seconds of attacks had left me devastated. I knew I was in the wrong, but I didn't feel like my judgments were entirely incorrect either. I simply did what I could with the information I had on hand. And it seemed like the puppet master knew that as well, because the next moment, he sighed. Ultimately, you're not completely at fault. You just don't have as much experience. As a summoner, learning to gauge the strength of those around you is vital. You'll naturally get better at it as you get stronger and develop your aura. Sometimes I forget that you're still just an Authority 3. Your squad seems to have forgotten too, but something like that won't happen again. The puppet master's face turned stern. Tana is being transferred to a new squad. What? Why? The greatest fault lies with her. Her responsibility is to keep track of the flow of battle, ensuring that all the parts of her squad's formation are operating smoothly. While it could be said that Vetsmon and Amara are also at fault for not maintaining awareness, she failed entirely. Because of her, we almost lost you. So she's moving. I went silent. I technically didn't disagree with his judgment, but I also didn't feel it was right. Can I ask something? Go on. I'm sure she took your lesson pretty hard since she knows exactly what she did wrong. I'd be devastated to lose a friend because I failed to do my job, and I'm sure she can't even imagine losing a friend in the first place. Her desperation to never make a mistake again is probably overwhelming, right? I would agree, yes. So keeping her in the squad and letting her live up to it would make her far better than downgrading where she'll never be able to reconcile her mistake, correct? Correct. But that comes at the risk to her squad's lives, especially yours since you're the most vulnerable. And if I'm willing to take that risk, would you let her stay? The puppet master's placid face stared at mine, as if not entirely convinced. So I gave him a bit more bait. I'd rather have someone desperate to protect me than someone who gets complacent when they get put into the best elite squad in the school. Fine. She'll stay. He finally agreed, making me smile a bit. Tana did in fact make a mistake. We all did. But I knew her well enough to know it wouldn't happen again. She was too desperate to let a second chance go to waste, and she would grow as a person because of it. And it wasn't like she was incompetent. She was diligent and wanted to become stronger. We were also friends, so I felt like my squad shouldn't be split up just because of one setback. By the way, I talked to Maxwell. Huh. The puppet master suddenly dropped that bombshell, catching my attention. In his own special way, he said he's glad you're not dead. Okay. What did he really say? That if you had died, it would have been a major loss in his investment. Yeah, sounds about right. I laughed a bit. Maxwell was always a bit sparing with the care and compliments. Anyway, I'm giving you time off once we get back to the magisterium. You should be close to advancing, so don't come back to training until you do. All right. I readily agreed. I really was close to advancing. In fact, I had completed the formation. My comprehensions only compounded as my spark got stronger, resulting in me completing it even faster than I thought I would. Now, I was just accumulating power with the white crystal. I was basically just a battery that needed to completely charge before finally breaking through the last barrier to Authority 4. I was eager to see what awaited me at the next level. With that, the puppet master let me be. I then called my squad. Chapter 49, Drink It Nerd. Ding. Vetsmon, Fiden, Amara, and Tana all heard a sound from their aerials. Amara's eyes widened. It's John. What did he say? It says, I have risen. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, he told us to bring some food too. Let's go see him. Amara was the first to jump up, running over as the others followed. I heard 4 people barge into the hospital. John, watch the stomach. I spoke as Amara dove over, wrapping me in a hug. I couldn't help but chuckle at how much she worried. Are you okay? How are you feeling? You probably know better than me. I haven't gotten an update yet, but I feel fine. That's good. She continued to hug me for a while longer. As she did, I looked around at the others. I reached out with a free hand toward Vetsmon, who walked over smiling. Glad to see you well, John. Likewise. How long have I been out? About a day. We leave tomorrow morning. Good. I'm eager to get the hell out of this place. Oh, is that food? I looked over to see Fiden approaching with a tray of food. He smiled and placed it on my lap. I just grabbed what they had available. Thank you. This is definitely something I'm not going to miss, though. I spoke as Amara separated, allowing me to eat. I engorged myself for about a minute, finally giving my empty stomach some fuel. At some point, though, Amara perked up and reached for something. Oh, I grabbed your items. Ah, thank you. I mumbled with a half-full mouth, taking the cigar case, the pill bottle, and my coat. They all went into my spatial sack, except for the cigar case. I opened that and took out a fresh stogie, cutting the end and lighting it. The smoke I inhaled felt like a wave of rejuvenation that spread through my whole body. Huh, so nice. If only we got paid for our kills. I bet that gorilla was worth a lot. The kingdom only does that for stronger beasts. A shame. I sighed at Amara's comment. I was used to getting paid by the job. Now, I wasn't getting paid at all. At that moment, I saw a nurse walking over. John Cooper. Yes. Since you're awake, I needed to talk to you. Oh, go ahead. The others took a step back, letting the nurse over as she read off a clipboard. Well, your injuries have been mostly healed except for the worst ones. You've thankfully lost no organs or limbs thanks to the timely intervention of Instructor Vision, but in total, there were 54 different injuries. 6 of your ribs were cracked. Your femur had a surface fracture. We found 31 lacerations across your hands, face, chest, stomach, and legs. And on top of the major bleeding caused by 12 stab wounds, there were some infections caused by the poison of the monkey claws. You also lost 3 fingers that we were able to reattach with no issue. You've recovered from everything very nicely. The only thing you need to worry about will be the scarring. Oh. Well, I've got enough scars anyway. Who cares about a few more? Healthy optimism. The nurse chuckled a bit before writing a few things on her clipboard. She then set it down and reached over. I'd like to take off your bandages. The injuries on your face should have sealed by now. Okay. I nodded as she started undoing the white wrapping that covered half my head. It quickly fell off, so I took out my aerial and turned on the camera, looking at myself. Before, the only scars on my head had been on my left temple beside my eyebrow. But now, there were a few others. There was another on the left side, going from my cheekbone to my ear, drawing across it almost like it was cut in half. That wasn't even the most obvious one, though. By far the most noticeable were the 2 deep scars running down the right side of my face. They ran in parallel, going from my forehead and down my eyebrow, slicing across my eye and cheek before ending at my chin beside the corner of my mouth. What shocked me the most was the fact that I even still had my right eye. Even the nurse spoke about it. You're lucky, Mr. Cooper. Even your eyelid was split open, but those claws still missed your eye by a hair's breadth. Otherwise, you'd be half blind right now. I think a few prayers are in order for that miracle. I think you're right. I let out a long breath, thinking how devastating it would be if I lost my good eye. Inwardly, I gave a quick thanks to my guardian angel before smiling. Well, that's a few more for the collection. How do I look? I faced Amara while pulling her onto the bed with me. Other than those 2 across my eye and the one across my ear, There were a few shallow scars that would fade with time. All of it was enough to call my face disfigured, but I didn't mind that much. It didn't seem like Amara did either, as she gave me a shy smile back, her face a bit red from my bold move in front of everyone. It looks good. You're still just as handsome. Hiki, you're cute when you're embarrassed. She went silent, placing both her hands over her face. I could almost swear some steam came off her burning ears, but she still leaned into my chest. It was hilarious how contradictory this girl could be. Ahem, anyway. The nurse interrupted with a weird smile. The other wounds on your body still need some time to fully heal. You shouldn't have any problems functioning normally, but if you do, tell someone. You may also feel soreness when moving. That's normal and will fade as you heal. And if it wasn't obvious, please refrain from strenuous activity for at least the next few days. You should be completely fine within a week if you take a recovery pill once a day. Other than that, you're free to go. Your other bandages can come off whenever you want them to. Got it? Thank you. Of course. The nurse left with that. Afterward, I dressed and left the hospital with the others. But I split up while walking to go back to my room and clean up. I first took a shower. There, I took off the bandages around my torso and leg. Both of them revealed some nasty scars far worse than the ones on my face. It looked like there was a small crater in my stomach right beside my abs, like someone had carved out a chunk of my body. There were also some deep lacerations across my chest. Of course, these were only additions to several other scars, but they were definitely the worst. The ones on my leg were also nasty. The nurse was right about the soreness too. Just walking felt like I was hobbling on a broken leg. The monkey that left that wound had basically torn out some of my muscle. It had grabbed my thigh with those claws and pulled, meaning it both stabbed and sliced. The wounds pictured that scene rather clearly. There weren't any stitches to worry about since the wounds had sealed, thankfully. So with that, I finished showering. After grooming myself a bit, I dressed in some fresh clothes and took a look at my coat. It was still stained with blood, so I got to cleaning it, which was easy enough. Technically it was self-cleaning, but sometimes it needed a bit of help. I just had to wipe off all the crap that refused to leave, which in this case was all the dried blood. Soon, it looked brand new. So I slipped it on and went back out. I spent the rest of the day with my squad, all of us hanging out. I could tell that everyone still felt bad about what happened, but I did my best to reassure them. And I suppose Tana felt the worst, seeing how the puppet master basically pinned my near death on her. But that would take a proper talk to reconcile. For now, we just appreciated each other's company for our last day on base. After that, night came. And with that, our day of return arrived. The fourth-year class stood before Commander Bosnan. It was good working with you all this past month. It's fortunate that we're all leaving here in one piece. Despite all of us being shocked by a sudden siege after just the first day, you all stepped up and provided valuable manpower. Because of you guys, we've only lost a single soldier this entire month. For that, we thank you. Now go ahead and head home. You've earned a break. Thank you, Commander. The instructors shook hands with the man before we all boarded the rail. We were free. I can't wait to eat some real food. I'm pretty sure they served actual slop last week. I need to bring some blankets next time too. I completely forgot. I heard chattering while boarding. Before long, all of our cargo was loaded and we took off. The rail jolted a few times while accelerating. As that happened, all the elites moved to one of the cars and lounged. Nobody felt like partying right now. We were all tired since it was barely dawn, so everyone got some shut-eye. Amara and I found our own corner couch, and before long, both of us were out cold. That lasted a few hours before people started to wake up around an hour or so before noon. And with chatter, those who didn't wake naturally did so anyway, everyone starting to socialize. I stayed with Amara even after everyone had gotten up, enjoying her company. So we can finally go on a proper date now. Anything better than a patrol will do it for me. I'm glad the standards are low now. Makes my job easy. Pfft. She laughed before poking me in the side. Hey, if you really want, we can go to Joffrin and find a restaurant there. I know a nice one, and we wouldn't have to worry about paying. So you think me cheap? And no, I just wanted to go to a nice place for our first date, but I didn't know if spending so much was okay with you. I don't want to worry about money. Oh, I suddenly like you even more. She went silent, covering her face with both her hands. It made me laugh. Seriously, how cute could this girl be? I pinched her side, causing her to flinch. Don't worry about the money. I'll bring you to the nicest place I know, and we'll have a wonderful night. Sound good? Why yeah? When? Give me a day or two to settle back in. As soon as I tie up some loose ends, I'll let you know. What loose ends? That's a secret. Humph. She pouted, suddenly blowing some air into my ear and tickling me. Calling it loose ends wasn't entirely accurate, but I did in fact have some business to settle. I didn't forget that I still had a bounty, one that wasn't going away anytime soon. Hunters would be after my head, and I needed to make sure that my arrival wouldn't attract attention. And if it did, I needed to deal with it. While I would like an entire week to get a feel for the situation, I didn't want to delay my date. A few days should be enough to get rid of the eager ones. Or maybe I would get lucky and nobody would bother me. Ding. At that moment, I heard a notification from my Ariel. It was a message from Rayla, asking about my arrival today. My face fell just a bit. Right, that was something else I needed to take care of. I was on the trip, so nothing but my life on base had been on my mind. I had forgotten about the one thing that might be affected by my new relationship with Amara. But part of me was beginning not to care anymore. So I decided I would face it when it came, texting back with that in mind. As noon passed, some of the elites started to poke around at the bar. And when one drink was pulled out, several more came with it, and soon, a small party was started. Tana jumped at the opportunity to drink again, downing cup after cup of any fruity drink she could get her hands on. So it was no surprise when she stumbled over toward me drunk off her ass. J. John. Yes. I'm sorry. She came crying, her face entirely flushed and her blonde hair a little messy. You almost died because of me. I'm sorry I couldn't do my job. It's okay, Tana. No, it's not. Watch the snot. I raised my arms as she came crawling over on the couch. Umera was quick to dodge out of the way, so I was stuck with Tana all over me, a crying mess. I'm so sorry. It's fine. Get off. I just want a hug. Am I still your friend? Yes, now Watch the knee. I jumped as her knee accidentally snuck into my precious place. I almost threw her off, but couldn't because of her weight. All right, time to go. You're too heavy. What? I'm not. You take that back. Ack. As I tried to stand, I was yanked back onto the couch, being put into some kind of arm lock. I reached out to Amara, who watched, but all I received was a faint smile as she just stood there. Damn, she's going to get it later. And so I struggled, only being freed several minutes later when Vetmon wrestled Tana for me. I laughed as they went to the floor, Tana seeming to completely forget about her apology to me. Well, I guess that was our proper talk. Whatever to ease her mind. I wasn't able to find Amara after straightening myself out, so I went to the bar where Fiden sat, looking like he was brooding. I pat his shoulder and sat next to him. So I have you to thank for saving my sorry ass. There should never have been any saving, but there was. And thanks to you, I get to go home. He was silent, obviously not wanting to accept it. And I understood. It was a given to save your dying teammate, but the situation should never have devolved to that point in the first place. So saving me was, in a weird way, actually something to be ashamed of. We were both silent while I ordered a drink. After taking a sip, I spoke again. Look, I've taken full responsibility for everything that went wrong. But you didn't do anything wrong. Au contraire, my brother. I quite literally walked myself in that situation. I misjudged several things and took it upon myself to take unnecessary risks when there was no need to. I should have been more careful, and then even Tana wouldn't have had anything to do. But you were supporting us. Irrelevant to the point. If I had simply made better decisions, then there would have been no problems. Plain and simple. Trust me, I got an earful from the puppet master too. Since I've been kind of acting as the leader of our squad, it was my actions that led to this outcome. So even though it was me, I'm responsible for what could be considered the near death of a squad mate. That's also why I'm going to take a step back. I explained, taking a sip of my drink as Fiden thought about my words. Then, he looked at me weirdly. What do you mean, take a step back? I mean, I'm going to drop the whole leader thing. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Vetmon anyway. He's got more experience and a better grasp on how things work. So for all our sakes, I'm going to make sure he's the one giving orders from now on. I see the logic, but I'm not sure if I like it. It'll be fine. It's not like anything major is going to change. Regardless, I just want to make sure you aren't worrying about anything. There's no need to, because we're doing just fine. So relax. He smirked a bit. I could tell there was still a bit on his mind, but it seemed I had reassured him somewhat. After that, I turned around, looking around to see all the elites having fun around me. With curiosity, I suddenly tapped Fiden's elbow. Hey, who's rank 1? Oh, he doesn't do anything with the Magisterium. He's basically a student in name only. Too good for us, huh? Kind of, yeah. He's a duke's direct son, so his royal blood is as thick as his biceps. He's the strongest person that I've seen in our generation. Last I heard, he's pushing into authority 6. Shit. All right. Now, which girl do you have a crush on? I'm suddenly remembering my youth school days. Fiden muttered while turning his gaze away, making me smirk and motion toward all the people in the car. Come on now. Which one has your fancy? Just about all of them are pretty. Don't tell me you haven't talked to any of them. I haven't. Oh goodness. My friend, you are wasting the tools you've been given. Tools. The looks, the charm, your status as what may as well be the highest-ranked elite. You've got everything you need to make any girl in this room fall for you. I don't know about that. He scratched his head shyly, causing my face to go placid. If Vetsman was a man who radiated pure testosterone, then Fiden could be considered a bit of a pretty boy. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and he was built lean. But lean by night standards meant that instead of bodybuilder muscles, he had slim muscles that rippled with fibers. And not only was he the most powerful person here, but he was the son of a marquis while still being humble and reserved. This man was damn near perfect. What girl wouldn't jump at the opportunity to date him? Of course, the only way anything would happen was if he had some confidence and actually talked to a female. So it seemed I would need to help this poor man out of his shell. All right, time to get you buzzed since I'm not even sure if you can get drunk. Once you're a bit looser, we can bring some females over for you to talk to. I don't really think there's a need for that. A relationship would only get in the way of our training, right? My God, it's even worse than I thought. Here, drink this entire bottle. But my parents will be waiting upon arrival. I can't be drunk for that, can I? Fiden, my good friend. I looked the man in the eyes. Let it be known now that I'm not a good influence. However, life is not all about training and doing what's right. It's also about having fun, which can often involve being a little naughty from time to time. So long as you don't knock a girl up, you'll be just fine. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Daddy grounds you for having fun with your friends? I think the trade is worth it. Cling. I put a bottle in his hands and clicked my glass against it, taking a swig. He stared at the bottle for a few seconds, and seeing his hesitation, I yelled, "Drink it, nerd." Fine. Chapter 50, Girlfriend. Ugh, yeah, I'm stopping there. Letting out a belch, I set down my glass. As I pat my stomach, Amara walked over and sat beside me on the couch. She leaned over, looking toward the other end of the room where 4 people sat. Hey, is that Fiden? Shit, I don't even know anymore. I waved and let out an exasperated sigh. After about an hour, Fiden got just drunk enough for his shell to disappear. But it seems the shell was there not for his sake, but for the sake of other men. After gathering a group of people, Fiden and I sat down and started talking with all of them. Amara joined, nesting under my arm to claim me as girls started to show interest. At some point, we started telling stories about our patrol where I was wounded. In an attempt to help him, I pushed most of the storytelling to Fiden, letting him have the spotlight. And after that, things spiraled out of my control. Men got pushed out and some girls slipped in, taking up spots around him while asking all sorts of questions and gasping at his dramatic recollections. Before I knew it, 3 different girls had claimed him. Now, he was all alone in a corner with those 3 still all over him. They had been talking for an hour, and the girls were beginning to get touchy. I couldn't help but think that I had unleashed a monster. This guy had so much charm that simply opening his mouth to speak had women swooning. And these weren't just any women. They were elites. I recognized them, but we had only been acquainted before. Still, this man had 3 of them all over him. Alcohol was truly amazing. I raised my aerial for the dozenth time today, snapping several pictures. I couldn't help but think it was rather hilarious in a way. Fiden didn't even realize what he was doing. He was so dense that it would take them stripping naked for him to realize they weren't just there to have a nice conversation. Suddenly, Vetsman walked over, sitting by me while looking at Fiden. How wonderful. It's like watching a unicorn shit diamonds. That's a unique analogy. I think you mean weird. Yeah, I agreed with Amara. Where did he get that one from? He laughed, taking a sip from his drink. Like that, the 3 of us watched Fiden get pulled in 3 directions as each girl pined for his attention. It was amusing, but didn't last forever. After another hour or so, the rail began to slow to a halt. I could hear the chatter of the central terminal before the doors even opened. Time to disembark. We all heard the puppet master shout, standing to leave. I took a puff from my cigar while walking over to Fiden. He sat with his eyes closed, his legs crossed on his seat and his arms resting on his knees. At some point, he had entered a state of meditation. Vetsmon said he wasn't actually asleep, and what he was doing was a training exercise to enhance control over the body and focus of the mind. Why he suddenly started doing that, I couldn't even guess. But the girls with him had basically been blown off, so 2 left, and only 1 stayed for some reason. She sat next to him, also meditating. Because they had a lot to drink though, both of them were swaying a bit, looking like they would fall over any minute. But we had to leave, so I tapped his shoulder. Come on, Phaidon. Time to go. I've almost reached enlightenment. Hang on. You're a monk now? Get up. Wait. I'm almost there. We all went silent and waited. Then, he suddenly bent over, vomiting. Bleg. Wahahaha. I don't know what I expected. I shook my head as Vetsmon laughed his ass off. After that, we got Phaidon on his feet and helped him out. He seemed to have sobered up for the most part, so he could walk normally. But his face was flushed, and he still seemed slightly woozy. Well, it would make for a fun memory with his parents. As for his friend, after sitting there for a few moments in silence, she suddenly opened her eyes and ran off, probably to do the same thing as Phaidon. Well, so much for that. With Phaidon, we walked out with the rest of our class. After unpacking all our chests and luggage, everything was packed onto wagons that we boarded to take to the magisterium. We arrived at the school promptly, and there, we found crowds of people waiting for us. They all looked like parents and relatives, along with some students of the other classes. We all disembarked, receiving some cheers as we did so. Elites, gather. We were suddenly called, all of us turning to gather around the puppet master. He gave us a faint smile. Congratulations on your first trip. The military bases we travel to in the future will gradually become bigger and bigger, the threats you face growing likewise. You all are the most talented in this institution, and so you will be pushed to grow as much as you can before we let you go. But we will do our best to make sure that you can keep up. Expect squads to change based on your performances. I will discuss more changes during our next training session. But for now, you have 4 days off. Enjoy your time and recover. Dismissed. He let us go succinctly, everyone cheering for the small vacation. With that, we could finally go greet everyone waiting for us. My squad split up, and after grabbing my chest, I went to go find my welcome party. Soon enough, I found Rayla. She stood with Plex and Libidus as well, surprising me. John. Hey guys. Wait, what happened? Rayla ran over, checking my face that very obviously had a few new scars on it. As I set down my chest, Plex smiled and looked over. Seems he got intimate with some beasts. I forget that regular humans scar easily. Yeah, I can't just regenerate chunks of flesh like Unites. Poor little me has to be careful. Indeed. If only there was a way to solve that issue. He shrugged, as if helpless. It made me narrow my eyes at him. Teach me how to turn invisible. Too much of a pain. Then tell me where I can get a manual. As if. Tisk, cheap ass. He chuckled. After brushing Plex off, I gave Libidus a brief hug. Good to see you, John. Are you all right? I'll be completely healed in a few days. Nothing lost. That's good. What gave you that? He pointed to my face, causing me to run 2 fingers down the scars. I think they called it a red-eye bandit. Those monkeys? They're known for ambushing caravans. They can be vicious. I'm honestly surprised you didn't get your face ripped off. My squad got to me in time. Seems you're in good hands then. I nodded, but then I looked at Rayla. She had a stern face as she jabbed me with her finger. What did I say about keeping yourself safe? That it was generally advisable. Don't play smart. From what I can see, you almost died. Those bandits have poisonous claws that shed as they attack their targets. I can see scars around your fingers, meaning they got cut off and reattached. And it'll take you a few days to recover even with your cigars. I can assume that had anything gone any worse, you'd. I was silent, my smile having faded into nothing as she continued. I was beginning to see a pattern with her, one that I'm not sure I liked. She stopped herself, though, and after taking a few deep breaths, settled down and gave me a hug. I'm glad you're safe. That's all that matters. I returned it lightly, hearing Libidus sigh in the background. Wait, Mom. Right then, I heard a familiar shout. Separating from Rayla, I turned around and saw Amara walking toward us. In front of her was Duchess Talaria, the city lord of the city of Joffrin. I suppose I had forgotten that Amara was her daughter. No wonder she offered to go to a restaurant in Joffrin. With her mom being the city lord, she could go wherever she wanted. The Duchess walked up to me. She stood only a few inches shorter than me, but she seemed much more overwhelming. The way she carried herself simply demanded subservience, a feeling of suppression I could sense through her aura. Despite how she seemed to be generally stoic like her daughter, she gave me a faint smirk. John Cooper. This is the second time we have met. Indeed. I hope you've been well, Duchess. HM. I came today simply to make sure my daughter was okay. I didn't expect for her to want to introduce me to her new boyfriend. Mom. I saw Amara flush from behind her mother, looking toward me with half apologetic and half embarrassed eyes. It put me in an awkward position too. Rayla was here, and I hadn't been planning to break the news like this. Amara and I were assuredly in a romantic relationship, but since we hadn't been on a proper date yet, the boyfriend/girlfriend label wasn't yet plastered, even though it was technically true. Well, I knew she was fine with it being said, but I was beginning to understand that this Duchess had no sense of subtlety. I gave the Duchess a smile. I hadn't realized Amara was your daughter until well after our meeting, ma'am. Did you pursue her after she told you? Well, I pursued him first, Amara shouted, standing between me and her mother defensively. I did it, so you can't say anything. Your actions surprise me, dear. But that changes little. This matter cannot be decided on so simply. How do I know this charming young man hasn't seduced you due to your status as my daughter? Perhaps he used his rugged looks to his advantage while sweet-talking you. A woman would be hard-pressed to resist that. Mom, please. Amara looked like she was going to cry as her mother continued speaking. And I also couldn't help but smile weirdly. Come on, lady. At least try to hide your preferences. But those words about Amara's status as her daughter brought up a few questions. Inwardly, I tried to recall the various titles of nobility. I never deigned to pay attention to the pompous adventures of the British crown, so I wasn't entirely sure about the order of ranks or the titles the wives would hold, or if it was even the same in this world. Duchess, is that a count's wife? They both have C's in them. Curious about my conjecture, I leaned over toward Amara and asked, Hey, what level is a duchess at? Is it like count equivalent? Huh. This time, she was the one who looked at me weirdly. I raised my hands in defense. I don't know the levels of nobility. You're kidding, right? Everyone knows them. Even village kids know them. It's the first thing they teach in school. I just got the male and female titles mixed up. You're lying. Suddenly, the Duchess spoke up, interrupting us. Her eyes were narrowed at me. I refuse to believe you don't know what my title means. I can confidently say I would bet my life on it. All right. She smiled and raised her hand. Then, an impossibly complex spell formation appeared above her palm, spreading into hundreds of layers before collapsing into a single circle that flashed with overwhelming power. This is a spell that will detect if you're lying. If it determines that you have, then it will kill you. I'd like to rephrase my earlier statement. So you admit you're lying? I'm not. But I don't know if your spell will kill me due to a misinterpretation. I can't say I'm a very lucky person, so I'd rather not take the chance regardless of the circumstances. Fine. It won't kill you. When she said that, the spell greatly diminished in power, though remaining just as complex. I sighed, but then she made another stipulation. If you want to pursue my daughter, you must answer 3 of my questions truthfully. If I don't get satisfactory answers, then I'm putting a halt to this relationship. Mom, you can't do that. I can, and I will. She ignored Amara and held out her hand in front of me. I looked at her with a neutral face, and with a grumble, I put my hand in the spell. At that moment, I felt a jolt throughout my body. I felt my aura flare out as an odd power surrounded my mind, feeling like my every thought was being read. Question 1. I snapped out of my daze as the Duchess asked, Do you understand where my title lies among the ranks of nobility? No. I never cared to learn the titles of nobility because it didn't concern me. I know them briefly and know that Duchess is a female title, but don't know the male equivalent. If I knew the male equivalent, I would know where it fell among the ranks because I generally know the male titles. Flash. The spell glowed blue, causing the Duchess' eyes to widen a bit. I assumed blue meant that I told the truth. More ignorant than I thought. Next question. She moved past it, asking again. You still knew that she was my daughter and that I am the city lord of Joffrin. Are you pursuing my daughter because of her status, my wealth, or my power? No. While it's impressive that she's rich, I would never date her or any other girl just because of that. Rich girls can be nothing but spoiled, pretentious princesses with no redeeming qualities other than knowing how to wave daddy's money around. From what I've seen, Amara is nothing like that, and I find that both relieving and attractive. As for you, I barely knew you were a warlock when I first met you, let alone how powerful you were. It didn't even cross my mind until a minute ago when I got confused about your noble title. Flash. After I stopped talking, the formation flashed blue again. This time, the Duchess was smiling a bit at my answer. But she still moved on to the next. All right, last question. Your intentions seem pure, but I question your seriousness. Do you pursue this relationship simply because my daughter is beautiful and you seek her virginity? Or do you seek a long-term commitment with the prospect of marriage? Mom, that's too much. Amara almost screamed, her face turning entirely red. But I simply looked the Duchess in the eye as I answered. I don't fuck around with my relationships. More than anything, I've wanted a woman who would love me and support me just as much as I loved and supported her, as generic as that may sound to some people. If we reach that point in the future, and enough time passes to affirm our compatibility and cement our relationship, then there's no reason why marriage wouldn't be in the cards. Flash. I saw yet another blue glow, smiling to myself. Sure, Amara was beautiful and I'd be lying to say that I didn't want to get intimate with her. But like almost every man, I've always wanted a mutually loving relationship that could become something more than just a temporary fling or a sex friend. Unfortunately, that seemed to be hard to find while I was on Earth as a college-aged male. The Duchess hummed while dispersing the spell. Fine, I've heard enough. Dear, could you please get off the floor? We both looked down, seeing Amara curled up in a ball on the ground, her head completely covered by her robes. I barely held back a laugh as the Duchess sighed. I'll be in the city for today, so I'd like to see you for dinner, daughter. I'll be here at 8 to pick you up. And you. She turned to me, making me stiffen a bit. I won't interfere, for now. We'll see how you handle being in this position. But regardless, keep my daughter out of your business, please. Rest assured, ma'am, I don't really work anymore. But I did want to bring her to a restaurant behind the Black Spider Hotel. Depends. The Caviar Restaurant. Oh, fine, I'll allow it. She waved, almost looking pleased that I had chosen that one. With that, she took her leave, saying she had business to attend to. And it was only after she disappeared that Amara finally pulled herself off the ground. Plex also nudged me with his elbow. Hey, what did you talk about? She isolated the sound. Nothing. Yeah, right. I saw the lie detection spell. Nothing that concerns you. Fine. Now, who's the girlfriend? He looked at Amara as she dusted herself off, doing her best to look like nothing had happened. Seeing Plex, she smiled and put her hand out, her face still rosy. Hello. I'm Amara. A pleasure to meet John's friends. Oh, they're his friends. I'm just his boss. Still, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Plex smiled and shook Amara's hand, his words making my brow twitch as I kicked him in the shin. When he backed away, Amara greeted Libidus and Rayla as my girlfriend. It seems that after the Duchess line of questioning, there was no more suspense about where we were at, so she openly went with it. But she spoke with none of the embarrassment or shyness from earlier. I could see what looked like her noble etiquette kick in as she carried herself professionally and relatively confidently. Still, I could also see the surprise on Rayla's face. And I couldn't help but stress a bit. This wasn't how I was planning to do this at all.
Thanks for listening to That Time an American Was Reincarnated into Another World, written by Spade, narrated using Microsoft TTS with the Andrew voice, and published here on Hogfellow with the author's permission. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting the author by following the original work and leaving a review. Every bit of feedback helps. New videos should drop regularly, so make sure you're subscribed. See you in the next video.